We also have a national education program, so that is also maybe the travel and education is also
continue to stop the rain coming on. It's not much.
So you don't think so?
Yeah, yeah.
Breakfast early, eh?
Raining, sun, whatever.
get married?
No,
Get him out there, boy. That's just cracking.
yeah, that shows.
Look at this ride. That is all good there.
journey for qualification resumes as the World Surf League arrives in Sydney, Australia for the second stop on the 2023 Challenger Series.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
With a rich history of competitive surfing, Iconic North Narrabeen is back on the world stage to showcase its breathtaking beach breaks and the next generation of surfing superstars. 80 men and 48 women clash in pursuit of the same dream, getting one step closer to the WSL Championship Tour. For the world's most promising surfers, the quest continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Good morning, happy Friday, coming to you live from North Narrabeen as we see competitors getting set to hit the lineup once again. And there is...
I don't know, man. I feel like my rib came out. Like, I need to take the wetsuit off.
Oh, Timothy Biso there. Well, that's big news.
Drama.
Coming out of the lineup. He's in heat 12, meant to be hitting the lineup this morning, but that's a real concern. Rib injuries, really hard to perform with. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, what an unbelievable morning. A big thank you to the Northern Beaches for turning it on, and a big thank you to Richie Lovett. He actually stretched his neck out even further last night, put his head on the block and said, guaranteed there was going to be better conditions today. What do we got, Rich?
And have a look at it. We've got better conditions. There's actually a little increase in the swell, which I was a little bit surprised about. I thought it was going to hold size, but there's a bit more punch in it. The wind's beautiful, nice and offshore, and really groomed and chunky this morning. And obviously some consequential waves out there. Timothy Biso, we're going to have to check in and see what's going on there, but it looks like a rib injury.
Yeah, of course. Laura, he was one of the form surfers up on the Gold Coast. Went a long way through the draw, gave us some big numbers, and, you know, that's going to really hurt his momentum in this contest.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I heard he might try to get out there in his heat, but yeah, to do that in the morning free surf before such a consequential round and event, it's just, yeah, heartbreaking for him.
Yeah, we'll see how he is. But right now, let's get the word on what's coming our way today. It's a beautiful Friday. Good morning, Stace.
Good morning, Ron. It is a beautiful Friday indeed. Will, what's the program for today, mate?
Yeah, we're starting a bit earlier today, in case you haven't noticed. It's nice and cold, the sun's just come up, but we're going to finish that men's round of 64. There's 8 heats left, and then we're going to go into the women's round of 32, so it's the top seed day. We are actually going to keep the first 2 heats of men's round 32 on standby, just in case the conditions hold up and it's really dreamy, but if it's not very good, we'll call them off halfway through the women's round.
And you got the fossils on hold for the afternoon.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing a bit of a Legends heat this afternoon. We're going to, the Bonsoy Heritage heat is on this afternoon. A couple of local legends, Rob Bain, Damien Hardman, Nathan Hedge, Laura Endeavour, Polly Mensa. It's going to be super fun.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace.
I'll be warming up the bones.
Oh,
Fossils.
I can't believe he referred to you as a fossil. How do you feel about that?
It's, you know, monumental, really. Something I'm going to have to go home and sit with for a while.
Yeah, no way. That's going to
Maybe
be
I'll just have to
a
sit
lot of fun.
like bugs in the chair now.
Is there nerves that come with that? The
I actually am
surfing
a
in the
bit
Legends heat?
nervous. All right, well, let's not think about it.
All right, yeah, well, you will have plenty of time to think about it. It could be on this afternoon, but we are going to kick off again with the completion of that round of 64 for the men, and we know that we're going to see those seeded surfers, those big names hitting the lineup once again, and we do have a surfer that just got cut from the CT out there in this one in the red jersey, Nat Young. Love his big, punchy, powerful backhand. He's going to be up against Joel Vaughan, who's just from the Central Coast, just over the pit water there, and yeah, Joel is going to be in the blue jersey. Justin Becret, the Frenchman from Seniors, is going to be in the white, and Kian Martin, who represents Sweden but lives in Bali, he's going to be out there in the green. But just cop an eyeful of that. Beautiful morning here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and we are underway.
There it is.
With the first heat of the morning now. And yesterday was fantastic, Laura. It was tricky. It was a really a tough lineup to figure out, but these Challenger Series competitors, they rose to that challenge. They threw big turns at us. We saw some great combos, and some unbelievable airs too.
Yeah, we really did. We saw a mixed bag of absolutely everything yesterday, and just impressive how these surfers were able to navigate this lineup and really pick the eyes out of it. You know, it was forever changing. It was, you know, rips, currents, tides, everything was happening. The wind was really affecting the waves, and also seaweed. So the surfers had a lot to deal with, and to still be posting in every heat high to excellent range scores, it was really exciting.
It was exciting, and Rich really just thundering end sections. You know, not maybe the biggest surf you've ever seen, but still it was great. There was great commitment needed to really attack those big finishing moves.
Yeah, absolutely. As you referenced, there's such a hard-packed sandbank at the moment, running basically all the way up the beach, and that end section super critical. And you really do have to put body and equipment on the line. We've seen it time and time again, but the rewards are there, and it looks like our competitors have positioned themselves down on that car park bank further south. So at the top of your screen there, that's normally the North Narrabeen bank right up towards the alley. But we still have a little bit of this south energy, but there is definitely more of an easterly underlying swell on it today, as we've seen Nat Young just having a quick look.
Yeah, the forecast said it was going to swing more east throughout the day, so fingers crossed we'll see that happen throughout the morning. And as you can see, those lumps of ocean, they're really coming from the south. But yeah, bit of a mixed swell as well, so it'll eventually start straightening up, and when it does, I feel like we'll see a lot of good lefts.
I almost feel like there's a little bit of a delay in the forecast happening at the moment by about 12 hours, so we're seeing, like, this is a big period swell actually. There's more energy in it, more punch today, so you know, this is just due to a bigger period in the swell. Up and riding, here we go.
Kean Martin's going to get the first wave of the day here. Beautiful Friday morning. And we'll see how he finishes this one. Got a clean flow happening at the moment. Stays in control. Measured approach, but he'll get the jump on his competitors early here.
I feel like I just saw Kean getting out of his car, getting dropped off by his mates about 15 minutes ago. So maybe not realising it was an earlier start this morning, but that was a great way to open up.
Yeah, it was frosty down here this morning as the sun started to come up, and Kean Martin here. I think he hit the nail on the head, Ron. Measured. Just going through the motions here, some nice turns. First ride of the day, just wanted to stay on his feet. Nice bottom turn. Starts off with a clean snap. Gets back up there again for a second. You can see just not over pushing it. Just wanted to get to the finish, get a number on the board. This heat is stacked. Nat Young, Joel Vaughan, and Justin McCreate. It's no easy one, but have a look at this.
Oh, it's a replay of a wave here for Justin. Really talented surfer. A lot of big props going his way from the European kind of surf crew, the elders, if you will, Alan Ryu, Richard Dogmarsh, that they live in that region, and you know, they always say that this guy's got what it takes to get himself onto the championship tour. We've seen him make a couple of appearances in CT events in the past, but he really needs to make some inroads here at Narrabeen, get himself up that leaderboard, heading to stop 3, leaving Australia.
And, you know, the waves showing sort of signs of those French beaches that we're used to seeing this morning here at Car Park Rights. Looked like Justin got that wave from the deeper part where you can see that rip running through, and that makes the waves kind of dredge out and become quite slabby.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a slab. Kean catching this off the end.
Let's see what he can do with it. Nice little cut back into the bowl there, just really taking his time with these sections. Swings that tail, punches the end section. It's a quick start for the Grom. And we've got numbers on the way.
It's going to plan so far, isn't it, for the youngster? It's 2 scores, excuse me, on the board. And he can start to build now. Take a little bit more risk, but have a look at the girth on that wave.
You love to see it. It's a nice chunky ride here. Just nice little kick on the tail there.
Yeah, Nat and was it Joel? They just couldn't quite get into it. There was that little rib like that, doubled up, and they couldn't get down it. But
Yeah, almost took them by surprise, I feel like, the dredginess of that wave. But if one of them had been able to get under that, I feel like they were in a pretty good spot for it. Because it feels like Keon he got the end of it, really.
They were in the honeypot. They were right in the right position there if they were just a metre or two further in. And the thing with Alley Wright's, car park rights, I keep saying Alley Wright's, but car park rights, Laura, and you'll know this, is that sometimes it looks like it's going to run off faster than you think.
It does,
and when you knife it and get into it and get a pump, you almost need to slow down.
For sure.
It's kind of got that thing with pipe too, at back door when you go, geez, I'm not going to make this thing, but you actually do. You travel so fast in these pits, so maybe a little adjustment there.
For sure. The water's running out so quickly, and it just makes that sort of stationary takeoff, but you have to be right under it if you want to get into it, or you're going over the falls and you'll have sand in your nose and ears and eyes for months.
A new day and potentially sort of a new scale is going to be set here this morning. Kean Martin's had a couple of decent rides, but for me, it's not the kind of attacking surfing that's going to see you get the jump on someone like Nat Young or Justin Becrae. As a Grom, you've got to make a statement when you get a quality wave, and I don't know, I think he's left some points on both those rides.
Yeah, no doubt, for sure. And I'm the only thing I can conclude is that he's just gone out with that plan of, I just want to get 2 waves, settle myself knowing that I've got at least 2 scores, whether they're just halfway scores and mid-ranges, and now he's going to have to start digging in. So but you're right, it's not, fours aren't going to win this heat or possibly even get you through.
Well, look, we're at 23 minutes in this heat, and Nat Young and Joel Vaughan haven't even worked out priority between them yet, so a bit of a jostle going on with those two.
Big score for Justin Becrae, 8 points.
Wow.
Yeah, massive.
There you go. That's what Kean's up against. And with 2 rides, he's only just edging ahead of Justin at the moment. Just, I like that he's confident enough to have a measured approach there, but now we're going to see some big numbers come from these power surfers throughout the day, but Justin's timing on point in that first hit.
Oh, gosh, it was such a steep section, and he did so well to tag it and keep going down the line, get back on that toe side rail, set that final manoeuvre up, and high risk.
First heat of any new day of competition, Laura, quite often the judges will show some restraint, but I don't think they could with that ride.
Yeah, it was undeniable. It was risky. Yesterday we were seeing those the manoeuvres, those big lip line end floaters being rewarded, but that one, he just came into it with so much speed after that first turn, and it just made it so much more critical going through that. And the way he was able to compress and ride out of that was really, really well done.
Yeah, that's a powerful start, and we'll see if he can back it up shortly. Just under 22 minutes to go. Great to have Oakberry on board through this run of Australian events. We've been shoveling it in. Stace has been there every morning for the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. What do you got for us today, Stace?
Yeah, that's indeed right, Ron. Lots of Oakberry in the gillet this week. But Ron, as Richie mentioned, there's a lot more girth. I think you mentioned it actually. A lot more girth in the swell today. It's still the wave heights overhead, but it's about 6 foot wide on some of these takeoffs. It's absolutely tubing again this morning, lads. So hopefully we see a couple more this morning like we did yesterday.
Stace, you've done the judging courses, and we were just talking about it. Sometimes some restraint in the first heat, just until you get a look at sort of each competitor and what they're going to throw on that first exchange. But the panel was quick to lock in the excellent ride there for Justin.
Yeah, look, I think with the first heat of the day, it sometimes can be the hardest one for the surfers to surf, but it's kind of easy for the judges in the sense that they just watched 100 guys and women warming up out here this morning, so they do have a pretty fair idea of what's possible. And when they see that ride of Justin, it's probably the easiest 8 they'll score all day. They go, you know what, we've seen the free surfs, we've seen this ride in a 30-minute heat. Away they go, lock it in.
Yeah, well, thanks for the update on the conditions. We'll be chatting to you throughout the day and keeping a close eye on things as we see Nat Young on his opening ride.
Looked like Nat just sort of gave way to Joel Vaughan then and just sort of surrendered priority. They'd been in a bit of a battle. So nice for him to get started, just catching this one off the end, kind of where Keon was catching his wave, and I think just realising 20 minutes to go, let's get started, and it's a good way to do it. I think he'll be right back in this now.
Yeah, you think about the conditions out there at the moment. I mean, just thinking about the climate, there's got to be an edge for Nat Young and Justin Becrae. They're used to surfing cold water.
Yeah.
and it's probably almost tropical for them out there at the moment. Nat Young's got a number on the way, and we just saw Joel and didn't really turn that priority into anything. So, there is the advantage there to Kian and Justin, I think, in the opening exchange, just getting busy and now getting back to that top end of the priority order.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday too, that a lot of surfers getting their numbers on the board early, putting the pressure on and then building. We did see a lot of come from behind moments as well, a couple of Hail Marys towards the end of the heat, but yeah, it'll be interesting. The competitors are they're glued on this first heat, just checking out what's going on, trying to work out the formula for the day, and it's setting up well.
Sure is. And then 19 minutes to go here. Nat Young just dropping a 5.67, which is
wow.
A good score, really.
That is a real indicator of just how much energy is in the swell for the Bommy to start peaking like that.
Yeah.
There is some serious energy out there today.
Yeah, I wonder what this thing's going to do on the inside too. It looks like Nat Young making a move towards this left. Can he get into this one? He eyes it off down the line. Doesn't see the scoring opportunity in it. But the 5.67 for Nat, that came. I honestly believe Nat was maybe still in first gear throughout that entire ride. And he edged ahead of the Grom with the individual scores, which we see Joel Vaughan load up, swing that big backhand rotation. Almost stuck it too.
He's got those. He's got those in his toolbox.
Yeah, he's just building so nicely as a campaigner. Last year he had a quarterfinal finish in a Challenger Series event, but he finished off the regional ranks with a massive victory up at Newcastle. He took Surfest out and he was ripping in the final. He blew him away.
Wow, he was close to making this, just.
Looked like the back foot just didn't quite stay on the tail pad, over-rotated.
He's going to have that competitive nature just by the fact that he's got older siblings. He's got his little brother hot in his heels, Huey Vaughan. So, yeah, he's probably been used to scrapping for waves in lineups and competing his whole life from breakfast to dinner. Nat Young there going down on that section.
Yeah, that was some nasty backwash.
It just folded him.
Yeah.
He's not easy to fold too.
Nah.
It's like folding an empty carton of beer. Just a solid unit, Nat Young, and he's achieved at the highest level. And it's been a rough road trying to get that real competitive momentum back for Nat. But he does always have all of Santa Cruz right behind him, and we'll see if he can get the score he needs as we get down to the 16.5-minute mark here in the first heat of the morning. Heat 9, the round of 64 at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Sensational morning here at North Narrabeen. The iconic Northie delivering once again solid conditions here on a beautiful Friday. And we're seeing Kian Martin, the Grom, hold the lead over more experienced competitors at the moment. But when you look at the numbers, it's a dodgy little platform that he's standing on at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, it is. It's when you look at the high scores, the advantage definitely goes to Nat and Justin. It's a replay here. Justin Bacrete just sort of looking for a backup. He's got that 8-point ride in his tally, and that was a tidy little wave.
Joel Vaughan's been a little quiet in this one, Laura.
Yeah, big hit there for Joel. A bit more foam on the face here, but just working it through, and does he get the finish? He does, so...
Yeah, back in it. That'll fetch a pretty reasonable number, and it'll really even things up here as we wait for the numbers to drop. You got Long Reef down there in the background. This is, as you said yesterday, Rich, on this 30-kilometre stretch on the Northern Beaches Peninsula. This is one of the longer beaches. So much good surf around too.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just going to say go explore. You'll find a little wave for yourself. 13 minutes to go though. We're waiting for numbers to come through. While we do, let's get an update on what's going on with Timothy Biso. Stace, what's the story?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ron, as we saw in the warm-up clips this morning, Tim, he's done himself a bit of mischief, a bit of rib injury this morning, specifically the rib cartilage just in between his bones there, and he's vertical, he's walking around, but he's in a bit of grief, the young fella, so he's just seen the medical team down here and got some advice. He's going to go away and have a think about it, and at the moment, I'd say he's a genuine 50-50 as to whether or not he's going to surf that heat.
That doesn't look good.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's there with... Adam Dufner, who is from the Northern Beaches and does a lot of coaching work. He's been doing fantastic stuff with Timothy Biso. He, to me, is one of the most informed surfers on the Challenger Series at the moment. So this is a really big blow. And that kind of injury is just so hard to surf with, Rich. It's so uncomfortable.
Oh, it's the worst. Like every inhale that you take puts pressure on that rib, and like when you're in a competition situation, you're huffing and puffing. So it's, you know, the movements, think about when you're actually surfing, the body movements and the twisting and the contortion, it's going to be super painful. They might have to juice him up, I'm not sure.
He's, you know, he's someone who puts a lot into each and every turn as well. So, yeah, that's going to be really tricky for him. I guess, you know, the one good thing, though, looking forward, is there is a bit of a break between this event and the next stop at Toledo, so he might have some time to recover and get back to full health.
There's not much you can do for ribs, is there? You just got to let them heal.
You just have to let them heal, and just a little bit of time out of the water. I mean, maybe he might just try to push through the pain at this event and then try to rest up. But it might just be a niggly injury for quite a while.
It says a lot about how much punch is here. I've actually done a rib cartilage injury surfing here, and I was coughing like Derek Zoolander for about 6 months after it. Yeah. you don't want to sneeze, you don't want to cough. Even laughing can be painful. So Timothy Biso is, as Stace said, probably a 50-50 at best. It's going to be really difficult for him, but hopefully he can get out there and enter Biso mode as Joel Vaughan just goes down hard there. 10.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he just got imploded on that section. It was a good effort, though, and like the intent, big hit on the closeout. Just wrestling to get the board back under his feet. Let's see what happens here. So you can see a bit of backwash and wobble, and he just went right down the chute.
Yes, there was well and truly a lot to deal with there. Nat Young looks like he's found a cleaner wave here, taking off, and nice first slash, working it through to the inside. Stands up and he gets another one, airdrop down to finish that off. So that's a nice backup there for Nat Young. He's already got that 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, and that's just looking like the seasoned campaigner this morning. I mean, he's not even really bringing his best stuff yet on these big walls, but there's a real authority to the way he moves down the line here. Just sends a lot of spray, even in that first transition hit. And then just has that little kick on the tail as he falls down the face on that second turn. And you just see that getting him to where he needs to be.
Yeah, position, placement of manoeuvres, positioning is just A1 with Nat, and he's so solid. He kind of reminds me of Damien Hardman just in his approach. It's just so measured and calculated. Everything's at the right spot on the wave, and lethal backhand like Dummer as well.
Waiting on numbers to roll through. The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Gamagal and the Gadigal people of their country on which we're gathered here today. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples here today and joining us on the broadcast. We love this zone and just relish the opportunity to get back here and to be back at North Narrabeens. So good, so fun, and yeah, we've had some interesting conditions over the last few days. I think we're all pretty excited by the prospect of seeing bowling long-running left-handers. We thought about how that might change up the results after stop 1. Only rights, really, and here we are, and it's the script's been flipped a little bit. We're seeing everyone focused on the rights here. Just the odd left.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to have these days at car park rights as well. It's not something that happens every day. So, I mean, for these surfers to be out there, it's pretty cool.
Here we go. We got a nice little bowl here for the Frenchman who's loading up. Justin sizes up these end sections so nicely and really paying attention to the placement of his board on that lip. Was a little wobbly trying to ride out of that one.
Feels like Justin's been in such a good rotation and rhythm in this heat. Just every time he's got priority, it feels like a really nice looking waves coming through. Taking off in this one. I'm not sure if this will better any of his waves that he's had so far, but he had the right idea there, just holding on. But
It's almost like his foot slipped off, wasn't it, when he finished that move? Let's watch the slow-mo here. Sets up this final section, tags it, projects down with it. Oh, yeah, maybe just lost a bit of footing on the tail pad, but shoves it back on.
Here goes Nat Young. Drives up into the first pocket, a smaller wave. Let's go with some decent turns, though. He's already jumped up into that second position, but he does need a big score, an 8.06 to get ahead of Justin.
looks like he might have picked that up under priority. Keon's been sitting for a while, so is Joel.
Yeah, Keon's dropped anchor. He's needing almost a 7-point ride here. Replay of Nat. Nice off the bottom, hits that first section, tags it, great spray.
Ooh.
So, 3 decent turns there.
You can see Joel in the background just shaking his head there, just like, why did I give Nat that opportunity to edge further ahead?
Oh, that was an absolute gift. But the score's coming through. Doesn't do much for Nat. 4.93. So in retrospect, he might have a
move.
Has he got another number on the way? Here we go. Looking at this one, getting nice and covered up was Joel Vaughan. Pitted, took a low road exit. What a way to start the day for the Grom from the Central Coast, but a broken leash, you don't need that. Not with just over 5.5 minutes to go. Is he going to get to his board in time? He does.
All right.
And he has to go back out leashless now, surely.
Yeah, he has to.
Well, let's see if it sort of blew off his ankle or whether he actually did break the cord.
Comp cords, Rich. It's a gamble on a day like today.
Yeah, for sure. Like, our competitors want to use the thinnest leash possible, but let's just have a look at this. So Joel knifes it, gets straight on the toe side rail, sets his line, looks for the doggy door and squeaks out. Completely disappears for a microsecond, but geez, he navigated that well.
Oh, full water closet.
Yeah. Pin drops.
Well, that was unfortunate, the busted leash. I mean, he needs a decent score to get himself up in a second. I see him going there. 5.14 is the requirement.
Oh, it's an easy 5.
And he's dropped a 6.2. So Joel Vaughan making the jump. And Nat Young now with work to do. He's after a 6.73. Keane Martin, he had the quick start, but we had the feeling with him really not putting the foot down and surfing to his full potential that it was going to be difficult, especially in such a stacked heat.
Yeah, well, you know, the plan's gone awry. You know, he got those 2 scores on the board, and then he was looking to build and just hasn't really got himself in a position on a decent wave.
He was out there with priority too, so you do start to sort of ask yourself, where was he when that wave rolled in? But this is a shifty situation that you can't really count on. The sets are arriving at one zone every time they approach. You got to stay on the move. You can't really just sit there on a mooring and think that everything's going to come your way.
No, you got to be scouring this lineup for sure and really in tune as the sets come in.
Yeah, really just checking out what angle those waves are coming in, because those south ones will be coming in and hitting that bank.
The good ones I feel like are pretty obvious too.
Yeah,
when you see them come in, you go, oh, this is an absolute gem.
3.5 minutes to go. Let's dial up some more bombs here. Surfers scrambling to get themselves into position. And having a look at this one, it is going to be Joel Vaughan, already moved up in a second. Wants to improve on a 6.2 now. Big first turn. Just the one move, but I loved it. And he has to. It's the double grab exit. Of course, his leash broke on his last ride. He's going to head back out there. 3 minutes to go.
He doesn't have to deal with the seaweed anymore, though, so that's a plus. We're saying.
Let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap, and then we'll see a replay of that ride. But it was Justin Becret getting things started. Great punchy turn and finish this one off, Rich.
Yeah, he just hammered this thing. Great opening ride, big turn, big wave. Got to the completion, then backed it up nicely. Went to the turn, some nice open face carves and slashes. Works it all the way through to the inside. And smart surfing. And then Joel Vaughan, he found this little nugget. A gem. Gets the vision for the morning. Squeaks out the doggy door. And he's in second place right now.
And then he would have felt that pop on the leg rope, Laura, is the worst feeling. It must be absolutely devastating when it happens in a heat.
Nothing worse than having to swim, but he didn't have to do it. That was a plus. Actually, he did.
Yeah, only got his board, which is important.
Not the whole way in.
Yeah, so there's 2 minutes to go here, and we do have numbers rolling through for Joel Vaughan. One big hit, 5.43. Didn't go into his top 2. So the requirement remains the same. Here's that move again.
Oh, it's a good turn, kind of showed us something different. That layback.
Basically
attack.
duck dove through that wave afterwards, though, so might have to try that.
Minute and a half to go here. Nat Young after a 6.73. I said it earlier, Nat, he's 5 points rides have come relatively easy by his standards. So if he gets a big section, I'd back him to do a couple of huge hits and get this score. This is a replay of a wave during the recap, and you can just tell there's not a whole lot of energy being served up to him, so he's got nothing to really lay into.
Yeah, I feel like his wave selection's really let him down out here. And like you said, he's been turning, mid-sized waves, not the best waves, into, high fives, which is really well done. But if he could have seen himself on, anything with a bit of substance, he would have been up in that 6-7 excellent range quite easily, I feel.
Time's ticking by here in this first heat of the morning. Heat 9, the round of 64. And Nat Young, who didn't survive the card on the championship tour through those first 5 events, is desperate for an opportunity here. He's without priority. He's forced to look at insiders. There's waves on the way. You can see him stacking up on the outside. I just don't think they're going to hit the lineup in time, Rich.
The boys have got him covered too. Justin and Joel, they're just going to make sure they close this one out with only 10 seconds to go. What a great way to start the day.
So hard to answer back when someone drops an excellent score at the start of the heat, but Justin Becret He actually backed that up pretty nicely, 5.83. Joel Vaughan, well, he found the wave in the morning, just got piped out there, and he'll be extremely happy to survive there. And there are the numbers. Keane Martin, you know, showing positive signs as a new campaigner on the Challenger Series, but he's got to bounce back. He'll be chasing big results at the next 4 events on the Challenger Series. Nat too will be looking to bounce back, but it's Joel Vaughan and Justin Becret powering through in the first heat of the morning. Stay with us.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. We started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole lineup and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Geez, that looked like a lot of fun, Law. Throwing clay.
Oh, I think mine broke in the end.
Yeah, your partner Jake playing the Patrick Swayze to your Demi Moore. Amazing. But yeah, we do have plenty to offer here on the Northern Beaches. Amazing cafes. We're planning on doing a coffee marathon, stopping at every cafe, having a cup of coffee from Palm Beach right down to Manly at some point over the next few days.
Speaking Spanish by the end of it.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. 26.5 minutes to go. The second heat of the morning. Heat 10, the round of 64. Eitan Osborne, got to be one of my favourite surfers on the Challenger Series. He's just so out there. You just don't know what he's going to do. He's done some of the biggest airs ever landed. Jet Schilling. He's sort of transitioning from just prodigy to full-time favourite to make the grade and get himself onto the CT. Ian Gouveia, he's been onto the championship tour, and Teva Bushka, he's a guy that I don't know a lot about, but I know that he has worked with Ramsey Bookham's coach, and I see just shades of Ramsey surfing in his style as we see Ian Gouveia here, the veteran competitor in the mix, throwing down a big backhand blast.
Yeah, that was a nice hit. Nice combo from Ian Gouveia. Obviously been around for a while. He's had success at the Sydney Surf Pro. I remember him doing well down at Manly there. But this is a different playing field that we have up here at Narrabeen.
He'll be up for it, though. He's an animal in solid conditions. Seen him put together performances that have taken him to finals day at the Pike Masters. So we'll see how he fares here, but Aton's found a jam. Look at this thing, spitting its guts out. And he's going to catch that outside rail, just trying to stall for the pit and go down there. But look at the sand that was churned up by that monster.
And we're about 20 minutes off high tide. So for there to be, you know, these waves breaking this kind of gnarly and shallow at high tide, it's dangerous signs for when the bank starts draining out. But you can see here, like...
Oh, this was earlier. Wow.
Okay, so he's found another little nugget.
Did well to punch through that curtain. Ian Gavera on the replay here, Laura.
Yeah, this was a nice last turn here. Smashes it up into the lip there and comes down. And Teva, this was really nice by him. Just the one turn, though, unfortunately, not being able to find a second moment on that wave.
Yeah, may have been some more potential down the line there.
Yeah.
It kind of ran off when he hit that backside snap. Maybe just taking it a little bit too deep.
So great heat, this one. A few classy goofy footers out there in the lineup. Jet Sheeling coming off his biggest result ever up there at Snapper Rocks. Just saved himself by just staying in the moment in the later stages of heats where he needed big numbers. It was impressive stuff, and just lightning fast on the backhand, getting a lot stronger too.
Yeah, he's definitely improving, isn't he? And he's improving really, really fast. He's got more meat on his bones, and his turns are bigger, faster, stronger. Good to see.
Just over 23 minutes to go here. Something standing up on the outside. Surfer moving into position is Aton Osborne. Already been pitted out there this morning, but he's going to go to turns now. Unbelievable first move. Love the way he fades back to set up the second move. Dealing with some backwash and hangs on for the finish. Great control there. This should be a big score.
Wow, that was so fun to watch, Aton. Something so different. The style and the flow he had on that wave. In tune out here today. We know he loves chasing these slabby waves around the world, and here he goes up into the pocket, throwing buckets on that first turn, into the pocket again for a second, and this is where the wave got a bit funky, but he managed to hang on, navigating that bump.
God, it was really cool, huh? How he tagged these opening two manoeuvres, goes so deep on that bottom turn, almost faded, sets up the second one perfectly, and so much drama here. This was like so unexpected. Geez, he did well. Hit the backwash, his stance completely narrowed. He maintained his balance, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
Richie Lovett you can see into the future. Just calling that we were going to get better conditions today. This is the best we've seen it. We're seeing guys get barreled and attack really clean sections. Still a little bit of bump to deal with, but we're going to see big scores drop for Osborne here, waiting on that number to come through. While we do, let's check in with Stace with the winner of the first heat of the morning.
Thanks, Ron. Justin, how fun is this to watch?
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing waves, huh?
Must be fun to surf. Looks like La Gravière out there.
Yeah, same. I feel like home. Bit chilly in the morning. Big re-entries, couple barrels sometimes. Current, everything like home.
What's it like getting prepared yesterday afternoon, then we call the competition off? How do you kind of reset for the morning?
Yeah, they called off yesterday. I was in a wetsuit already, so I just went for a little surf, and then but I knew it was going to be better today, so I was pretty happy. And yeah, woke up early this morning, did the thing, and worked out pretty good.
Did the thing pretty good. Mate, would you like to sing out to everyone back home in France? They're probably just having dinner.
Yeah, no, it's a bit late. It's 11:30. Ben, merci à tous ceux qui sont restés debout, et on continue, hein. À plus.
Well done, brother. Thanks, Ron.
Magnifique. Good performance.
Superb.
They probably are
How good is that,
they
yeah?
probably are just having dinner
He tried
as
to
well.
correct Stace then. He's off the mark. They probably
I feel like
just finished breakfast.
restaurants don't open till 10.
That's right, yeah. We're always way too early for dinner when we're there. But here we go. Teva finding a little bit of room to move. Couple of nice turns, but look at the number there for Aton Osborne at 7.5. Takes control early on. he's loving his time out here. But yeah, Justin saying that there's that easy comparison to make to the beaches over there in France. It really feels like that. There's a lot of water moving around out there, Rich, and negotiating some bump on the face due to those rip currents. And he made good sense of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's almost a feeling that you have to surf these waves almost by braille, instinctually, so that you can just absorb these bumps as they come through the wave faces here. This is Tiba up and riding. Got a little caught on the first turn, but the second one much better, and the third. Nice tail release on the second turn, so started to wind up. He needs to stay in this heat as our competitors start to build some solid numbers. A-time with that 7.5, the high number so far.
It's an easy comparison to make, the one to Ramsey with Teva, the Moroccan, but you wait until he gets that backhand going and you'll see it there. Just got himself up in a second with that last ride, 4.93. But it's a little similar to what we saw in that first heat with Keon Martin holding a position in the top two for a long period of time in that first battle. And it just doesn't feel like mid-range fours are going to get you through heats today. It's going to take some big numbers, and the surfers, or the surfer with the real advantage out there at the moment is Eitan Osborne, who obviously has been inspired by Dane Reynolds growing up in that same zone. And I see some of those similar traits in that he's got a real raw, unpredictable approach, yet he still has really clean traditional lines. He cuts a deep bottom turn, he sets up the pocket, moves so beautifully. As we see Jet with that whip fast backhand getting on the attack here. And this guy is like a drumstick. Once he gets going, he can just beat the lip repeatedly so quickly. Unfortunately, that wave was just a little sleepy. It wasn't moving too quickly down that sandbar.
Yeah, just going through the motions. A couple of nice turns, but the judges will show some restraint and throwing a decent score at it. Mid-ranger, so down the line, gets a quick projection snap to start off. Second one a bit better, gets some tail release. And then just a bit more work down the line here to finish off, but he will be looking for something a bit bigger, a bit more open face.
Always had that, hunger for bigger kind of chunky conditions too. I remember the first time I surfed with Jet Schilling, log cabins, it was about 6 foot. And he was just a whippet at that point. He was so tiny, and he was just throwing himself into these monsters. And yeah, it was super impressive. And he's always had impeccable form. The technique's always been right there, but now he's starting to really build and grow in size. His surfing is growing as well. Much bigger turns. We saw a bit of that on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, we did. I'm impressed you went out logs, mate. Good for you.
I was just basically a priority boy out there, just people paddling around me.
Well, Jet would have heard that last score, 3. Oh, no, sorry. Score's still coming.
Just over 16 minutes to go, waiting on numbers to come through for Jet. But we are expecting some big numbers to drop here in this second heat of the morning. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Stunning morning here, and some great surfing going on too as we get through the second heat of the day. We're around to 64, and the big number at the moment is sitting with Eitan Osborne, 7.5, who really wants to get rid of that 4 and stitch up a place in the next round. The Moroccan Tava Bushka is currently in second spot, hasn't really been able to build on these 2 4-point rides, and that's left a little bit of an opportunity here for Jet Schilling and also Ian Gavea to jump up into the top 2, but Jet goes down on that ride.
Yeah, that was a better looking wave for Jet, and then fortunately just ran off, but nice to see him on a bit of size out there, and I think that's what he needs to really look for in these this end half of the heat.
Bumped into a couple of the competitors that sadly fell out of the draw on their opening rounds, and they're going to have a great day today because there will be plenty of coastline on the peninsula to explore, to find yourself a good wave. Some of those southern corners, as I was making my way down from North Ave, were looking really fun. So, while they came here chasing big results, they'll find some quality conditions on the northern beaches. How was it down your end of the peninsula, Rich?
To be honest, mate, I didn't do a flyby. I came straight here.
It's quite dark.
Pretty early when we left the house. It was still dark, so well, you could go a couple of 100 yards down the beach here, and you're probably going to find some fun little nuggets as well.
Yeah, there'll be waves up and down Narrabeen Beach today. Always a fun bank to find in a south swell.
This is what Kari Wrights does too, doesn't it? It tends to switch on and off quite quickly, and it goes through. It's quite a moody little beast.
Yeah, sometimes that rip will just start running through it a bit, heavy, and then all of a sudden it'll push through and clean up the lineup. That sort of happens at a lot of beach break, barreling waves.
If you're just joining us, the first heat of the morning was heat 9, the round of 64, and we saw the Frenchman Justin Becret jump into the next round along with Joel Vaughan from the central coast of New South Wales. And now we're here in the second heat of the morning. As pointed out by Richie Lovett, things have got a little tricky. It's just slowed down. The big numbers haven't been coming quite as easily. Only Eitan Osborne has really capitalised on a couple of quality sets. But something you can look forward to today. It's on standby at the moment. It's the Bonsoy Legends heat, featuring none other than our fellow commentator and big wave hero, Laura Enever. She's standing by. She's psyched.
My invite must have got caught in the mail somewhere.
Your invite? No, it didn't get lost.
It just didn't get sent.
Yeah. Damien Hardman, Rob Bain, Tom Carroll, Pauline Mensah is going to be taking part. They've led her onto the northern side of the bridge.
Yeah.
The Bondi legend.
Oh, it'll be so cool to be out there.
Yeah, that's cool.
With that crew.
Oh, it'll be amazing.
Maybe next year, mate.
Yeah, I'll see how we go, I guess.
Good thing is the wind's going to be offshore, like west-southwest all day, so we should have these similar conditions.
I like your chances with Pauline out there against the goofy footers. They're going to be up against it. I would have been thinking like North Narrabeen. We're going to be on our forehand, just having our way with it. But Laura, you've spent plenty of time out here chasing rippy, slabby, barreling waves.
Yeah, I mean, during that COVID period where we were just sort of here in Narrabeen for about a year, it felt like 2 years, these waves were really fun all winter. So we had just like a really good run as well, and that's where the car parks came, kind of the best car park rides I'd seen since I've lived here forever. So, I mean, it was really, really fun. But I don't know, it would be nice to see the lefts come to life this afternoon. It could as well when that tide comes in and the swell straightens up a bit.
Okay, Matson on screen there, getting set to hit the lineup.
Eitan lining up something here in the end. What's he looking for?
Oh, I love it. So much speed. got some release there. It wasn't an easy ramp to launch off. He still almost pulled it off, though.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a clean exit from the lip when he took to the air. And just got a little straight-legged. You could see the intent, though, just screaming down the line, almost trying to wash off a bit of speed. Oh, and it just clipped him a little bit. Didn't quite get the pop.
Just came up under that section a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, and just straight-legged for the landing. And, geez, he covered some ground.
Oh, I just love him for going for it. As we see now, in the white, it's Ian Gouveia. Couple of big hits. Can he hang on for the finish here? He does have that solid stance, that low centre of gravity, but even he can't deal with all the power being thrown at him there. Jet Schilling up on the replay now. Nice blast in the pocket to finish that one off, and that's just something that he's been able to do. When he's up against it and needing a score, he just composes himself and attacks.
That was Ian's only second ride of the heat so far, so he's been pretty sleepy and selective throughout this waiting period. Started with that 5.17, and that seemed like a bit of a missed opportunity there. That could have really closed it out and scooted him up this leaderboard right now. But Jet Schilling, I think he'll definitely drop his best wave.
Yeah, Jet, he only needs a 5.76 to jump up in the second, and we mentioned that before. Tavo with two mid-range fours, just, you know, he's not really in a safe position here at the moment. That was a quality backhand blast to finish that ride off. Ian Gouveia, though, I feel like he was about to drop a huge score.
Yeah, he really was.
Yeah, it's that 3 could have been a 6 or a 7 if he had made that final hit. So some numbers. We're waiting on a couple of scores here, then we're going to see things shift up a little bit, I think. Teva, unfortunately, I think he's going to start dropping down the leaderboard in this heat. So we see Ian Gouveia doing a trot up the beach, just trying to get himself back in position.
This is not like a runaround at Snapper Rocks either. The sand here is just so much grainier, it's thick, and it doesn't really pack in that hard on the shoreline. So it's, even where he's running now, it's like a soft sand run. It's horrible.
It is.
It's like running in snow.
Ankles are sinking in. Not as soft as Hawaii.
Oh, you feel like, you know, the bad guy in Terminator 2 running in the...
Well, how gnarly is that? Ian's actually jumped into second place with a 5.07 for that one first hit on that turn, and just imagine where that score would have gone if he was able to finish that.
Well, it would have had to have gone in the excellent range for sure.
Well, he gave it everything. And as a result, buckled his board. Oh my God, it's the world champ, two-time world champ, Tom Carroll.
Then they become a party body. 5.4. Cool. Last off.
Look at that, he just blew the tail off his board completely there.
Wow, that's so, looks like the leash plug has just torn the whole back of his board off. So, again,
something
you know, we get a reminder about the power in the ocean at the moment.
Tom is, I mean, he just lives up to legendary status, big time. He's actually gathered a bunch of aspiring Groms from around the northern beaches, and he's been touring them around the event here this morning. It's something that he's just... He's not getting paid to do it. He just wants to give back. And oh man, ever since I was a Grom, he has just been such a hero, and he just completely validates that every time you see him.
We're on 5 minutes 40 on the clock.
The chats, the conversations. Tommy just has, you know, incredible stories to share.
Have you ever done one of Tom's guided meditation sessions in the morning, Rich?
Many. Yeah,
every day.
Them. Yeah, they're so good. You know, they're not too long either. You can tap in and, you know, 10 or 15 minutes, and Tom does such a great job of just getting you in that zone. It's a great way to start the day.
I just love looking at his head. In the morning. He's so cool. Hey, wow, yeah, right on.
Great to see you, Ron.
Yeah, just positive affirmations. Yeah,
awesome.
Love it. Tune in. Thomas Victor Carroll on Instagram. But yeah, we'll try and get a chat with Tommy today, and oh man, he's going to have the, sorry Law, but even though you're the hometown hero, he's going to get a lot of support from all the Groms down there and the Bonsoy Legends heat.
He will.
Hope he busts out the gaff and pulls out one of his old Rawson shapes and does a big snap under the lip for us.
Yeah, well, not too dissimilar to Hawaiian conditions really this morning. Plenty of punch in this swell. Some little nuggets, a couple of barrels we've seen already.
Yeah, I feel like whenever there's swell around here, Tommy's always got his ski out, either foiling or surfing the bombies around Long Reef. And
Big Jake Marshall making his way down. And another fantastic lineup. Jake's going to be up against Evan Geiselman, Kate Matson,
what a heat,
who celebrated his 21st birthday just a couple of days ago, and Joshua Moniz, who, you know, he'll obviously be sort of tapping into what you said, Rich, just the power out there at the moment. Does kind of have that sort of sandbar feel that you could compare to Ayukai Beach Park on a punchy day. Here we go. Tabor, he got pushed back into second position. Just needs to let go of a big high impact turn on this ride to fetch the 5.31. It doesn't really find it. Meanwhile, on the outside, Jet Schilling finds a big set wave here. Transitions. This section standing up. Wow. Throws it up there and sticks it. That was a really tough transition, trough of the wave to try and stomp that thing.
that was unbelievable the way he held on through that bump. Just had that wobble to it, and you're like, is he just going to, you know, fall on his bum right now? But he doesn't. Eitan.
Eitan, he's been trying to add to his heat score tally for a while now. That one's probably not going to help him do it. To still hang on to that 4, but he's just still got the edge over the field at the moment with that 7.5, but we do have numbers on the way. Jet Schilling, he had a 5.4, and he's probably going to log a pretty decent number with that last turn, expecting he's going to make a jump up into the top 2.
Yeah, it feels like the number, doesn't it? 4.84 for definitely. He's going to get that. Whoa, that was Teva just unfortunately losing footing on that backhand hit.
He's just been a little off today. He hasn't really had the speed and punch out of the pocket of these waves, and on that occasion, just losing his front foot and going over the falls. Well, let's have a look at this. Throws the quick setup in, Rich, and then attacks.
Oh, he almost had the bottom turn halfway up the face, and just comes down with the lip. So gets that quick snap to start off, and watch here, he's already bottom turning. As he tries to get up, throws it under the lip there and projects out. That felt good. The 2%ers love it.
It's so good to twist that body there and just get his board up and over that lip.
Michael Dunphy's collecting firewood down there. The numbers starting to roll through for Schilling. They're looking good. Only needs a 4.84. He's definitely going to get that. He might even jump up into the lead. He does. 6.33. And Eitan Osborne now is the surfer, probably looking over his shoulder, a little worried about Ian Gavea here, who almost turned in, and
he's got
a big
too.
number. Well, no one in position for this one. It looks like a bit of a closeout. 1 minute remaining. Eitan Osborne has been in the lead, or was in the lead for the majority of the heat, Laura, and now he's in, well, third priority with a couple of surfers ahead of him. Controlling the lineup here.
Yeah, it feels like he's just commanded this heat from the get-go, you know, just so busy at the start of the heat. And now he's in danger. You know, Ian could have slipped down to third. If Ian had just made that last turn, things could be quite different right now. But Ian's got priority with 30 seconds to go, and he's well and truly capable of turning in a number if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, well, we see it for the Brazilian, who everyone knows can match it with the best of them on the Challenger Series. He's been to the CT before, but he's had a tough time wrangling results out of these first 2 events. He's got an opportunity here, but this wave doesn't have a whole lot of wall on it. The body language kind of tells the story at this stage. And Gavea is not going to get it done, but Jet Schilling, again, just showing a lot of grit, determination in sticking big moves and keeping himself alive in the draw. Eitan Osborne's going to survive as well. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, Laura.
Yeah, this was the start of the heat. Eitan just finding these slabby gems. This is the 7.5, the best of the heat, and I absolutely loved this, the way he navigated this wobble in the end to finish off. And then Jet Schilling, he got busy, but he's down in 4th place with the last few minutes to go and ended up finding this wave here to turn the heat. It was a wobbly, hard wave to surf. Just got under it here and finished off that critical backhand float. 2% crew loving that. So much support.
Yeah, they are buzzing at the moment. Really solid energy as Jet makes his way in. Just looking every bit a serious campaigner, a serious contender for potentially a top 10 finish this year, Rich.
Yeah, he started really well up on the Gold Coast and he's brought that energy down. It's almost a bit Italo-ish, the way he kind of puts his heats together. He stays busy, rides a lot of waves. And yeah,
you can feel the confidence. Yeah, you can feel the confidence coming through. I mean, you know, it's always wild to try back up such a big result, but he's done just that to really push through that heat.
He's going to give it a good nudge, that's for sure. We got more big heats coming your way as we look to finish off the round of 64. We're going to bring in Kuiper, Luke Kennedy, and Jess Grimwood for the call.
Hey, you're 5, you ripped it. The 5.4 or whatever.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break, streaming right now on Apple TV Plus Season 2, 8 episodes for your consumption. Check it out. We are back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy Kuiper, along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy. And it is day 3 of competition, and we've seen some tight heats already this morning. We're in heat 11 of the round of 64. And thank you for joining us here in North Narrabeen. Check it out. In the lineup, we have Jake Marshall, Evan Geiselman, Cade Matson, all from the USA, and Joshua Moniz from part of the USA, but actually we're going to call it Hawaii, also out there in the green jersey. So what a lineup that we have as we come to air here. 3rd heat of the morning, Jess.
Yeah, it's already been such a huge, dramatic morning. Here we go, first wave.
Jake Marshall, Encinitas, California, our top seed in this heat with some smooth surfing. Big snap from Marshall. And Jake's going to finish this off, no problem. So that's a nice start for Jake Marshall. Right behind him, Cade Matson. And a quick up and out for Cade. So a couple of Southern California surfers out there. Cade Matson from San Clemente, California. Jake Marshall representing Encinitas, California. How's this replay, Luke?
Yeah, there's basically kind of 2 different approaches out here. There's some waves that look like a windy point break, which is what Jake's tapped into here. It's a nice use of the rail, and there's others that just look like they're doing kind of an impersonation of off the wall.
There's a 717 for Kate Madsen, Luke.
Yeah, good opening slash. Strong finishing turn, kicks the tail out, and 3 really well composed maneuvers, Kaipo. I like the choreography.
Yeah, well, that's a nice start for the 21-year-old. Just celebrated a birthday, part of that 2% crew that are on the beach in force. So they're going to be happy with the start for the young Cade Madsen. Looks like Jake Marshall's going to turn in a decent number as well, Jess.
Yeah, I like watching Jake surfing out here in these conditions. I think it suits his style as well. I'm interested to see how that first number compares to Cade's really good kickoff, that 717. I like the way Jake uses his upper body as kind of like that upper shoulder huck through the end or the top of his turns. I think it really suits today.
Josh Moniz in action. Nice carve off the top for the young man from Kuli'o'o on the south shore of Oahu. Snaps it. Big finish for Josh Moniz. Highly competitive heat already, Luke.
Yeah, I love the option for the layback jam. We haven't seen that much of it in this event. We saw a lot of it on the Gold Coast. Great to see Josh Moniz mixing it up.
Here's a replay, Jess.
Yeah, this is so sick. Nice projection into that first carve. It's just really nice timing, but this is the critical turn right here. Gets dynamic, kind of digs the nose a little to release the fins too, so I love that flow, feeling in tune, I think, with this car park right here this morning. Look at the slow-mo on this thing. Just times it so well. Almost brings that tail and the fins all the way around 90 degrees to the shore again. So really dynamic surfing from Josh.
Yeah, Josh Moniz, one of a great surfing family. 5 brothers and sisters in that family. Micah, the oldest, Isaiah, Josh, Kalia, and then the youngest brother, Seth, who's currently on the championship tour. Josh wants to join his younger brother, and he's got to put an effort in through this Challenger Series to do so.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of a parallel story with the Colapintos. You've got Crosby Colapinto, like Josh, trying to leapfrog onto the CT to join his brother. And obviously, Josh, he'd love to join Seth on the CT and create another one of those, great fraternal connections that we've seen in surfing over the years.
Yeah, a lot
with the Irons brothers, the Hobgoods, a lot of good stories there.
Yeah, a lot of brothers that have come through on the championship tour. We'll see if Josh will make it another for the history books. Well, let's see if we're going to have anyone go on this one first, because we got a set coming through and no one goes. So with a name like Jet, you surf fast, and Jet Schilling surfed really fast. He won his heat. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Jet, doesn't matter if it's the first 5 minutes or the last, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, it was so hard and bouncy out there. I was just stoked to stay on my board at the end. I couldn't even land a turn in the beginning. I kept taking off on really bad waves, and I had one really good one, and I fell first turn, so that was a bummer, but I'm just stoked to make that one. Yeah, there's not much to say. It was sketchy.
This is the craziest run of buzzer beaters I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm just super grateful. Thank you.
How do you turn around after a fall at the start like that? Obviously, you want to start strong, but when it doesn't go to plan, what do you tell yourself?
I don't know. I've been so calm lately. It's been really nice. I'm loving it. No matter if there's 1 minute left, 10 seconds left, I feel like I can get the score. So I'm very stoked and confident. So grateful.
You're putting that feeling into action. Well done, Jet.
Yeah, Jet Schilling had a good show over on the Gold Coast, and now he's continuing his role just over here on stop number 2 of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I've been interested watching Jet's kind of growth as a human as well over the last few months. I think he's really been catapulted into that spotlight, and there's been a lot of interviews or post-heat interviews where you can just see him growing as a human. I think it's such an interesting platform to be on as a young man. I wouldn't know, but just from observation, it's just such a crazy cauldron. There's this athletic performance, and then there's also growing as a person, and getting to see them thrown in the spotlight straight after a post-heat really puts them under that pressure, and you can see how thoughtful he's been in his responses as well. So I've enjoyed that as much as I've enjoyed his surfing over the last few months.
Here comes Josh Moniz. Moniz with a 6.9 on that first wave. And Josh is making quick work of it to get a backup score. Smart surfing from Josh Moniz. Rides for Hawaiian Island Creations, his surfboard sponsor, but picked up some equipment from Darren Hanley for this Australian leg. Luke.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the surfers will pick up boards from different shapers depending on where they are in the world. So we take another look at Josh's wave. The craft looks pretty good on that opening turn and backs it up with a strong finishing slash. So we get the slow-mo view. Great use of the rail, back into the pocket. Smaller wave, but gets great connection with the lip. Again, almost had a little think about dropping that back arm. Elected not to, but yeah, it's a common trend. Interesting that Josh is using an Australian shaper, obviously an Hawaiian surfer. Quite often it goes the other way. The Australians are using Hawaiian shapers when they're in Hawaii. I think a lot of the shapers would prefer if their riders stuck with one shaper sometimes. Let's take a look at the action.
Looks like we had a big backhand reel by Jake Marshall, and he will at least go to second place and advancing position with that effort, if not first place. Take another look at it here, Luke.
Yeah, he knows he's only going to get one section, one look at it. Winds up, big backhand hanger. Key here is he gets up nice and early so he can ride out clean in front of that collapsing lip. So kind of the dynamic is some waves look like point breaks, giving you the option for 3 maneuvers. Others are just one big turn, and if you know you're only going to get one option at it, you've really got to go for it to get the job done.
Oh, look at this wave coming through here. Cade Madsen winding up off the bottom, snapping off the top. Looking for more down the line, attacks the lip one more time, make it 3 times for Cade Madsen. Bonus 4th on the inside. And this again, this is going to tighten up the heat, Jess.
Yeah, how dynamic was that first turn too? He was like fully torqued into that rail, and he cut it short to keep that projection down the line. Have a look, beautiful shape. Still well overhead, there it is, jams the lip and then keeps it rolling because this thing just churns on through that sandbank and it's quick. Like you said, he gets 3 times and then 4. So great combination. There's a slow-mo, so much speed and pulls it just short so he can keep up.
Yeah, it kind of turns into a real milkshake section down the line, and he deals with it extremely well. Really tricky to surf these sections to get the board to engage, and sometimes the surfers can kind of back off when they see the wave turn that way, but Cade maintained his speed and turned it into probably, well, at this stage the heat's a keeper.
Yeah, and it is a shuffling of places right now. That last wave for Jake Marshall was a 5.73, but that was enough to put Marshall in the lead. Josh Moniz drops down to second place, waiting for score for Cade Madsen. If Cade gets more than a 4.9, he will go into second place and bump Josh Moniz into that vulnerable third place position. Right now, though, Jess, we got Evan Geiselman out there, has only caught a 1-point wave, and we're nearly halfway through the heat.
Yeah, similar to, I mean, Jet was saying how hard and bumpy it was, and he couldn't even land a turn in the first half of his heat. So you can see it as good as it is to watch in the conditions of this, good people as talented as even Evan, finding it maybe tricky to make that first decision and pull the trigger. I saw something similar with Joel Vaughan's heat as well, holding that priority right at the start and just waiting for those gems, because they're there, but they're kind of like one every heat or one every 2 heats, those really big kind of wide barreling gems that come through in this lineup, Clive.
Yeah, meanwhile, these guys are clocking some numbers. Luke, 5.23 last for Cade Madsen. Cade goes to second. Josh Moniz now in third place. Moniz needing a 5.51. So back and forth, and these guys are putting in some numbers right underneath Evan Geiselman's priority.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously at this stage, you know, he needs to get busy. The sole goofy footer in the heat. The scenario is a little different for Evan in the context of the contest. He had a good result on the Gold Coast. He had a 9th, whereas everyone else in this heat needs to make this event count. Evan's in a better position, but there's also, you know, we've got that narrative of if you can bank 2 good results in a row, then puts you in a really commanding position. So that's an incentive for Evan.
So we will see if Evan Geiselman is able to come back in this heat. We're halfway through. It's a perfect time for Bonsoy Brew Break. We'll be right back after this. Thank you to the Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We appreciate the support. We had a wonderful partnerships mixer last night, and Andrew Starkey was head in command, bringing all the partners together, all the people that make this event possible. And also thank you to the North Narrabeen crew over at the Board Riders Club, and all the locals that have been so welcoming for this stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. It's been a highlight already, Jess.
Yeah, and it's just a beautiful spot to stay. Like you were saying, the park that we're in, just over there at the NRMA Caravan Park, it's so sick. It's got the Narrabeen Lagoon right there too, and you know, maybe a little bit of spotter fishing for some of these guys in between heats.
Here we go. This is Cade Madsen on this replay, Luke, and this wave came in at a 6.33. This took Cade to the lead.
Yeah, he's finding those waves with more wall, and I think it's probably the 3rd or 4th ride we've seen where he's put 3 or 4 really solid turns together, and the tactics working well for him. Now in the lead. It's interesting, you know, we have seen some big scores for single maneuvers, and you have to be able to get it done. We saw Zeke Lau get a little caught yesterday where dominated his heat, had probably the best single turn on the face, and then in the dying seconds he was caught by Miguel Tudela with a massive aerial. So the point is, if you are just going to do the one turn or the one progressive turn, you have to do something really special.
Yeah, and you know, this is in the framework of what we've seen so far today. This is a high scoring heat, because Josh Moniz sitting in 3rd with a 12.07 would have made it through that last heat with that number, but that's not enough in this heat.
Yeah, it's really lifting, isn't it? And it's 3rd heat of the day or 3rd heat of the morning, and I think it's pretty typical of this level of competition as well. Just letting the athletes, or watching as the athletes dial it in and get even more laser-like focus on this particular part of the lineup. It was kind of surprising to hear one of the local guys, of course, Chris Endever, was saying this morning he would never have imagined running a full day of competition on this particular part of the lineup.
he'd bet his house against it. He said if you'd asked him in the lead-up, he said there's no way.
There's no way,
I mean, they've been competing here for half a century, and I think it's the first time a major event has gone down on the car park ride. So,
wow.
Kind
major
of
shift.
blessed with the sandbank then, perhaps, like right here for today, because this morning I saw like some incredibly round and square as well, like these big barrels just churning through that car park ride, and it was like we couldn't help but yelling. We were yelling from the top, just screaming.
We knew the waves were going to be good. We knew it was going to be offshore, but we didn't know that Narrabeen would be doing an impersonation of a really good French beach break this morning.
And just to, it's just proof that you can do all the preparation in the world, but it's what you do that day that you, the day presents is really when you have what you have to react for, because the playing field is ever changing. I got Stace down on the beach with some news. Stace, what do you got?
I have got a bit of news regarding Tim Bissot. Unfortunately, he has withdrawn from competition, which that does leave a spot open for the next alternate. The next alternate being Xavier Huxtable, who's on a plane back to Victoria, so it will not be Xavier. Next on the list is Mihimana Bray, who is in the state and inbound. However, he has to get his Rashi 5 minutes before the heat paddling out. If he does not, it will be this man on screen here, Nathan the Hedgehog Hog, Narrabeen's favourite son, out in the water potentially. But we will have to wait until 5 minutes to go in this heat.
Just let Hog in, would you? Just let him in. Here we go with Evan Geiselman. The goofy foot from New Smyrna finally activating within the last 9 minutes. Let this guy in. Come on.
Look, wetties on, socks are up, and I was wondering, wait, is that Tim being absolutely devastated? But it was Hoggy giving absolute thanks to the surf gods, I think.
He's just about ready to jump that fence and run out. He's got his hands and he's ready to go. He's actually been hovering around that competitor's area for the last 3 days.
Give him the Rashi now. Come on.
I think he's had that wetsuit on since the event started. Someone showed up like 2 minutes late yesterday and he thought he was on. I was under the assumption that if it was in a later round that you couldn't actually come in as the alternative, but that's not the case. So he's straight in.
It'd be a stressful drive in for Mihimana. I mean, Sydney traffic at 8:30 in the morning on a Friday is pretty tricky. So, yeah.
This is so good.
This is a high possibility right now. 8 minutes to go.
Meanwhile, Nathan's doing, I like the term yesterday, the biomechanics term, thoracic rotation warm-up.
Yep. He's the man that would know it too. He's so in tune and so intelligent, especially when we come around that biomechanics of surfing and stuff, man. He's been around for a long time and he looks in better form than ever.
Here's a replay of Evan Geiselman, Jess.
Yeah, really clean surfing. Kind of slashes just under the lip for his first turn, and that's a nice technique on his backhand. Placing that front foot just above the lip as well. It was great timing and really clean surfing for his 5.27.
Thank you. 30-minute heat.
Mihimana Bray made it in time through the traffic. Looks like he's just going to take some board shorts out there.
Wow, what a weapon to just run in like this, getting the run down, saying, no way, Nathan. I've got this.
He's going to roll it in boardies. But fortunately for him, we've had unseasonably warm water in Sydney, but the air temperature is cold.
Oh, so close.
I'm really excited actually to see Mihimana surf these conditions. I mean, chunky, big, some throaty barrels. Let's see that guy get out there, and congratulations to getting the call up and getting here on time. That's a feat in itself, making it in the traffic this morning.
Yeah, Sydney traffic can be very tricky to deal with. Yep. But he's made it here to the northern beaches. The other North Shore, Kaipo. The Australian North Shore. He's here.
Mihimana Bray from Papaete over there on Tahiti Island. Great surfer. Had a great result over in Rangiroa just this year. Runner-up finish there to Jackson Bunch, who took out that win. So we're going to see Mihimana with the board shorts out here. And we're still hoping that somehow we can get the Hog in the event, no matter what. I want to give him a chance.
I'm surprised he's not in the Legends heat too, but I mean, asterisk next to Mihimana's name too for that next heat, because there's also something about having that much heightened like adrenaline coming into this heat as an alternate. I feel like I've seen that happen and they absolutely explode with performance because there's no time for them to dissect the possibilities and the outcomes of this heat from last night. They literally just get dealt it and then they dish it up, and there's no anxiety around the performance.
Here we go, Geiselman, 5.27 on the previous wave. A little caught up there, needs to make up for it. Good job with the timing on the second backhand. Rio gets a little hung up to finish. Needed a big number, needs a 7.23 at this moment.
It was going close, I think. That little kind of misplacement or mistiming in that first turn for him in that re-entry, it could have cost him way more than what it did, because that second turn he was really able to recompose, I think, Luke. And I don't know if it's going to go towards the 7, but I think I feel like it's better than his 5.27.
I think he's going to improve his situation, but I think he'll be disappointed because I feel like the wave had the scoring potential if he'd really kind of added some variety, a little bit of progression, thrown the fins. I think he could have got the score in the one wave.
Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap, and we're going to start this one off with Cade Matson. He's in the lead in this heat, Jess.
Yeah, really nice bottom turn, gets the fin release out of this, and he's just been pretty clinical in his approach. He kind of dials it up all the way through to those last turns and explodes a bit more. That's why he's in the lead.
Luke, Jake Marshall swinging through some turns.
Started off well early, throws the tail, uses the rail really well here. Nice combination of maneuvers and a really well put together wave.
Cade Matson was able to retake the lead with this wave, Jess.
Yeah, similar approach to his last, but just a bit more dynamic, a bit more alive, and yeah, you can just see why he's in charge here.
Live action right now with the charging Josh Moniz. Snaps that one. Little skip of the fins on the ending. Jake Marshall looking sharp on the sharp eye. Floats through that section. Nice connection there from Marshall. And greases the landing. Sticks that. So we're going to see some numbers come through and a trading of positions here in the final 4 minutes.
Wow, how's it exchanged there from the guys as well? I mean, let's just digest this. First replay, Josh Moniz. Beautiful looking wave. He sets his bottom turn, nice and deep. Just a spray to the heavens, and that turn right there. I love how he has that ability to push through the lip and absorb all the lump and bump.
Yeah, I feel like Jake Marshall really takes it up a notch here. Nice drifting floater, and again, a lot of impact on the finishing turn. He likes it. So he's looking to replace the 6.33. Josh Moniz chasing that 5.6. Don't know if it's quite going to be there. I feel like there's a little bit too much downtime, perhaps, before he got to the lip.
I don't know. I was way off with Evan's last wave, so I'm going to wait to see that he scores. Come in for Josh's. It's... Oh.
Josh takes second. That's going to be maybe a momentary second because we still need the score coming in for Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall just needing that 5.74. I'm feeling pretty secure that Jake's going to get at least that number. So that, your score screen, it will change once the next score drops from the judges. There's Jake on the paddle right now. We're at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jez. It feels like the judges did punish Evan for that little bobble in the turn.
There we go, Jake Marshall with an 8.33. That was excellent surfing for the surfer from Encinitas. Cade Matson slicing. Nice tempo here, and the finish. 2%ers like it.
The 2%ers, they're calling themselves the 2%ers, but I feel like there's more than 2% of the field is actually serving for them.
They're gaining members.
Yeah, they're accumulating up and down the coast, aren't they?
I think they're actually not necessarily saying you have to be from San Clemente now. It's sort of spreading throughout California and even roping in a few of the Hawaiians, it feels like.
This thing's psycho. This just goes up another gear, kind of matching Jake Marshall's tempo as well. Second turn, nice and light, but this is right on time. Loves the feel of it. Slow-mo here from Cade's. Up and over, kind of transition turn for this final manoeuvre. The jaw's really deep off the bottom turn too. It just kind of exaggerates that come down with the foam and gives him the chance.
He's pumped.
You think?
Hey, look, some of the NASA Groms come down to the Narrabeen.
Yes, up in the North, all the way down from North Avalon. Yep.
7.70. Last of white, 7.70. 30 seconds to go. That leaves green making a 7.97. And the seven.
Here we go. Josh Moniz needs a 7.97. Needs to do something big here. And the crunch of the sandbar takes him down, and he will not get the number. That's the last we're going to see in this comp of Josh Moniz as well as Evan Geiselman.
Oh, great exchange in those last 3 minutes, Kaipo, but unfortunately for Josh, he just couldn't find that wave that both Jake and Cade had, those two, that 8 and the 7. Oh, such nice waves for them.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity for Evan Geiselman to get 2 good back-to-back results on the Challenger Series. Josh Moniz again, that won't be a keeper result, so that's 2 down without a keeper for him.
There we go. Jake Marshall and Cade Matson going to move on into the round of 32. We're taking a break. We'll be right back with more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's beautiful here on Sydney's northern beaches. 30 kilometers of coastline stretching from Manly to Palm Beach that boasts over 20 different beaches. You'll find the beach for you here in New South Wales. We got a new heat out in the water, heat number 12 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Kalohe Andino, Mihimana Brai, who's come in as an injury replacement for Timothy Biso, Marco Mignol, and Kai Martin, all out. 4 enter and just 2 advance into the round of 32. There's the head of the 2 presenters, Kalohe Andino, 29 years old, up from San Clemente, California, 10 seasons on the championship tour, 5 runner-up finishes on CT events. But unfortunately for Kalohe Andino, he was on the bottom end of that mid-season cut, so he's going to have to fight for his place back on the championship tour via this Challenger Series. We're going to start off, though, with Mihimana Brai. And Mihimana had enough time to get into a spring suit, Jess. We saw him in his boardies earlier.
Yeah, and just wasting no time, like I was kind of thinking or alluding to before. There's no opportunity for him to kind of brew over this heat this morning from the previous night. So he's just had to get out there and get straight onto his board and get into it.
Marco Mignol got a wave as well, Luke.
Yeah, just the one big slash. rides out complete. Similar here for Minamata Bray. Winds up, hits the lip, free falls out, rides out of the bumps.
And Dino finds a pocket.
Deep.
No exit.
Oh, he got close there too at the end, didn't he? You saw that little flash of red. Really close to the doggy door exit.
Here we go. This is Kai Martin from Honolulu, Hawaii. And the former state champ. Able to get a couple of turns in as well. This is Kai's first Challenger event, so a new face to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, comes in as an alternate. Interesting you say he's from Honolulu, from town, Kaipo. So a lot of people assume that every surfer from Oahu comes from the North Shore, but definitely not the case.
Nah, land's expensive out there, man. So a lot of us have to live in other places on the island. But there's a lot of waves everywhere.
Fair call.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, man, but yeah, it's we have all shores represented, and it's really cool because you know, living on an island, there's the different little pockets of surf scenes, right? And
we saw Sheldon Paishon from the west side in the event.
Yeah, exactly. Sheldon Dogidor representing Makaha. Here we go with a French surfer out of Mexico, Marco Mignon.
That was sick. How was a little tweak at that end section? I've been particularly focused on watching his performance over those end of European season qualifiers. I stayed up a few of the nights just because you could just see something special in him. Like, I know you guys have probably watched so much of him surfing as well, but look, he's just got this something else about him at the moment.
Yeah, well, he did finish #1 in the European region. And it's just that, as you say, just that ability to add that little bit extra. So we saw it there. So the wave wasn't offering him much, but really he was able to just tweak the tail a little bit, add a little bit of variety. And often these heats are won. They're not won. They're won in those, you know, that 1 to 5% region where you're just doing that tiny little bit extra to get the score because everyone's competing at such a high level. The increments of difference shrink.
Yeah, I really feel like that with Marco too. I felt I'm watching him take that last QS event in Europe. Every heat he just went bigger and he pushed harder, and I feel like a lot of the athletes, you see them when they reach their almost ceiling and they just have to maintain, but he didn't seem to reach that point.
Nihimana paced approach on the backhand. Does a good job keeping the flow through that entire wave. We'll be waiting for that score. While we wait for that score, let's hear from Jake Marshall. He won the last heat.
Thanks, Kipes. Wow, Jake, that was an amazing heat to watch.
Oh yeah, that was it was probably a fun heat to watch, but it was a little stressful surfing in it because everyone was surfing really good and dropping big scores like right off the bat. Everyone had almost a 7 range, so kind of knew it was going to come down to the wire. There was like a little bit of a slow bit in the middle, but I knew eventually people were going to start dropping some good backups, so I was stoked to get that good one at the end.
Yeah, amazing composure to put that wave together.
Yeah, that felt really good. Like, obviously, snapper didn't really go so well for me, so I don't know, it's just kind of been a frustrating year, and then to just be able to, like, keep my composure and get that last wave and put it together felt really nice. Like, I've been surfing really, really good, I feel like, so just to finally be able to kind of do that in my heat and catch some good waves and put a good heat together felt really good for me.
And talk to us about needing to bring your best level here. Like, that's a round 1 heat at this event, and it was absolutely stacked.
Oh yeah, it's like there's no time to kind of like warm up or like feel your way into it. I feel like the last years where you have like the round of 96, like maybe you have like a little bit more leeway in the first round and now when you're going straight in the round of 64, like all 4 guys in every heat could probably go on and win the contest. So, I mean, you see like guys who are in the final or like, I don't know, and then the next round you might lose in the first round. Everyone's so good at these events, so you really got to just kind of show up and bring your A game right off the bat, and hopefully you can just keep that momentum rolling.
Well done, mate. Great heat.
Yeah, great surfing from Jake Marshall. Great surfing from Marco Mignon. During that interview, we just saw him go likely into the excellent range with that wave. Combination of turns and barrels. Here it is.
Wow, he's so deep on the bank as well. I was thinking, no way, but he pumps through, gets through just in front of the foam ball, straight up into the lip, a little late, but collects a bit more extension through that third turn, and then one last little one, and he's like, what else? Look at this slow-mo loop.
Yeah, really deep in the barrel. Fades the bottom turn as he makes the exit, and then just drifts the tail 3 times consecutively. And I love the little hand gesture that we see at the end. It's like he throws them up and says, well, what else can I do? That wave had a little bit of everything. And it's interesting because we've seen the surfers kind of maybe not expecting to be surfing right-hand barrels this morning, and some of them have struggled to position themselves on the bank to be deep enough to actually get really deep in a situation where it's a scoring barrel. In that case, Marco got it just right.
Here comes brother, Kolohe Andino. Wow, vicious first turn. And then the wave goes a little sleepy here, but connects the dots. Oncoming section, and that one eats up Andino for the finish.
There's maybe an example of one of those waves that,
Ouch. That was Kai Martin.
Kai with priority as well. But yeah, I agree, Luke, like earlier this morning, there was those waves that you could have been deep like Marco's one, but they just chose to kind of sit a little bit further on the shoulder. But there's the score for him, 767. Beautiful wave for Marco, straight to the lead.
Yeah, a couple of judges went excellent. Doesn't quite make it into that 8+ range, but definitely a keeper score. Interesting, Jake Marshall making the point about how difficult some of these heats are in terms of the opposition you're coming up against. So great example here is you're coming up against someone who's spent a decade on the CT in Kolohe Andino. So if you want to make it onto the CT via the Challenger Series, you're going to come up against some really tough opposition.
Yeah, Andino, you know, was a child prodigy coming through, and now is taking a real leadership role within his region. So the evolution of Kolohe Andino, you know, from a very young qualifier for the championship tour to husband, father, really leader in his area in San Clemente, motivating that whole crew. And a lot of people are riding the jet stream. A lot of surfers are riding the jet stream of Kolohe Andino at the moment out of that region.
I heard some media outlets calling him Captain America for a while. He really does have that vibe about him. Hey, just like really there for his countrymen. He's all about it. He's on the beach so early, and they surf, you know, just like Groms more than anyone. He's very much involved in the grassroots part of competition here, I think.
Well, he's being asked to lead by example right now, Jess, which is often the hardest thing to do.
4-point ride for Andino. That keeps him in third place for the moment. A 1.94 will take him into second and advancing position. Mihimana Brai in that second and advancing position right now. Blue jersey holding priority. There's Mihimana, the late call-up. If you're just joining us, Timothy Biso out with a rib injury. Mihimana able to race traffic down to North Narrabeen, Luke, and get in and have an opportunity to make a big splash here.
Yeah, well, we talk about transition between turns. Mihimana's made a pretty good transition this morning from fast ride in, straight out into the water. Actually, somewhat ironically, caught the first wave of the heat, which I thought was pretty cool.
Here's Kai Martin. A couple of sharp turns on the backhand. And a nice finish.
Way smaller wave to Kaipo, but it's going to give him some feedback from the judging panel. I think it's really clean surfing from him. He looks in time. He just needs to find that bigger, more exciting opportunity. Like, look at this thing just churn up. There's a few really south lumps still coming through, isn't there, across that bank?
It's quite a mixed, slightly mixed up swell at the moment. The south lines and east lines all rolling through. You take a look at Kai's wave. I love the really whippy approach out of the lip. So it's kind of a more drawn out bottom turn, but then the change of speed is what gets you. It really moves quickly. Unfortunately, the wave perhaps was just a little bit smaller, as you suggested, but the surfing was right on point.
Yeah, Kai Martin riding Firewire Surfboard Slater designs, and that was enough to get Kai into second place. And so we're gonna take a Bonsoy brew break right now. We're gonna come back with the conclusion of this heat. Heat number 12, round of 64. We'll be back in the water when we return.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Round of 64, heat number 12 out in the water, and we had a change of situation while we were at break. Mihi Manabrai able to surf his way back into second and advancing position. The Tahitian coming in as a injury replacement. I'm Kaipo along with Jess and Luke to talk you through today's action, and Mihi Mana got the job done with a 5.5 during that break.
Incredibly gorgeous day this morning too, isn't it? Look at it, you can just see all that beautiful light spread down the northern beaches, and a little bit more swell than what was expected when we saw the sunrise over the Narrabeen this morning.
Yeah, one of the photographers actually gave an 8.5 for an aerial this morning, and that was the whale that jumped out the back. Not sure if they caught the footage of it, but it's pretty impressive.
Here's a 5.5 for Mihi Mana that turned the heat for him.
Oh, nice first crack up in the lip, and he's just got a good energy and a good pace about it. Snaps for the final manoeuvre, and 5.5 straight back into the mix with these guys. I'm interested to see Kolohe answer back, but this is just a quick in and out from Marco, currently in the lead.
Yeah, Mihi Manabrai really nothing to lose, and he's surfing with that kind of approach.
Priority with Kolohe and Dino needing a 4.28 to get into second. The veteran out of the crew out here. Mihi Mana just with a quick in and out there. Should not affect the situation. Here's Kolohe, the veteran of the crew, composed, knows how to surf heats. A little bit of a switch for someone like Kolohe and Dino, however, Luke, in that he's used to either 3 surfer heats or man-on-man competition. You know, now he's surfing 4-man heats in this Challenger Series in the first couple rounds.
It might be the first time in 15 years that Kolohe surfed the 4-man heat. I know that him and the 2% crew have actually been surfing a couple of mock heats out on this bank, and I dare say they would have been 4-man heats possibly as well, just to get the feel for it. But at this point, you know, Kolohe chasing a 4.28, just over 11.5 to go. You'd have to feel confident that's well within his range.
Oh, yeah. There should be no problem given the time and the priority. Here comes some sets right now. First one coming through. And Dino taking a look at this one. He's deep on this one. Needs to get going. Pulls in. And that thing just ran off down the line.
I mean, that's a good point that you make, Kaipo. I guess in the 4-man heat, you saw Kolohe chasing like a really deep, throaty wave there. He wasn't chasing like a mid-range score. It's a slightly different tactic in the 4-man heat. Sometimes you need to do just enough to progress. And for Kolohe, that sort of mindset is, you know, he may not be familiar operating in that zone. He's also a CT level surfer where he feels like he's got to perform at a much higher level. It almost feels like, oh, you know, can I step down and chase a 5.5 to chisel my way through a heat?
Changing the scene here, this time going left. Can't find anything on offer for Kolohe and Dino, and I agree with you, Luke, in that this round of 64 and the next round of 32 will be 4 surfer heats, and in those heats, you don't have to go pedal to the metal. All you got to do is be in the top 2, 50% advancement out there. After that, the round of 16, that's when we turn to head-to-head competition, so there should be an adjustment with your approach in these 4-man heats.
Yeah, no one likes to, you know, compete for second, but in these 4-man heats, there's nothing wrong with it.
Nice. So under 10 minutes, Marco Mignot with heat control, Jess. He's got a big lead on the rest of the pack and priority.
Yeah, and we saw him just lift for that. You know, it's near excellent 7.67, and that wave kind of capped the score at that as well. His surfing brought it right up to that mark, and if he finds one of those waves like the previous heat, it's almost like a completely, or it's obviously a completely different heat, but there was a stories of like heat totals of 13s, 14s and 15s in the previous heat because they could find those pulses in the set and those diamonds in the rough. So if Marco can hold parity, find himself one of those 8s plus waves, I think he's going to surf it into the 9s range. Like I said, I haven't seen him really hit his ceiling or his capacity in competition yet. And I think he's one of those athletes that the more pressure or the more expectation he has on him in a heat, the more he steps up to the plate.
Take a look at Kai Martin here. Martin, easy first turn. Lip glide there and gets caught off guard, so goes down. Needed a 5.01 to move into second place. Not going to get it on that effort.
Yeah, disappointing for Kai because I feel like the score was quite good for his first wave, even though it was smaller. His surfing is right there, and that wave had a higher scoring potential, only chasing the 5.01. Perhaps a missed opportunity.
Yeah. And Kai, who has had a celebrated amateur career, has to make a pretty big adjustment because there's a whole nother level of surfing. And, for a kid like Kai coming out and being so dominant in Hawaii amateur and junior ranks, but then having to really up the game because, you're used to winning all the time and easy wins just, but then you get into an international field, it's a whole different game.
He's got, what, 5 titles, does he, to his name, something like that? So, yeah, I have to agree too. It's easy to get lulled into that false sense of security of winning, and you can see it even at like a little grummy board riders level. Within their club, they're the biggest fish. Yeah. And then suddenly they get into a nationals title event with all the other clubs, and it's just like, oh my goodness.
Here we go, brother. And now things are starting to feel a little shocking for Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, the shocking's the word because he got hit by the shock waves on that, paddling into that one. The backwash playing a role in his demise on that wave. Couldn't generate speed, couldn't get that first pump, and just got bounced off. So that's perhaps one of the reasons why they don't always surf down on this bank, is you do have that backwash factor, the ribs running through the wave. It's kind of as we see surfer, it's so often, it's the car park rides. It's kind of the side show to the main event. So the surfing will be going down on the main left, the competition will. And the car park right is kind of everyone's free surfing, turn your head to the right, watch a couple of barrels, so that's cool. It's kind of a great, but it's kind of completely shifted. This is now the main stage.
Luke, are we nearing the high tide mark right now? It feels high tide to me.
I think we've just gone past it at around 8 a.m. So yeah. Tide is running out. We obviously saw them still surf this bank. Yes, there he goes. Kolohe deep again. Still only chasing that 4.28, but it feels like he's trying to get a much bigger number.
Yeah, there's our tide. So just coming off that high tide of 4.3 feet, it is 9 o'clock local time, so we're about an hour off that high tide, with the tide receding until 1:36 p.m. today.
So we did see them stick with this bank through the low tide yesterday. Be interesting to see as the day goes on whether or not the main peak comes into play over on the lefts. All kind of hinges on, I was talking to Chris Enever this morning, a lot of it hinges on where that rip moves.
Mihimana, and just gets caught up there, goes down.
Yeah, right now on the high tide, that rip is kind of churning straight through the main break. Hopefully it pushes over.
Here we go with our heat leader, Marco. Easy layback there, goes complete, looking to improve upon a 5-point ride.
I think he was set up for that single maneuver from the start. I felt like his stance was a lot wider than when he took off. Guys, and I think he's adjusted really well throughout this 30-minute heat to find those little ones that aren't as affected by the lump bump and the sand churning. I mean, the amount of sand that's churning up in this bank. It's high tide, like you said. Imagine it on low tide. So I have to think as well that they're going to shift peaks and reset their strategy for the peaks.
Kaya Martin just going to get one turn there. needs a 5-point score for that one turn if he wants to improve his position. Some replays here. Marco.
Yeah, I feel like his setup, Luke, he was ready for that. I even felt like he might have been going to jump on the front foot, but you can see he just hits it nice and early, comes out in front, absorbs the full explosion behind him. But I thought that he might have even been looking for a bit of launch pad, a bit of projection out into the flats. I think he's probably going to go chasing something real excellent once he replaces his 5.
Yeah, that always is an indicator that someone is going to the air. You see that weight shift to the front foot, the stance widens, the approach is a little more lateral, suggests perhaps they are going to the air. What was key then is he very quickly transferred the weight to the back foot so he could ride out of the turn.
So he did improve upon his score, Marco, with a 5.23. He extends his lead over the rest of the pack. He's looking into the shore right now. He's probably feeling pretty safe. Like we said, top 2 advance on this heat. Kolohe Andino, look at that number that Andino needs. Just a 4.28 at the moment. Andino with priority. Can the veteran turn the heat right now?
Well, the question is, it's only a real mid-range score, particularly for Kolohe. He's been chasing those barrels. I feel like he just needs to switch the tactic now. It's almost down to the last 3 minutes. If he can get a good mid-range score now, it will probably, could well see him home.
Yeah, let's get caught up with our Harvey Norman recap. Marco coming out of the barrel and into some turns, Jess.
Yeah, that was so sweet to watch. Really dialed in surf this wave, almost up into the excellent range. That's his 7.67, and it's great positioning on the takeoff on the peak as well. Here's the replay of Mihimana's best wave so far. I think it's a 5.5 for him, so 2-turn combo. And then we have a look at this last ride for Marco. That's the 5.23. So if I'm Kolohe, I'm thinking, okay, you need average for 1 turn for Marco. Here he goes.
Here comes brother on his way. Just needs under a 5-point ride. I think he just did it. 2%ers. Not an exciting clap, but they're giving some golf claps for their leader right now.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that was very PGA Tour, wasn't it? I want to compare it to Mihimana's 5.5 then. So Kolohe needs a 4.28. Mihimana had those 2 turns on his back end for a 5.5. Can see how this compares.
Yeah, he throws a lot of energy at this first section, kind of manufactures the maneuver a little bit, drifts the fins on the second turn, smaller wave. Marco Mignon, again, staying busy. Wow. In the situation now where he can really go for it, but what we're all scrutinising right now is the Kolohe Andino score. Where's it going to drop? Did he do enough? Feel like it wasn't a bigger wave. He's uncertain. Again, it comes into play where now he's got to think, well, he's unsure. He should be just chasing down the next wave. If the judges are stalling on giving him the score, he knows he's got to go out and hunt down something else to convince them that he's done enough.
Got enough. There you go. A 4.67. So barely over the mark, but that's enough to put brother into second and advancing position. Mihimana just needs a little over a 4-point ride right now. And Kai Martin a 5.4. So the 2 goofy foots have a minute to turn this heat. Kolohe getting the news right now from our on-site announcers that he's in the top 2.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Minamata Bray still only chasing a 4.07, so sitting in second priority.
Here comes Mihimana on a bigger wave. Nice on his heels, slashes off the top. 1 more turn should do it right here to get the score and turn the heat for Mihimana. And why not a little bonus on the inside? Fist pump, and it says, I gotta keep on surfing. Marco throwing an air behind. Marco McNo is on his way to the round of 32. Mihimana, here we go. And Dino spins it around. Kolohe and Dino fighting for this. He had the feeling that Mihimana was gonna get the number on that wave, so Kolohe quick to react and taking it back to the NSSA right here, milking it all the way to the beach. Feel the fins scrape the sand, and this is another one that's going to come right down to the wire.
Well, before Mihimana's wave, yes, a 4.07 for that rotation. I think that us seeing it on this angle is tricky too, but Mihimana's wave was big and that first turn was so nice and crisp.
Yeah, I think Mihimana gets the score. The question is, does Kolohe then change the lead again? Brought the progression, brought the rotation. Head's hung low, he's not sure. Let's have a look at the opening turn. Big slash right in the pocket. Wave goes a little flatter, arcs back into the pocket. There's only really one definitive turn in it. Then it gets a little frothy off the end. He finishes it, doesn't leave any crumbs in the cookie jar. So you see Kolohe's wave right in the pocket, clean rotation. Then the wave doesn't have much else to offer, so it's going to be a really interesting exchange.
Okay, so score through for Mihimana, 5.2. Now, Kolohe Andino needs a 5.8 on this wave that we're watching on the replay here. Score has yet to drop for Kolohe Andino. The question is, was that a 5.8?
Blue coming in second, red third.
Number comes in for Andino at a 4.17. Not enough. Kolohe Andino eliminated from competition, as well as Kai Martin. It is going to be Marco Mignot and Mihimana Brai moving on into the round of 32.
Non, ça, je te disais, la prochaine fois, comme il y a eu 2 vagues, je pouvais faire une grosse manœuvre et après, tu m'as bloqué les 2 fois. Tu sais, je t'ai dit.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Si tu vas ou tu vas pas, quoi. Moi, je voulais y aller, mais j'ai vu qu'elle fermait. Je ne pas demander aucune vague, c'est juste savoir si tu vas ou tu vas pas, tu vois.
We're just living the dream here on Sydney's northern beaches for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, here on the Harvey Norman host set once again. Ronnie, joined by Laura and Rich, and we're seeing some big heats. We're seeing some big names fall out of the draw, none bigger than Kolohe Andino in that last heat, Laura.
Yeah, heartbreak for Kolohe there. Super tight finish there. You know, he went to the air, but unfortunately just not getting the score. I think what let him down was that wave selection. Really tight.
Yeah, tough one for Kolohe. That's 2 events down and 2 results missed. So it becomes a pretty simple equation now. He has to get results in these the back end of the tour, otherwise he won't make his way back onto the championship tour.
No more throwaways at this point.
No.
Tough for Nat Young as well.
Yeah, well, it just shows you the hunger. Well, Mihimana actually got the late call up and was able to rally quickly and make his way through the heat. So that was a great performance from him, the Tahitian. And we got a great looking lineup for this heat, Ron.
We sure do. Jadson Andre is going to get things started. This is a replay, a 6.33 on this one, Rich.
Yeah, Jaddy, this backhand attack, which we've seen so often, and critical floater there. Bit of a rock and roll floater, taking a bit more risk.
Yeah, good start. Also in the lineup, Jorgen Cousinet. The Frenchman, he's out there with priority at the moment, yet to take a wave, but Jadson's not going to waste any time in getting a backup number.
Just pounds that section. He's going to put 2 numbers on the board before anyone else. Quick start.
Wow, that is a nice little way to start the first 5 minutes of your heat. Jadson not leaving anything to the last half, really.
Yeah, right. Takehu Kihu Butler is out there, the Kiwi from Mount Maunganui. He's going to be in the white jersey, and Solly Bailey's in the lineup as well. First time we've seen Solly Bailey in a Challenger Series event, believe it or not. He got a 5.67 to kick things off.
This is Kahu just ripping through these turns. This guy is such a good surfer. Been a fan for a while now, and he seems to be improving each and every year. Replay here of Jaddy. Squares up. That backhand attack. These goofy footers that have the ability to just come so deep off the bottom. Just that nice vertical track up the face, and then they whip it round straight off the lip there. Jaddy's obviously been around for a long time, had a bunch of success on the championship tour. And certainly loved by many. Such a happy-go-lucky guy, always got a big smile on his face, always finding the fun.
So cool to see Jadson back, you know, after injury earlier this year. We didn't know if he was going to be ready to, you know, jump on this Challenger Series, and obviously after not getting a wild card back onto the back half, there were a few injuries this year, both him and Ramsey, you know, Ramsey not in these events yet, but just still recovering. But to see Jadson back here in this form, you know, that big finish up on the Gold Coast, and now backing it up in this heat.
Yeah, looking good. Great start. 6.33 and a 5. Is the only surfer left in the contest who's got a championship tour victory, event win. That was in his rookie season, 2010. Beat Kelly Slater over in Brazil. But a veteran campaigner on the CT.
Yeah, that was early on. He used to go to that big front side air reverse. He was just addicted to it. He almost kind of used it too much in those early years, and now he's settled a bit more. He doesn't go to it as often.
He's just got the tattoo as a reminder on his ankle.
Yeah, that's right.
This is what I got.
Trademark move for him in his early days. Kind of become a little bit more famous for just big backhand verts these days.
Yeah.
Beautiful conditions here, and if the charts are anything to go by, we will have this predominantly offshore wind flow for most of the day.
Feels like that wind's backed off from this morning.
Yeah, and it was on the charts to do that too. So it was always going to be a bit stronger this morning. It'd be light and variable this afternoon, and then for the next 2 days directly out of the west. So a great lineup, and the shift up to Narrabeen, it's been a welcome one. Our competitors, you know, stoked while tricky. It's been, you know, welcome, this extra swell and energy. Down at Manly, it would be a lot smaller. It'd be half this size with this southern energy. We'll start to see it pick up down there as the swell tends east, but it will even improve up here as that swell goes more east. So promising signs for the next few days.
Seeing a lot of opportunity for people to fight their way out of heats and put up good heat score totals. Marco Migno breaking through in that last heat, stays for a win.
Thanks, Ron. Marco, great start in that one.
Yeah, no, I'm really stoked. I mean, you know, out there you can either have 2 2s or a 7 and a 5. But yeah, I'm stoked to make it through. Feels good. First heat that I make in the Challenger Series, I mean, this year, so I'm stoked to get the ball rolling.
It's great to see you've got some good support down there with Al Rio helping you out.
Yeah, I mean, having Alain in my side and coaching me, he has so much experience and a lot in these kind of waves. So yeah, I'm stoked to have him in my side, and yeah, I'm happy.
You spend a lot of time around the world, but a lot of time in Hossegor. It certainly looks like Le Gravier out there this morning.
No, definitely. Like, I felt like I didn't feel lost. I felt like I had this home feeling, you know. So yeah, I'm stoked that I found a sick one, so I'm stoked.
Well done, mate. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. Yeah, the two French surfers that have performed so far this morning have had the win. So obviously, just feeling that familiarity. Did that make any sense? With the with the conditions, as we see now, Solly Bailey tucking in, finding some cover, long vision, and doesn't come out. But yeah, pretty impressive. Solly, of course, got himself a massive qualifying series win back in 2017, overcoming a stacked field that included Kelly Slater, John Florence at the Vulcan Pipe Pro event. Biggest win to date in his career.
Unbelievable. We know Solly is just an absolute threat when the waves pick up. And yeah, his highlights, I mean, surfing slabs all around Australia and around the world, it's he definitely is not scared to push it over a ledge.
Oh, it's just so fun to be back here on the northern beaches. The Groms are out in force today. And it's great to have them buzzing around the contest site. The competitors are loving it.
Yeah, a few absentees
chasing autographs and having a good old time. Seen a lot of the Groms from the NASA Board Riders Club up there at Avalon around the place. Also the North Narrabeen crew are down. I'm sure all the Board Riders Clubs are getting down here.
I'm sure all the North Narrabeen Groms have got the day off school. This is too exciting to miss, and you know the setup down here at North Narrabeen is so rad. I mean, they've really turned this car park into a little festival vibe. You can get oakberry, you can get beers, there's a little bar set up on the beach. It's yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, some of the local Groms I know, Tyler, Vanos, Nixon, they're down here getting autographs. And yeah, just relishing that opportunity to feel the buzz from some of the world's best campaigners here on the Challenger Series. 19 minutes to go. And Jadson Andre at this stage of the game hangs on to the lead. Solly Bailey, he's just dropped a pretty impressive score, 5.67. That long-running barrel ride, which you couldn't find the exit on. He got a little bit of credit from the judges for just how far he travelled through that pit, a 1.7, but he's going to want to dump that. 19 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Yeah, make sure you follow Richie Lovett's advice there. NRMA Parks and Resorts, a lot of fun. Pretty shocked to see that your son Lennox is a goofy footer though, Rich. That must have been hard to take.
Yeah, it wasn't too much I could do about that. I kept putting him on the board as a natural footer. He just kept going, nah, it feels wrong, Dad.
Yeah. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
16 and a half minutes remaining here. Jadson Andre, 6.33 and a 5. Just a typically strong start from Jadson. Just really settling into the veteran title and just kind of controlling the opening stages of this heat. Kehu Butler, though, is in a position to make a charge at that lead, though. He's got the highest scoring number of the heat so far.
Yeah, it's always a good position as a competitor when you're out there and you've got the big number. You know, regardless of your backup score, 15 minutes to go, you have to be thinking, I'm in a really good position there. Looks like he's going to work on that backup now.
Yeah, Kehu drives up into the section. Just the one turn. Almost lost control. Reeled it right in. Looking fit at the moment. Had a session with him up on the North Coast in what was just a star-studded lineup at Lennox, and he really stood out as one of the best amongst that pack. It included Connor O'Leary, Pat Gadauskas, Aton Osborne, and yeah, he was getting some unbelievable waves. Kai Hing was in the water, but yeah, Kehu sort of stood out to me as an incredibly informed surfer, as we see jogging there, just throwing his hand up, wondering what's going on with priority there. Not happy. Kehu got himself into this one.
Yeah, well, he did have priority, and it's obviously a backup, but I feel like he should have maybe waited for something with more opportunity, like his first.
Hasn't had many big results on the Challenger Series the past couple of seasons. Kehu did 2 events in 2021. Didn't do better than a 49th place finish. Last year he had a couple of 17ths. Finished the year 55th. He's a better surfer than that. I think he's just got to settle into this next phase as he looks to get to the championship tour. To find his place amongst all these heavy hitters.
There's a lot of good surfers out there, a lot of talent. See here, okay, Jadson.
Nice slice, haven't seen too many lefts today. Jadson picks one off, unfortunately gets a little caught up in the lip there. Gets back out in front of it though, and he'll load up one of his trademark turns. Can't finish that though. Just over 14 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, I doubt that one will go into his score line, but the first turn was nice, tagged it, caught up on the second, and that upset his rhythm for that final turn. Yeah, another stacked heat here as we watch the replay. Beautiful looking wave, nice carve. And then it gets a little soupy here, and then Jadson just gets hung up on that turn, which he struggled to get out of, and then you can see here was like, righto, I need to finish strong. Just doesn't get the pop and rotation. Talking to Damien Harbin just up in the VIP area during that last heat, and he was commenting, Laura, that this is the best that car park rights has looked in some time, almost 2 years, like basically since COVID.
Yeah, no, I was mentioning that before. This is one of the rarest. It's so rare to have an event here. We don't really ever run board riders down here. It's like we have a monthly contest, and it's kind of like an anomaly. And yeah, when it's on though, it's on.
Is it? Because the left is not obviously as good as it could be, the bank at the moment.
Yeah, but
so does it mean that like when car park rights is better, the left is not, and then vice versa?
Usually there's just a big, with this south swell, when car park rights is really good, it kind of forces a bit of a rip current over into the left, so it kind of washes it up, but and just makes it difficult to surf. A lot more water moving over there, and sometimes it's just too straight on that left-hander at North Narrabeen. So I feel like we have actually started seeing on the sets over on the left the odd really good left beginning to come through. We know that swell is going to go more east throughout the day, as we see Jadson here going to work, but he will be happy that he can get his backhand moving like this on these car park rights.
He's on his way back from injury as well. So Jadson, he's been dealing with a lot in the lead up to these Challenger Series events, as we see Solly Bailey now. Oh, just got absolutely slammed there.
Yeah, ditching the fins, that would have been a radical last turn if he could push through.
Kept him down under there for a little while, didn't he? He almost had to hit the
Pull the impact vest.
Hit the compressor cord.
Yeah, the car park rights are gnarly. Like, I feel like you can get absolutely squashed out there.
See the replay of Jadson's wave. Nice series of backhand hooks here.
Yeah, love this. Tight in the pocket and then finishing it off. This wave just giving him so much to work with. Holding back there to just get that finish. Timing was so nice. And this was Sully Bailey right behind him. This wave had a better pace to it. One nice carve in the pocket here, and this would have been on his way to a really good score if he had to finish that. But unfortunately, you could just see it just went so shallow on the inside there.
Those end section lip line floaters or tags or whatever we're going to call them, you could just see the split second, he just overcooked it just a little bit. He just went a touch too high and didn't project down with it. This is Jorgen.
Oh, you can see that back knee, heavily braced. He's dealing with an ACL tear, so that's a serious injury.
Brutal.
It's going to really put some pressure on the stability of that knee with the size of the turns that he throws down. He had a good finish, a great run through the contest up at Snapper Rocks. He wants to back it up with a big finish here, but he's had a couple of throwaways to kick this one off.
Yeah, you could see the frustration just there. You know, he's got nothing on the board right now with 10 minutes to go, and his opponents are all dropping, you know, mid to good range scores.
10 minutes to go. Jadson, Richie, you wouldn't know that, you know, he suffered an injury at the start of the season and hasn't done a whole lot of surfing in the lead up to these Challenger Series events, the way he's competed so far through these first two comps.
Yeah, he's looking really good. The surfing's on point. He doesn't look like he's being restricted or held back in any way. And sometimes when these surfers come back from injury, you can almost see mentally that they're guarding whatever injury they had and they're not in full attack mode. But Jadson looks like he's throwing everything into it.
Solly Bailey, he just kind of fell off the map for a bit over the past few years. No, I will say this though, I think he's a better surfer now than what he was when he was on the CT back in 2019. But I think he just sort of lost the love of competition there for a little bit. He's spoken openly about that. He certainly found it on the regional qualifying series. He broke through for a win at Port Stephens recently. He's one of those individuals that's just been on the road, just scoring everywhere he goes. He's been getting barreled. Had a couple of trips with his sponsor O'Neill, with Geordie Smith, and he's just been having an absolute blast. I think he's loving his surfing. When he competes these days, you know, he's enjoying it. And it's a shame that he didn't make the Challenger Series full-time this season, because he is surfing really well.
Yeah, he's surfing amazing, and there's something to be said about, you know, that feeling you get when you return to competition after a break. And, you know, after, you know, Solly was such a, you know, growing up, just doing all of the Grom comps, juniors, QS, obviously qualified for the tour, and then just had to go and go do some sort of soul surfing, chase some slabs, field the cup, you know, feel that soul part of what surfing is about. And then you can come back and just be a stronger surfer for it, because you've you know, experienced so many different types of waves and just got your surfing reps up.
You've had your hiatus from competition, Laura, but the Bonsoy Legends Heat is on hold.
I don't think they're actually scoring, but
oh no,
you know,
we'll be scoring.
Yeah, we'll be scoring.
We will be judging,
it's an
scoring,
session,
criticising,
guys.
scrutinising.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're expecting a lot.
I know all this talk of me in Narrabeen, and let's go see me do some bolts.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine, mate. 7.5 minutes to go here. Jadson Andre's got the lead, trying to get rid of a 5.2, grabs the rail, tucks in, vision, and he finds the exit. Wow, that was a Chihuahua-sized doggy door, and Jadson punched his way through it. He's loving
man.
North Narrabeen.
Oh, his partner there. And
that may have even been a cat door rather than a doggy door. It was tiny.
Door.
Chihuahua.
Here goes Kehu. He's just trying to stay in touch. He does have a 6.5. But there's some real dangerous surfers behind him, so he's doing well now to improve on his 2-wave total. That'll be better than the 3.93. A couple of solid turns. Not as big a wave, but let's have a look at this. Tube of the morning.
Yeah,
look at
Zach, take it, Laura.
Unbelievable. That was, we know that car parks can deliver this. And look, Jadson just lining up. He's just racing through this, not even pumping too hard, but he finds that little moment there to sneak through.
That was the tiniest little window of opportunity for him to sneak out of that barrel.
Gives a little finger point.
And on your backhand, that's a hard thing to do. When you're locked in at pig dog position and you see that tiny little window that you've got to sneak out of, geez, he did that well.
He just looked like he was enjoying the ride. He was just sitting in it and, you know, it wasn't super round. It was just a nice little funnel, and he just had to ride it and really pick that time to squeak out.
A little more than a shampoo, though. Not that Jadson needs shampoo. Here we go, Kehu Butler. He's up again. He's throwing some nice little turns. There's the replay. Good numbers rolling through for Andre, and it comes through. It's an excellent number. He hits the 8 and goes further ahead here. Kehu Butler's got a number on the way as well. It should get rid of his 3.93. What a moment here for the veteran. He's buzzing, loving his time out here in this lineup.
Yeah, it's a solid heat total already, 14.33. Just checking the equipment, making sure everything's still in working order there.
Oh, it's fine. Doesn't need to really worry about how the board's turning at the moment. Just pick a line and tuck in and find the exit. You'll get the excellent score.
It's an easy way to do it.
Be interesting to see where the number goes for Kehu Butler's last ride. Because even though he's in a qualifying position at the moment, Solly Bailey's not far behind at all. And with Kehu holding almost a full point edge over Solly Bailey, he can really push the requirement up here if he drops a reasonable number.
Well, look at Jadson, because he got that barrel way wide of the pack. He was a good 50 to 75 yards away from everyone. So right there are these little sneakers that don't hit the bank and come down a little wider. So well, he's going to go up and challenge and try and get into the mix. It's like the competitors are paddling, eyeing off a set rolling through here now. And that thing just exploding, spitting out on the bank.
You could see the surfers paddling desperately to the south, kicking. They must have seen that coming from a mile away, and we're going to keep seeing those throughout the morning. The tide only dropping. This, you know, you can see how much water is moving. These guys are trying to paddle and stay in position, but
we're on the treadmill at the moment.
Yeah, treadmill for sure. But if they can get into that position, they need to be right there if you want to be under that sort of wave.
Yeah, you kind of, if you're not deep, if you're not at the apex or behind it, you've kind of missed the big scoring opportunity on those barreling ones, haven't you?
Yeah, and you'll be falling out of the sky as well, trying to get into it from a wider point of the takeoff zone.
Just on 3 minutes to go, let's check out the Harvey Norman Heat recap and have a look at some of the amazing rides for Jadson Andre here, Rich.
Yeah, great performance here from Jadson, a mature performance. Just some real classy surfing, high-risk stuff, and Jadson, he's found a number of good waves. Kehu Butler, he's hanging on to second place at the moment. With turns like this, it's no surprise. The big Kiwi, plenty of power, and some great surfing, bringing this one all the way through. But Jaddy found this little gem. Pig Dogs tucks in, travel time, and then squeaks out the doggy door. And comfortably in the lead at the moment. And I feel like that score is going to be more than enough to see him through this heat.
The guinea kitten door.
He's having a blast out there. It's always good to see the competitors enjoying their time in the jersey. And when you're scoring waves like this, it's kind of easy to do. The surfer who isn't enjoying himself out here at the moment is Jorgen Kuzene, who's had a couple of throwaway numbers and really is out of the heat at this point in time. And it's a 2-wave total, but he's going now. And let's see what he can do. He's got some big airs he can go to, and he's going to try and throw one. He's really testing that knee out.
Oh, I just...
Grimace.
Yeah. Knowing that you've got that injury and that, it's just, yeah, hard to watch.
It is. So that one's not going to help his situation at all. Still going to be looking for that 2-wave total, 11.93. Solly Bailey, though, has a fighting chance heading into the final minute and a half here. He's got the priority, and he needs a 6.27. Kihu's previous ride came through at a 5.43. And that's just up that requirement for Solly by a whole point. He's deep. He's well positioned on this bank for one of those set waves, but will he get that opportunity? We're not sure.
Yeah, it's Solly knows what he's got to do here, and he will be looking for a little funnel that he can thread. He is right in the honey pot on the bank there. Some frustration from Jorgen. He knows this is done. He hasn't even cracked a 1-point ride here yet, so an absolute shocker, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the form surfers from Snapper Rocks fail to make it out of this round. Semi Pupo, the winner, he didn't get through. And Jorgen, another one. Timothy Bisa, he didn't even get the opportunity to paddle out, and that was heartbreaking. Injured himself in the warm-up this morning. 20 seconds to go here, and Jadson Andre's making his way in. He's pretty happy with himself, and so he should be. Kihu Butler. He's out there just hoping Solly Bailey doesn't turn this heat around in the later stages. And Jorgen is still comboed, so this wave's not going to count for much. He's going to make his way in. And I don't think Solly got himself into a ride.
There was a commanding performance from that man there, Jadson Andre, and the veteran moves on through. He'll be happy with that. It always feels good when you come in from a heat and you actually locked in some good numbers, had a good time.
Got pitted.
Like it's, it's a pretty nice reward.
Yeah, looking forward to the post-heat interview. But Kihu Butler, an important heat win or progression for him in this event. And he'll have New Zealand cheering him on as he moves through the contest. Solly Bailey, Jorgen Kuzune out of the mix here. We're going to take a quick break. More to come right after this.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. We started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Zuby Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, hold a line up and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Well, Laura Enever, if she's not throwing clay, she's throwing buckets out in the lineup or throwing shapes on the dance floor. But Laura, loving your time here back at home, watching these campaigners put their best foot forward in their quest. The second step they're on their way to the championship tour, some of them.
Absolutely. It's so good to have the event back here. I know the whole of the community is so excited. We've been, really looking forward to getting everyone here and getting to show what Narrabeen can offer. And we have something different this event, car park rides, which is very rare but super exciting.
Oh, it's flaring up, and we've got one of the most stacked heats on paper in the round of 64, about to go down with Crosby Colapinto coming off a huge finish and just getting completely flipped on the final section. Backwash, double up. Have a look at this thing. Ledging out on the outside, a rainbow as the spray just feathers off the lip there. It's a magic morning.
She's a beaut, isn't she?
She's a beaut. Jarvis Earl, the current world junior champ, in the mix. At the moment, the surfer from the southern end of Sydney throws his board up into the section, but the Cronulla surfer can't whip it back down. Also in this lineup, Alistair Reginato. He is from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. He's a great surfer. Great to see him on the Challenger Series this year. He's a strong, powerful competitor who might surprise us with some big results throughout this season, I think.
Yeah, he could. He's definitely coming along in leaps and bounds. Watching him in the club events and the club series up at Newcastle, he's been a real standout up there, and making some inroads.
Yeah, starting to collect some big finals finishes on the regional qualifying series. It was a disappointing result for him at stop 1. I thought he was going to do really well there since he's had plenty of opportunities to compete at snapper, but wasn't to be. And we'll see how he can get this heat started. Always has impeccable timing. That last section, though, he's extremely late to. Can't get his board back under his feet. 25 minutes to go here. And we are going to get caught up with Jadson. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Jaddy, incredible variety in that heat. Well done.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Man, wave is firing, so stoked.
Talk us through that backside barrel.
Dude, I mean, I think I had the last priority, and there is a lot of barrels out there, but you just can't really tell which wave is going to be the right wave. So I had last priority. I was like, you know what, let me try. So, dude, I got deep. I was pretty deep that wave. I was kind of surprised that I come out of that thing. Yeah, stoked. I was kind of like, yeah.
A great result at snapper, and you're on your way to another one here. It must feel good to keep up the consistency.
Oh yeah, man. I had a really good surprise at snapper. I didn't even know what was going to happen over there. We've been talking about this, right? But that was an amazing result for me. And day by day, I'm just feeling better. And I feel lucky because I got to compete in such a pumping waves today. So yeah, man, stoked. Let's go.
Well done, Jaddy. We'll see you later on this week.
Yeah, you can tell Jadson was buzzing, and so he should be. 8-point ride for an incredible backhand tube ride. 14.33 heat score total, and a first-class ticket to the next round.
Yeah, you can feel that confidence just after, like you said, the surprise at snapper, not knowing how he was going to compete after such a rocky start to the year, and obviously training and putting in so much work to have that recovery with the injury and to come out and get such a big result really sinks in and just makes you kind of pumped up for the rest of the year.
Yeah, he's looking sharp, really sharp.
There's a couple of big hitters in this heat, and in particular Jacob Wilcox. We know that the born and bred West Oz local just loves these slabby sort of waves. This is Alistair Reginato, just a quick in and out, but Crosby has also had some amazing Hawaiian winters over the last couple of seasons. Really, focusing his energy on that backdoor pipe, off the wall, kind of little stretch of sand there, and well, he'd be tapping right into this.
Just on 22.5 minutes to go here at the moment. Alistair Reginato holding on to the lead at the moment, but not a lot of big points on the board. We've got a special guest joining us now via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. It's one of my old commentary brothers, And he's a coach, obviously, at the highest level, working with John Florence and Tatiana Western-Webb. It's a big good morning from Oz to Ross Williams. How are you, Ross?
Hey, Ronnie. How you doing? How you doing, guys? Good to see you.
Ross. What's happening over there, mate? Obviously just killing time watching the Challenger Series unfold.
Yeah, it's been good. You know, it's really cool to see this event. I mean, we had it a couple of years ago, but it kind of old stomping grounds. You know, we used to always go to Narrabeen back in the day. I'm sure Richie remembers that. So I love seeing some familiarity with the old sandbar. But man, I'm really surprised to see it at car parks. This looks pretty challenging this morning.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Obviously, during the first stop, we were talking about how we're going to see surfers on the long-running rights, and then we were expecting lefts here. But sort of halfway through the women's opening round yesterday, we saw a complete shift up, and everyone's been focusing on their rights, and they've kind of been delivering big numbers for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different animal, isn't it? It really does remind me of Super Tubos in Portugal. It's real punchy. It's short. It's going to test your ankles and your knees. And also just looking at the schedule, you know, it's pretty interesting. This year is pretty much 95% on sand. There's only Ericeira, which is a pretty soft wave as well. Technically, that's not a sandbar, but it'll be really interesting to see the crew that graduates from the CS Tour this year, being that it's going to be a lot of punchy beach breaks.
Tell me about what you saw at stop number one. What were the surprises to you? Who kind of did exactly what you thought they'd do, as we see a wave here for Crosby. It's a good sized wall too. Gets a little bit of cover out on this open face, and he's just going to dice those big walls up when he finds that section. Really does have the power to match with these kind of conditions. 4.5 on his first wave, expecting that's going to be a lot better. But Ross, the performance for you so far?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of solid surfing. You know, a couple, you'd argue, underdogs on the ladies' side, but for Sammy Pupo, he looked really strong to me. I wasn't super surprised to see him win. But in general, just tuning in, you know, on and off for that event, the waves were a little soft, and you know, you saw some surfing. Didn't really get toned down, but I was hoping to see some more throaty barrels and some kind of gnarly confronting sections. But it was just a lot of like smart competing that I saw kind of win through.
Yeah, it's the Challenger Series. You know, I think we all make our assumptions and predictions based on the surfing that we see from these individuals on the men's and women's side. But, you know, it's such a chess match, especially surviving these rounds, Ross. These are probably the two most challenging rounds for the competitors with the four surfers in the lineup.
Absolutely. And then, you know, you're throwing a wrench into the mix with how punchy and short it is. For example, you know, Lee Colapinto is, you know, arguably one of the better up-and-coming surfers in the world right now. And to me, his strength is his style and his routine, what he can put together. He's got so much versatility in his game, but that's really not on display today. You're looking for a big section and you're just trying to survive a huge closeout turn. So it goes right back to someone like Jaddy, who is very smart, knows how to compete, knows how to look for a corner and just bang a big section. So we're going old school with this event right now down in the car park.
Sounds good, Ross. Hey, I just wanted to just check in. Obviously, you know, you've got some pretty significant surfers in your camp. How's everything going down there? And if you were to, you know, give some remote coaching tips to anyone down here today, what would we be expecting from you?
As we see, looks like a nice smaller wave, and that's smart today. This is something to stay open. For my crew, especially for the CT coming up, we got Sakura, Tati, and John. And I'm really, you know, always super stoked to work with those three surfers. They're doing good. For the surf ranch, you know, it's a real different beast. It's a unique wave, and it kind of requires a one-off as far as surfboards go. So we've been dialing that in the last couple of weeks, making sure that they have a board that's a little shorter that fits in that tight little pocket there. But they're all super fired up. All three of them are really healthy, and it's going to be a unique event. And I think just trying to get them to mentally wrap their head around how much fun it'll be to compete in such a unique event.
Yeah, we love that. Obviously, Ross, for me, I got the chance to call a couple of the regional qualifying series events here. Always amazing depth there in the ranks here in Australia with such a strong Australasian Oceania junior series into those qualifying series events. For you, obviously working with some of the talent in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, but also keeping a close eye on North America. How's the depth, and what do you make of the chances for some of the newcomers to the Challenger Series from those zones this year?
Yeah, you know, there's two things that pop in my mind right now. For North America, I really liked great survival there. That was pretty awesome. Oh, did he ride out of that? Maybe not. Yeah, I really like the fact that Kolohe and Dino is hanging out with the San Clemente kids. I think that's a really solid crew. You have the Brazilians that had the Brazilian Storm. We got a little San Clemente Storm maroon of their own. So I like that tight unit is sticking together and learning from each other and staying really motivated. I think they'll be a force this year. As far as the young Hawaiians, you don't have to look out for Jackson Bunch. This kid is so gnarly. A wiry, goofy footer. I think he's got the last heat of this round. He's one of my favorite young surfers coming up. He's just a versatile surfer. He's good in the air. He's got beautiful technique. I would look for him to be a threat to qualify this year. And then, as you guys know, Eli Hanneman, too, who's been a superstar for the last several years, he's starting to come into his zone. And with this schedule right now on the CS Tour, Eli is a major threat. He is so good with big air sections. I'd be almost surprised if Eli doesn't qualify this year.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick-up. Been super impressed with Jackson. Saw him in the World Junior Champions this year and thought, whoa, this guy's all he's got to do is crack these Challenger Series events and he's going to give it a good run. He sort of reminds me of a slightly taller version of your old mate Kalani Robb, the way he surfs. Just really great style, but super powerful too at different stages.
Yeah, he's incredible. If people out there aren't familiar with Jackson Bunch, go look at his Instagram. He's so much fun to watch. I use him as an example sometimes for my students, even for someone like John, because his technique, even though he's a grommet, he's really wiry. He's spring-loaded. He reminds me like, if you're going to go back to like a 90s generation, sort of like a Rob Machado, he's got that wire strength, but really beautiful timing. He throws a ton of spray, and he's really good in the air. He's a good barrel rider. He's a threat.
The real deal. We're seeing a number of rides come through, and Jarvis Earl up at the moment, taking this one through to the inside. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it. We're going to get caught up on the situation here, but we're going to have some numbers on the way. Jacob Wilcox is being an absolute tube glutton out there at the moment. He's just positioning himself deep on these banks and in full attack mode. Gets a little slap on the bum on that last section there. 14 minutes to go here, Ross. We love always hearing from you, getting your insights, picking your brain, and we'll be watching John, Sakura, and of course Tatiana at the Surf Ranch closely. They're sort of warming toward that top 5, aren't they?
Yeah, I like where they're at right now, you know, because it's lending to their hunger. They haven't had big victories yet, but they're primed to keep climbing the ratings. So it's nice to have that extra motivation to sort of get that big victory like some of the other surfers have had. So for my crew on the CT, they're looking pretty amped right now.
Great for us to get a look at that head. We miss it. And, mate, we're looking forward to catching up with you again soon. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Bye, Ross.
Hey, thanks for letting me drop in. It's been really fun listening to you guys, and I'm enjoying these events, so keep smashing it.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Yeah, one of the greats there, Ross Williams. I still don't think anyone has ever moved as much water as Ross Williams has. He always threw so much spray. I just remember that vividly from Taylor Steele's movies as we see Crosby go down hard, man. I mean, it was hard to break the conversation because Ross is just so awesome when you start thinking about strategy and formulating a plan to prosper in competitive surfing. But there was a lot of waves ridden during that chat, Laura.
Yeah,
and,
it really was.
I saw you paying close attention to what was going down. We've got live action here at the moment as Alistair Regginato just tries to spear that lip a couple of times.
Yeah, a couple of huge turns being thrown down, some barrels as well. Crosby on that last effort, that would have gone, I would say, excellent if he could have pulled that off. And also a wave by Jacob Wilcox, unfortunately just coming undone on his last turn. But looks like this is Crosby's last wave. Nice turn to start this one off, and then just eyes up this section, comes out, goes so throaty here. Look at that, so thick, and he almost had it, just got squashed. Jacob Wilcox, nice little tube here, and then works it through. Just waiting for this to wall up. Nice slash here, coming through to the inside, and gets another tap on the bum.
Shame he didn't get that completion. And Jacob feeling like he's down at Gas Bay or something, just finding these little tunnels.
Well, Brody Sales getting set to hit the lineup in the next heat. 11.5 minutes to go in heat 14, and we'll be back after this Bonsoy brew break. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. The waves are firing here on what is a sensational Friday. Clear skies, big turns. It's all going down here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Jacob Wilcox holding on to the lead here at the moment. The Margaret River surfer has had a number of barrel rides and he's looking for another, but he lets go of that rail and opts for turns instead. Nice looking bowl here, couple of big hits for Chippo, and he's got plenty of support from the Aussie contingent. Crosby Colapinto, though, with the highest score of the heat so far, 6.5. We're waiting on some numbers to come through. You know, Crosby had an awkward fall on his last ride, big end section, went for the turn. Always funny when someone sort of falls over their front leg. Just like, you've got nowhere to go. You can't kind of get away from your equipment at that point.
It's a dangerous place to be, and I think Cros just didn't quite have enough speed going into that final turn, didn't get to project out enough, and as a result went over the handlebars, and he seems to be okay though, but nothing in this between Jacob and Crosby, both sitting on 11 points, with Jacob just a marginal difference, but you know, it's two mid-range fives versus Crosby, who has that 6.5. So he's in the box seat in terms of being able to better his score. And Alistair Reginato and Jarvis Earl with a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
Still some pretty average scores in their tally with 7 minutes to go. So work to be done.
Yeah, I think Alistair Reginato, Laura's maybe just the occasion of these big Challenger Series events is getting the better of him. He's usually so reliable for a couple of solid scores.
Yeah, he's just fallen on a couple of second turns. I feel like quite a few of the boys out here at the moment have been Jacob Wilcox. That last wave of waiting for scores, I feel like he's going to edge ahead a bit further. He did get the solid finish there and the two-turn combo. So, yeah, Alistair, I feel like he's got a lot left to show, and you see those moments of brilliance, and he just needs to put it together. He's in the box seat, though. He's got priority. He looks like he's in a nice part of the bank.
Just seeing a replay here of Crosby Colapinto, just that beautiful start. Here's that turn, and yeah, just fell a little awkwardly. Really was committed to trying to stick that flow. And Jacob Wilcox on the replay as well. I mean, Rich, we were talking about it prior to coming into the booth, that there's some amazing talent in the mix. There's obviously former CT talent, but as far as, you know, those campaigning to get to the championship tour, a couple of the most informed surfers are out there in the water at the moment.
Yeah, for me, Jacob and Crosby are the two. They're the guys that I can see definitely making the tour for next year, or at some stage. Jacob again, just putting on the brakes, and that one, unfortunately, just didn't quite drag it enough. This is, again, you've got to take off so deep on these waves, feeling like you're almost not going to make it. And they're the ones that you'll actually be right in the perfect spot. But yeah, Jacob has come close so many times, and you just get that feeling. This guy has CT surfing written all over him, and when he does finally make the tour, he's just going to settle in real quick.
He's had a couple of ways in this heat that, you know, I don't think he really had the choice. He kind of had to go to that barrel. As we see Jarvis Earl, he's had a quiet heat. Just whips it under the pocket there, drives up into this section, and it's a little sticky, but yeah, he's just not really finding his flow out there at the moment.
Yeah, something's going on here, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's a priority moment, but look at Crosby just getting shacked. There's some gems out there today.
Yeah, I saw that 6.9 drop, and I was wondering, what have we missed? Because we saw that turn he went down on, but that's what the 6.9, that's where it came from.
Yeah, so Jacob Wilcox gets bumped in a second. And what I was going to say earlier, Jacob, you know, he was stalling for some barrels. He didn't get particularly deep, and it was when he actually let go of the rail and started going to turns that he got his best number. But then he took off on his very next wave and went back to that pig dog stance, and he didn't get anything out of it, and it was actually a pretty good little runner.
Yeah.
I think he can outpower his rivals here just with turns. I don't think he needs the tubes.
No, I don't think he does either, but you know, when you are dished up as a surfer, you're dished up these sort of conditions, and there's these crazy peaks, and you've really got to just blank that out and go, look, if a barrel comes my way, I'm onto it. But let's just stick to the formula here. Let's get some turns done. Let's get the points on the board.
I was thinking about that before, because it feels like every sort of 15 to 20 minutes we see a crazy tube, but they're kind of coming in a different spot to where, you know, a lot of the scoring rides are coming through, or they'll shift further down the beach or to the left or the right. But you just have to go out there and stick to trying to bank those couple of scores. And if you're in the box seat when one of those bombs come, then you're pretty happy.
Well, Reggie's had a settler. He's had a wave that is more typical of the performances we've seen from him in the past. He dropped the 6.13, and that's instantly applied a little bit of heat to Jacob Wilcox here, who got bumped back to second spot. Reginato only needs a 6.05. I mean, he sort of did his best turn at the end of that last ride. He's a guy who will attack a big bowling section on that first turn if he gets the opportunity, just like that. Wow, he's not going to hang on to this one, but love the way he accelerated through that carve.
Yeah, that was great technique. He just maybe held onto it too long. Was standing just maybe perhaps a bit tall. Instead of compressing, he would have held that rail line and been able to lean back onto that toe side rail.
Yeah, you could see that he had fourth priority then as well, so he caught that wave deeper up than the other two surfers, but obviously with small waves, we knew he had to do something massive, and unfortunately just going down on that attempt.
Love to see him on one of those bigger waves, because you know, he does have that kind of leverage, that height. Much like Crosby Colapinto, he's got the power. He's a big unit, Reggie, and you could see him swing through a huge carve as Jarvis Earl really looks to get off the bottom of the order here. Big backhand air reverse, but he's unable to stick it. That was looking good. It was lofty.
Oh, that was close. Really close for the youngster. And this is his second crack at the Challenger event, coming in as the World Junior Champion.
Yeah, absolutely love this attempt from Jarvis. Just spotted this moment right here. This section goes to the air. Almost had it. He just caught that edge coming around.
Yeah, just such a great thing to have, those big individual turns, as we see Crosby up here. He's looking to build on a couple of sixes.
Wow.
Great surfing, really solid, and just going back to what you were touching on earlier, Rich, I mean, they're the kind of moves that are going to score pretty well for you in a CT heat.
Yeah, they're big turns. You know, that's what you think when you think of Championship Tour surfing. They're big statements. Every turn is done with purpose. And, well, Cros, he's got the advantage of having a bit more height and a bit more weight and a bit more muscle. And then when he goes for turns like that, the displacement of water is significant. There's impact. Here we go, Jacob.
This could be a really important ride for Jacob Wilcox here, just to hold off the late charge from Alistair Reginato and Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, well, if you got a 6.5 for that other two-turn combination, I get the feeling that matches it, and maybe even eclipses it. So I
feel like Crosby might be bettering his score, and also Jacob here, so putting that pressure on Alistair.
Reginato's back in priority, so whatever happens here with the numbers, he's hanging onto a 6.13. He'll have maybe a pretty decent requirement to chase down, but 45 seconds to go. It feels like he might get a shot at something.
Yeah, a couple of lumps coming through, and they look like they could be the right direction to hit this bank. Let's see what they evolve into.
30 seconds to go. Jacob Wilcox finding some space, has a look at this one. It opens up, it shuts down. 25 seconds to go. And Jarvis Earl, his requirement, a 7.57. Alistair Reginato, definitely the danger man here. And in a heat where he hasn't really put it together, he's still got a shot in the final stages here, but time's winding down. He's going to have to get to his feet quickly. Is this wave going to let him in? He's paddling, he's up before the hooter. Has some speed, needs to rip into this section. Transitions nicely, floats, but the wave just flattens out completely and just turns into a complete bag of rubbish. Foam on the face, a lot of bump there, and not a lot that Alistair Reginato could have done with that. So Jacob Wilcox is going to hang on for the victory, and Crosby Colapinto, he is going to stay in second place as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap with some low scores on the way still. And let's have a look at the magic work from Jacob Wilcox and Crosby Colapinto here.
Yeah, Crosby started well. This bigger, taller wave, found some tube time. And then put his rail game on show. Beautiful carve there, I love that. And then finishes off well here. It's that big projection float out of the lip. And, well, the surf turning on here this morning. He found another little nugget. This thing was pretty throaty, and he just threaded that needle. Jacob, well, he had a full mixed bag during this heat. He went to the turns, he found some barrels, but it was these two-turn combinations that netted him his two biggest scores. And this was towards the end of the heat here. Combination of manoeuvres on the backhand, and looking for a big result down here at Narrabeen, and he's looking good.
Great heat on paper, Laura. Big performances there from Jacob Wilcox and Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, absolutely. They really came out, and Jacob Wilcox actually taking the win there. Some incredible highlights. Tube Fest.
Yeah, I think we'll see some of those rides later on the WSL post show. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got another big clash with Morgan Siblick, Juan Daru, Oni Umwar and Brody Sale hitting the lineup next, with Kaipo, Luke and Jess stepping in for the call.
Season 2, Make or Break, streaming right now on Apple TV plus 8 episodes for your consumption. We're back at North Narrabeen for stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood.
Morning.
And Luke Kennedy for the call. And Luke, it looks like it's turning on out there.
Yeah, that last hit, I mean, all those synonyms for the barrel come to mind. Nugget, pit, keg, they're all there. And it's been, really exciting. It feels like from heat to heat, it's been switching on and off a little bit. But that last one was definitely on, and hopefully it's going to be again.
Well, here we go, Jess. Another heat out of the water. Heat 15. Morgan Siblick, Joan Duru, Oni Anwar, and Brody Sale, an international heat in this Heat 15.
Yeah, what a beautiful day. I mean, to be soaking up heats like this is the best of the qualifying series surfers, and we get to absorb what they can bring to these conditions this morning. I mean, the likes of Morgan Siblick, for one, and to start with in that red jersey. He's had that experience on the CT before, and you were speaking about his foundations yesterday, Kaipo.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick, 23 years old, the Nova Castrian. We'll get back to him because Brody Sale from Kailua Kona starts off with a snap but can't hang on. So unfortunate start for the grommet there. Brody Sale, just 20 years old. Here we go with Morgan Siblick. Winds up off the bottom, snaps it off the top, and the power of the wave evident here, just bucks Siblick off. So false starts for both Morgan Siblick as well as Brody Sale, but Morgan did bank a number right at the start of this heat.
Yeah, 6 point. This might be the replay of it, actually. Morgan's very first ride, straight under the hood of this one, disappears for a quick second, and doggy door straight through the front. How nice, look at this up close. He gets really tight. It's only a little opportunity, but it's a good little score to kick off this thing.
Yeah, I like the way it's, a lot of people assume when you're riding the barrel, it's just a case of take off, get in there, and then don't worry about it. But Morgan's wave there makes it very clear you're making decisions all the way through the ride, and made a clear decision there. As we see, Oni Anwar tucks in.
And Oni not able to find an exit, our Indonesian representative out in this heat. There's Oni. Already has throwaway, 33rd at the Gold Coast, so Oni's going to need to do better than that. Again, top 4 results out of 6 possible events is your score and your ranking on the Challenger Series leaderboard. More sets on the way right here, Jess.
Yeah, this is like one of those days as a surfer, and I mean, every surfer I think can relate to this feeling of you turn up at the beach on a day like today, and for some reason you just want to climb on something because you feel like you can get a better elevation and look into those barrels and into those pits, and I feel like you go and stand on that rail along the beach, or you go and find a table, picnic table to stand on, because it's just incredible conditions, and it's one of those days.
I got a Bailey ladder for you, actually, if you want to get some elevation there. I got the P120 model out there. It's handy. It's a 6-step aluminum construction. It's awesome.
I'm straight to the top rung of that thing on a day like today, because I want to be looking up and kind of down and through these barrels because they're so beautiful.
That's the Bailey barrel view ladder, right? Is that the new model that's coming out, Kaipo?
We got a couple of models that are in the works right now, but yeah, we'll have more from the Bailey ladder leaderboard. And you know what? All these surfers, they want to end up on that leaderboard, especially into the bracketed tier, because once you get into the bracketed tier, that's when those are starting to be keepers for the men. I'm talking about 9th place finishes. Really, quarterfinals are what you need. So speaking of quarterfinals, Morgan Siblick, who's in the lead in this heat, did make the quarters in 2021 when there was a championship tour event here, Jess.
Yeah, I remember watching him surf out here as well, and it was predominantly at that typical North Narrabeen left, a little bit further up the beach from where we're seeing these guys sit now, and he is just as strong on his backhand as he is on his forehand. And I'll go back to that foundations thing that you were talking about yesterday, Kaipo. He's just one of those guys, as soon as he busted on rookie year, you're just like, wow, his fundamentals are unbelievable.
Yeah, 2021 rookie year for Siblick. Ended up number 5, made that final 5 conversation just his rookie year. It was an abbreviated year, but came on the scene big. And then a lot of times, you know, Luke, there's this I call it the sophomore jinx. Then your second year on tour, much more difficult for Morgan Cibilic, where he was a victim of that mid-season cut.
Yeah, well, he kind of went from underdog to top dog really quickly, and psychologically, I think that was hard for Morgan. He went from competing with nothing to lose and kind of his back against the wall and that I'll show you mindset. Suddenly he had a name on his back, and sometimes being in front like that's a lot harder. So I feel like for Morgan, obviously his surfing is still right there. I still feel like he's grappling with the psychology of the situation.
Yeah, and you know, and a lot of pressure, but that 6.5, it will release the pressure valve just a little bit at the beginning of this heat because he has the only meaningful score right now, Jess.
Yeah, and Johan Daru, another surfer out there, just holding that priority. He's another, I mean, he doesn't have the same situation that Morgan had on his rookie year, but he has all of that CT experience as well coming into this. So those two guys, I think we could say on paper, are probably favorited numbers-wise, but then they've got to overcome Oni and the energy that he's bringing to this heat number 15, as well as like that, it's almost like a John-esque style of Brody Sale there too. So it's a nice little balance and match up between these two kind of generations of experience.
It's the two ex-CT surfers who are trying to re-qualify up against, you know, the two surfers who are trying to get their maiden berth on the CT.
Yeah, there he is, Johan Daru, 3 years on the championship tour, 2017 through 2019, and he wants to earn his place back on. He's got to make it through this heat. Well, making it through his heat in a brilliant fashion was Jacob Wilcox. Let's hear from Jacob.
Thanks, Kype. Jacob, homage to Jack Thomas at Rabbit Hill out there.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Poor Man Rabbits, hey? It's probably, I don't know, that was fun. I don't know, I found a couple. I was just trying to sit right on that rip. It's actually fun to surf something with a bit of juice. You always get a bit excited and there's a bit of push in the ocean, and yeah, it was fun heat. It's fun surfing against all those guys in the heat. There's such like up-and-coming talents, all of them, and they rip so hard, so happy to get the win over them.
And as do you, mate. Laura Enover made a great call this morning with the car park rights. They look like they're going to tube, but then they kind of slow down. You kind of had that difficulty on the one wave there.
Yeah, I did have that on one wave. I kind of had two barrels that I kind of felt like I went too fast for. Then the one I tried to get barreled again on, I should have done turns. But I thought it was a bit more of a closeout than it actually was, because the two other boys didn't end up going. So I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get going, and then it slowed down. So the pace is a little hard to read out there, but I don't know, it's still fun just to surf with a bit of juice. I was coming down here expecting to surf a left, and I was so excited to be able to surf a left after going right all week at Snapper, but the trusty backhand can get it done, and I don't know, it was fun, like a couple of little novelty barrels.
Great result up at Snapper, 5th place. Consistency looks like it's working for you here.
Yeah, consistency is pretty much a must on this tour, I feel like. It's something that's probably let me down along the path is my completion and my consistency. So probably just trying to not go as hard and just get the completion rate back up. It doesn't probably sound as exciting for the people at home, but the people sitting up in that box there judging it, they tend to like it a bit more. So yeah, it's just finding that balance between the two, and yeah, just trying to enjoy it all at the same time.
Well done, Jacob.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox. A lot of the goofy footers thought they were going to go frontside this week. And surprise, car park rights, Jess.
Yeah, look at this little lump rolling on through right at that spot too. But Jacob, I put him, there's a little top tier category, I think, in Australia across the QS, and it comprises of Jacob Wilcox. Unfortunately, Alistair Reginato fell out, but he's in that mix for me too. And Kalani Ball coming up in that next heat. They're all those consistent Aussie guys.
Johan Daru, always reliable backhand hammers. The Frenchman, consistent, paced, solid in his approach.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kaipo. Johan always looks like he's got a lot of time in his surfing. Even though that's a quick wave and he's got to get up and down, it just looks like the pace is really smooth. Love the cadence, big drawn out bottom turn, big open face slash to start with, second one to back it up, and strong finish. And, you know, talked about it in the earlier heats. He has that ability to make his surfing look big, and the judges love that.
Yeah, nice study in slow motion to really check out the technique and the body positioning of Johan Daru.
Such a journeyman of the tour. I mean, I think he surfed in his first CT event back in 2010, had a wild card. So he's been around for a long time. Very popular with his peers. And, you know, I think obviously he'd desperately love to be back on the CT.
Yeah, 34 years old. Here he goes again. And Drew kicks out with no opportunity there. Joanna actually has an interesting, went through a phase where he had this interesting way of celebrating getting a good score or winning a heat. He would punch himself in the head. And that was his passion. It was pretty funny to watch Joanna do that, but like...
Did he ever get a TKO?
I don't know. He didn't knock himself out ever, but he's a passionate surfer. 6.5. So Joan Darude replicates the effort from Morgan Siblick. Both surfers 1 and 2 with that 6.5 in their best 2 scores.
There were Joanne and his partner, I think Maud Lacar. She used to be, such a good surfer on the QS2, and they're kind of like that. They were that power couple across the QS for a long time. Like, they're both so hard to beat in heat, but they just got that beautiful kind of elegance about them around the contest area. It's just, they were really stand out for me over the last 10 years, those two.
Yeah, I remember when Simon Williams, the photographer, was shooting both of them at D-Bar one day, and they both came back to the beach, and he said, Maud, you definitely won that heat. So
I'm sure she's tuning in from home right now, watching him too, and good way to start for him. 6.5 is nice out there today.
He must feel comfortable. I mean, we made the point before, it does feel a little bit like a French beach break.
And like a French beach break, the personality just is going to change with the tide. We have this drawing tide right now, and I'm just feeling that the playing field is changing before our eyes.
Yeah, we saw how much water was ripping out across that sand yesterday afternoon even. I know it was a completely different day and quite junky and beachy style yesterday, but yeah, it's going to, who knows. Midday is going to be different to this afternoon, and even later, as late before dark this afternoon is going to be a whole different story again. So they're going to have to stay dynamic.
Well, I'm going to put a call in for a Bonsoy brew break right now. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back and see the conclusion of this Heat 15. Beautiful views from our Feel New Sydney flight cam, flying over the Narrabeen saltwater pools. Just a beautiful slice of coastline, part of these northern beaches, northern Sydney beaches, and look at the panoramic on screen, Jess. It is breathtaking.
Are you kidding? Like, look at the colours that we get to wake up to here in this part of Sydney. Like, the sand, the crystal clear water, those ocean bars. I mean, the lagoon. It's just it's an incredibly beautiful day here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, it's magic, and those ocean baths are really a feature of all the beaches in Sydney. There's actually even a coffee table book dedicated just to Sydney's ocean baths. That's how prominent they are.
Well, when we went away for break, we saw Morgan Siblick leading with a 6.5 and just a 1-point score. Joan Deroux with a 6.5 and a fractional score. Not much has changed since then, so the two still in the lead. Here's a replay of what happened during the break.
Yeah, look how deep this bottom turn was for Morgs, and he kind of just disconnects a little. You can see his toes were just doing everything to grip onto the board there, but he's kind of blasted off and straight-legged out of there.
Yeah, I feel like the Morgan Siblick of 2 years ago just makes that turn. It's just a confidence thing right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not ability, is it? Like you were saying earlier, it's this like meteoric rise to fame that he had. You know, there was that film, that postcards from Morgs, and then he had this emergence onto the CT in his rookie year, and he suddenly, like you said, went from nothing to lose to everybody watching every move.
Oni Anwar. Couple of nice slices there. Needs to be sure-footed to ride out and does so.
Yeah, Oni looked in great form on the Gold Coast. Didn't really get to keep a result, but performed extremely well. I guess the down-the-line point break suited him because he's almost an adopted son of the Gold Coast. Although he's originally from Indonesia, Lakey Peak, went to school at Palm Beach Currumbin, which is a high school for elite sports people, and only spent his adolescence there and really has almost been adopted by the Australians.
Have a look at that extension. Look at the use of his back arm as well. That right arm of his, I feel like, really winds up. See, it goes all the way behind him, and then it draws that quick snap, and then this wind up here, he drops it way behind his shoulder. I think that gives him a lot of release through that second maneuver and exaggerates it, and it makes sure he had that momentum to ride out early.
This just happened with Joan Deroux.
Yeah, clinical backhand, isn't it, Luke? Like you were saying before, he always seems like he has time. Like, these are really quick sections, and he has a lot of time on his hands there.
Kind of ugly sections thrown at him then. He looks like he has no problem at all. And, you know, it comes down to pinpoint accuracy, like you say. He's actually picking the exact point on that wave where he knows that he can sink a rail and cleave a turn.
Likely Joan going into the lead when that score drops. So we're waiting for scores for both Oni Anwar as well as Joan Deroux.
Brody Sale's been very quiet. He had an authoritative win yesterday, but we haven't seen much of him. He's just sitting with priority. Obviously has a particular wave in mind, but the only thing working in his favor is that no one's really bolted in this heat. But coming down to the 9-minute mark, it feels like he's got to get 2 scores. Here he goes.
Sale snapping one more time, lip glide, no problem. That's going to be the start for the youngster from Kailua Kona.
Beautiful technique from him. Really crisp 2-turn combo. That's well and truly gonna put him in the game, obviously, but he just looked composed. I mean, he sat for so long. There's already, what, 8.5 minutes left? Like, this is unbelievable that time's gone that quickly. But look how crisp he is. Straight to the bottom. Clicks with the lip, plenty of spray, straight up for the second transition. Nice and early out of that. Confirms the landing. I like that front foot placement too, just the tiniest bit above the lip to make sure the timing's there and he doesn't get hung up. I feel like I've seen a lot of surfers get a little bit wobbled or hung up in that lip.
Here comes Morgs. Oh, attacks. He just has to throw the board away.
So Morgan's still chasing a solid backup, only a 1.07. That's not going to factor in. Brody's first wave was really steep, and I think that worked in his favour. We see Joan Deroux go into the lead now, Kaipo.
Yeah, a 4.6 drops for Joan Deroux. He goes into the lead, a 4.93 for Oni Anwar. So he's in the game right now. The heat is tightening up. We're still waiting for a score for Brody Sale, and I expect that score to further tighten it up between these 4 surfers.
Yeah, he needs a 6.57 to move into second position. maybe it's not quite going to go there, but it's going to put him in the scenario where he can definitely strike with 7 minutes to go. So much expectation upon Brody. We've talked about it. He's had Shane Dorian in his camp for a long time. Brody grew up on the big island of Hawaii. He's been riding KS Designs, and it almost feels like he's had Kelly in his corner as well. And kind of the complete opposite to the Morgan Siblick story, where came through as the underdog and then overachieved. Brody Sale, you know, it feels like there's been so many expectations placed upon him. He's kind of gone slightly underneath where we've expected so far.
Well, 5.5 gets into the account of Brody Sale, so very tight as we look at the numbers there on the two-wave totals between all four surfers. Joan Deroux, the only one with solid 2 scores. All the rest of the surfers, Morgan, Brody, Oni, it's going to depend upon their next ride, their backups, Jess.
Yeah, this might be that shift a little bit right now, Kuiper. I think you were alluding to with the tides. It's just really quiet. Here goes Morgs.
Whoa, hammer time. Without the balloon pants, that was just incredible for Morgan Siblick. So he's going to put a nice foundation in this heat for himself.
I like the MC reference, Kuiper. We're going way back with that one.
I know. That was
way back with that
one. I dated myself on that one. Sorry about that for everyone who didn't get that analogy or that reference. Apologize. All right, 5.5 minutes and waiting for that number for Morgan Siblick and how that sets up this heat.
Yeah, that was a big blast from him. I think it's going to... Oh, look at this set coming through too now. Now we have some energy in the ocean. It's been so quiet for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like it just kind of switched off a little bit for this heat, which is really tricky because these surfers would have watched the heat before. There were barrels ridden, there were big sections, then the ocean turns off for a heat, and you have to recalibrate the expectations.
Deroux, our heat leader, picks off a winner again and hammers it twice.
I don't think he's fallen once the entire heat. Just looks so solid. Definitely deserves to be in front right now.
I actually thought he might have been hunting a little bit of a backhand barrel at the start of that too. I mean, his technique on the backhand, he can pretty much get tubed anyway. Have a look at this. Nice positioning and peak. Kind of grabs the rail at the start, resets, and then goes to those ever reliable backhand hangers. Like, look at the technique. Drawn out line, that slicing in half of the bottom turn, and just places him perfectly for that first and lines him up for that. That's the money turn right there for Lars Joan. I think he's just, it just seems easy at this point for him. I mean, Lars Morgan's 3.83 and Joanne's going to throw away that 4.6, I reckon.
Brody Sale, tube seeking, finds a little barrel, a little shampoo on the way out, comes around here, snaps it for finish. Nice combination for Brody Sale. 4.84s, going to move him into second place right now. Feel like he got that number.
Yeah, how's the tunnel vision at the start too?
We'll see the replay. I mean, he definitely needed the strong finishing turn. We've talked a little about the barrel here, how it probably shifts a little wider than you think. Well, you need to take off deeper than you actually anticipate. I think he would have liked to have been, 5 yards deeper when he paddled into it to really make the barrel count. But certainly the finishing turn was solid. Don't think there's going to be many points in the tube though.
One more look. Here we go, Jess.
Yeah, look at this. He does do a little drop. He doesn't quite get behind the curtain fully. It's very clean though, and big hack. So think back to Morgan's single turn. There's a nice little slow-mo. A little bit of a shampoo on the way out.
It was kind of a doggy door exit. Like, he could have come out clean, but I think he probably made a wise decision and thought, I've got to get out of here if I want to get up into the lip.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, Morgan.
So that's going to ensure Morgan Siblick. So even if Brody Sale were to come back with that 4.84, I think Siblick's going to improve upon his scoreline with that wave. So Morgan's really, that was just great surfing and good timing for that to happen for him, Jess.
Yeah, way bigger barrel section as well. Another unclean exit, but that final manoeuvre was so critical, and he really risked it. He kind of came out a little blind after the thing shut down, just kind of pinched him at the end with the lip, and then he just went straight into that turn. So, yeah, that's a nice wave. I do feel like this heat has been a little bit of a change up and a little bit slower because they've had to wait to this last 5-minute mark to get these 2 or 3 really big sets.
Yeah, I feel like Morgan gave the judges a really easy comparison there. His wave was sort of, in terms of what happened, it was exactly the same as Brody's. It was a barrel then a big snap.
Yep, Brody goes to second, but that could be just momentarily because Morgan with a 5.23 will retake that second place and advancing position. And I'm thinking that Morgan for sure is going to get that number. Here he goes again, down the beach. Morgs weaves through that one, takes it square on the melon, but no problem, powers out. Brody Sale looking for a comeback. That's not going to be it.
Oh, that was so cool to watch. Such a good shot too, and great angle into that. Just beautiful morning barrel here on the beach breaks of Sydney.
Well, that one, it really did cone out. You know, and we got a great angle into it from the side on view. Curious to see how deep it's going to look from the front on angle.
So previous wave for Morgan Siblick, a 9-point ride, goes way up. An excellent ride, and he vaults, jumps into the lead. But here is the wave that we're still waiting for this score for this wave.
You can see that the shots come out of that, can't you? You can see the still frames. Have a look at this replay. He completely disappears for a second. He just finds that little exit, much like Jadson did in one of the earlier heats, just finding that tiny opportunity to push out through the curtain.
Yeah, Jadson's wave was the full Houdini effort. He earned an 8. Morgan's 9 may be close to the highest single wave score of the event so far, I think.
I feel that as well, Luke. Oh, Brody! Wow.
It's a barrel fest.
Yeah, so barrel fest. So Morgan Siblick does have the highest single wave score so far in this event with that effort. But we've had a flurry of waves, so we're going to have to wait for a few more scores to ensure everything in this heat.
All right, this is the replay from Last of Daru. Oh, a bit more juice on that backhand for that first hook, a little late, kind of coming down with it. This is Brody's barrel, so tight, nice, almost looks a little bit like the Goldie. It sneaks out through the front, and I mean, wow, that 9-point ride for Morgan. I mean, we were talking about him looking a bit shifty, but he's come back.
Brody Sale needs a 6.35 at the moment to take it off of Joan Daru, who was in control for 80% of this heat. It was Joan Daru's heat. But a 6.35 will vault Brody Sale and advance him into the round of 32. I don't know if Joan improved upon his scoreline in his last effort, so I feel that the need is going to remain the same for Brody. Needs a 6.35. We're still waiting for scores for Brody Sale, Joan Daru, and Morgan Siblick, we already know, is through.
Yeah, I don't feel like the score is quite there for Brody. And Joanne May will improve with the last wave. It's going to be tight, but I just think it was a smaller barrel.
No turn on the end of it either.
I mean, it looked really cute and it looked engaging.
So Joan did improve. 6.64 is the need for Brody Sale. We're still waiting for that number. Brody talking to his coach, Matt Myers.
Increasing your second position slightly, I should
Could I have done anything different, you think?
I
thought your 6.2 is a little low. I thought you got pretty shacked. I didn't get 2 barrels. If I got the barrel and then that turn, it would have been like 7.
Hold your
last
positions.
It was tough out there, a lot of current.
Yeah.
Well, how was that rip? Like that first 10 minutes? What do I need right now? Like a 6.7? Yeah.
So stand by, surfers.
Fuck, just eat the barrel. Eat it. You love the barrel. Come on.
It's not, nah, I know he's trying to will it, but he's not going to get the number. He's not going to get the 6.64 Brody Sale. So nice effort. 5.37, not enough.
Not enough. So Morgan Sibley taking that heat out. Drew coming
John
in second.
played it really smart. Morgan got that lucky, or not lucky wave, but he got that wave.
16 in 5.
So Morgan Siblick puts down a 9-point ride on his road to the round of 32. Joanne Deroux is going to follow through into that round of 32 as well. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, this is the first barrel right at the start for Morgan, and it's really nice, quick little cover up, but it started him off with some good momentum for this heat.
Joanne Deroux just had so much flow throughout the whole heat. Just this one big scything backside hack did the job for him. And he had probably 3 or 4 per wave.
Not by lack of effort for Brodie Sale. Like, look at these beautiful little cover-ups he got. Not deep on that one, but that close-out manoeuvre from him was really good. And this is the big point of the heat. 9-point rides for Morgan Kaipo.
Oh, combo up. Scored a 9, highest so far in this event. We'll hear from Morgan Siblick momentarily. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Stop number 6 on the championship tour. It's going to go down in Lemoore at the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Scan the QR code. Get 10% off. We got VIP passes starting at $2.99. General admissions at just $40 to see the world's best live there at the Surf Ranch. It's going to be an exciting event going down May 27th and 28th. And remember, for all of you playing fantasy, Surf Fantasy, playing it with me, after the mid-season cut, everything counts from the very get-go. You lock in your team from the very get-go. You don't get any chances. That's how you're going to score your points. Right now, scoring some points straight off the back. His Jackson Bunch. Would have been nice to finish that wave off. He would look like he was on some good rhythm there, Jess.
Yeah, he was off to a really good start on that wave. Just a little, I guess, mistimed angle on that final manoeuvre. Caught him up, but that's a nice quick start for him, and it's cleaning up out there. Look at this, Luke.
Yeah, I love the change of pace. So the bottom turn is drawn out, and then wham, just whips it really quickly out of the lip. But yeah, a missed opportunity. Needed to go to the lip a little bit earlier on the final section.
This is his first wave in the heat right now, so a bit frothier, but you can see that first turn, second turn, with the preciseness and the sharpness. And Kaivo, you like that one as well.
I like it a lot. It's a 6.67 starter for Jackson Bunch. We're waiting for his second wave score. Here's a replay of Emrod, Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, he looked fantastic on the Gold Coast. Frothy end section to finish with. Probably would have liked a little more pace in that wave. It felt just a little slow. Or maybe I was just too accustomed to seeing flying down the line as he was up on the Gold Coast. But this is a pretty red-hot heat.
Yeah. Also in this heat, Australian Kalani Ball, 26 years old, out of Stanwell Park, as well as the San Clemente surfer, 20-year-old Taj Lindblad, to round out our 4 surfers. Again, 50% advancement out of these round of 64 heats into the round of 32. Second score for Jackson Bunch, a 4.67. Still waiting for second number for Emrod, Michael Rodriguez. Waves coming through here. Good looking wall on this one. Kalani Ball rolls into this, pulls into the barrel, and Ball slips out the doggy door.
Gosh, you could see that line of that wave and the double up on the takeoff. He read that so well, didn't he? And it's on again. It's going barrel for barrel at the moment.
It's on. And you know what it's on? This replay right here, Luke.
Well, it's a really difficult barrel. He's got to fade the takeoff, get deep enough to convince the judges, and then get out. You know, so there's a lot to do in a very short period of time.
Slow motion here. We can really study the tube time.
Under the hood. Okay, I'm behind the curtain for long enough. Now I've got to get out to make sure I get the completion. Wrestle with the exploding lip. Where is he? There he is, Kalani Ball.
Yeah, it is on because it's also on because Morgan Siblick dropped a 9 in his heat. He's into the round of 32.
Indeed, he did, Kaipo. Congratulations, Morgan. A stressful heat, but you kind of smashed it in the end.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like I did. I don't know. I felt really lost out there. Right now, it kind of looks like there's a rip going through it, and it really felt like there was a current going through it my whole heat. I don't know if it kind of looked like that or just when you're out there, you're just kind of a bit lost. But I don't know, there's some diamonds in the rough, that's for sure, out there. And I don't know, it's kind of a bit shifty, so it's hard to find them. But, yeah.
Speaking of diamonds, walk us through that 9.
Yeah, I don't know. I was stressing because I hadn't really made a turn, and I thought, oh, it's just going to barrel, like, get really throaty, and it kind of, like, gave me a little shampoo, so I was a bit spewing on that, and then it gave me one nice section, and I felt pretty out of control through that turn, to be honest, and I don't know, I was just so stoked to make the turn and get a good score.
Throw enough mud at the wall, some will stick.
Yeah, exactly. I threw probably 5 big chunks of mud at the wall and nothing was sticking, so I was stoked one did.
Well done, Morgan. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, guys.
He was kind of critical of himself. I thought he did well.
Kind of sell it to us, Morgan. It's the best way for the comp.
Here we go. Jackson, backhand barrel, travels to that second section, third section even.
Oh, so close to making that last little bit.
Make sure that Glenn Minami board is in one piece right now. Looks like it is. Jackson Bunch currently in the lead in this heat. He's got some good equipment from a veteran shaper under his feet. Look at this thing.
So let's have a look. I feel like there's a moment here where he could have hit the eject button. So he's traveling. Right there, could he have punched through? You know, maybe the score's not going to be as big, but potentially an option.
Oh, this one looks chunky too, but way foamier for Taj.
Jeez. Knee buckler.
That was a 5.5 for Taj Lindblad. We saw that barrel for Kalani Ball. He got well rewarded with a 7.5. So Kalani Ball in third, but that's a deceiving third place position right now because he has the highest single wave score in this heat.
Yeah, interesting for Kalani. You know, was very much a heavily favoured junior. Had a lot of sponsorship support from a young age. Did a lot of travelling. Then kind of had a big focus on technical aerials, but then probably didn't convert to competitive results. Kind of changed his act a little bit, bulked up, a lot more power in his game now, which is interesting. And I feel like he really wants the result. I had a surf out here a couple of weeks ago, and Kalani was down here preparing at the location.
Yeah, I mean, he had a tough run on the Challenger Series at the beginning of the Challenger Series of 2022, but then at the end of the thing, Quarterfinals in Saquarema, semifinals over in Haleiwa. Emrod through the barrel, one more section, and Wise to go for the completion right there. Michael Rodriguez.
Oh, you could feel that, couldn't you, with his arm in the wall, and he was really riding that speed lump and bump all the way through. That was so sweet. I could really feel that from him.
Well, this is kind of like we'll see it on the replay, but it's a pretty barrel. The angle of the lip's coming back at like a 45-degree angle. He knows he can hold it and stall it. The only thing working against him is the fact that he does have to stall and kind of hold his position in the barrel. Sometimes they like it if he's just going for broke, but such a well-ridden wave. Looked incredible. It's going to be interesting to see how it matches up against Kalani's.
Quick back to Jackson Bunch. A couple of stabs on the backhand. Backwash gets him in the end.
Yeah, it's getting shallow in there, isn't it, too? And you might see the re-emergence of the seaweed monster this afternoon. We saw come into competition yesterday.
Yeah, Couture de Gris got done by it. I think everyone's had a few wrestles with the seaweed. Nothing worse than a bit of seaweed wrapped around the leg rope after you've ridden a wave.
So important score for Michael Rodriguez. He'll take the lead with a 5.87. He sure does. 6.47 drops for Emrod. Michael Rodriguez goes to the top. Jackson Bunch now in a vulnerable position, holding on to that second place. Kalani Ball, just a 3.84 will get the Australian into that second and advancing position. Taj Lindblad still in this heat with that 5.5 as well.
Taj is, since this season of qualifying for the North America region, became my favourite story out of this whole Challenger Series qualification thing. That victory lap on the horse in, I think it was Morro Bay, in one of the QSs, and that whole scene, that was like, I've never seen a victory lap like it. Like being chaired up the beach by your own horse in the saddle like that that's real something different.
Yeah, won the Slow Cal Open over there in Morro Bay. That was a QS 1000 to start off the year in that North American Series. Here we go. Michael Rodriguez finds another barrel. A little too fast for that one, so he punches out the back.
Yeah, again, we saw that scenario with this deceiving takeoff point. Some of the surfers just missing the cue a little bit. Emrod would have liked to have been another, 10 or 15 yards deeper there to really maximize the scoring potential on that tube.
Kind of stuck in that story that Jacob Wilcox was talking about too, where he was saying, he kind of like was in front of that backhand barrel of his the whole time. He was saying, I thought it was actually going to close out, but it ended up holding up, and it's very hard to pace yourself up and down the line here, especially on this right bank.
I made the reference, the MC Hammer reference. Hammers it with the balloon pens, and I
can't touch this guy.
I can't touch it. I just got a message from Aaron Brooks saying she had to see. I told you, she had to Google it to figure it out, because it's definitely that was a dated kind of reference and joke right there.
Yeah,
that was funny.
You might bring it back, and they might be trying to do the dance now. So
yeah,
could happen.
I think balloon pants are actually coming back. To tell you the truth, I think Baggy's back in fashion.
You heard it here first, then.
Okay, yeah, I'm on it first. Well, I'm going to stop this conversation right now and just go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we're going to be back with more from North Narrabeen.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and I'm here with the Bonsoy Locals Report, and I've found another world champion, 2 times world champion Tom Carroll. How are you, Tom?
Yeah, good to see you, Rich.
Mate, have you been enjoying the action in the Challenger Series? It's a little different to the World Tour events, the Championship Tour events, but the action is unbelievable.
Well, you can feel the bursting of talent just sort of popping, just wanting to get on the tour. You can just see it they're just sending on every given chance they got. They know they've just got that one moment to get into it. And this break right here at Narrabeen is just turning it on for them.
I was about to say, we've been down at Manly, and you've obviously competed at both places and spent a lot of time out here at Narrabeen. Good to see the event back here.
It's really good to see it back in Narrabeen. This beach here has got so much power. You know, even when it gets a bit smaller, it just turns it on for us, and you'll always see super high performance out here.
And the Northern Beach is such a breeding ground of champions. We've got world champions here, and no fewer than 25 surfers over the last couple of decades that have made the Championship Tour. Pretty competitive area.
It's crazy competitive, you know, Rich. So from the northern end to the southern end, you know, all the club environment and culture is such a strong one. We're all going against each other at some level. We're all joining in together on that sort of surge to be better than each other, and it's just going off right now for sure. Like every beach I go to, I can feel it.
And you might be donning the suit this afternoon. We've got the Legends heat coming up potentially. The waves are fiery. How are you feeling about that one?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. You know, I know Doomer's got his head down. I know Bainey's got his head down. Maybe Hedgie's in there for a little bit of a run too, which he's already been beating the guys on. He got second in the trials. So I think we've got Laura. I think we've got Pauline Mensah. I mean, I got my work cut out. So I'm going to have a good stab at it. So hopefully we'll maybe get a couple of lefts off the alley. I don't know. It's going to be low tides, square on the bank though.
Well, good luck, mate. Great to see you down here, and I'm sure we'll catch up over the next couple of days on you, Tom. Good stuff. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rich, and great catching up with Tom Carroll on that Bonsoy local check-in. Well, during that interview, Taj Lindblad went excellent.
Oh.
Found the 8.6. Here it is, Jess.
Oh, look at this thing. It's so beautiful. He's almost standing up in it. And then he backs that with that big carve down the face, and then a second in the lip. He loves it too. It's beautiful from Taj. Look at this vision. He's a bit hunched, and he has to kind of compress to come out of that, but it's clean, and he high fives the spray.
Little hand jive on the way out there, and then gets to work on the face there, Luke.
Yeah, great set-up turn and a super strong finish. Double fist pump, he loves it. Yeah. And again, it's one of those waves that we've seen this morning that has, you know, a little bit of everything. And they're out there. A good barrel and a couple of good backup turns as well. We saw Morgan Siblick go with a 9 in the last heat. Best single wave score of the event so far. And it was a combination of a good barrel and then one really big turn. So Taj has gone excellent there. Not quite as high as Morgan, but pretty close. And he's flipped the script completely on this heat.
A patient Kalani Ball, however, sits with a 7.5 and priority right now. Kalani can change the complex of this heat on this wave. It needs a 5.04. He'll go to second. Here we go. Ball looking down the line. Nice carve to start. Powerful carve. Back up in the lip. Boom! And that dump right there bucks him off.
Wow. I wonder how long that leg rope stretched out there too. That thing looked like it projected out 10 foot in front of him. It absolutely exploded.
I feel like although the turn was never really on, he still had to go for it. You know, the section was so intense. I think he would have had to watch it down the line. Great opening power carve here. Sets up this big section. He needs to go a little bit earlier if he's any chance of getting out of that section.
Wow, look at the slow-mo of the rail work and the power, the release through the end of that turn, and then the recoil. Just kind of too much water, throwing him back down too quickly.
And I think he just makes the mistake of, maybe it was makeable, lets the board just get a little bit too far away from him so it's not underneath. But so interesting situation here.
Couple of quick snaps for Taj Lindblad, and he fights to try to get a finish. Does not, however, so will not change his two-wave heat total.
Going back to that story of Taj's victory just quickly in the North America region, I heard the story goes that he was in that final against Nolan Raposa. I love that dude, that gritty dude from Long Beach over there in California. And he was so respectful of Nolan's potential to perform in that final that he was like to his mates or whatever, just chill, like don't bring the horses. And then sure enough, still with 10 minutes to go, they come
Here comes,
down
the,
the beach.
here comes the cavalry. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do if you end up in second and your whole float and all your horses down the beach? But I mean, luckily for him, he took the victory. And like I said, it's going to go down in history. They were incredible shots, and he's in the lead at the moment, 8.6.
And, you know, great surfing family. His younger sister, Sawyer, coming off of a runner-up finish over there at stop number 1 on the Challenger Series at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. So some success right now for the Lindblad family.
Yeah, it's a great double act. And we've seen them down on the beach backing one another, which is really cool, I think.
Something to be said also about that connection also to land and to nature. And, you know, horses, they're kind of the biggest lie detectors of them all. They won't come near you if you've got a bad vibe about you, I don't think. So it really shows that what type of humans the Lindblad family are, and they're obviously incredibly connected to ocean as well. So it's yeah, impressive to have them both at this level of competition at the same time.
I think Caroline Marks also has a really strong equestrian history.
Kalani Ball still searching for that 5-point ride. Gets in front here, would like a finish, and is not going to get it.
I just feel like Kalani's trying to force it a little bit now. He knows he's got that one keeper score and just needs to just relax a little bit and get the job done. I mean, what's working against him is obviously Taj Lindblad's got that great high score, but the other surfers haven't got low scores. So that 7.5 is not so meaningful, and it's only kind of less than a point better than the opposition.
And this is a huge heat total as well for heat number 16. I mean, even Jackson's 11.34 would have done well in some of those sleepier heats. But here's the replay from Lasta Kalani's. A nice little release in the first section. Like you said, maybe just pushing the point a little too much on the end and just a little mistimed, I think.
Yeah, the body language just looks a little bit anxious, but he's going to get another shot at it.
Here we go, barrel time for Michael Rodriguez. Goes through that foam section, up in the lip, and cannot connect a finish. We've seen a lot of body slams in the back part of this heat, Jess.
Yeah, it's almost like WWF wrestling out here this morning. Everyone's just been going, like up in the deck. It's real intense when there's the big collisions with that.
What was that one? Was that a suplex?
Yeah, something, I don't know, but it was gnarly. Have a look at this replay. Gosh, he reads the barrel well. So beautiful. Again with the double hand stall. Comes out pretty clean for such a dirty section. And then I thought he was pulling that. He was nice and early. There's a great overhead view, little rainbow spray. And yeah, he's very close to getting that thing there.
Oh no, slow motion, it's even more painful.
Slam down.
I was talking to the event physio yesterday, and he said up until this morning, he hadn't had much work to do, and I couldn't believe it. But then obviously he swung into action with Timothy Brisso. Unfortunately, couldn't take part in his heat.
I mean, Michael Rodriguez feeling his back right there.
It's really, really flexing them out at the moment. Like it really is. It's going to put all those little stabilizing muscle to the work.
Scratches into this run. Just up and out.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of completion attempts on maneuvers that perhaps if you were in a free surf, you might just go, you know what?
You're definitely straightening out.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, I'm straightening out on them too. It's super powerful right there on that bank. And you, like we said, you can see the sand already. It's just past high tide and it is that chunky.
It's churning.
Yeah, so a little past 11 local time here. And we still have about 2.5 more hours of receding tide. Here we go with Kalani Ball. One more strike for that 5-point ride. On his way to it right now. And if he can ride out, he's going to get it. There you go. And some relief from Kalani saying, finally I put together one. Likely going to get the number. He needs a 5.04 to go into second.
Yeah, you'd have to think the score's going to be there. You saw the relief on Kalani's face. Judge is going to have another look at him. We go on the replay. Marbled face. A lot of setup time. Drifts the fins a little bit on the first turn. Kicks them again for the second. Wrestles with the whitewater. And then makes it clear.
He kind of does his bottom turn really high and tight, like more than halfway up that wave to make sure he makes this second turn too. I think how much ground he was able to cover on that double pump bottom turn to get into that means the success for him there, and then you see the elation on his face.
He gets a 7.07. He doesn't just take second, he goes all the way to first. So Taj Lindblad now in second place, and now Michael Rodriguez has a mountain to climb. He needs a 7.64. Jackson Bunch with priority needs a 7.44.
Yeah, it's incredible where this heat's gone. I mean, Jackson Bunch came out firing, and I thought in the opening stages he was going to be one of the heat favourites. Now he's down in fourth position, holding priority, but he's going to have to get it done with the 7.44. We've seen 2 waves ridden that have gone higher than that, so the waves are out there. He's doing it on his backhand, so the approach is a little bit different, but 3.5 to go.
Here he goes, and he's going to go straight into the barrel. Just needs more. He's going to need more than this. The wave gets a little funky. Skips over this section. There you go, gets a turn in. Even more opportunity down the line. Gets the finish, really fought for that wave. And the judges got some work cut out for them, a 7.44. That was a busy wave just for Jackson Bunch.
Well, now I see Ross Williams was talking about him before on that call-in connect with the other guys when they were watching the previous heats and talking about Jackson's technique here. Look at this takeoff. Almost, I think, decides to go around it, but he tucks under really quickly, and the wave doesn't do him any favours, but his technique brings this score back up into contestable for what he needs. And look at the sharpness he has on backhand.
Yeah, you're right, Jess. He completely oversurfs this wave. Looks like Taj Lindblad got another one, Kaipo.
Trainer for Taj down the beach. And you know what? That happened at an opportune time for Taj Lindblad, because if he increases upon a 5.5, he's going to have the need for Jackson Bunch to be elevated. So 2 important scores to set the tone of this heat. Feeling that Jackson may have gotten the number that he needed, but with the new math, he may not be as lucky.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez has surfed a great heat, but you know, he's still in third position with priority with 1:50 to go.
It's inconsequential. Jackson's not even going to get the number anyway, so it will remain Kalani Ball and Taj Lindblad. Lindblad can go up into first with a 5.97. Yeah, 5.77 drops for Jackson Bunch, not enough.
Looking at that wave of Taj Lindblad's, Jacob Wilcox made a comment in his posted interview. He said it's a little bit like a poor man's Rabbit Hill, a little bit of a West Coast jive at Narrabeen there, but that wave did look very Rabbit Hill, the one that we just saw Taj Lindblad get.
They were pretty critical turns too, 2 critical turns. I do think if Emerald gets the opportunity, I mean, that wave before where he fell on that crazy, you know, wrestling slam at the end, if he had made that, he's in that range. He's already a 6.47 and a 6.07.
Well, he's got a minute with priority. So a few little bumps rolling through here. Feels like everyone is shifting to the north to try and see where this one is going to hit the bank. It's not as well defined as it might seem.
Taj getting feisty there. How was that for 1 turn?
There they are. That is some certain flow right there for Taj.
That was cool. The side slip stall on the takeoff, and then the fin throw for Taj Lindblad. We'll see if that improves upon his scoreline, but he's looking like he's a pretty solid second unless something happens right here with Michael Rodriguez. And Emrod attacks it. But Michael Rodriguez needs a big number. He needs a 7.64.
Oh, that was so sick. That was such a big section. Like, when you see on the replay how far overhead that is for Michael, absolute commitment, and hats off to him as well.
I feel like he just did a snap on a barrel section, right? He kind of took off, set up for the barrel and said, no, Michael, don't do it. It's going to, and then went for a snap.
Look at this thing, way overhead. Should have been a barrel. Was a massive Rio airdrop. Loves it. Let's have a look at this view as well. Thing that just drains off that sandbank. That was it. Most other humans in the whole world would not have made that section.
So here's Taj Lindblad. He's looking to better 5.5 with this one turn. May have done that.
Yeah, that was super dynamic. Look at how comfortable he is on his equipment as well. He's just really feeling it. Just throws so much tail.
Just a full-blown finner with one turn.
So Lindblad will improve upon his scoreline. He's going to make the need for Michael Rodriguez to be a larger than that 7.64 that you see in the needs column right now. So still some math to do. Emron's going to have to go excellent on that last score in order to get out of this heat. Congratulations on the beach for Taj Lindblad.
Last agreed looks in at a 6.63. Great Taj Lindblad goes to the lead.
There it is, Kygo.
Rodriguez needs an 8.1. We're still waiting for the score from Michael Rodriguez.
Wow, 6.63 for last Taj. What an impressive and dynamic turn from him. Almost disconnected with his board halfway through that kind of wafting of the fins too, and just so much control to bring it back under.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez now anxious moments. He's been one of the form surfers of the Australian leg. Would have taken out pretty much most of the heats this morning with that heat total. Waves really turned on. I think it could be close to the highest heat total of the event so far when we stack up all those numbers.
Yeah.
Great to watch.
Yeah, Lindblad's safe. The guy in the hot seat right now is Kalani Ball because we still don't have that final score for Michael Rodriguez. Rodriguez needing an excellent 8.1.
Oh, it was a huge turn. Like, it's a huge section. I'm not surprised they're taking a while to digest it.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, we've seen some big scores given for single maneuvers. There it is.
6.77, not enough. It will be Kalani Ball getting the news right there and some relief on the beach along with Taj Lindblad moving into the round of 32. Let's get the final numbers up there.
Thank you.
There they are. 15.23 for the win for Taj Lindblad. We're moving on to a break. When we return, Ronnie, Richie, Laura will talk you into more action as we shift gears into the women's round of 32.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, as we now move into the round of 32 for the women. Sally Fitzgibbons is out there in the red, Zoe McDougall in the blue, Zali Kelly in the white, Leilani McGonigal is going to be in the green jersey. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey with Laura Annova, Richie Lovett. Man, that was such an exciting round of competition we just watched go down, Rich. Big numbers, barrel rides, and some monster end section hits again.
Yeah, it was, the waves are absolutely firing. I was just down on the beach there. There's such a good energy. Everyone's camping out down there. There's the Aussie contingent and the Americans, and yeah, just some crazy pits going down. Some really gnarly end sections too, but great to see our surfers putting it all on the line. And I hope that theme continues with the women. They're going to have to really, figure out this lineup. It's pretty treacherous out there, but there are still some crazy waves to be had.
Laura, a lot of water moving, just holding position seems like a challenge at the moment.
For sure, and I mean, that's what these ladies will really have to grasp onto, their markers on the beach, looking around constantly. There's so, if you stop paddling for a second, you might move and be out of position when that wave comes through, and just really finding those corners out there. The men were doing such a great job of it, but yeah, there is a lot of water moving. Here goes one of the first to tuck in, Zoe McDougall. She is no stranger to some little backdoor tubes on the North Shore of Oahu.
Zoe kicked off the heat with a 3.83 there. We also got a look at Leilani McGonigal, a surfer representing Costa Rica. And she is yet to see her number drop, but Zoe's going to get a quick start here. Gets a nice hit in there and finishes this wave off well. And that should be better than her first. Also had a couple of throwaway numbers there for Sally Fitzgibbons and Zali Kelly as well. But who do you like in this heat? I'm intrigued because you've got that rising generation up against one of the most accomplished surfers that we've ever seen in the sport.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how Sally approaches it out here. She's so used to surfing these beach breaks all up and down the south coast of New South Wales and the east coast. So, I feel like she's she's not afraid to give it a crack in any of these dredges.
Oh, look at this thing.
Coming through.
Standing up. This is a jam. It's a nugget. Sally Fitzgibbons. Oh, she opts out of that one. And down the line, Zali Kelly capitalises. Big pocket here. Wow. She bashes through the lip. And that's a great way to kick off the heat.
Good
was cool
stuff.
Was Sal too deep on that one?
I don't know if she was too deep, but she just couldn't get under it.
She was a paddle too far out, and that's what happens at this car park, right? There's so much water moving out. When this wave comes through, look, you can just see she could not get under it.
It doubled up on her, and she just couldn't get down it. That was a crazy little bowl. She would have had maybe the barrel of her life if she had actually been able to get into it. But Zali, well, she just went, I'll have a crack at it. Look at it.
Oh, that was a slap. Zali, she managed to really get some points out of what was left of this ride.
For sure.
But there was potential there for a 10-point ride.
I'll tell you what, this tide coming out and this wind backing off, it is getting so beautiful out there right now. Some of the best conditions of the day right now for the ladies, and Zali Kelly just absolutely going to town on that.
Oh, and then Sally Fitzgibbons behind her. This in replay. So Sal did pick up a wave and she got slotted. So whatever she missed on that first set, she's made up for here. Incredibly deep tube, couple of big turns to finish, and that should take her up into the excellent range.
Are you kidding me? She just went, nah, I'm not missing this next wave, and she readjusted her positioning and sent it over that little ledge there. These waves are doubling up, and that was a little slab.
Oh, that was a gem.
Car park rides coming to absolute life right now.
Just unloading out here at the moment.
Wow, this is exciting.
Well, two of the best waves that we've seen during the event so far, breaking in the opening stages of this first heat, the round of 32. We got numbers on the way, but while we wait for them to drop, let's catch up with just a great performer in the contest so far, Stace. Taj just on fire in that last heat.
Yeah, indeed, Ron, on fire, Taj. You've got through 2 heats now as an alternate. You must be stoked.
Yeah, I'm fired up. The waves are firing, so it's just fun to surf.
And you had a good prep warming up with the guys at Surf in New South Wales. You had a practice heat against Hedgie. How good's that?
Yeah, that was insane. He got me ready. I was like, now I know what I'm in for. Some scrapping, so sick.
I couldn't think of a better warm-up, and obviously you must be so proud of your sister's performance up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I'm jealous. She was ripping. It was fun to watch at home, just cruising, and then yeah, I got the call up like last week and booked my flight. So now I'm here.
What do you got? What advice you got for her? She's coming up later today.
Smack the lip.
What about Pig Dog?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Just land your turns.
Sound advice. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Well, Taj, he's a slab of a human. He's a little block, and I like his surfing. It's powerful, and he's obviously enjoying himself, getting the call up to compete here and really taking that opportunity, grabbing the ball by the horns and wrestling some big numbers out of that last heat.
For sure, and the inspiration he's pulling from his sister there, you know, just showing a bit of jealousy, envy of that huge result she got. But what better way to just push yourself and be like, hey, my sister's taking on the top. And
well, we know sibling rivalry has taken us a long way, Laura, as we see Zoe McDougall here. Started the heat off with a couple of quick rides, building a few good numbers, but we've seen the big one drop now for Sally Fitzgibbons. 9.7, great barrel. And, you know, I feel like if Sal didn't get the opportunity on that second wave, she would have been reflecting on the first ride in the set and just sort of saying, you know what, I should have had a go. Reminds me a little bit of kind of what Callan Robson was facing when he committed to that big bomb in Portugal earlier this season on the championship tour. There was only a really small chance that he was going to make that wave, and somehow he made it happen. And Sally may have had the opportunity on that bigger set wave, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Have a look how well she set this ride up.
Second chance draw, and it was an absolute beauty of a wave. Sal, perfect positioning, comes out, gets a nice slash and a final hit. So, geez, a well put together ride, and gets the payoff, the highest scoring single wave of the event so far.
I honestly feel like that could have gone even higher if not that first wave had come through right before and been that bit bigger, that bit rounder. I think that the judges might have gone perfect on that, but knowing that those big ones are out there, they're holding back to see if anyone else can. Really good
point. Really fantastic point. And I feel like for Sally too, you know, she got the wave that there was a higher percentage that she was going to make that drop and make that wave. It was absolutely perfect, that one. It wasn't as slabby on the takeoff.
No, it didn't have that big double up underneath it, and it just was an easy slide in. And here she goes again. Sal.
Now she's got to find the backup. 9.7, good start. Just the one turn, pretty decent. Definitely going to improve on a two-wave total there, as there is just 19 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Zali Kelly holding on to the lead, but that's just a huge advantage, almost a three-point advantage over the second highest scoring ride of this heat so far. And Fitzgibbons, I mean, unless we see someone do something spectacular, she should be pretty sweet here. Azali takes a late drop, straight up into the bowl, kicks on that tail. It's a good first turn. She looks on today. Nice sequence of moves. And now just setting up a little bit of cover through the inside. Doesn't quite get the finish, but I don't think it'll matter. It's going to definitely improve her two-wave total and dump the 4.67 there.
Wow, absolutely loving this attack that we're seeing from Zali Kelly today. Just looks like she's so comfortable in these slabby conditions and these big pockets. Look, just dropping out of the sky here on the takeoff, up into the pocket, then love this deep bottom turn to just tag this. Wait on the back foot to make sure she does not nosedive, and then pulls into a little frothy end section here.
Yeah, there wasn't much she could have really done with that end section anyway, so she just goes for the little shower, but she did some great work here. Gets these two opening snaps, comes through for a third, and you can see the wave just runs off down the line. Little shampoo. And yeah, it just comes unstuck. I'm so impressed.
Oh, thank you, Northie. Thank you,
Rich. Thanks, mate.
No, thank you, Richie.
Thank you.
Love it. Guaranteeing great conditions today, and Rich is spot on. It's pumping out there at the moment as we see Zoe McDougall now looking to stay in this heat.
Wow.
Well, she did well to hang on to the finish. So waiting on a couple of scores to drop now. Zali Kelly's got a good number on the way. The ride that she took off on was so rippable. and she let go of some great turns.
Yeah, these ladies, they've been watching all morning, and I tell you what, they know exactly what waves they want out there, and they're making it look so, so fun. Love this from Zoe McDougall, just going straight up, the one big crack there, and somehow hangs on and doesn't nosedive. That was really well done by Zoe there. It was such a treacherous section, but huge one-turner.
And a replay of Sally's ride. She might be on her way to a bigger score as well.
Oh, nice carve down there to finish off with a little bit of a groove. Little groove claim. Just let the judges know that she's feeling it, and she is.
Yeah, well, there was a no claim on the 9.6, so just start to ease into it now.
Look at this.
Oh, it is spitting barrels everywhere at the moment. And we have just been blessed with an incredible swell and car park rights. It's come to life.
Honestly, who would have thought, eh?
Oh!
That was a face stinger.
Blow your hair off. So Zali Kelly out there dropping a 7.4 on that last ride. She's 19 years of age. She had a run on the Challenger Series last year. Finished 18th. She had a couple of ninths as her best results, but she's a winner, and she's been winning for a long time. Way back in 2018 as a 14-year-old, when it was just the qualifying series below the CT. She went back-to-back in Europe, 14 years of age, and had a couple of QS victories, and has finished pretty high on the old QS rankings. But on the Challenger Series last year, 18th, having another run at it this year. Not a great result for her on the Gold Coast, 25th, but she's making up for it now. Sally Fitzgibbons, she just put up a 6.87 to get herself in front here, and it's an excellent heat score. Zoe McDougall and Leilani McGonigal, they have a lot of work to do. Leilani at the moment needs a two-wave total of 14.23. 15 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It is another beautiful day down here. I am doing an Oakberry surf conditions update. And what an update it is. The conditions have just turned on. The tide's been running out all day. The women's first heat's in the water. Sally Fitzgibbons with a 9.77. It is absolutely firing out there, Ron Dog.
Oh, mate, we're having the best time. Just perched up here in our ivory tower, the Harvey Norman host set, in our comfy seats, and watching just surfers probably enjoy some of the best waves they've had in competition in some time. This will go down, I'm sure, as one of the better days that they have on the schedule this season. So they really want to make the most of it, and they certainly are doing that at the moment, especially Sally Fitzgibbons and Zali Kelly. Really impressed with what we've seen from Zali. And she seems ready to swing on one of these ledgier set waves if she gets the opportunity. But Sal, she found the gem. She found the bomb wave out there, surfed it brilliantly, left nothing on the ride, and got herself a 9.7.
and it was really like the stars aligned when that set came through. You know, it's so often that you can have this whitewash, you know, right there, but that whole area of ocean, it just groomed itself, and it was just not a bit of water out of place when that set came through. So it was just perfection.
Living at South Narrabeen for a decade myself, car park rights was kind of as close as I could get to North Narrabeen without getting told to beat it. And I'm telling you, I never surfed it or saw as many quality waves in a 30-minute window than I'm seeing right now. There's always potential, but it does tend to kind of shut down, and these surfers have just caught it in a complete purple patch right now.
Yeah, it's usually like 1 in 100 waves are good, but today it's the most consistent car park rights I've seen in so long, and just dreamy. We're going to have offshore winds all day, so I mean that just is also pretty rare. So Friday afternoon, we're rubbing our hands together.
Yeah, 1 in 100 is what you get at car park rights usually in a south swell. It's 0 in 100 at South Narrabeen usually in a south swell, and there's even waves down there by the looks of things.
Yeah,
it's pumping, Rick.
It is pumping, and we should actually say a big thank you to all the North Narrabeen locals for letting us just invade their space. On any other given Friday, there'd be the tradies knocking off pretty early, and the car park would be full, and it would be a smorgasbord out there right now. So yeah, big thanks, and look, I think they'd be still enjoying the action, and I'm sure the Coopers bar will be open fairly soon, and we'll see some of those the local crew frequenting.
They'll be sitting back and enjoying their Friday afternoon. It's so awesome here at Narrabeen. I feel like, you know, most afternoons, especially Friday afternoons, everyone just sort of congregates into the car park, and it's always been a really cool ground for everyone to just catch up and talk story and watch the waves. And I remember as a kid coming down to Narrabeen every day, and you'll just turn up in the car park and see everyone.
Yeah, it's cool. And
different times of day too. You know who you'll see in the dark, and then you know who you'll see in the afternoon and throughout the day. Retirees.
Love it. Yeah, it's been a really warm welcome to these Challenger Series competitors as well for the window. One thing I will say about the North Narrabeen locals is they really appreciate good surfing, and they're seeing it here today. I'm sure they're loving the show. Just over 10 minutes to go here. Sally Fitzgibbons had a good run through the contest up there at Snapper. She ran into an on-fire Sawyer Lindblad in the semis, but Sal's started off her Challenger Series campaign just as we thought she would, and she's kicked things off here at the Sydney Surf Pro with a 9.7.
Just beautiful conditions, and we should also give a big thanks to Kieran down at Mexicano as well, keeping us well fed.
Yeah, the ocean.
That paella yesterday was beautiful.
All the local cafes and restaurants in this little Narrabeen circle here, Oceans, Narrabeen, Zuby, you know, we've just got Oceans. We've been getting some amazing food, and yeah, same with Kieran's paella. That's been delicious.
Yeah. A lot of the competitors kind of venturing north, and you know, even though we're loving just being hosted here at North Narrabeen, there's a lot to see on the northern beaches. So many great restaurants as well. Cafes.
Moonlight Drive on the corner. That's sort of the local watering hole, so that'll be lighting up this afternoon as well.
9 minutes to go here, and Leilani's broken that combo a little earlier, 5.9 for her, so has a chance now to get herself up into the top two. And you know what? I think when the waves are really marginal rich, big numbers, excellent scores are a really daunting task. But today, we'll see competitors get the opportunity to really dig themselves out of trouble with an excellent ride.
Yeah, you've got to really keep that mental strength going throughout the heat. Just make sure that you're prepared up until that final hooter goes. You never know, there's a chance one of those little nuggets could come through and you could get the ride of your life. You could get a 10-point ride. It is set up here, so you should never count yourself out. And you know, we want to see those moments. They're unreal when it goes down.
8 minutes to go. What's stacking up here for the surfer in green? Leilani has a look at this one. Doesn't see it. It's not really opening up down the line, so a wise choice not to go. We know that there's going to be a bit of a break for some of the competitors between this Challenger Series event and the next stop over in South Africa, Ballito. But for some competitors like Leilani, they're going to be setting their sights on the ISA Games, because Leilani, last time the Olympics was on, got the opportunity to represent Costa Rica alongside Brisa Hennessy. What an incredible honour that must have been.
Oh, unbelievable. What a moment. You know, you grow up just watching the Olympics and, you know, dreaming that one day you could get there, and for surfing to be part of that, you know, history now is just so, so cool. So what a moment for Leilani. Sally also representing Australia.
Yeah, we weren't sure what it was going to feel like that first time that we were seeing surfing in the Olympics, but I think as soon as we saw the surfers there amongst the other athletes with their uniforms on at that opening ceremony, you just straight away tapped into, you know, how special it was to them, and it's something they'll never forget for sure. As Leilani, you know, it took a wave there that never had 8 points in it, so it's a bit of a head scratcher, but she'll get back out there. There'll be a bit of time, but she doesn't want to put herself out of position or miss an opportunity to get that bomb set.
Well, we know it comes in flurries out here. It turns on, and right now it's turned kind of back off again. Yeah. So it could come good again, and you need to be right there on the button when it happens. Yeah, you can see the texture in the water now, and that bit more water moving, and that's just what happens. This rip will sweep through the lineup, and it kind of just messes it up for about 5, sometimes even 10 minutes, and then it goes nice and clean again. And that's when, just like we saw at the start of the heat, those gems come in and are just really beautiful to ride.
Who's the most dedicated car park right surfer amongst the North Narra faithful? Ben Short's got to be up there.
Yeah, Benny Short, he's up there. A lot of the Groms now are really taking over the car park rides. Dill Moffat is always out there. Kai Warner, you know, just the whole Jamie Thompson, yeah. Davey Cathles as well.
I was about to say Davey sniffs one out.
Yeah, Davey finishes work at like 9 a.m. now, so he is straight out there for the day.
Is he podium dancing in the city? What's he up to?
No, he's at the fruit markets selling fruit from early in the morning, and so they finish nice and early. Him and his dad, there they are, the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club flag.
It's formidable, isn't it?
Oh man,
it's quite scary, but we're a nice friendly club now.
It is a friendly looking skull. But yeah, there is a pack of surfers who, you know, they don't mind if the lefts aren't on show. They just, the first thing they look at when they come down to check the waves is car park rides.
Yeah.
And it's having one of its finest moments out here today, and the competitors are getting the opportunity to really tap into some high-scoring rides here.
Yeah, one of my first ever barrel shots was actually at Car Park Rides, shot by Mark Honorati. He basically lives out there. You know, one of the great photographers that just loved showcasing these car park rides. Whenever it was on, you just got a message at like 5 in the morning. Get down here. Swim all day. Now Maddie Dunbar's out there all day.
It was a good hunting ground, Rich, for photo shoots back in the day. Nathan Smith used to shoot a lot out here. Rob Hazelwood, another surfer from this region.
Yeah, I got a couple of DPSs with Smitty out here.
DPSs, for everyone listening, is the double page spread.
Yeah, sometimes they were closeouts that you didn't make, but you know, those water shots, they can be falling.
Sally might have a cover here. Well, this is the Harvey Norman Heat recap.
That was Matty Dunbar. He was getting the shot from down in the trop there, but Sal, just what a complete wave. Highest wave of the event so far, and this is Zali Kelly. She's found a couple of nice waves herself, and just sticking to the face here, just connecting with the lip. Now she races down the line, gets a little shampoo, bit of vision. Was unable to make the finish on that one, but it didn't matter. And this is Sally's backup ride. Nice swooping snap to start off, and then a beautiful hack before that wave explodes behind her. So a really good heat put together by Sal. And I love this too as the opening heat for the women, because it really is going to inspire all those heats coming up. Like, this is the benchmark, and this is what's possible.
This is what's out there. Let's go, gals.
Yeah, hold that position out there against this sweep, but also stay far enough inside that you can get under the ledge on some of these really tricky takeoffs. 3 minutes to go here. Laura, can you please post that early barrel shot on your Instagram for us all to have a look at?
I don't know. I think I had my mouth like wide open. Eyes closed, probably.
Tube head. Rich.
I've never had a barrel as good as that one that Sally got, honestly.
Nah, me neither.
Jealous.
Not there. But yeah, there's, you know, just so many great moments that were captured out here in this lineup. It's just so throaty, this stretch of coast. The sand packs in hard. It's pretty deep off the back of the sandbars here, so nothing really slows these swells down, and you've seen it. It really does throw, and you've got to have a really strong committed paddle if you're going to get into it.
How good surfing, though. We just thought we were going to come here and watch people do, you know, backside turns on the lefts, and we're just seeing everyone get stand-up right pits.
Oh, the field is strong on the Challenger Series this year too. We saw big airs laid down. We've seen unbelievable power hits. We've also seen people getting folded in half, which is always a treat.
You can see that plume of sand, and that's right at the top of the sandbar there, and that gives you an idea of just the undercurrent of water that's sucking up the face. And as you said, you've got to make a committed effort, because as you're paddling, that wave is drawing up so much that you've got to try and get it's a similar takeoff to Chopa, really, how it draws off that reef and pulls you up into it. So you have to just give it a couple of extra strokes and be so committed.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable with looking down at basically an elevator drop and really trying to set that rail in to make that drop and get under the lip. Not have to, you know, straighten out and
go straight. An elevator with a glass floor that's got no cables connected to it.
Yeah, that's a great shot from the aerial view here of just how this takeoff spot sort of moves around and the rip runs through it, but there's a definite triangle, little corner in the bank there, and that's where all this energy is just focused. That bomb-bore out the back, it does break up that swell line a little bit as it comes towards shore.
Well, Zoe taking off here after a huge number, and with the quality of set waves in the early stages of this heat, you just know that, you know, unless she launches a huge air or something, there's really no chance it's going to get to that 8.56.
Yeah, we were saying that the last heat, you know, the last men's heat had one of the highest heat totals between all surfers, and this one might have eclipsed it. I mean, you know, 5, 6, 7, and 4, 9. That's some good surfing by Zoe. She started off so well, but Zali and Sally just on absolute gems.
15 seconds to go. Sally's going to be sweet here. Zali Kelly also looking good with a healthy heat score total of 14.23. This one is over. What a way to kick off the round of 32 for the women, with the most winning surfer in the event at the CT level too, getting a big confidence boosting heat win and an excellent heat score.
Yeah, that'd feel fantastic for Sally. You know, she'll be reliving that one as she drifts off to sleep tonight. Just that vision inside the barrel. And, well, so much experience and great to see her moving through.
I think everyone watching too is going to be thinking about that tube as well. Great stuff for the veteran as she moves through to the next round. Stay with us. The round of 32 will continue right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Season 2 of Make or Break streaming on Apple TV Plus. Check it out. But not right now. Right now, stay tuned because we've got pumping waves here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. And another great lineup of talent in this heat. Alyssa Spencer. She's been looking sharp on her charge through the Challenger Series the past couple of years. She's out there in the red jersey. Vahine Fierro of Tahiti representing France is out there in the blue. Huahine, actually, she's hails from. Ella McCaffrey, she's going to be out there in the white jersey, the surfer from Encinitas. And Elise Cooper from your hometown, Rich, is out there in the green.
Yep. Yeah, Elise from down there at Queenscliff. She does tend to wander down south of the pipe every now and then when Northstone left's starting to pump. You're looking at me with a strange look on your face there, Ron. But, yeah, I know normally it's taboo to for any to cross the magical line that runs out.
Rich.
Yep,
there's a border
from the pipe there. But no, Elisa, she charges, man. So I would feel like she's super at home here. She comes up and surfs Narrabeen a lot, and really in the last sort of year and a half to 2 years has started to find something in terms of her form.
Well, she's used to tackling opposition on a rugby field. So she's taken a break from those competitive aspirations to focus on her surfing. And we'll see what she can do with this call-up. Getting started now. And just looking for an opportunity to get that first turn in. There it is. Throws together a couple of moves now. And finishes pretty well here. Smaller wave, so expect the score to be a little restricted. But some big sets stacking up on the outside, Laura.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough paddle out. It'll be interesting to see Elise opts to do a bit of a run around and paddle out to the far right of the screen. So much water moving, and yeah, it looks like she's going to come in and do a quick little run around. There's a bit of a rip on the other side of that bank where, you know, there's way less water moving. Well, sorry, there's a current going out, but no waves really. So
all the crowd have obviously made the move, Rich, from all the hometown supports come up from Manly, Queenscliff, and are getting behind her in this run. She's going to put up a number here. It looks like it's going to be in the 4-point range.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the strategy here, just given that towards the back end of that first heat, things went a little bit sleepy there. So at least maybe just thinking, you know what, I'm going to try and get a couple of scores just on the board here, get some numbers, and then I'll start to sit out and wait for those bigger, better sets.
Yeah, 3.83. And while we did see high quality perfection in the opening stages of the first heat of the round of 32, Zali Kelly and Sally Fitzgibbons capitalising toward the back end of that heat. It did get a little tricky to connect with those quality set waves, so you could be onto something.
for sure, and that's just about reading the lineup and adapting. You know, sometimes when you see that big trough there, you know, all messing up the lineup, you might say, yeah, I might just sneak in and try and catch a smaller one. You obviously give up priority, and but it's a strategy.
Yeah, tide's still running out too. So we had a high tide at, it was around 8 a.m. this morning, so it's going to be running out still. So, you know, that affects it as well. The tide can have an influence on what goes on out here, especially on this part of the bank. You can sort of see that last big set had this double up through it as well. So signs that maybe there's these two swells starting to connect now. That swell with a little bit more east direction in it.
Rich, talk to me about this time of year on the east coast, but especially on the northern beaches. It's a great time of year, really crisp weather.
Oh yeah, primo. We get these cold mornings and predominant offshore conditions every morning when we talk about the winds. We do get a lot of southerly stream swells coming up the coast. They've got a lot more power than what they do around the summertime, and they've got a bunch of punch in them, but we do get a lot of direct south. So to get these easterly directing swells is a bit of a treat, so it is going to keep swinging around the next 2 days, which is going to be special. And I'd be really surprised if we don't see that left starting to light up again.
Just the weather is going to be perfect over the next couple of days too, Laura.
Yeah, check the weather, and the app's just like sun, 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 sun the whole way down. So beautiful time of year right now in Sydney. It's autumn. It's actually just started getting a bit fresher the last few days. You can just feel that wind chill that, you know, when those west winds kick up and it's coming off the snowy mountains down the coast, that yeah, winter is here.
Winter is coming. 22.5 minutes remaining, and just the one decent number or the one score on the board there for Elise Cooper, as we see one rolling through. Plenty of waves spitting out there at the moment, and hoping we see more of what unfolded in that first heat. My mind's still kind of blown. As on the end of this one, Ella McCaffrey sets it up. Just going to get pushed out of it. It didn't really open up for her. 20 years of age, Ella. She's had a few opportunities in these Challenger Series events. Hasn't really gotten the opportunity yet to have a full campaign. But a strong surfer. I can see her graduating through those regional qualifying series events at some stage and earning a full-time place on the Challengers.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with Ella's surfing. You know, just feels like she's surfing well beyond her years, and just strong and smart competitor, really. One that I'm excited to see out here at the moment as well is Vahine. Obviously, we know what Vahine can do at Teopu.
Unbelievable tube rider, and yeah, she'll definitely be one of those surfers that's going to be campaigning to try and get into the event again this year. She had an amazing run. She's had 3 CT performances. Last year in Tahiti, she got a semi-final finish. She's a former world junior champ, and she's had a couple of magic runs on the Challengers these past 2 seasons as well. 2021 finished 9th, so not too far off the pace. Her best result was a quarterfinal, and last year she finished 10th and had a couple of quarters in Ericeira and Brazil. So Vahine is one of those surfers who's knocking on the door of a top 5 finish for sure.
Yeah, she's come so close last year. You know, heartbreak for her at Haleiwa last year, and just to be able to come back and jump in the Challenger Series and get a 5th place at Snapper, unbelievable. Here she goes.
Yeah, she's got to get going here. This one stretching out, getting away from her. Just over 20 minutes to go. Something standing up on the outside. Alyssa Spencer. You know, talk about Vahine and her having a couple of great runs on the Challenger Series. Alyssa's been a little higher on those ratings these past couple of years, even getting a victory over in Brazil last year. We'll talk more about her in a moment, but right now let's feel the buzz from Sally Fitzgibbons, getting a big score in that last heat, Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Sal, 9.7, highest wave score of the event so far. Talk us through that one.
Oh, I'm so stoked with that one, Luke. I guess we go out in these heats and we wish for that ultimate performance, like you imagine it in your head. And I think for me, the biggest jewels are like kind of that progressive element, the airs and then the tubes as well. So you're kind of looking for those golden eggs, and with the conditions the way they were, it's like, okay, cool, I know there's going to be an opportunity out here somewhere. And so that treasure hunt's on, and, you know, I was one paddle away from maybe Zali's one, and then that next one came, and you just kind of back your instincts, and it feels so nice to come out one like that.
How excited were you this morning when you pulled up and saw right-hand slabs out front?
Oh, well, I guess this morning we pulled up, it was dark, and there was a lot going on. It was sort of like pretty moody. Like there was a bunch free surfing on the left, and then there weren't actually too many crew on car parks, and then we all piled down there when the event was going to start. So I don't know, there's just energy, and you kind of felt it, and it felt a bit frantic. So to kind of settle down and watch the conditions sort of settle down, and just be like, okay, just be where your feet are, and if one comes, just yeah, it could be the way of your kind of competitive life, really, yeah.
And are you happy to see action continue on the rights for the rest of the event now?
Oh, I'm ready for anything. I think just coming here, you're putting on the jersey, it makes me so happy. And yeah, I just show up every morning, and you know, all the matchups are so strong, and so you just got to show up ready to play the game. Yeah, it's a really cool time in my career of just kind of seeking that best performance, and it's really cool to have that support from all my brands and all the Aussie brands too. This leg of events are brilliant, and the crowds are awesome.
Thanks very much, Sal. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Whatever, Andrew.
Getting a shout out in to everyone down there on the south coast at Jiroa, her hometown. But oh man, what a pro! And Sal, you can tell that, you know, while we've watched some of the other CT surfers who did make the cut, that they've been struggling through these first couple of events. Sally's rebuilt emotionally. She's, I think, looking really focused, and she's let go of that disappointment and really set her sights on a magic run through the Challenger Series. And with surfing like that, it seems like she'll walk it in.
Yeah, I think so. And Sal's got, you know, that really positive attitude, and instead of, you know, switching it into a negative, she's gone, I'm going to look at this as an opportunity to sharpen my tools again, to get that surfing back on track, to get my competitive mind clicking again at the highest level. And you know, she is just so positive with that stuff, and that really is working for her. And the surfing's looking really good too.
And the thing with Sal that I appreciate is she's able to really articulate, you know, what the challenges are and what she's got to do. As we see Ella up here, just having a tough go of it at the moment. A couple of throwaway scores, and she's going to wear a couple of big sets on the head. On the outside, no one in position for this one. It looks like it's going to shut down. Rahine
off the end there.
She's had just a couple of throwaway scores as well. Alyssa Spencer's just sort of poised. She's being a little more patient than her rivals out here at the moment, and really looking to drop a big number at some stage here.
Yeah, I feel like this heat, they've just had a lot of those sets kind of washing through and messing up the lineup. So, you know, Alyssa's obviously sticking with her guns, and she knows what type of wave she wants. I'm sure her and her coach, Matt Myers, they have a very good marker on the beach as to where she should be. Just wait for that really nice, I can imagine she wants to get a bit of a tapered wall just to try get some tight backside surfing in.
Yeah, for sure. She's on her backhand out here, which is challenging, no doubt about it. And you'll be looking for a special sort of wave where you can really just open up and get some turns done. Maybe she's not really thinking about the barrel front of mind.
Yeah, drawing inspiration from some of the men that were out here. Jacob Wilcox had a great performance on his backhand, and you know, a lot of the men were surfing good, but they had a certain type of wave that they knew they wanted, that they could do a two-turn combo on. You know, Vahine as well, you know, we know she's obviously not afraid to send it over the ledge on some waves, but out here today at car parks, it's very different to the sort of perfection that you get at Chope. So, you know, different type of barrel riding today.
Yeah, they're just, looks like they're just sort of fighting at the moment to get themselves into that position, that deeper position, to capitalise on waves like this.
Yeah.
15 minutes to go with priority. Alyssa Spencer, 20 years of age, and definitely has been charging up the rankings. She had a 9th place finish. She was actually beaten by Sally up there on the Gold Coast. Looking to rebound here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll see the back half of this heat in just a moment.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none. From basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
NRMA Parks and Resorts getting behind the event and hosting many of the surfers, the commentary team, our judges, right there at North Narrabeen. That's an unbelievable setup.
Yeah, what a location. A few spots left for any happy campers wanting to come down.
I love your story that your parents used to set up a tent there and send you and your brother over there to camp.
Yeah, we had like a big crew of kids, and every summer we'd get a camping spot and just be able to sort of run over to the beach. And we got friends that still do it today. They're always camped up there every holidays, and all the local kids are just running amok.
Yeah, some good fishing there in the lagoon as well.
Yeah.
Plenty of lizards. As Vahine looks to get herself into this heat. She's had a number of throwaways prior to this ride. And even though that's not going to be a massive score, it's definitely going to improve her chances of progressing through here. The more time that winds down, Rich, there's just under 12 minutes to go, the better Elise Cooper's 3.83 starts to look in the scoreline.
Yeah, and again, just see how that wave's just doubling up there. So that's a combination of these two swells on top of each other, the tide running out, and you're right, Elise's 3.83 is the top number and will probably stay the top number, although this might challenge it. That was two good hits there. So I think Vahine starting to realise, hey, I need to get some scores on the board here. Perhaps an 8, 9 or even a 10-point total might get through this heat. This is a replay of Alyssa Spencer. So she has waited a long time, almost 20 minutes to find that little runner.
I think a big sort of shift to plan B happening for the competitors, the favourites in this heat at the moment, Laura, just based on the slow start and a lot of closeout set waves.
For sure. I mean, they knew they had to get the ball rolling, especially with that paddle out being so tough right now. With that tide going out, it's really not giving a lot of space to sneak out between sets. So Vahine running around right there, and she'll sneak out in that rip to the right.
Ella on the replay.
Yeah, Ella, smaller wave here. So these women are just opting to go the small waves just to get some points on the board. Obviously feeling like the bigger ones are a bit straighter at the moment. There's Alyssa Spencer and Maddie Myers running around, getting some advice.
Yeah, I feel like Vahine's wave's probably going to overtake what Elise was able to do earlier on, just based on the turn, the first section. Just a bit stronger. Elise sort of didn't have a lot of momentum as she went through her backhand hits, but she's up again now, and she can add to the score line, throws the board up there. It's a tricky ride to execute any turns on. She's going to go down. That one's not really going to count for much. Interesting to see where the numbers go on that last exchange between Vahine and Alyssa.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly these girls can get back out the back. You can see Alyssa right there and Vahine in front of her. How much time this is going to chew up and how much time they'll have left when they get out the back.
It's really interesting, this stretch of beach. There's not a lot of space between the shoreline and that impacting water, and it always seems to hit in that same spot. So even though it'll kind of hold you on the inside, it won't really push you too far back in.
And that's also the other thing about taking off on some of those small waves. They're going to run further into the beach. So if you're committing to one of them and you're committing to doing more turns on a small wave, you're basically saying, yep, I've got to do a run around. Whereas if you stuck to maybe a big wave out the back, you might be able to sneak back out right after.
At this point, where Alyssa's heading out, Rich, you can almost hold your position on the sandbar because it's so shallow, and then pick your moment to punch through those waves. A little further to the north, there's so much energy being concentrated into the corner here at North Narrabeen that getting back out after a ride's virtually impossible.
Yeah.
You get sent down the alley.
Yeah, basically you'll go all the way down to the lake entrance. But our competitors, well, we're looking directly at the takeoff peak now. You can see a little runner going along the sandbar now, but our competitors are running way down to the south of that, coming around behind it. And it gets bigger as you go down the beach.
At different stages through this heat, Laura, I've seen the competitors not paddling, and I think in the last heat, we didn't see them stop.
Yeah, for sure.
So as a result, just don't think we've seen them get to the very apex of the takeoff zone here.
Yeah, you can see where the apex of the takeoff zone is because it's where that point of the sand sort of ends, and it looks like these ladies are sitting off the end of the sand there. You can see it up the top. So you never know. Vahine and Alyssa paddling back out. They might be in the spot for a deep one to come through.
Yeah, Vahine's kind of right in the go zone right now, and maybe just in time. Something might be rolling her way at this stage. She is in the lead, a 5.83 on her last one, and that was a pretty good little wave as she wanted to improve her heat score total. Didn't quite get into it. Didn't really matter too much with the priority there because she was down the back end of the order. But I think Alyssa would be wise to almost hold her position a little deeper behind the sandbar there, because when sets are approaching, Rich, with the surge, you can get to where you need to be a lot quicker.
Yeah, you can just scoop back and you know, really run down into that peak, but it's hard to make your way back into it. So, you know, hold her line there where she is now. I'd even be just, you know, keeping a slow paddle on, just maintaining that position. So Vahine and Alyssa right now, they're in the box seat in terms of positioning. She's found a little left.
Yeah, on the other side of the peak, and she finds some cover. So again, just being open to what's being dished up by the ocean here and not getting too fixated on the rides, and it's going to pay off in a big way. She had a 5.43 on her opening ride. She waited more than half the heat with priority to tap into that, and she's just been absolutely gifted a gem, just sitting actually on the right part of the sandbar.
Yeah, smart adaptive surfing there to what's going on in this heat with 6 minutes to go. You know, obviously knowing if she goes left right now, she's right where that rip is to take her out. She's probably going to get out, and that will take her about a minute all up to drop a score, sneak into the barrel there, get a little turn off, and get back out the back with dry hair.
We're looking at it from behind the peak. There's no doubt there's some cover. It's not a super deep tube, but in a scrappy heat where no one's really got numbers, it still sort of stands out as a highlight moment in this one.
I think it'll probably get up into the mid-4 range, maybe even 5. So we'll see what the judges think.
Well, all of a sudden, she's going to put together a nice little heat tally here. She dropped that 5.43 on her first ride. And Vahine as well, dropping a 5.83, so some better numbers starting to fall now. This is a score. Her second ride score is going to elevate her, shoot her straight up into the top position. I've got no doubt about it.
Yeah, Vahine's got to get rid of this 0.67 because Elise Cooper, she's right there. She's chasing. And Ella McCaffrey has a decent number as well. So till Vahine backs up that 5.83, she's in trouble. The judges really liking Alyssa's ride. 6.17. I thought there might have been a little bit more kind of restraint in the scale just based on the fact she wasn't particularly deep. She's having a look at her right now, and she's going to have to give way here to Ella McCaffrey, who's got a nice bowl and absolutely digs into the section. She only needed a 2.18 to get ahead of Vahine. She's going to get much more than that.
That was a huge turn. Wow, I'm excited to see where the judges go with that, because that was committed. And how was that? Every one of those ladies knowing that that was a wave that they really wanted. I think most of them turned, paddled, and wanted to go. Alyssa taking off, straightening out, giving way as Ella had priority. She just goes up and makes the most of that big section. Jamming it in the pocket here. Almost like a layback slash, but just bringing it around and dropping down to make sure she's in front of that big exploding foam.
Not one of the biggest sets, but still the only set that we've really seen a competitor on in this second heat of the round of 32. So good chance it could score pretty well. Vahine really selling this wave to Elise, but she wanted it, and she digs in on the first section. So really she had the quick start, but waited a long time to really lock in a second score, and she doesn't get the finish at the end of this one.
Yeah, you could tell Vahine really wanted that, but Elise not capitalising on that end section. She got a nice first hit, but she could have made life a bit harder for Vahine. However...
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer on the left has created a bit of distance between herself and the rest of the field, but Ella McCaffrey well rewarded for that big hit, and she's jumped up in the second spot. And Vahine's now after a 5.24. Elise Cooper, she's not going to get the number she needs here. Even to have a chance, she needed to finish that off. But it's sort of a new benchmark in this heat now, with Ella really attacking the bowl of that set.
Yeah, things have gotten really interesting in this last several minutes. Some nice rides starting to drop, and women starting to feel just a bit more comfortable, starting to figure the line up.
So Elise got a 3.9, jumped ahead of Vahine, but that's not going to concern Vahine at the moment, because she wants that number 2 spot, or even the lead here, and she's after a 5.24, 2.5 minutes to go. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Slow start for Alyssa Spencer, but when she did take her priority wave, she made it count.
Yeah, she really did, and this is Vahine's best. This was the 5.83, just one big, nice slash. Went a bit foamy here, but she made the most of it, and that's been all she's been able to really get. Alyssa Spencer, 6.17 for that effort there, and that was so well done. Smart surfing, and then giving way to Ella McCaffrey here to do one big jam for the 6.73, sorry.
Yeah, strong, and just based off the fact there was a lot of scrapping on smaller waves, it was always going to be a pretty good number, as Alyssa Spencer just draws that bottom turn out beautifully and sets the fins free. She's trying to better a 5.43 at this stage. She doesn't even really need this wave, but she's going to really drive the point home with a unbelievable first turn there. Love the way she drew out that bottom turn. Yeah,
she does have that super clean style, and very, very smooth. And she's put together a 12-minute heat, and really come home strong. Yeah. Beautiful looking wave here. Just sets up so well, squares off the bottom, gets a little bit of fin release, drifts the tail, and then she finds this little low road just to finish off. And you got to say, with a minute to go, job done.
Those first turns, Laura, when you execute like that, it must just be such a good feeling. On the outside at the moment, Vahine making a move, grabs that rail, doesn't find any cover, hoping that this wave gives it a shot down the line. She did a 5.24. It was a quick wave that reeled off so fast.
That's heartbreaking for Vahine there, because it doesn't look like she'll get another opportunity with 30 seconds to go. You know, so risky there, but just kind of reeled off. Thought that she was going to go for the tube, but she was almost that little bit too wide for it, and then, you know, put on the accelerator, and then just wasn't any opportunity down the line.
Could she have braked any harder, Rich? Was the barrel the option?
Yeah, I don't know. There was really. I don't know what else she could have really done. She maybe could have sat into it a little bit more, tried to stall.
I mean, only needing a 5.24, I think.
It wasn't a turn wave, was it?
No, it ran off too quick, so she really had to go for that barrel. But
well, this is Spencer, and she ended up making it a pretty respectable heat score total there. A couple of mid-range sixes. Ella McCaffrey, big turns are still being rewarded by the panel. She gets a 6.73, hangs on for that second place. Elise Cooper and Vahine Fierro are out of the event. We are going to take a quick break here. We'll bring in Heat 3 in just a moment. It's going to be a good one. Don't miss it.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Just started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole lineup and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great vision there of Laura Enever getting around her local. My name's Stacey Galbraith, joined by Jess Grimwood. Jess, you must be pretty stoked to be in the booth for this one. Your very own Macy Callahan in red out in the water.
Yeah, here we go. Let's go, Macy. Also, I mean, Sarah Baum, one of my personal favourites, obviously a mate of mine as well, Ariana Ochoa and Carolina Mendes, like incredible surfers representing both Basque and Portugal. So, pretty good heat. I mean, what a day. Friday,
Hey, that's
pumping.
right. And what incredible conditions. I mean, the opening heats of this second round of the women's have been insane. Massive scores being dropped. Sally Fitzgibbons and Zali Kelly going absolutely crazy in that first one. And we're off to a really, really strong start here with some early scores from our surfers, which we'll catch you up on in a minute. This looks like it'll be Macy's first ride here, Jess.
Yeah, this is it right here. 6.5 for Macy's opening wave. So trademark face carve to kick things off. Gets a bit more critical there through the lip, and I think that's where the juice came from in that score space.
And this was Ariana's first ride. She had a strong first round up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, nice and critical for that section. Kind of a little bit hung up in the lip and has to ride out with the explosion. So it could have been a little bit sharper, but I mean, 5.5 is also a good start.
Yeah, definitely. We saw yesterday a lot of the competitors, and on the first day, just getting some scores on the board, but I think today we can expect the totals to go quite high with the conditions as good as they are. I'd be surprised if she's hanging on to that score at the end of this heat, Jess.
Yeah, I went down onto the sand in between our heats just to kind of get a real feel for it, and sat with a few of the guys sitting down there, and it's just like everybody's heads on swivel. You just see spit, like left spitting up north, and you see these right spitting down south. And it's like, I said it earlier this morning, it's one of those days where you want to stand on top of a picnic table somewhere in a car park and just like that.
Oh my word.
It is throaty. Laura's been saying it all morning, but it is. It really is.
It's one of those days where I think to surf a heat would be quite challenging. To have a free surf with your mates, you'd have the time of your life. But we do have the world's best here, and they are making pretty perfect sense of it so far. But like you said, heads on a swivel, and as these rips coming through the lineup, it's going to be important for our competitors to keep an eye on the clear water, not just the water that they're paddling towards at the moment, but also in front of them, because there's some great lumps of ocean coming in. But if they've got that disturbed water in front of them from, say, earlier waves in the set, it's really going to make it challenging to score any rides on. But luckily enough, with the tide as low as it is, it's helping the waves break a little bit further out, and there's plenty of clean ocean out there. As we see Bormy up and riding here with priority, just taking off from the shoulder. A slow start to this one. Gets a turn up there in the lip and just has to eject there. And Macy behind. Nice drop. She's been practicing that up on the Goldie. She's also been practicing that as well. But unfortunately couldn't find the exit here. But I must give a shout out to all the women's tube riding this morning. I think that's been one of the biggest areas of improvement for the sport, particularly in the women's. I was over in West Oz recently, and Sierra Kerr and Katie Simmers giving the box a good honest go, and it's showing conditions like this. There is so much talent that we have in these draws, and they're making the most of these conditions. Carolina Mendes here, massive turn. Can she hang on? She can. And a little look to the beach, and rightly so. Critical section there. I'll be interested to see where the judges go with that one. They've already got a scale set around that mid-range with the 6.5 for Macy's 2 turns and the 5.5 for Ariana's single manoeuvre. This one, to me, stronger, Jess.
Yeah, she's, I think it's, let's just have a quick look at this replay. She holds priority, so she takes this wave and she just times it so well straight to the bottom and kind of redirects over that lip line the ride on out in front. So strong surfing. Here's the slow-mo. Yeah, she kind of pulls it right back under at the last second. It was a critical section. I mean, we saw the men getting really good scores for those single turns early this morning, and I love that the women have come into this round absolutely firing.
Some beautiful vision from our man Benny there, right up close to the action. And there it is, a 7-1-7 for Carolina Mendez. It's not too surprising to see the score go that high for such a single critical manoeuvre. You know, the most common question of every event when it fires up is, what are the judges looking for? And it's the same thing at every event. They're looking for quality manoeuvres, and today we do have that opportunity to showcase that. The combos might be hard to find with the way the bank is at the moment. So just those single individual manoeuvres, I think, could be a great strategy if you're looking at surfer heater here. Bormy with the pig dog. Are you joking me?
Gosh, we're gasping because you could see the light at the end of that. You could see the little escape route that she was aiming towards, but I think that we'll see in this replay that she kind of just caught that outside rail right up near the nose there and came down. Let's have a look at this, Stace. What do you reckon?
Wow, Shaq, incredible drop. She did really well there. And unfortunately, just the amount of power and water sucking up the wave face, that drop was incredible. The technique is perfect, but she's just a little too sort of over her toes, unfortunately, there. And as you see all around the world, particularly at waves like Tahiti and Fiji and Pipeline, really looking to get your thigh and the whole part of your backside into the wave to try and help you, I guess, balance on your board is super, super important. But the takeoff there, wow, that was impressive. Another performance that was impressive was Alyssa Spencer in that last heat. Luke, I believe you've got her for a chat.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Alyssa, you found a left-hand barrel down the beach. Were they on the radar before you paddled out, or was that just an instinctive response?
Yeah, I'd seen like a couple waves down there before I paddled out, but it definitely wasn't my like #1 plan to go find a left over there. But yeah, it just happened to come right to me, so I rolled the dice and went.
And we've seen you have a couple of wild cards into CT events. You've come really close to qualifying. What's it going to take you to get a full-time slot?
Yeah, I think just hard work and consistency throughout the whole year, and hopefully a couple good results in the Challengers should be able to get me there. And yeah, so I'm hoping to make a couple more heats here and see how it goes.
Well, good luck for the remainder of the event.
Thanks, Luke. Good to catch up with Alyssa there. And speaking of tube riding, there's another surfer who you can tell if you follow her Instagram, puts in the time. She's obviously lives in California, but goes down to Mexico a lot, and it's starting to pay off. Like in conditions like this, it really pays. You need to be able to score left and right, tubes, turns, getting radical above the lip, and you know, if you can have an open game plan like that, it's definitely going to bode well for you today.
I wonder if the goofy footers in this heat too, Ariana and Bormy, were looking at that last wave of Alyssa's on the left and going, might be plan B there for the heat, because I mean, Bormy is one of the only goofy footers that I can think of that's really, really got that finesse on her backhand tube riding. I can also think of Chelsea Hedges on the backhand, but it's a hardcore thing to do. And like you said, there's been so much progression in the QS ranks, at least I'm speaking about, on working on that specific aspect of skill of backhand tube riding. That, yeah, Bormy seems to be one that's been able to put it down.
Yeah, you're right. It's a fair comment. Like, it's probably not something that the women get to practice all that often, is that backside barrel riding. I mean, outside of the surf ranch, you can't really guarantee a pit anywhere else on the tour. And you do notice that. You do see surfers surfing around that section just to do turns because it's an easier way to score points. But the judges, they will reward you, absolutely, if you can manage to find any kind of barrel anywhere around the world. And I think of Sally Fitzgibbons, obviously, in the first heat. But that's on the front side. That's a different kettle of fish. On the backhand is, you know, acutely more difficult. And it's something that I think we will see even more progression in the next couple of years. So it's good to see it on display here. And the next stop that the QS Challenger Series goes to, Bolito, that could absolutely turn on as well. So yeah, it's definitely a skill that you want to have in your repertoire, as we see. Bormy up and riding here, probably looking to go to turns on this one. Beautiful turn. Wow, that was incredible. Blew the whole back of the board, back half of the board there out of the lip. She got such a cool style, Bormy, and had a couple of really highlight moments on the Challenger Series last year, but couldn't quite find that consistency going deep into the events. But I think we're seeing a pretty reinvigorated Sarah this year, Jess.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what that big hook comes in at on the scale as well, if we compare it up to Caroline Mendez 717. I think back to that earlier heat of the men's where it was Michael Rodriguez that had those big sections and the big hooks. Have a look at the replay here. Technique on point, just timing and front foot. The position that a front foot and a board get to just above the lip in the perfect time, it just gives it that ease, and you feel stable with her as she rides out of that turn.
It's one of those things, technically, that was the best turn of the heat. It's just the section that she did it on. It just didn't have that same critical nature as Carolina and as Ariana's turns. So I think the judges will reward it to a degree, but the one thing will keep it down is just the size of the wave, and the section was a bit foamy and just a bit flat as she was riding out of it. It didn't quite have that, like, oh my God, is she going to fall off moment, which is almost like it's kind of taking away from how skillful she is. Like that, she made that turn look so easy, but it definitely wasn't. And there it is, a 5.7, which I think is really well judged. Definitely kept her in range there. It's better than Ariana's turn, which I think is a great comparison of where they're at.
Yeah, look at this. I like the fact that there's a lot of energy for these four ladies for this heat as well, because I feel like they've got a lot of different approaches to this style of beach break and this heaviness. And like we saw from the start of Macy, she has that kind of quick whip around, open face rail carve, and then she's obviously so astute at those end sections. I've seen so much of her success throughout her career, you know, over on big beach breaks like this or over in France and in Europe. So to see her approach versus the backhand attacks of the goofy footers versus kind of like, I feel like Caroline Mendez's approach is quite sharp and crisp. I feel like she's a lot more compact through her moves as well.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see like a really big set, of course.
Totally.
I mean, you just want wave after wave for these women.
Well, you make a good point. They're all going to get their opportunities. There's no doubt about that. We're really seeing that at the halfway mark. Every single surfer in this heat has a great scoring ride on the board that they'll be looking to build from. But while we are taking a little break in the action, perhaps, there's been a lot of these moments today where just when we think it's going to go quiet, a five-wave spitting barrel set comes through. Not to be the case here. We are going to take a break at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We'll be right back.
Is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and what a beautiful part of the world we are in here. Great view over the North Narrabeen Lake there, which is open at the moment, which is creating this wonderful bank up here in the corner at North Narrabeen. Just out a shot there to the right is the Caravan Park, where I'm posted up for the week and having a great time, as we see a replay here of Carolina Mendez. Crazy drop out of that turn.
Oh, she's done so well to nearly ride out of that one, Jess.
She almost had it.
Ariana here on another wave. Pin drops out of the lip. Just a short replay there. Gee, Jess, the girls are sending it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to at this level of competition, but also I think for Ariana's last wave, she might have just been a little bit too far. If she was a little deeper and she could have had kind of a little chip into that section rather than going late over the top, she might have had the chance to maybe tuck under or something. But I mean, you can see how much water is exploding around them. And similarly with Mendez's last wave, we've seen her ride out of plenty of those end manoeuvres.
Macy Callahan up and riding here, looking to add to that 6.5. Nice snap in the lip there, and good just to get another second scoring ride on the board there. But as we've seen with the flurries in these heats, I think that might just be a momentary change in the situation. I think that even including Macy, everyone will be looking to add a really solid number in that second tally as this heat counts down with 12 minutes left, Jess.
Apart from Mendez's 717, she's been able to find that criticalness, and what I like about her surfing is, I don't know if you followed her a lot on socials, and I'm sure you probably have, you personally, because you're one of the biggest frothers I've ever met, but if you haven't and you're viewing her surfing, you can get on board and see, she explains how much surfing is important to her and the passion, and it's so much more than a sport to her. And it's great to see her out here. Here's the replay, though, of Macy's. She pushes really hard out of that top turn to make sure she rides on the out. It's a single turn, but it does get her into the lead, 3, 6, 7.
Yeah, and that can kind of just free her up now. She's got fourth priority. She can kind of hunt around the lineup, knowing that she's in the lead, albeit, I would say, momentarily, but she can add to that 3, 6, 7 and even look to really push that lead out even further, which we've seen in a few other heats today. Once you can kind of get yourself in front, fourth priority out here actually becomes a blessing, because it sort of takes that pressure away from you to pick the perfect ride, and you can chance your hand on a few closeouts. Well, what look like closeouts, you might end up getting one of the barrels of your life. Macy having a look here, streaking down the line. Unfortunately, just cannot get around that section, but it's one of those things, like I said, a surfer of her caliber rolling the dice that often, one of those opportunities I believe will definitely open up for her, and we should get to see some more fireworks. But
she'd have a lot of the crew from home to tuning on in.
Tuning on in or jumped on the ferry, you reckon?
Oh, probably both.
Yeah.
Bit of both.
Carolina Mendez here up and riding a pretty sketchy looking wave that had a big double up in it. She'll look to get back out. She had third priority there, so she won't really lose her positional priority. Macy here. I think there's been a few runarounds today, and I think we're about to see another one. Don't believe she hurt herself or her board on that last wave. As we can see, a wave looks like it's coming to Ariana here. She might be just a little too deep. Could be Baumey off the end. Sarah Baum up and riding. She's going to need to get out in front of this one quickly, as she does. Nice, beautiful backhand carve there, but it wasn't to be with that two waves coming together there. Unfortunately, just not being able to get any real critical manoeuvres done on that wave.
No, that's not what she wants towards the end of the heat. I mean, it's going to replace the 177, I'd imagine, but the kind of weird wobble in it, she didn't get critical at all, and there was nothing left at the end of that section. So I know she's chasing down those big ones that we saw, like Sally and Zali capitalise on, but yeah, she's going to have to overcome, like Macy and Carolina at this stage, have the two best waves, and they're only going to need to get one more like medium-sized bomb and just do that really kind of poised, precise surfing, and it's trouble for both Baumey and Ariana Ochoa. But yeah, I'd love to see Ariana open up on a really big section, because I think what she brings to the table here is something a little different, and I've seen her technique and in her surfing through the ends of her turns, she seems to throw, like, when we're talking about volume in spray, like an extra, I don't know, 50 litres of water towards everybody else. But it always comes at the very end of her turns.
Yeah, she's got great extension and whip through her turn, and particularly in conditions like this, you can show that off. She's going to have a little look here, but not to be. While we wait for our next exchange, we're going to throw to our man out in the field, Kaipo Guerrero. Kipes, what are you up to?
Cruising around again, you never know where you're going to meet. Oh my goodness, it's Sally Fitzgibbons here with Harvey Norman. What are you doing, Sal?
just kicking back kipes. We're in the Harvey Norman deck chairs and we're using the Instax. So we're taking some cool Polaroids and all the Grums and the locals down here. It's an awesome community.
Mind if I get a photo with you?
Oh, I love a photo. These are memories.
Okay, let's get it.
All right.
That's a keeper. There's a keeper in there.
Oh,
Don't let my son get a hold of that Instax. We will blow through the photos quicker than you can say Bob's your uncle. And they're good fun to have on the fridge, but he's not too good at pointing it upwards.
Oh, not yet?
Nah.
Well,
have to give him a few pointers.
All the families down here at the moment with you, aren't they?
Yeah,
Stace?
yep.
That's cute. That's nice.
It's been good. Yeah, it's been great weather. Great part of the world. Plenty of people taking care of us. But a few people that need to take a bit more care of themselves in this heat are Sarah Baum and Ariana Ochoa. They're chasing only mid-range scores to get into a progressing position, but I kind of feel like we mentioned earlier, it's just going to be, those numbers are going to change. I think if we've had this much sleepiness through the middle part of this heat, it's going to have to go off at the end. It's just been too consistent all morning. As we see Macy just having a look there with fourth priority. And Carolina here having another look. This time around she had second priority, so that will be I would say a bit more of a mistake than before when she had a look at a wave. She will go down to fourth priority now, which, like I mentioned earlier, I don't think it's the worst thing. You just need to get away from your competitors at this point. There's, like you mentioned earlier, Jess, with Alyssa Spencer getting that left a little further to the south. There's also some rights off the end of that bank as well. So, yeah, creating a bit of space for her right now could be a good option.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like there's something coming here.
There's something coming here, but what's in front of that wave is just too much disturbed water. They're not going to be able to get any clean or green face there. And to be honest, all the competitors are just sitting on top of one each other at the moment. It's almost like they're looking at each other rather than looking at the waves because, you know, from the drone angle there, you could see that wave was always going to be a pretty challenging one to ride, yet we had all three surfers looking at it. So it's important to stick to your own lineups and realise where you are in the lineup and not so much your competitors in situations like this. As we see Ariana here with first priority, nice drop. She'll need to get up quick into the lip and can't do it on this occasion. It's awfully frustrating when you wait that long for a ride and execute with first priority, and that's what you end up with. So again, she'll be looking to make some lemonade out of those lemons, but we're going to get a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Macy Callahan off to an early start, Jess.
Yeah, she looks like she has time on this wave and she just collects quite a few points on that end turn. Here's the first of Ochoa, and you can see plenty of spray, a little missed time, but she just needs some freedom to find something else if she wants to overtake surfing of Carolina Mendez, who's really been in form in these really chunky smackdown sections.
Definitely. A lot of courage to hit that end section there. The whole Pacific Ocean was coming down on her, and that was Macy Callahan's backup, just a 3.57. So that's what sees her out in the lead at the moment, which with 5 minutes on the clock, the 5-minute warning popping up there, and it looks like we've got Bormy wrangling a bit of seaweed on the inside.
No one's safe. But
no one is safe at all.
I do kind of like that Ariana's gotten out of that priority-heavy situation. I think shrugging off that pressure of first priority in these conditions might play well into her hand, seeing that she only needs 2.95. She's going to have to just go, and like you said, that Macy's been doing, just rolling the dice on an opportunity, and one hack or one hook from her on the backhand, that's going to get her in.
Totally. You're so right. With first priority, you're not sitting there looking for a 2.95. But with fourth priority, if you saw an opportunity to get one in turning, you probably would go. And with how kind of tough the back half of this heat's been, that might be all she needs. I mean, I'd like to see the numbers go a bit higher, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. As we see Carolina here, she's just looking to improve on a 1.27, and she will do that incrementally on that ride, which will put the requirement out a little bit further for Bormy and Ariana, but I don't believe by too much. I still believe the numbers they're chasing will be able to be reined in with one quality turn. So
I can see what she was thinking with that move, but I think that she's underselling her surfing. I think that if she just puts that confidence back into her own pockets and just sits out there, throws the anchor down and waits for the next bigger wave, like not a little scrappy wave like that, she's got the surfing there.
Here we go, Macy Callahan using her first priority. This wave looks like it's got a really nice tempo on it. Beautiful opening carve. She'll need to get there early, which unfortunately she doesn't. And hopefully she's all right after that. Wipe out there. Sheldon Simkus in support here of Macy. That was they're one of those falls that you really ride as a coach / support network member.
Yeah, absolutely.
We really hope that you don't end up with a busted board or a busted rib like we saw Tim Biso earlier. But this was the wave you mentioned earlier of Carolina, Jess.
Well, I totally get it on a QS regional approach, but I don't think she's backing herself enough. This turn right here, it's so nice, but it sets her up in the exact wrong spot for that section, I think. She just has to, she has no speed, and she comes in at the wrong time for the end section. I mean, it's so gnarly. It would have been hard to do anything else there, but...
The question is, does she better the 367? Just to give a bit more room there. Oh, Carolina, crazy end section belt. And she's stoked, and rightly so. She only got a 1.83 on her last ride, which is, they're the kind of scores that can sometimes get you a bit down on yourself. It was a completed ride with 2 turns, but this one here, the one single manoeuvre, that is going to eclipse that 1.83 by a long way. As we see a replay here, Jess.
Oh, nice flow, perfect timing. Yeah, just, she's been doing these throughout the free surfs and throughout the first round of competition too. She's just not worried about that end section. I just love to see her just keep backing herself, because she needs to realise that her surfing belongs in this level of competition.
Definitely.
She's no longer a regional QS surfer. There's a whole nother playing field that we're out here for the challenges.
Yeah, it's such a good point you make. Some people make 5 minutes look like half an hour. Other people make 5 minutes look like 20 seconds. And she was kind of falling into the ladder there as we see her bail out to get through that one. But she only needs a 3.5 for the lead, because Macy Callahan did improve her situation. And I don't believe it'll be enough to keep her in the lead. But what it will do is just create a bit more daylight now between her and Sarah Baum and Ariana Ochoa, who will be chasing her down. They're going to need around about a 5-point ride if they want to get through this heat. Once the final scores come here for Carolina, we're expecting her to jump into first place after her last turn on that wave. A big critical closeout manoeuvre, and rode out of it with ease.
Yeah, you can see the numbers coming on in too. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
another weird wobbly one for her. I mean, Baumi and Ochoa, the goofy footers, 1 or 2 turns, 2 hooks. They're back in.
There it is, a 6.63 for Carolina Mendez, takes her up into the lead as we expected. It's now Macy Callahan in second, and is going to have to play the game here at the final moments of this heat. She does have priority over Ariana Ochoa, but Sarah Baum in third does hold priority, and she's chasing a 4.98, a score that we know she's well capable of getting. It's just, can she find an opportunity, Jess, in this last 30 seconds? Macy looking at her left here, if you could call it that. A nice turn, but just didn't quite get that drive off the bottom that I think she was looking for.
Well, she kind of went left on a straight hand.
Yeah, that's a good call. 15 seconds to go. That'll be all she wrote for Macy there. I don't see her getting back out in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, will this wave get to the lineup for priority for Baumi and Ariana? 3 seconds.
Unfortunately not. That will be all she wrote there. In what was a great start to that heat, and a bit scrappy at the end, but there we see the winner of that heat, Carolina Mendez, all the way from Portugal. She is stoked, and rightly so. That was a pretty strong performance on her top 2 scoring rides, and a valiant effort there from Macy Callahan, who'll be pretty stoked to get through the next round, especially with the forecast we have coming up. As we see final scores there from that heat, it was Carolina Mendez over Macy Callahan. Unfortunately eliminated from competition here, Sarah Baum of South Africa via Australia, and Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Another cracker heat coming up next. Isabella Nichols will be in the water. Some amazing scenery there from the Northern Beaches. That ad could have been shot all this morning. Another beautiful day here on the Northern Beaches of Sydney. We're here at North Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Another cracker heat in the water. I must excuse myself. I said Isabella Nichols was going to be in this heat. In fact, it's Sophie McCulley from the Sunshine Coast in red, Bronte McCauley from the west in the blue, Ellie Harrison from down at Barwon Heads region, and Bella Kenworthy all the way from the United States on a cracking ride here as we catch up on a replay from the start of this heat. Beautiful turn in the lip there and rides out of that cleanly. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Jess Grimwood. Jess, what do you make of that turn?
Yeah, sick. Real similar to that first kind of big section for Mendes in the previous heat. Here's the replay of Bronte's as well.
Oh!
Crash crunch on the inside, but Bella Kenworthy already. What did she get for that first wave?
It's like
6 point
a
ride,
6 point
yeah.
ride for her opening score.
So similar, like I said, to that Carolina Mendes wave. Just real committed surfing. She kind of looked a little hesitant in those first kind of pumps through those sections because we couldn't tell either whether it was going to absolutely throw and pitch or she'd have that split second to put it up in the lip. But luckily for her, 6 point ride open up.
Totally, and beautiful technique, beautiful style on that ride there. And I feel like as a youngster coming into these events, that's exactly how you want to open up your heats, just to, I guess, shake those nerves off. And it's a stacked heat. I'm sure she would have grown up, you know, and watching Bronte on tour, and obviously Sophie qualified this year, and then, you know, then seeing your name alongside them in a heat draw, it's got to be daunting.
Yeah, and it's a similar story again. I mean, the older or more experienced Australians are not even that old yet, but Bronte and Sophie against the Super Grom. Ellie's pretty young and kind of come up and really has proven herself across the regional qualifiers. If I remember correctly, though, like across the QS season in Australia, Ellie was the Grom that hijacked one of your post-heat interviews, wasn't she? She was travelling around with the group of Aussie girls that were doing it.
Yeah, I wasn't at risk of losing my job after that, I don't think.
No, but what I've seen in Ellie since she's come into this Challenger Series, you got to interview her yesterday after her heat, and I thought that her maturity that she showed in the post-heat interview and even the language that she's using, I wouldn't be surprised if she's done some media training, because suddenly her surfing's gotten her to this point where the spotlight has been continuously on her. She's still got that Grom attitude about her, but I was impressed with her post-heat yesterday.
This thing looks like a crazy double up left on the other side of that peak. Love to see the takeoff on that wave, because from the drone angle it looked like it was absolutely going below sea level, but not much scoring potential there. But I'll tell you what, the best way to learn how to get tubed is take off on closeouts, what that was. Not the greatest way to win heats, as we see Bronte here just looking to get a score on the board. Bronte, I know, had a little bit of a knee injury coming off the back of another fantastic result over there at Margaret River in her hometown. So I know she was managing that into snapper, and she had a bit of a tumble on that first wave, which had me kind of holding onto my chair, but it's good to see her get another ride, and she looks fine. She'll look to do a run around here and jump in that rip, as you can see, to the south, and get back to the peak as we see the takeoff here from Ellie Harrison. Sick elevator drop. Not much scoring potential after that. And then we saw Bronte's ride here, Jess.
Yeah, that's a tiny little insider one, but she does well to get 2 turns. There's a lot of water going crazy on the inside. Here's so chunky little shampoo section for this morning, and there's a way more critical turn for her. Talk about stories and I mean the drama that unfolded after her surprise qualification, I think, for her. She almost she conceded, didn't she, to Teresa Bonvalot in that last event.
Yep. And it was a crazy story for her to get on the tour, like you mentioned, and then unfortunately, as the sport goes, an injury is the absolute worst time. But you know what, it didn't stop her, man. When she got into Portugal, straight into a 5th, and some other great results for the rest of the season. So definitely belongs on the tour there, and I know she'll be looking to make a quick return back to the top level. And the statistics are pretty good in her favour. A lot of the crew that fell off the tour last year re-qualified in that very next year. It was like almost like that experience and that time at the top level, it just made them even more well-rounded for the Challenger Series. As we see, Ellie Harrison here, another nice drop. She'll be looking to get down this double up, and unfortunately just can't do it on that occasion. And she'll be hoping to get back out there without having to do a run around. It does take a bit of time off the clock. Hopefully power through that seaweed and get herself back up into the takeoff zone for a bit of a Bit of a cleaner effort, hopefully, on her next exchange. But Sophie McCulloch's first ride coming in there, the second best ride of the heat at 5.33. Got a little shampoo, didn't quite get in the barrel there. We've seen some crazy tube rides this morning, so the judges have got their eye, and they've had a bit of practice at scoring the tubes this morning.
Yeah, look how many wobbles and ribs are churning through the face of that. I mean, I don't know what else. I guess you could have just delayed that line and just really eyeballed and targeted that inside section if you wanted to make something of that. But I think towards the end of this heat for Ellie, she's going to be looking hopefully for those sets that were kind of lackluster in heat number 3, and we're hoping that within this 20 minutes we get a few of those pulses like we saw at the start of this women's round of 32.
Definitely someone who had a finger on the pulse out there in that last heat was Carolina Mendez. She's with Luke Kennedy.
Thanks very much, Stace. Carolina, when we're watching, we can see barrels, we can see longer waves, we can see shorter waves. How hard is it to come up with a strategy before you paddle out?
Yeah, sure. The tide is getting really, really low, so in my mind, we just one big turn. That's what my goal. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that I'm making through.
And talk us through what goes through your mind when you know you have to land one of those big closeout maneuvers.
Yeah, sure. In Portugal, I used to surf these kind of conditions in the nationals, so of course was not my comfort zone, but I'm used to surf this kind of conditions. So yeah, in my mind was I just need to finish one big turn, and then when I hear the 7 points, I was okay. Just let's try to get another one, and yeah, I'm happy.
You'd like saying to the fans back in Portugal?
Estou muito feliz de ter passado, super difícil, maré a vazar, mas estou feliz de ter avançado. Era hit difícil, sabia que tinha que dar o meu melhor e estou feliz de ter conseguido passar, e agora é dar o melhor na próxima. Obrigada.
Back to you guys in the box. Thanks, Carolina.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Carolina. And a great identification there of what's going to be able to get you through the heat today. And not just get you through, like fantastic scores. Big heat total there, but just on 2 manoeuvres across 2 waves. So it's pretty clear the judges will reward you if you can get yourself up into the critical section of the lip there and ride out cleanly. I think we saw a lot of efforts from the men yesterday with radical manoeuvres, but they're just spending a little time riding out of the turns, which the judges are pretty critical on that. Yeah. So you've just got to be mindful that you are completing the manoeuvres and riding out of them with extreme speed, which isn't an easy thing to do today, Jess.
No, especially with that turbulence. You can see the differences in the colours on your screen right there, and the sand that has just been churned up consistently, set after set, right on this bank here. So it is asking a lot of these athletes. But like you said, with Mendez's approach, she kind of preempted that and was almost planning in the future for the low tide, which is we're still quite a bit off it, you know. There's still a little bit of water to run out off the bank, so for her to be able to be that onto the situation, I mean, that's what it's going to take.
Totally. I think we've got about another hour left of that tide, and as you can see there, the rip pulling out, which is creating these peaky opportunities. But as you can see from that amazing drone vision there, even the smallest waves in front of the sets are creating a lot of turbulence for the water in front of you. So I think our competitors today, they'll be looking to find early waves in the set that aren't too disrupted, so they can get some clean face work done before, otherwise it just kind of turns into snowboarding, and that's not too fun.
No,
well, snowboarding's really fun, just not on a surfboard.
Yeah, not out here in like 2-foot deep water. Look, you can see the amount of pressure that's unloading right there on the sandbank. But I mean, Bella Kenworthy, 6-point ride. She has priority, and she's got 18.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, she knows what it takes. She had a lot of good successes in the North America QS region, and for her to come in at her age, I probably think it's almost easier, I think, when you're a little bit younger in competition, Stace. I don't know if you agree, but to stick to your own game plan and not get sucked in to everybody else's kind of ideas of what's good. You kind of have the naivety of youth,
yeah,
but
100%.
it's a real advantage in your hand in these situations.
I think for sure. I think at a young age, you kind of come in with a much lower expectation than, say, a Sophie or a Bronte, or, it's one of those things where they
they've got quite clear goals. They know exactly where they want to be, whereas the youngsters, particularly Bella at her age, are probably just looking to get experience. They have the skill set to go on to big results, but they're really just stoked to be surfing at this high level, and that kind of relaxed approach can definitely work in your favour here as we see some good-looking sets coming. No one looking at that opportunity there, but we'll see what's behind it. But I think too, it's maximising those other opportunities outside of competition, which I think can help you within competition. And so Bella's already at a young age done a bunch of free surf trips, different magazine shoots around the world, you know, aerial contests, the whole lot. So it sort of all comes into to become a complete package by the time you're kind of 18, 19, 20, which I think sometimes once you get on the tour, you don't really find the time for those opportunities, and you're more just set in your kind of 30-minute heat program. So it's cool to see her spreading her wings. Sophie McCulloch, great drop there, pulling in under the hood. Well negotiated. That was an exquisite tube ride. Very technical drop there, and did so well to take the line to be able to come out, like you would say, through the doggy door, but she didn't get touched at all by that falling lip. That was so well done. Can't wait to catch a replay of that wave.
Oh, that was so sick.
Look at the turbulence she's got to paddle through now. That is crazy.
Somebody strap me down to this chair because I'm jumping out of it. Look at this replay. Slides in on the inside rail, tucks in perfectly, and clean little escape out the front. Look at this view too, Stace.
Wow, another surfer that tested their skills out of the box in West Oz. I think putting it to good use there at North Narrabeen. Sophie McCulloch from the Sunshine Coast. Great tube riding there. What a wave.
How's a little double hand kind of, I don't know what that is, like skateboard through just to make sure. I mean, she was well and truly out of that cleanly, but second score to come for Soph. Let's see how that compares in the judging panel. Like you said, we've already seen some pretty incredible barrels here this morning.
Some crazy ones. We saw Zali Kelly get a nice one, then Sally Fitzgibbons not too far behind her get an incredible ride for a 9.77. Alyssa Spencer got one earlier, and I believe this one right here is going to be more towards Sally's score than the others that we've seen, but we'll wait and see how high it goes. Sally had the comboed up of turns outside the tube, but I would say this takeoff and tube were better. It just depends how much the judges reward that without the turns after the tube.
How good are these conditions as well? Oh,
get me in the booth. 9.43. Sophie McCulloch, great score and great judging. That's an extremely hard thing to do out there today. As we see Bella Kenworthy here, who was sitting in a pretty nice position out in the lead with priority. She's now looking just to put her name on the second spot in this heat with a wave like that. She's got the skills to get the high nines, but she would need to find a better ride than that, I believe, as she looks to the beach to get the signal to do the runaround. She's going to put herself in a pretty good position though there. She's got the 6, and now this ride here, Bronte and Ellie. Unfortunately, Bronte coming unstuck there, but they're yet to really get a score on the board that they'd be looking to keep at this point. We're still only at the halfway mark of this heat though.
Wow, I think that's going to be
action.
That score for Bella is going to be really good as well.
Ellie Harrison up and riding here. Pulling in also, looking casual in the tube, but just gets mowed down at the end there. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of that wave, but she, you can tell when some people that they're getting barreled, but they don't necessarily want to be in the tubes. Ellie looked really happy to be there. And unfortunately, that wave just didn't play out, but certainly got the skills and the courage to be able to get one of those waves like Sophie did. It's just a matter of finding the opportunity. But a replay of Bella's here, Jess.
Yeah, first turn was sick. Really nicely surfed section. Second one was a bit wobbly, more due to the wave, but I mean, I think that's going to go really well into her scoreline. I think it was clean surfing and it was smart, and it suited the wave. She didn't over surf anything, and well, it's a 3.77, that last one. So I guess it's holding back because, I mean, compare it to Sophie's 9.43, that those spectacular rides are out there, Stace.
Indeed they are. We'll see if we can get any more after this Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Stace joined in the booth by Jess Grimwood. Jess, we've had a couple of cracking heats in there, but none more so than this one, I believe. Sophie McCulloch, 9.43 and a 5.33 out in the lead. And we'll catch a replay here, Jess, of Ellie Harrison. Oh, yes!
Wow.
I love it. What commitment.
Wow, I almost thought she might just almost land on her feet there and whip it out under the lip.
Hope she's okay. She looks like she's fine with another quick ride here, Jess.
Yeah, just a quick little hit, really little inside one. It's going to help get her back into position and get into the next 10 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I feel if she was able to ride out of that second turn there, it could have maybe matched Bella's 3.77, maybe even a little higher, and it would have been able to bring her into the heat. But unfortunately, just the one turn there on that wave before she fell, I don't think the number will go too high. So she's, she could easily do it in one wave. We've seen, obviously, plenty of excellent rides this morning, but I think that she'd still probably be looking to break it down in two with, 10 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. You could easily have a 90-second heat out here today.
Yeah, and I think for myself and probably for Bronte and Ellie too, I'm taking a really deep breath in here in the break and kind of resetting because I can't believe there's still 10 minutes left on the clock. And for Bronte needing a 6.77 and Ellie right there, similar score, 6.57. There's so much time, and those spectacular scores that have been offered up on both to Sophie and to Sally earlier on. I think they're the two highest, a 9.7 and a 9.43. Well, here we go, Soph.
Here she is, Mrs. 9.43. Beautiful opening carve there. And she'll look to jam this second section. Beautiful snap in the lip and a third. Hey, when you're on, you're on. And unfortunately, she can't ride out of that last turn, but even just that wave and the opportunity that it gave her, those other competitors in this heat, they would have just loved a wave like that. The competitor in first at this point is probably the surfer that needed it the least. But nevertheless, a great performance there. Talk us through it, Jess.
Yeah, good positioning on takeoff, and it sets her up well. Obviously, that nice big open first wrap. This chunky little section kind of dies off a little, but she just capitalises on it. She almost rides out of that final manoeuvre. She's very close. But I feel like this, like you said, this reinvigorated Sophie McCulloch post-injury, it's dangerous.
Bronte McCauley up and riding, got into that wave nice and early. And a beautiful backhand turn under the lip, and unfortunately goes down again. And you made the comment earlier, 10 minutes to go in this heat. But it has been a taxing 22 minutes. We've seen plenty of slams, some amazing tubes, combinations. These are the heats you need to train for, Jess.
Yeah, and for Bronte and for Ellie, those scores, for Bronte, that last turn, if she had a kind of clicked into that turn, she would have been looking at numbers like that for a single backhand hook. And Ellie, similarly, she just needs to find that open first section. I mean, she's shown commitment as much as anybody else in this heat, so she just needs something that has the opportunity like Soph. So have a look at the last score of Soph as well. It goes into her top two, 5.5. So like I said, reinvigorated McCulloch. I love the camaraderie between her, Sally, and India after India's win up there. You were up there.
Yeah, it was good to see them all together and all the Aussies banding together, and a nice long chair up the beach there across the sand at Snapper. Someone else who's pretty fired up and invigorated at the moment is Kaipo. Kipes, what are you up to?
I'm frothing a lot. I froth a lot of times by myself, but there's nothing better than a big group froth. I'm here with the Bonsoy board caddies. We're enjoying our sparkling coconut water. Who are we frothing with?
Bonsoy!
That's right.
Nice, Groms. That's epic. Another person who's frothing around the event side at the moment is the two-time world champ, Mr. Tom Carroll. He's also getting around with a bunch of youngsters that he coaches, and they're all down here chugging on the sparkling coconut water. I've been putting down a couple. They're good going when the sun comes out, Jess.
Yeah, they're good refreshers in between these heats because it is a long day of action and you are just on the edge of your seat every heat because it's so consequential for these athletes. I mean, this is that beautiful part of the format now where it's really juiced in. It's juiced down from the top and it's up from the bottom, and it's so concentrated each heat, like every single turn. You don't want to get to the end of the Challenger Series season and look back at a heat in around a 32 of yours and go, damn, it was one turn away.
Totally, as we see Bronte McCauley here. Beautiful turn there, and backs it up with another. Unfortunately, the wave just shoulders out, but I even think that one turn at the start of that wave is definitely going to get the attention of the judges. I don't believe it'll be a huge score, but in the context of this heat, I think it will be enough to sort of narrow the requirement there of the 6-7-7 and just get her a bit more into a playing field where perhaps even just one more turn like that might see her up into second place, as we see the replay here, Jess.
Yeah, this is way more composed. I like she just goes straight to it, straight to the section, no hesitation. I feel like she's clicked in to another gear now. She's ready to get back to work. I think if it doesn't hit the score, she's already in that gear now. It's changed. I also think she's one of the most underrated Aussie surfers, actually. She's always one of my first picks on Fantasy Surfer.
As we see Bella Kenworthy here, she's looking to improve on the 3-7-7, not safe at all in that second position. Beautiful turn in the lip there with a nice late drop. That's definitely what she was chasing at this point in the heat, just to keep Bronte and Ellie kind of, you know, chasing a bigger number than what they've currently got there at the moment, because we do believe that Bronte will narrow the requirement that she's chasing until we see that ride come through of Bella, which is perfectly timed for her campaign here at this event.
Gee, she's reading those end sections well, Bella is. I mean, maturity beyond her years in the composure. She doesn't look rushed to me. She looks really settled and she looks like she has quite a bit of time, whereas we see all the other women really rushing through that end bit, trying to escape the explosion at the end. There's the last score for Bronte, 5-1-7 for the backhand. So she's way back into the mix, but this last score of Bella is probably a little bit more interesting to me in the scheme of things because it's going to set the tone for the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're expecting a fairly good number there for Bella to drop in, which I think will push that requirement back out to probably that 6 range, but we will wait for the official numbers to come in. We're expecting a score to improve Bella's situation. Early indications are looking good that she will improve. Unfortunately, she's just getting towelled up at the moment on the inside, and the more sort of sets on the horizon. It's a pretty tough paddle out. But she'll be stoked to hear that last number of 5.1, which puts Bronte McCauley's requirement back out to a 5.94. And it's Ellie Harrison in 4th position, chasing a 7.9.
So plenty of time, plenty of time. Look how shallow it is where Bella's standing as well. But you can see there's 5s out there for a single turn. Bronte has priority. She also has the experience, and it's possible with this 3.5 minutes left, Stace.
Indeed it is. We're going to take a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Jess, talk us through this one.
Oh, this is the beautiful 9.43 for Soph. So well read and well-deserved score. Right up, almost a 10. Oh, she disappears as well. Beautiful bit of surfing from McCulloch.
Crazy vision there. And this is her backup, like I said, when the surfer in first position that's holding a 9 and a 5 gets a wave like this. It's almost like the other competitors said, hey, just give us a turn.
Yeah.
That was, unfortunately, couldn't ride out of that one, but she would have been looking at a 16-point heat total if she'd been able to ride out of that. As we see, looks like Bella Kenworthy there on the inside, looking to do a run around.
Do you run at the 3-minute mark? I suppose you have to. You don't want to leave that time sitting out there, especially against Bronte and Ellie, but
yeah, I think 100% you run. Well, you give yourself a chance. Ellie Harrison there, just having a pin drop out of the lip. It's probably a backhanded compliment, but it was a beautiful ejection technique. With any luck, she will just pop out the back of that wave. And this is Bronte here, unable to ride out of that second turn. But, yeah, it's a great question you ask. Like, do you run or do you just tough it out? I mean, I think probably the right call to come in and reset and give yourself a run around, because I don't reckon she would have got back through these next few waves. Whereas now at least she's in the rip heading back out, and she'll head back out with fourth priority, and she'll be sitting by herself. Whereas if she was to paddle back out, she probably would have just ended up at the bottom of the line in the line of crew that were there. So probably not a bad idea to run. If anything, she probably could have made that decision earlier. You know, she'd been on the inside paddling for 2 minutes there or so before that she made the decision to come in. So I think that's sort of, you know, when there's jet ski assist or a run around available, it's one thing you need to break down with your coach. When do you exercise that? And I think, you know, today it's a good option. You just want to do it with enough time on the clock, as we see a bit of a mishap there on the end for Bronte McCauley, which would essentially cost her there. She was chasing a 5.94, Jess, and I don't believe the score will go that high just on the single turn.
No, I don't, but I do think that they're going to get another opportunity. Have a look. Soph's got priority. Look at this thing. Oh.
Ellie off the end. This is an important ride for Ellie. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck again, but not through lack of trying. She's had an amazing heat and shown plenty of courage on some of those takeoffs. My God.
Yeah.
That was technical.
She's really pushed the point of she's just been taking off, and there was that one particular ride that she almost landed on her tippy toes. If she had pulled that, I think that was the momentum shift for her, and it kind of just has gone the wrong way since that point. Yeah. Even just landing that takeoff may have just pushed her a little bit confidence-wise and to get more on that inside rail. But, I mean, what do you do when you've got a couple of 100 ton of water throwing over a couple of feet of sandbank?
Multiple lips going everywhere, and where do you even try to land that? As we see Sophie McCulloch trying to get rid of some seaweed there and some other nice medium-sized waves approaching. She'll let that one go. She's going to see off the end here. This is Bronte McCauley chasing a 5.94. She's looking great on her board, but unfortunately the wave just did not give her the opportunity she needed to score any real points on that ride. There's 15 seconds on the clock, and at this point, I think that might be all she wrote for Bronte, which is a real bummer. Strong performance at the CT at Margaret River, but these are the events that she needs to do well in if she wants to get back on the tour. And we saw another takeoff there from Ellie Harrison that looked to go incomplete. As we round this one out, Jess, wowee, what a heat, and great surfing there by the youngster Bella Kenworthy, who managed to hang on to second position, as we see Sophie McCulloch here after the buzzer getting mowed down, Jess.
Beautiful surfing from her. Great day for McCulloch.
She'll be stoked to wrap that one up. One of the single highest scores of the day, the second so far. That was the second 9 we've seen. It was a 9.43 to take that one out. Sophie McCulloch over Bella Kenworthy. Unfortunately, limited from competition here. Bronte McCauley and Ellie Harrison. We will see them competing in South Africa in a few months' time. We're going to take a break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Joining you back in the booth soon will be Ronnie and Laura.
Don't miss it. Make or break season 2. All the big stories from last year's championship tour. And, of course, just capturing what was going down behind the scenes there at the Ripco WSL finals as well. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set once again with Laura Enova. Laura, what a day we've had. We just saw Sophie McCulloch just getting absolutely pitted and getting herself a monster score and an important heat win this early in the Challenger Series season.
Yeah, seriously, my mind is blown. We have these comfy Harvey Norman seats here, but we've been sitting at the very corner of them and just been absolutely wild watching what's been unfolding this morning in a tricky lineup. You know, it's not easy to compete out there today on the car park rides. There's runarounds, there's the current, but when everything comes together and the stars align, these surfers are getting absolute bombs.
They sure are. Yeah, we've got a great lineup here. Isabella Nichols didn't really get the ball rolling too quickly up there at the first Challenger Series stop. Looking to rebound here. She's out there in that red jersey. Tessa Thyssen from France is going to be in the blue. Francisca Vaselko, the current world junior champion, is in the white representing Portugal. And Kira Pinkerton, who really saved herself yesterday, she's going to be out there in the green. Should be a good one because there's some real power out there in this lineup. All these surfers really do possess those big individual turns.
And, you know, even though yesterday was quite different to today, Kika and Kira had that opportunity to get out on this bank and really sort of suss it out, see their lineups, and they both got really good scores there yesterday. And, you know, the surfers started on the lefts yesterday morning, moved down to the car park rights. Kika was the first lady of the day to make that move and really confidently stick down here in her heat. Obviously today is very different to yesterday, but they'll have that momentum, I feel like, from what they were able to do in their first round.
You've known Isabella Nichols a long time and seen her coming from a mile away to make the championship tour, breakthrough for an amazing CT victory last season. This year, though, she wasn't able to repeat that performance at stop number 5, Margaret River, and defend that title. Do you see her rebounding quickly and getting back to the CT next year? How do you like her chances?
I really like it. I like Isabella's chances. I feel like we'll see her back there. Her surfing is up there with the best in the world, and I feel like she had a tricky start to the year. Sometimes I think she can get a little too in her head, and, you know, she's a really smart, deep-thinking woman, and I think, you know, she's going to get back there. Obviously, that tough first-round loss at Snapper, dusted off. Felt like some of those surfers came from WA that didn't make the cut, and kind of half of them either went to the top at Snapper and the others were out really early.
Yeah, it was definitely a great event for those rising stars, wasn't it? And yeah, it's not going to be easy, you know, to get back up there. We saw last year just how compressed it was at the top end of the rankings, just especially around that number 5 position, how close the points were. And, you know, if you're counting on a 9th and in your scoreline and you're also hanging on to finals, it doesn't guarantee you a place. It could drag you well down the ladder. So, you know, you've got to make sure all those 4 keeper results are really big ones on the Women's Challenger Series. Otherwise, you're no chance.
Yeah, it's so close and really, really cutthroat. So, I mean, I feel like we'll see Bella just go from strength to strength. She would have done a lot of work in between Snapper and here just to really wipe off that loss and just, you know, work out exactly what she needs to do to get through these heats. She is an incredible competitor. She's an incredible surfer. Excited to see what she can find and manufacture out here today. If she can find any open face, we know she has an incredible gaff on her, and I guess the danger is these up-and-comers. We saw Kika and Kira yesterday just really attacking these end sections, and kind of, you know, Kika's grown up in, you know, these waves in Portugal that are quite similar to this. They're all really powerful. Tessa as well.
Yeah, Tessa had a really good run on the Challenger Series last year. Her best result was a runner-up finish to Alyssa Spencer over there at Saquarema. And that just saw her, you know, jump the ratings in a big way. She would have taken a lot of momentum from that, the 26-year-old. She's the only surfer with a ride out there at the moment, but it's a throwaway score. And she's having a look at something else here. But at different stages of the day, the lineup's gone from, you know, just it's been really clear, really apparent what are going to be the scoring rides to, well, I just need to get to my feet and do something, because it's difficult sometimes to put two decent rides together in these windows.
For sure, and car park rights, you know, it is usually best at that mid to low tide, but coming into dead low tide, it can get a bit, you know, a bit more rippy, a bit harder to find and really see where those corners are going to be. You can see that rip there, these ladies. Tessa's on the other side of it, so she'll be able to dart across when a wave comes. However, the other three women are just trying desperately to get up into that sort of apex of the peak.
For some of the competitors working their way through the different ranks, just stepping out that pathway to potentially a championship tour spot. We haven't seen a lot of performance surfing from them, as we see there Francesca taking a chance on a good size set wave. What I was going to say is we haven't seen a lot of their performance surfing other than in heats.
Yeah.
But then there's other competitors that kind of come from more of a free surfing realm, and they're just sort of now starting to collect those bigger results. And I'm referring to Kira Pinkerton. You know, when I look at the entire field here on the Challenger Series, some of the best surfing I've seen from any of them has come from Kira, but as far as the results go, she hasn't really had the big ones on the Challenger Series yet. Yeah,
for sure. And Kira was a last-minute call-up into this event, and her heat yesterday seemed like she was battling a lot. There was some footage of her actually sort of crying out there, and then she turned that heat around and got some scores. I know she's staying and just biking down to the beach and just getting used to traveling in life on the Challenger Series, really. But we've seen those highlights from her absolutely charging in Indonesia, pulling into some gnarly barrels, and just standing tall with style and ease. Yeah,
I bet she's just out there just begging for the opportunity to get one of those bigger set waves and show us what she can do, because not only does she charge, she manages to maintain style and grace in her approach in those heavy kind of conditions. So just on 20 minutes to go here, and really throwing herself into the more Luke in that last heat and giving us an excellent score was Sophie McCulloch. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Sophie, a 9.43 for a heavy barrel. Talk us through the ride.
Yeah, I just wanted to get myself in the spot to even just get down in the face of the wave, let alone try and get tubed. So, yeah, I kind of just had Botsy's voice in the back of my head saying, just keep paddling in to make sure you can get into him, because I noticed a few of the girls were sort of just not scratching in. So, yeah, I guess I was pretty frothing to be able to pack it, and yeah, I kind of saw Ellie and Bronte on the shoulder, and I was like, oh, that's right, I'm in a comp, I really want to come out of this thing. And yeah, I suppose I didn't really get too deep, so I wasn't really sure where they were going to go with it. But yeah, when they read out the score, I was pretty stoked.
And coming back from an ankle injury, how do you process that, knowing you might have to stomp a big closeout maneuver?
Yeah, I just guess like I had surgery on my ankle so that I wouldn't have to worry about re-injuring it. So I guess that's kind of just like the harder I power through it, the less power that the wave has over me. And yeah, it was a little more daunting at the snapper event, I guess, because that's where I did the injury. But yeah, I suppose I just kind of stick to my guns and try and do a big turn regardless. You can't really surf with a fear of injury or re-injury. So yeah, it's just fun that there's plenty of opportunity out there for everyone.
Well, thanks, Sophie, and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, one of the star performers so far in the contest, threading a pit here at Car Park Rides. Jealous of that. Just such a fantastic ride. She surfed it incredibly well. And powering through to the next round as we see Isabella up. Her first ride in this heat. Sets the fins free on the roof of that section. And there hasn't been much else in this heat so far, Laura, so that'll be the best ride. Yeah, that was a nice start by Bella. Good to just get moving out here with 18 minutes to go. You know, you don't want to sit too long and really be chasing those scores. So she'll get a good score for that one turn just off the basis that she came down. It was a nice mid-sized wave, had nice green wall here, and then she blew the fins out there. So showing something different for the judges. Yeah, I think as long as they keep scoring some rights at the different locations, then Isabella Nichols is going to have a really solid chance of getting up into that top 5 picture. Sure. I feel like she surfs so smooth and effortless, but then she's got that tail kick where she can really just
add a bit of flair to her surfing and push extra water, and yeah, it really is her strength.
Now let's see what she can do with the backhand. Well, not a lot on this wave. Just faded away, had a bit of foam on the face there. Set waves approaching. Priority is with Kira Pinkerton. We're yet to see her take a ride just yet. As we see Tessa there just get blasted.
So we're pretty much on dead low tide right now, and you can see that it's almost like a bit of a whitewater rapid out there as this rip runs through it. Really making these waves dredgy, so it's not easy to be out there right now on dead low tide.
Something standing up here for one of our competitors. Kira Pinkerton, late drop, tucks into the pit. I mean, the photo moment was there, the freeze frame was there, but there wasn't an exit.
Yeah, loved that commitment there from Kira. Yeah, you can see she's just not afraid to drop out of the lip and with style hold on and tuck under.
Let's have another look at it. I mean, really did well with the drop.
That was so slabby. Just dropping out of the lip and putting a rail in, and if that wave had given her an opportunity to exit, she'd done everything right.
I mean, there's a whole heap of competitors in the draw here today that would nail that drop, but Kira just seems to do it quite easily. Real shame that one didn't hold open for her. Really chunky section, just under 16 minutes to go. 1.87 for that wave, and even though it's a very low number, it's enough to have her in second spot at the moment. Isabella Nichols out in front, 4.83 for the 25-year-old from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland, which has always produced a lot of talent and championship tour surfers. Serena Brooke, Keely Andrew, Dimity Stoyle, Isabella. Who am I forgetting?
So many amazing surfers up there, and I mean, they all have, what is it called, rightitis?
Rightitis.
Rightitis. Yeah, they want to go right. They love it. Growing up on those points and all those beach breaks up there on the far north coast in Queensland.
Yeah, just 15 minutes remaining here, and hoping to see some bigger numbers drop after this Bonsoy brew break. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild. 13 minutes remaining here in Heat 5, the round of 32. The women have been charging today, and these four competitors really waiting to lock in their first big numbers. We've got scores on the way. Isabella Nichols holding down that number one position, and you can see her to the left of your screen making her way back out. So guessing that she had a ride during the break. As we see on the outside, Kira Pinkerton again lining up another heavy drop. Felt like she was a bit too deep on that occasion, so holds her position at the takeoff. But look at the turbulent water and just how much disruption there is there to the lineup once these waves unload. Here's what happened during the break.
Yeah, Isabella, small wave here, but just wanting to back up that first score she got. Unfortunately not completing that one, but she started with a 4.83, so look at that.
Man, that was makeable. That was makeable. You would have had to have really committed to a doggy door exit, but yeah, that wave spat hard. And generally when you see the wave spit, the wave has slowed down enough for all that energy to get released. So it's a pretty good indicator there usually that, you know, there's a chance you can come out of those pits.
Yeah, and as we see Bella taking off here.
Isabella loading up. She's just chipping away at the moment, just leaning into her experience here to establish a bit of a lead because no one's done a whole lot other than her. 4.83 to kick things off, also counting on a 3.6. Another number on the way and just under priority. She's just slowly just adding to the pressure for these younger competitors.
For sure. And I mean, back to that wave before, for one of those ladies to sort of make that, it would have been, you know, a sort of elevator drop down, compress and try to get under that lip to get into that wave. It's no easy feat of sliding into it.
Not for anyone. And, you know, just you're right, you drop into it. If you can't knife it, you're dropping, which can sometimes take a bit of your speed away. And that thing, it's not waiting for you. It's charging down that sandbar.
And then, yeah, to have the, I guess, the talent and commitment to get your weight on that front foot and get the rail in after. It's pretty amazing what Sophie McCulloch was able to do on that really sandy, gnarly section in that last heat. I was so impressed with that. Showing shades of Cal Robson's.
Yeah, no doubt. Wave in Portugal. But, yeah, Kira Pinkerton, I think, too, the reason she didn't go that wave is she took her chance on a slabbing right just before, and she did such great work in getting to the bottom of it and packed the closeout. But it also put her at the bottom end of priority. I don't think she wants to fall into that rhythm of taking, you know, waves that maybe won't let her out. She wants to get some scores on the board here. She had a slow start to her last heat. She managed to save her place in this contest with a couple of big turns, but, you know, with 10 minutes on the clock, I think it was a smart move to just wait for something with a bit more face.
For sure. And a couple of the men said it earlier, it really is 2s or 10s out here today, and it really, as we see Bella maybe having a look.
Doesn't get into this one. Just dreamy offshore conditions all day. These waves still looking really clean and groomed. It's really only the rip current that's causing a little bit of texture on the face of these walls at times, a bit of bump.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like that's actually pushed through the lineup, and unless there's another one sort of coming from that right of the screen right now. But I'd be interested to know if any of the coaches and athletes coming up this afternoon will be looking at that left-hander back at North Narrabeen. We know that swell is going to turn around more east into the afternoon. I have seen the odd good left coming over there at the moment, but we'll see if anyone pulls the trigger to try head over there.
We talk about the history of competitive surfing here on the Northern Beaches. You've got to go way back to the early 60s when Midget Farrelly and Phyllis O'Donnell broke through in the first World Surfing Championships before the sport moved into its professional era. And then in the mid-70s, it came on the schedule as a championship tour event on the Northern Beaches, a mobile contest, a surf about. Mark Richards victorious in 76. And the women, they joined the lineup the following year, 77, and Margot Oberg broke through for a victory. And the contest has kind of gone between here and Manly. There's been a CT event at DY. Lane Beachley staged an event there. You got the opportunity to compete in some of those, Laura?
Yeah, no, they were awesome events at DY Point there. We had a couple of big south swells come in, and, you know, we were sort of surfing between either DY Point or the Beachy. And I remember I had a couple of great stacks going over the falls on that rock ledge. This is classic photo Maddie Dunbar got of me, and my 2 legs just sticking up out of the air, out of the water. Full lobster dive.
Love it. Yeah, but it's had some amazing contests. It's hosted amazing events, but the best of them have been here at North Narrabeen. And more recently, the Big Championship Tour event where Caroline Marks and Gabriel Medina were victorious. That was in 2021. But the Sydney Surf Pro, it's been on the calendar as a qualifying event, now a Challenger Series stop the past couple of seasons, making the move from Manly here to North Narrabeen. And just based on the conditions we've had in the opening days of competition, especially here today, you know, it was a smart move.
For sure. I mean, Manly is a super fun wave, but I think Narrabeen is just sort of known for having that consistency. And, you know, like we've mentioned today, rare to see us on these car park rides, but...
Here we go.
Sorry, Kika.
Yeah, Francisca Vaselko working this one over. Bit of foam on the face. Hasn't really done anything in this heat just yet. Kira Pinkerton, well, she's been locked into a big pit, and this time just changing things up, going to turns, just wanting to get a number on the board here going into the final 6.5 minutes. This is really an interesting heat. Basically throwaway scores for everyone other than Isabella Nichols, and in a lot of other heats her numbers would be throwaways.
For sure. I mean, the other heats we've seen, there's all the ladies been getting up in that 6 to good to excellent range, and this heat the ladies are struggling. It could be has something to do with that low tide. Kika here just trying to make something happen, and she got a turn in there and just managed to hold on. Kira right behind her, just smaller waves, opting to try just get any sort of opportunity. She's finishing off that wave, so that will better both of their scores. They will be putting something on the board, maybe around that 3 range. I can't see it going into the good range, just basis of just the wave height. But unfortunately, it looks like Kira has to do a paddle around at the moment.
Yeah, she's getting pushed in as we see Isabella there, just falling, getting back slammed. She's okay, though. She's still holding on to the lead at this stage. We do have numbers on the way for Vaselko and Pinkerton. And we'll see if it just chips away at the requirement and brings them into the equation to maybe snatch this one away from Isabella. It's some seaweed to deal with for the current World Junior Champion as she punches through, just keeps kicking those legs. Tess has been a little quiet. Again, it's going to be just a very poor score for her.
Oh, it's going to be a scrappy end to this heat. Let's see if Tess is going to get caught by this chunky wave here, but Kika is back out, so she's going to have some opportunity with 4.5 minutes to go.
Well, she's just dropped a pretty decent number too, 5.83. So, you know, there wasn't a whole lot in that wave, so I think just the judges making comparisons to what they awarded Isabella Nichols at the start of the heat and saying, you know what, it was a point better.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, you'd expect Kira to maybe put up a pretty comparable score as well. So they're going to have an opportunity here in the final 4 minutes. And Isabella really needs to build on that 3.83.
Bella looks like she's in a good little spot now off the side of that rip.
Yeah, and you can... she's smart to stay closer to the bank because that rip will just continue to tear you out to sea. 4.33 for Kira now. She only needs a 2.41. Just a bit more will get her up into the lead as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Isabella Nichols, 4.83 for this single turn to kick things off.
Yeah, then she backed it up quickly with this 3.83, so just really trying to do anything she can to put the pressure on, and it's worked. Like you said, Ronnie, those scores not big in the context of today, but Kika coming back and surfing smart at the end of this heat. That is the turn that the judges loved. 5.83 for that effort, and Kira Pinkerton behind her, 4.33. So conditions hard in this heat, but the ladies just trying to do what they can in the final minutes.
Oh, they're scrapping at the moment. It's about surviving this heat. It's not a heat that's had great performance moments, but it does happen, and Laura, you've experienced that yourself, where you know you basically bury your ego for a second and forget about what kind of surfing you'd love to do out there and just get the numbers you need to stay alive in this contest.
Exactly, and I feel like all of these ladies' coaches or whoever's in their corner will be saying to them, look, ladies, it's dead low tide. That is a hard time to be out at car parks. It's going to be straighter. It's going to be suckier. It's going to be rippier. You know, it's probably going to be very different in a few hours when that tide comes in and it's mid-tide again, but that's the way the cookie crumbles when it comes to these contest days, and sometimes you have to adapt to that moment.
We'll have a look at this moment here for Francisca. She's got a big closeout section. She's going to pull through the back. She is hanging on to second spot at the moment, but she is not safe at all. And now Kira Pinkerton, with priority over her, might have an opportunity to charge up into that second spot. Isabella Nichols still on the attack, just wanting to add to her numbers. Good section here, bit of foam on the face. She'll hang on for the finish. And just thinking about her getting a 4.83 for one turn earlier on in the heat. Guessing that she's probably going to replace that 3.83 pretty easily.
Yeah, I think she will. That was a bigger wave than a 4.83, and just really jamming in that tails, that foamy section. I think Seaweed went flying.
Francisca too, she had a pretty decent number, a 5.83 for a ride that it wasn't a set wave. So I think Isabella's probably going to be pretty well rewarded for that one.
For sure.
And it might be enough to see her stitch up a spot in the next round. Let's see a replay of it.
Yeah, foamy little wave at the takeoff, but she knew that it was going to have a section for her, and she just timed it perfectly, dropping down, and that was really nice by Bella.
Yeah, that number coming through now, Laura. It's a good one.
6.5 for Bella.
So the battle for second spot is on at the moment. Now, obviously, Kira Pinkerton can certainly turn in a big number and get herself the lead, and Francisca could get another wave too. 45 seconds to go. Isabella just wondering how much time's on the clock here. We've got a set wave on the outside standing up. Tessa is the surfer with priority. And she'll need to have a go at this one and really dig in, because she's after a 5.8 just to get to second here. A little out of position on the inside there. 20 seconds to go. Still something outside. Kira Pinkerton too is stuck on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like Kira had an attempt, but I'm not sure what she's done.
Oh, sorry, that's the surfer in the next heat heading out. That is Kira on the inside there. She just trying to punch through. We saw Sophia Medina on the outside getting ready for that next heat, but Kira doesn't get the opportunity to chase down that score, and she netted nothing, just 2.54.
Oh, that is heartbreaking with that. Yeah, scrappy heat for those ladies in second, third and fourth.
Yeah, Isabella hanging on there for the victory and just showing that with those big power hits, you can hold a real edge. She gets the win. Francisca Vaselko hanging on for second spot. We're going to take a quick break here, and we've got another big lineup hitting the water next.
So congratulations. and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Great to have your company on what is a gorgeous afternoon here on Sydney's Northern Beaches. North Narrabeen's been giving the competitors a good nudge today. There's been some big bombing sections. We've seen some beatdowns. We've also seen some near perfect rides. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple here because we've got a great lineup of surfers. Teresa Bonballon, who won the Sydney Surf Pro last year down at Manly Beach. She's out there in the red. Luana Silva, who's been to the CT before. She wants to get back there. The surfer representing Brazil is out there in the blue. We've got Sofia Medina up, the younger sister of three-time world champ Gabriel Medina. She's in the green. And she had this wave during the break, Laura.
Oh, that was an epic way to start this heat, Sophia. Finding that beautiful green face. Same with Kobe Enright here, going for the tube. She's no stranger to that, coming from Snapper Rocks. And Luana Silva finding a nice looking wave too. She goes up into the lip and...
Strong.
So strong. 5-5 for that effort from Luana.
Kobe Enright also in this heat. The surfer from Snapper Rocks looking sharp in the earlier rounds. We'll see how she fares here. Got a 3.67 on that opening ride. We will also want to welcome Richie Lovett back to the Harvey Norman host set. How are you, Rich?
Yeah, doing pretty good, Ron. Stoked. It's been a magic day of surfing, and it's continuing on here. It's been unreal.
I can't wait to see the photo gallery from today because there's been, you know, incredible barrels made, great turns laid down by the men and the women, but also a few slabs that people got locked into that didn't find their way out. Some real highlight, just still images. And, yeah, it's going to be fun to flick through those.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of poster moments for sure. And look at this. It feels like it's smoothing out again. That thing looked like backdoor pipeline. Are you kidding me?
It really felt like that whole last heat just had so much rip and current moving through it. And then just like we say has been happening today at Car Park Rides, it just cleans up and you get these magic moments.
It was always going to, that wind was always going to tick around a little bit. Bit more south, and now it's going to go back west again. If the charts are anything to go off this afternoon, we should see it get quite offshore conditions again, which really helps to hold it up.
Luana Silva, great turn, just the one move, but it is an absolute bomb of a turn. Just hammered the section, fell out of the sky. She just looks so sure-footed, really powerful, and ready to make a charge for the top 5 on the ladder at the end of the Challenger Series season. Sophia up again. She had a 4.83 on her first wave. I think Luana's going to get well rewarded for that turn. That's one of the best we've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was an amazing turn. I just loved how she just dropped out of the sky and just deep bottom turn to slash in that really cupped out pocket.
Here goes Teresa. Wow, throws it up there. Hangs on for the finish, really making sure that she was concentrating on executing the end of that manoeuvre.
These ladies, yeah.
It's a hit out. They're just swinging at each other at the moment. Big turns.
But yeah, these ladies just finding beautiful looking waves here this afternoon, and that was an epic slash. You can see how it just cupped out, and she just had to put all of her weight on the back foot to make sure she could drop down and make that, but throwing spray to the sky. And this by Teresa up, vertical through the lip, and then making that way through the whitewash.
Yeah, Teresa from Cascais. I think that there's a lot of competitors here today. As we see Teresa just trying to get under this one. She does. Puts her head down. She was motoring just to avoid wearing that on the head. Nice deep duck dive. She's back out there. Survives getting maybe pushed back into the to the beach and getting forced to a run around. But I was going to say there's a lot of competitors that sort of come from places that have chunky, challenging beach break conditions, and we've seen them prosper today. And Sophia Medina there, what a drop! I mean, that was she's not going to get a lot of points out of it, but it took a certain level of commitment just to stick that.
That was unreal. What a thrill to just see her take off. That was a solid, maybe an 8-foot face on that wave. And Sophia just dropped right down into the trough. Thought for a moment it was going to barrel out. She was going to get tucked in. But nonetheless, a lot of courage needed just to take off on that. So, you know, that's double overhead.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one just closing. And on the outside, Teresa now, she had a 6.67 for just one turn earlier on, and she's let go of a similar kind of move. And again, just really making sure she's getting the finishes so she can get herself a spot up in that top two at the moment. Luana Silva does hold on to the #1 position in this heat at the moment with a 6.23 and a 5.5. But this should take Teresa right up there, maybe even past Luana.
Feels like she just heard that first score and was like, yep, just need to do one more hanger like that, and found a wave so similar to just get up in the lip right as she did on that first wave and push through. So I feel like that score will be similar.
Well, Sophia's charging out here at the moment. It's not resulting in big numbers for her, but she's got the drop dialed at least. She's making those. She just needs a wave that's actually got a bit of a corner to it so she can either pull into the barrel or let go of a big turn.
Yeah, I've been loving Sophia's evolution. You know, every year she just improves so rapidly. She's so young still. Obviously, her brother, Gabriel, just what an inspiration to have as a brother. But she's been charging. I saw her in Hawaii this year, just absolutely getting some bombs out back door, off the wall.
Kobe Enright there, just losing her back foot. She'll head back out now and try and get up there in the priority order. 21 minutes to go. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Luke Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Isabella, really one of those days where you have to be able to get the job done with one big turn.
That was probably one of the hardest heats I've had for a long time. Reminds me that I probably need to get stuck into a bit more cardio when I get home. But yeah, I'm stoked to get through. I mean, those turns didn't feel amazing, but you just sometimes have to do what you have to do to get it done.
And you've got a pretty unique pre-heat routine. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a sore hip, so I've kind of cut back on the soccer ball juggling act before my heats, but tending more towards, you know, passing a footy or, you know, a few kicks here and there, and it just gets both sides of the brain working for me. And most importantly, I actually have a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, that's been my pre-heat routine, and just trying to get myself into a good headspace before heading out in the heat. Everything else, you know, comes when you're out there, but trying to find the right headspace is pretty ideal. So yeah, I found that's helped a lot.
Thanks very much, Bella.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, Isabella just speaking to the challenges that are being presented to the competitors out there today here at Car Park Rights. And, you know, some heats are obviously a little more rewarding than others, but should be happy with the heat win.
For sure. We should get a footy because I reckon I could try to turn that other second side of my brain on.
Yeah.
Little pass.
Well, pass it to me. I'll get my second side going as well.
This time of the arvo.
Yeah, needing a little cup of tea or maybe another coffee as we see Kobe Enright.
Yeah, Kobe's had that great extension through those front side calves. She's always had that, and really just ripping this wave apart. It's a smaller wave that's tapering through to the inside, but she got a lot out of it. Did need a fairly decent number, though, just to get up into second. Will be her best score, but I think with what we've seen already in this heat, it's going to be, if you're not on the sets, you're going to have a really hard time getting through it.
Yeah, well, she found these little gems yesterday, and it was a different sort of playing field, though. There was messed up conditions, there was onshore wind, and she found a couple of little smooth gems, but there's a lot of smooth gems out there today, and there's some bigger ones, so she needs to go hunting.
Yeah, I think she needs to identify those waves that, you know, Tessa and Luana have been on and think, Luana. She's found the formula, sorry.
Well, Luana's taken off on 2 waves, done 2 turns, and she's got herself, you know, almost 12 points in total. So she may even build on that on the 3rd one.
She looked great, didn't she, at Snapper Rocks, and she's brought that same kind of aggressive approach here to the beach breaks of North Narra. That was strong.
Super strong. And you could see that wave had a bit of a bend in it, and so she knew when she took off she was going to have time to just get down to a nice deep bottom turn and bang the lip.
So you said before that you've enjoyed watching the evolution of Sophia Medina. She's a winner. She won right through her junior career, and she's been doing pretty well in those regional qualifying series events. Now stepping up a level, and we'll see if she can match it with these surfers. Kobe just getting a bit more aggressive on the pocket there, which I like. You know, when you look at Kobe and compare her to someone like Luana, it's funny, but Kobe almost has a throwback kind of style for me. It's sort of a classic style. It reminds me of some of those original surfing greats on the women's side who just really arc through their turns beautifully. It's great to watch. She's capable of big turns doing that, but I think with that aggressive vertical, those big pocket hits we're seeing from Luana, the carving approach might not work out. So this was a good mix-up on the first turn.
For sure, that was a great mix-up from Kobe, and that's what she's going to have to do right now. Unfortunately, goes down on this second turn. I feel like that was a missed opportunity.
Here we go, Medina now making her way through to the inside. Big section to play with, and she knows that's a solid hit. Big section. Seems really short-footed, just like a big pro. And yeah, that's probably going to be her best number.
Yeah, we came in, I think, maybe halfway through that wave, so keen to see if she got anything done before that big hit on the inside. This is her second run around of the heat.
Luana Silva's starting to build here, Rich. 6.57 on that last ride.
Yeah, it just keeps getting stronger and stronger. So this is Medina. She gets a little layback slash, and then she goes hunting for this big oncoming section. Tags it really hard to get through this. There's so much energy coming directly at you. She goes nice and high, brings it round.
It'll be an interesting number, just that wave split in half. She actually linked it through to almost a completely different body of water there to get that final hit in. Didn't go into it with a whole lot of speed.
Yeah,
so
she wiped off a bit of speed, but she did well to even get over there and project in that turn. And I think if she had a little more speed through that midsection, that score will probably go higher. But I think what will be letting her down if it comes in under that good range would be that speed.
Oh. Luana Silva's improved with every ride. She keeps building and building, and you can see she switched on. When she dipped out of the event at Snapper, she was angry. She was pissed. So, you know, she was obviously coming down here with some intent, with some purpose, wanting to nail that good result.
15 minutes to go here, and it was a throwaway for Luana on that last ride. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more in just a minute. Welcome back to the show. What a view over North Narrabeen. The waves continue to throb on in. It's pulsing out there at the moment, and our competitors are ripping into it. And out there just ripping into everything that the event side is serving up is Kaipo.
Back at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. I'm on my sturdy P120 Bailey ladder. Taking a look at some highlight heats for the round of 32 for the men. I'm going to highlight this heat right here. Heat number 4, Miguel Tudela. We already saw him drop an 8.87 for that corrupt flip in the previous round. He's going to be coming up against, right now, the highest ranking surfer, number 2 on the leaderboard, Imai Klandeval. Eli Hanneman, that's going to be some friendly fire from the Maui boys. It's going to be upcountry versus Southside there. And then Lucas Silveira, who dropped a giant 2-wave total in his round, the 64. That's my pick. That's the heat that I want to watch. Thank you for the leaderboard, Bailey Ladder.
Oh, good on you, Kaipo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the first heat of that round too. Looks amazing. It's going to have a couple of heavy hitters, Reef Hazelwood, Frederico Marias, Dylan Moffat. Who else was in that one? I don't have the heat drawer in front of me, but I did see it up there on the Bailey Ladders bracket and leaderboard. And yeah, they're all great matchups, just like this one out in the water. 12 minutes to go here. Luana Silva.
Mikey Madonna.
Mikey Madonna, yeah, that's an incredibly stacked heat. As we see Kobe Enright, you know, pushing now. She's had her rides with multiple moves, and she's starting to push a little, knowing that she's got to give more.
Yeah, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see a little bit more variation. You know, we can't fault how smooth and stylish and powerful she is. She gets a lot of flow in that big open stance arc that she does, but I'd like to see a little bit more of a vertical attack at some point, just to mix it up, just so that the judges have got something different to look at.
Teresa's still hanging on to that second spot with her sixes. Her backhand snaps have been strong. She's really hoping for an opportunity to get 2 of those done on a wave, and then she's probably looking at a lead change.
Wow, you feel pretty confident knowing that if you do 2 backside snaps like Teresa, she's getting 6.57 and a 6.23. She gets 2. That's excellent surfing.
Yeah,
easy.
I mean it's sort of a similar story for both Luana and Teresa at the moment. But Luana on the forehand's getting her numbers with those big individual turns. Teresa on the backhand, and I don't know, we just haven't seen that kind of firepower yet from Sophia and Kobe to suggest that they're going to be capable of turning this heat around.
And I just love that approach. They've obviously been watching here all day, seeing what the men have been doing, and identified that they want to be on a bigger set that's you know, more dredged out. If they can go down to the bottom and up to the top of the lip, drop down, the judges absolutely love it.
Sophia, oh, she gave it everything.
Oh, wow, Charlie just hands on head, just stressing out about that one. That was a gnarly fall there. Wondering whether she should have pulled in rather than go for the turn. That wave looked like it just kind of bowled out and rattled down the line. So
blew the ankle of her leg, her wetsuit halfway up her leg too. That was a heavy fall. As we see Kobe up again. This wave's got some space for a couple of turns. Flowing down the line, needs to really attack these last couple of sections. Swings and finds a bit of release at the tail. And gets the Aussie crowd cheering here, waiting on numbers to come through.
Well, we haven't seen a strong 3-turn wave for some time now, and even though it did taper down and get small at the end, she really made the most of that end section. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go. I don't have to see a nice sucky wave at the top. Look, she had to step down that, gets up in the lip to start, and she slows down and just hits this lip, keeps her speed, and this is where she blew the tail out a bit.
Her back foot actually slid off by the looks of it for a millisecond as she shoved it back onto the tail pad. Got the completion, so did well to hang on.
Hard to know when you're looking at that camera angle how that appeared, that ride, from the front-on perspective of the panel.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to me. We just saw, you know, such a standard set for the opening section of the waves out here, with those big turns from Luana Silva and Teresa Bombolo. I don't know if it'll get her up in the second spot, but it'll certainly help chip away at the requirement. Her best ride prior to that was a 5.17. But have a look at this in slow-mo, the commitment here, Rich.
Oh, God, she just put it all on the line here and just couldn't quite get above her board, get back on top of the board. And she was off balance once she was in the lip there.
He was so close, though. It was such an epic attempt.
Courageous.
How hard does water feel sometimes? Like concrete?
Yeah, it does.
And Teresa going down there as well.
Smart exit there. You could see she just got the pin drop, was able to just get away from the board, try and penetrate. Sometimes those ones are pretty friendly. You can just pop straight out the back.
Sophia asking questions of those surfers hanging on to priority out there at the moment. 7.5 minutes to go.
And we're 20 minutes right now past low tide, and just have a look at that whitewash mess that really is just showing us where the takeoff spot is.
Water rapid.
Yeah, you love that though on this stretch.
Oh, that's
when
what you want.
You get those really rippy conditions, but at the same time, in a 30-minute window, it's really difficult to find a couple of quality rides in that. So at some point, you get on the front foot and start scrapping.
Yeah, it really identifies where the lineup is. There's that triangle of whitewash heading out. Sit on the edge of it, and you're in a pretty safe spot for a wave to come in and have that end bowl.
Well, we've just seen a big number drop here for Kobe Enright. The judges loved it, a 7.7, and she makes the jump from outside that qualifying position into the lead now.
Wow.
So it was a hard one for us to make a call on, just based on what we saw at the start of this heat. Big, dynamic opening manoeuvres, but just the single turns from Teresa and Luana to establish their position at the top of the order here. And Kobe found room for 3 turns, and nice flowing surfing.
Yeah, she really kept her speed throughout the whole entire wave, and I feel like when she got to that end section, she knew that she had to do something special, because she had all that speed from that float before, and the way she was able to slide her board around, I think the judges were like, yep, let's go.
Sophia had priority over the other competitors there, and she's just thrown it away. She really needed to make a move and put up a number, you know, much like Kobe Enright had done, that'd get her back into this heat. She needed a big one too, 7.57. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Wow. Teresa, it feels like this whole heat she's had so much momentum, and just like that, she's chasing 6.13.
Here she goes, up into it. So again, just gets that board vertical straight away, combos it up, throws her hands up. What do you think of that? She says to the panel.
You'd have to say that is close to it. A smaller wave, but she got that first turn. It looked like those turns that she'd done on those first waves that she got. Smaller though.
Turned around and went, hang on a second, stop celebrating, you can get back out here. There's no sets coming. Really quick to get into the first section, Rich.
Yeah, she got it nice and high and vertical, and then connected with the second. So the 2-turn combo, and we saw some really good numbers dropping for just one of her turns. So, you know, she's given the judges something to think about. It's going to be right there, I feel like.
Yeah, 6.13 is what she needs, and that's to overtake Luana Silva. It just looks so strong and in control, but I guess if you're only finding those single turn waves, you know, combinations are going to catch you out in the end. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go here, waiting on the numbers to come through. Will it improve the situation here for Teresa? As we see Kobe deep, she's taken some nice steep drops out here. Taken off behind the rock at Snapper would definitely have a well prepped for negotiating these tough takeoffs.
Yeah, she wouldn't be any stranger to paddling against a current or those really dredgy takeoffs.
Yeah, she just squeaked out too. She made it through this set here. She'll just go over the third one, try and get back into that takeoff zone, start working away back down the beach.
Luana Silva really would love to hear what this number is.
Nervous moments.
Because there's a pretty good chance she's going to be chasing a score. We're waiting on that number to come through. She's got to basically surf like she might need something here. And she might need something pretty significant as we see the numbers come in. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. This one started with Teresa Bombalot and Luana Silva throwing big individual turns.
Seriously, at the start of this heat, how exciting. These two girls just finding these one-turn waves, but making the most of them, getting into the mid-6 ranges. And this was Kobe Enright, a dredging out wave. This one tapered off, and this was the 7.7. The judges loving the combination here and the way she could hold her speed and throw those fins around at the end.
Yeah, it was a really good comeback there from Kobe Enright. She has this knack of finding these waves that run and allow more turns. She gets the 3 combo and the judges pay it off.
So the number came through for Teresa. It got her up into the lead. It was a 6.9. The 2 hits on the backhand. Luana's been pushed into second spot. Sorry, from second spot now into third. She's got priority. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. She's after a 6.31. She's already eclipsed that once in this heat. And she's really so close when you look at the points. There's 0.07 separating her and Kobe Enright at the moment as Kobe takes off. Looking to add some extras there, not able to achieve it. And Luana with priority. Just needs to get herself well positioned. It looks like there might be some medium-sized set waves rolling our way at the moment. She needs to combo something up. She's definitely had some of the better turns of this heat.
Oh, looks like a lump coming. Let's see if this eventuates.
This first couple of waves in the set look kind of ugly, a little close together, Rich.
Yeah, you can sort of see those 2 swells stacking on top of each other. That's not what you want. Especially out here, you want to find that TP, that peak. It has a little bit of a taper on it so it doesn't close out. She really does need 2 turns to get this job done here and move up into second place, or maybe even take first if she can find a little jam. She's got 1 minute on the clock. She has priority.
It almost looks like when they dig out the river entrance at Waimea Bay at the moment. And it's feeding into the ocean. It's just so much water moving. There's not a lot of set waves coming. It takes a certain kind of energy for a wave to even stand up at this point. And the smaller sets don't even really break. Have a look at that. That wave's almost fighting that outgoing sweep.
It's like the current runs out in the correct area, but then it pushes across and sometimes just makes a rapid of the whole lineup. So, Luana, let's see.
She had a think about that one, but didn't see the points in it. It was probably the right call. But she is running out of time here. Luana Silva did such great surfing in this heat, but it's the combos from Teresa Bombalot and Kobe Enright that are killing her at the moment. This one's going to come to a close, and I'm not sure she's going to get the opportunity here.
Nope.
It's all over. Kobe Enright, the busiest surfer in the lineup. She took a lot of chances on some average waves and ended up finding a couple of gems in amongst it all. Sophia Medina, she gave it her all. She took some heavy wipeouts. She's going to fall out of the mix too. Kobe Enright survives and gets just ahead of Luana Silva, and Teresa Bombalot is going to take the win and make her way into the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Jess Grimwood for the call.
As we continue on with the women's round of 32 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome to the Harvey Norman set. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood and Richie Lovett. And we're plowing through heats today. Car Park Rights is really providing, Jess, but it's kind of gnarly out there.
Yeah, it's super gnarly. We've seen some absolute smackdowns this morning, and it seems to be getting more and more so. But every now and then, there's like a golden opportunity.
Let's get caught up with some replays, Rich.
Here we go. We thought it was going to happen at some point today, and it looks like Nikki Van Dijk has headed a little bit further north. The left-handers, as this swell starting to straighten up. They were there. I went in my break and I went and sat and watched it for a while just from the VIP deck. And you could see every now and then these left-handers were just starting to creep back into the picture, and it's been improving all day. But this Car Park Rights bank has been absolutely phenomenal all day, as you said, Jess, offering some real crazy standout moments, some great tube rides. But Nikki, she's going to approach this heat a little differently, and let's see if it pays off for her.
Yeah, Nikki Van Dijk, 28 years old. She's got 7 seasons on the championship tour. Wants to get back there. Well, you look at the fan numbers. Who the fans picked to win this heat? 38% pick Nikki Van Dijk. So she's the leader in this matchup as far as fan picks. Up there in the 30s also is Sawyer Lindblad, who's coming off of a runner-up finish at Challenger Series stop number 1, the Boost Mobile Pro, Gold Coast Pro. The Naho Suzuki's out there as well, and Yolanda Hopkins. But there's Sawyer Lindblad, Jess, on a roll for a teenager already with a keeper result.
Yeah, she was a standout from a very early age. I do remember even Shannon Hughes asterixing her name years and years and years ago, and she was saying there's this whole charge coming out of North America, and in a few years they're going to be there, and here they are, they've arrived. And you can see with the whole Lindblad family themselves, they've had so much success even throughout this event so far.
They got another teenager out there, Rich, in the way of Nanaho Suzuki, our Japanese representative, only 19 years old, and part of that Japanese contingent has been, creating some shockwaves throughout competition.
Yeah, absolutely. The force is getting strong coming out of Japan, no doubt about it. And you think about, Hiroto and all those male surfers that have been kind of leading the charge a little bit, and then a lot of the women surfers out of Japan, they're starting to come onto the tour and have a real crack at it. So very passionate, very calculated in the way they approach the wave, and starting to make some inroads here on the Challenger Series.
And rounding out the heat, we have Yolanda Hopkins, Yo-Yo, the Portuguese surfer, 25 years old. And Yolanda, known as a power surfer, Jess. Yeah, her power is evident, and so I imagine that she's going to shine in these heavy conditions.
Yeah, this really suits her, and we go back to that wild card in similar conditions in Portugal. I mean, she charges so hard, and all she ever wants to do is surf, so I guarantee she's put in hour upon hour after. She's got that similar regime to Sally with that early morning, probably 5 to 10K run as a warm-up, and then she surfs, 6 to 8 hours a day every day, so this will suit her.
Just up and down by Nanaho. Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins with that quarterfinal finish at the male Rip Curl Pro. That was stop number 3 on the championship tour, where she got a wild card all the way to the quarters, and Rich got past Carissa Moore in that process.
Yeah, and not many people can say they've got past Carissa Moore. Even the CT surfers can't really claim that too much, but that's a big one to get that early on in a career and get that little bout of confidence. Fantastic stuff. Here goes Nikki Van Dijk.
Nikki going left again. Long bottom turn, paced approach, and just up in the lip a little bit too late.
It was there for the offering though, wasn't it? If she had just finished that maneuver, she was on her way to a good score, and I like this. We saw, I think it was one of the Portuguese surfers who broke away and went down to that went down to the Car Park Rights, a day and a half ago.
Francesca
Vaselko went down there, wasn't it? And
and started the trend.
Since then, we've been positioned down there, and now Nikki's the first one to go back onto the lefts here. So, looking at the replay here, she gets a beautiful first turn and then just gets a little clipped on that on the second turn and not able to bring it down. But there was points there.
Yeah, well, Nikki's still with a 4 and a 3, so the early lead to Van Dyke, as we see her on the paddle back out. Wanting to get back onto that championship tour again. Top 4 results out of 6 events on the Challenger Series is where your ratings are going to come from at the end of the year. When we finish off in Saquarema, Brazil, 5 women will be making it onto that 2024 championship tour. That's really what the Challenger Series is all about. It's the road to the championship tour.
Yeah, you got to put in your time, though, don't you? You got to make this count. Every event so critical, especially for the women.
Yeah,
just seems
just
like
5
not
spots.
enough spots. Seems like it's so gnarly with the amount of talent that we have on the Challenger Series here. Just you know, out of all the different countries, it's incredible.
Yeah, this is. Here we go. Nikki going left again. Oh, and just staying busy, the busiest of all the surfers, catching up with Sawyer Lindblad on one. We'll catch back up with that.
And we're going to test our cameraman here. There's a huge playing field in between where Nikki's sitting and the other women. He's just focusing their energy down on car park rights where it was, but feel like things are changing a little bit.
Yeah, there's Sawyer using priority as well. So one hook on the backhand for her. I have to agree with you, Rich. I like that Nikki's gone on those lefts. I think it's there for the offering and for the taking, and it's so refreshing, even though it's been non-stop action and great for spectating, especially the explosions. The difference of seeing that kind of down the line, point break style of left. I mean, 2 big hooks for Nikki, and she's going to be hard to beat unless they get a barrel like Sofa Sal.
Yeah, well, she would have spent, here we go, sorry, I'll come back to the point. She would have spent the last hour or so just watching that left-hander going, there's the score. And she would have been mentally surfing the last 2 heats as if she was sitting out there and going, and she's obviously gone, you know what, I've mind surfed some waves where I feel like there's 2 potential scores at least out there. If I'm solo, I'm going to be, you know, unrestricted in what waves I can take. So she's rolling the dice here, and in another 20 minutes, we're going to see if it pays off.
Well, it's nearing 2:30 local time. We had a low tide about 1:30. So with this filling in water, what will we expect, Rich?
You're just going to obviously see a little bit more water on the bank, and we're going to see less closeouts. And that left-hander's going to start coming into play, no doubt, because the problem was it was just so shallow along that bank. Almost every single wave was closing out. So you can see Nikki's had a couple where she's been able to get some speed and get some turns going. So that's only going to improve. And again, this swell keeps shifting around a little bit further to the east with every hour. And that peak on the left, it likes an east swell.
So this is the women's round of 32, heat number 7. We did get the word that we are going to push into the first couple of heats of the men's round of 32 as well. The round of 32, Jess, this is our last round with 4 surfers in the water, both on the men's and women's side. Once we get through that round of 32, we go to head-to-head competition.
Yeah, it changes the whole dynamic, obviously. When you go to head-to-head, I think we will see a lot more consideration to wave choice once we go head-to-head as well, because you don't have to wait for the rotation as much, and you just have more space to be picky.
All right, well, Teresa Bonvalat won her heat, and she's with Luke. Let's hear from her.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Teresa, you really had to dig deep in that one.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely a hard one. I mean, if you go see, like, all the surfers, all the girls surf amazing, so you always have to deliver. It's not easy out there. And if you can nail and get one big turn and find sometimes a second turn, definitely makes you in a nicer spot. I was winning, then got second, winning, and then third, and then I knew, like, I mean, I got to deliver, and it felt good.
And talk to us about how heavy it is out there. Even coming in, you had a hard time.
No, for sure. I mean, you have so much seaweed, all the sand and everything. It's definitely not easy. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some fun, really fun waves. And I'm sure that this will be a really good contest. And let's go.
Thanks very much, Teresa.
Yeah, let's go, Teresa. Yeah, I mean, we look back at 2022, Teresa Bonvalat finishing off the year in the number 6 spot where we took the top 5, and she made the final in Haleiwa, did everything she had to do. It's just the fact that Sophie McCulloch won that event, bumped her out. I mean, she's coming back, but that was a big, big heartbreak, Rich.
Yeah, that's a gnarly situation to be in. You know, for the triumph for Soph was, you know, just misery and commiserations for her, you know.
And then really, Teresa won this event just last year.
Yeah.
We happened to be in Manly, but she won this event.
Yeah, she's won so much. It's crazy to see the fluctuation. I mean, I guess we get used to it with surfing, but she's had so much up and down, and even just seeing her compete last year at some of the other events around the world, she's just so switched on. And here goes Nikki, though, a little rolling.
Nikki finds a roll in on the left. Here we go with Van Dyke. Nice cut off the top. Wall tapers. She sets up for the finish. Gets a little loose there. And that was a great effort by Nikki Van Dyke. That's going to be her best number so far.
She actually could have been on that wave and maybe done another couple of turns. So she's still just figuring out this lineup as the lefts come back into play. And I guarantee you, she has her competitors thinking, oh, hang on a minute. Are we in the right spot here? So we'll see if a couple of the other women come and join her. But yeah, easy roll in here. And then just waiting for the wave to stand up. Beautiful bottom turn. It's a nice quick turn, but this finishing right there where she actually pops the tail out, gets a little drift.
This is a 5.83 for one turn, Rich.
Oh, massive turn.
No, that was the 1 point ride. She had a 5.83 for the previous one-turn ride, Yolanda Hopkins, just to clarify that.
Detonated on that thing, man.
It might have blown her whole front grip completely off that board.
Oh, we shouldn't laugh because it's so gnarly. Just these waves have got so much punch.
Nikki Van Dyke on the paddle back out. I see a peeling left.
Yeah, look at it. Exactly what you were saying. There's so much opportunity there, and there's nobody to contest with.
That deep peak is starting to really form up and come into play.
Well, that is good signs as we're getting to the tapered end of the day. Day 3 of competition, back to back to back here. Sawyer Lindblad, 4.67 on a single wave. Nanaho Suzuki yet to break the 1 range. She's out there in the white jersey. There's all of her scores on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're mind surfing a couple of these lefts as the drone angle gives us a real good indicator of what's going on. Now this is the true North Narrabeen peak that we're talking about here, where Nikki's starting to position herself, and another one.
It shows the experience from the ex-CT competitor as well. There's so much opportunity, and it looks a lot cleaner. There's no rip raging straight through the takeoff zone there.
Van Dyke, her last left, a 5.1. Nikki Van Dyke in the lead right now, and it seems like her strategy is paying off for her, Jess, and she just needs another set to go through right here. I think she's in a spot.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I like the resurgence of Nikki Van Dyke. I think obviously her peer group, she surrounds herself with really successful, really beautiful humans. So drawing off that, I feel like she's been able to kind of reinvent herself and stay quite current with this new generation, like Sawyer coming up, and she can use her age and her years to her advantage in this, like she is right now, with that confidence to make your own decision and put your head on the chopping block, like you did, Rich.
It's a gnarly move, isn't it? To go, you know what, I'm going to break away from the norm, everything that's been working to date, but there's a different little formula I can figure out here, and there's a different path to getting a win. And even the fact that she's, you know, out in front at the moment, she'd be taking confidence from that, going, yep, this decision's right, I'm going to stick with it. Because there would have been an element of doubt for sure. When she paddled out, she would have gone, oh gosh, am I making the right choice here?
I'm interested to see if any of the other competitors in this heat come and join Nikki on the left. We're going to find out if that happens. We're going to find out that after this Bonsoy brew break. Stop 6 of the championship tour going down May 27th, 28th. It's a Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Scan that QR code for 10% off. Tickets now available. We got VIP passes as low as $2.99 and general admittance just $40. Go check out the world's best surfers in Lemoore, California. And for those of you playing Surf Fantasy, remember, this is the Africa Surf Fantasy that we're playing right now. So your fantasy teams will be locked in right from the beginning of the event. And scoring will begin then. You don't get to wait till after the elimination round anymore. So be smart about playing Surf Fantasy. Know the rules have changed after the cut, and we'll see you in Lemoore. But here we go. Yolanda Hopkins. Tube seeking.
Nice.
Finds it. She got into an aerodynamic position right there, Rich, and was able to skate right through.
Yeah, nice and low, little cannonball stance, and she'd been hunting that. She'd been wanting that little barrel, and now she's ticked that box. So, yeah, great looking wave there, and this will come into her score line. She's already sitting on that 5.83. So that'll definitely replace the one-pointer.
Yeah, I liked the technique there, Jess, that Yolanda employed to make sure she got scooted down the line because it was a thick double-up section.
Yeah, she was super solid on her feet. She did look like a little rocket ship just locked in. Here goes Nikki, though.
Nikki on the left. Couple of cuts on the backhand, but late on that one.
Yeah, just not quite enough speed going into that turn.
It seems those bigger ones rolling in on that left, like that little bit of wash, they kind of break pretty far out, but it gives her the chance. Here's
Check
the replay.
Yo-Yo.
Yeah, she poises herself right here, little rocket, straight arm out in front and sneaks on out the front.
4.3 for that effort from Yolanda Hopkins, and Yo-Yo goes into the lead. Nikki Van Dyke drops to second place. And it looks like Nikki actually, with that last tumble, Rich, has lost her jersey.
Yeah, just completely ripped it off her body there. And again, we just keep referencing how punchy this swell is. And you know, autumn here on the New South Wales coast, you can see. So she's got her blue jersey on now. Quick snap to start off, and you can see just was kind of hung up, didn't have enough speed to kind of project out and off the lip.
Oops, it's gone.
Yeah, the grommets scour the shoreline, couldn't get a souvenir.
Yeah, if we see one of the super grums running around later on, we'll know.
Sire Lindblad, looked like she was on the attack with a solid bottom turn, but just slips up, Rich.
Yeah, front foot just slipped off there, and that's not a make. So she'll be back out there. She's looking for something. Got that 4.67, and that's only her second ride. So we're down just under 8 minutes. Sawyer Lindblad had such a good event up on the Gold Coast. Some amazing surfing. She was actually one of my picks to qualify for the championship tour at the end of this year.
Is she making a decision right now? Scouting across. It looks like she's kind of, I mean, she might pick off a little edge right or a little shoulder under priority, but I have this feeling she's in two minds as well, like you were talking about earlier, Rich. I reckon she's been just glancing over at those lefts when Nikki's picked up her two scores.
Yeah, she's got time to break away.
Yeah, it'll probably be a minute and a half paddle if she just put the motor on and gun down there. She'll actually go with the rip. You know, it'll give her a little elevator ride straight out there. Yolanda looking at that one. Well, all our women having a quick look.
Yeah, that went right down the line. Oh, Yolanda's going to lose priority for that effort as well. So Yolanda Hopkins was in first priority with that paddle. She's lost the priority now to Nanaho Suzuki.
Bit of a mistake there. When you think about, look at the scoreline here. There's really not that much separating their top scoring ride. So this heat is still wide open.
I feel like Yolanda is one that you don't want to be, regardless if it was from her competitor's decision or her own decision. The moment you put her against the ropes, she fires up even more.
Yeah.
Like she thrives off. It's
pressure by the sounds of it.
She almost will probably go 50% harder and throw herself into it more as like some type of punishment and redemption. And I know she's got the coach, Johnny, up here in the stands. I saw him earlier on in competition, and they've been working together for so many years. They have that relationship between coach and athlete where they don't even need to be in speaking distance. Like, she would know what he would be saying about that decision.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly what she's going to do next, because I think that'll fire her up more than anything.
Sets coming through here.
Look at this. Solid sets.
Nanaho right in the center of the screen. What do you think about her positioning, Rich?
Yeah, it's I'd still like to see him a little bit further to the right, and you can see that one sneaking under them there. You know, that one sort of shut down, but I almost feel like they're a little bit in between. Car park rights, they need to commit and get a little bit further south, which is to our right of the screen. Get right on that little little button, that takeoff button where you can just knife into it. But it's definitely having a little exhale at the moment at car park rides. It's going through a little period where it's just not producing consistent scoring rides. And maybe that was coming into play when Nikki was formulating her game plan for this heat.
Well, it's just under the NRMA 5-minute warning, and Sawyer Lindblad needs to get busy. She just needs a 4.44. Nanaho Suzuki, who's holding on to first priority, just needs a 4.61. So this heat is wide open. Nikki Van Dijk sitting in that second place position, not even in the scene right here, surfing at an entirely different peak, Jess.
Yeah, and I thought Nanaho was going to have a look at that one there.
See, perhaps if she was like right at the start of that wave, there was points on offer.
Right at the start of that peak and underneath it as well, like right in on the sand. There's those two, 5 or 6 points at least, probably in those.
Yeah. So I know it's really hard, but you can see the water's moving from right to left across the screen, and you really have to just keep going as hard as you can. It's like surfing Haleiwa Kipes where you just cannot stop paddling.
Oh, power. Again, Yolanda just attacks a heavy section and puts it down no problem. Hopkins looking to improve upon her low of a 4.3. Did that under priority.
Yeah, that's that redemption point for her again, that recognition of priority mistake and then reclaiming her dominance or confidence in these conditions. You could see with the body language on the landing for her that, have a look at this replay. She's just really dialed into these end sections. She times it well, and it's confidence. I feel like it's real dominance there.
Nanaho attacks the lip. The lip attacks back to Nanaho Suzuki, so that's not going to be the score that she needs, and the clock is just going to get eaten up on her paddle back out because we got more sets coming.
I think this heat is gone to a situation where we're not seeing these blown away performances. We see these incremental improvements. Here goes Sawyer.
Sawyer, nice opening snap, second turn, so and just gets caught up on the heel. That could have made the difference, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she only needed a 4.44, and you'd have to think that if she'd made that final turn, that was, you know, that was the score. Here goes Nikki.
Clean face for Nikki Van Dijk, and that was a convincing single turn for Van Dijk.
I breathed in so hard then, Cabo, because I was so excited at how glassy that left open face was for her, and that single maneuver. It looks so nice. It's going to be good for her.
And she's going to have to swim under a couple of these ones. She's right on that impact zone, so just ducking under them, and it might not be done yet. There might be a few more to contend with unless she can quickly get her board. Let's have a look at the replay here of Soy Lindblad. So this first turn, beautiful spray, nice and tight to pocket. The second one, you could see there, she was just trying to outrun that little foamy section.
So brother and dad checking it out, and a little bit of disappointment there. Coach Luke Egan as well. Score comes in for Lindblad. It was not enough. It was a 3.83. She still needs that 4.44. About 90 seconds on the clock, on the countdown.
That last one for Yolanda too, that 5.07, that was that single turn to getting her back into that mindset and over the top of that mistake. And it just shows, I mean, Sawyer and the Naho, they need to absorb that one dominant, critical end section. If they're obviously staying for this last minute on this right, they need to channel some of the Hopkins energy here, because, I mean, they need fours, mid-fours again. Incremental, like, adjustments and increases in their performance. It's not a blow-away heat, but it's going to be really important for their season.
Yeah, Yolanda's really sort of steered the direction or dominated this section of the lineup here.
Oh, Sawyer's going to get one more chance. And needs to find a corner. Searching hard for that corner, not going to find it there. One more wave behind could hit the bar just in time. Sawyer on the paddle here. She's going to get it. This is going to be the corner. Lindblad, bumpy section. Snaps there, needs a little bit more. And you know what? She's going to make it hard on the judges, because that one feels like it could be up or down, Rich.
Yeah, it's not convincing, is it? And that's not what you want to do on your final wave, needing a score. You want to make it just without a doubt in the judge's mind that, you know, the ability to throw a score down and go, yep, she got it. But that one, it's almost like the other way. It's almost like, I don't think she get it. Like, can I be convinced that she did enough? So let's have a look at it again. So it's a foamy wave right from the takeoff. Good little snap under the circumstances. The second hit was pretty small, so to me, it's not the number.
Yeah, she did not get the number. So here we go. Yolanda Hopkins, as well as Nikki Van Dyke, on to the round of 16. Sawyer Lindblad did battle out there, but was not able to get through, along with Nanaho Suzuki, also eliminated from competition. We're going to take a break. When we come back, number 1 on the leaderboard, India Robinson. She'll be out in the water when we return.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Final heat in the water for the women's round of 32. With only 2 more spots left in the round of 16, but 4 surfers to contend for those 2 spots. India Robinson in the red jersey, Amuro Suzuki is out in blue, Pauline Ado in white, and Erin Brooks in the green jersey, Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood. And this heat we got the surfer on top of the leaderboard, India Robinson. So already some confidence off of that victory on the Gold Coast. Let's see what India is going to bring to us in this heat, Jess.
Yeah, the current #1 on the rankings. I mean, we saw the men's #1 ranked surfer fall out of competition yesterday, so we know it's challenging to back up the performance, and I'd love to see how India approaches this. I mean, good mates, Sally and Sophie, have already scored the 2 best highest scores of the day today, and I know that would go well into India's notebook of what's required here for top-level performance.
And some inspiration from her friends. Amuro Suzuki out there, our Japanese representative, a talented surfer, spent some time on the 2021 championship tour as an injury replacement, and also took home a Olympic bronze medal that year.
Yeah, that was a huge year for Amuro, and she actually competed here at Narrabeen on that CT year. And I remember at the very end of the event, the whole of the events crew were packing down, and Amuro passed by the contest area, still free surfing on the afternoon after the finals towards dark, and they collected her last name placard from the locker room things, and it was such a special year for her, and that was one of the memories I think she took along from competing here at Narrabeen.
Here's a 15-year-old sensation, Erin Brooks. Oh, and looks like she was on her way. I was expecting something spectacular from this young lady. She's got a bright future in front of her, just 15 years old, representing Canada. One of that new wave, the new generation that is shaking up women's professional surfing with their progression.
Oh, that was so critical. She kind of got a whitewash chip in, and she just committed straight to the bottom. Tried to click it early, and one of those little lumps and bumps in the trough knocked her off. So that would have been a really good score had she have ridden out of that cleanly.
And it's not an easy paddle back out, is it, Jess?
No, I mean, there's still so much water moving around. I can't quite tell from the screen where Erin is right now.
And to this point, she's going to take a U-turn right now and reposition herself for the paddle back out. You can see a little bit of that struggle. She was in that zone where it's really, really difficult, where the waves are breaking so close together over and over again. So here she goes with the runaround.
Yeah, and it's not wasting any time for her either. You can tell it's smart surfing, smart strategy from the youngster, and she's gonna put herself way back in a great position. It looks like she's pushing right up towards that same bank that Nikki was on, and she's going to jump back in that traditional rip that we've seen the surfers use here over the years. Big run for her as well. Look at the distance she has to cover. You can really tell who does the cross training too during the QS season or the off season, when they're put to the test across a soft sand run or a little shory run like this one for Erin.
She's flying, so she's going to go right to the alley, right, and just take that paddle back out as we catch up with India on her opening wave.
Yeah, just a couple of throwaways, I think, there for both Pauline and India. They're still searching out those gems. I do have to think why the rest of them haven't taken a note out of Nikki's book, because I mean, it was a good performance for her, and she squeaked through in that last heat as well with the lefts that are up the point.
Yolanda Hopkins out there met power with power, came out successful. She's in the round of 16, and she's with Luke.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yolanda, what was the strategy going into that one?
The ocean is changing quite a bit, so there wasn't much strategy. Mainly just try to find that one big turn. I seen the other girls getting quite good scores for it, and I was trying to go for it, but I almost thought I broke my board on one of the bigger ones. I was like, oh no, worst case scenario possible, but I just try to keep my calm and just go for it in every wave I caught.
And when you saw Nikki make a break for the left, did that play on your mind at all?
Only because it was her. I knew what she was doing, and I figured she could get some good scores out there. But I was hearing the speaker, and it wasn't anything made bigger than 5s, or I think it was like a high 4 or something. So it didn't really play much on my mind. I just kept with my program and just went for it.
And talk us through the double deck grip. Does that help you stomp some of those big turns?
I think so. I just find it so useful. You don't carry wax around, like cold or hot. Like the grip is always the same. That nothing changes. I go for here. The water's a little bit colder than the Gold Coast, and then I go to El Salvador. I don't have to change anything. Just it's always the same. So I just like that reliability.
Thanks, Yolanda. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
I echo that. I mean, I use full grip in the 90s on every single board just for that exact reason. You don't have to change your wax temperature.
Simplicity and efficiency from Yolanda.
Yeah, I like it.
She does a lot of, she's kind of like the adopted daughter from down south. She was telling me a little bit about it. Oh, let's go. Erin up.
Erin Brooks dropping into this one. Skitters through that turn, no problem. Kicks out nice and early. Wants to stay outside, give herself more opportunity. She's, getting a score there, but I like the decision by Erin to kind of get a turn in, get just a number, but don't commit all the way through. You can see now she's giving herself a chance to paddle back out and get another left, maybe a better one. Also, Amuro Suzuki looked like she got a wave.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe not the one that Amuro wanted.
Wow, there was so much commitment on that, all the way down to her legs buckling under her and then the rest of the ocean unloading.
Erin Brooks finds another corner, and Erin finishes that one off. And we know this routine right now. She's going to get a couple scores, run up the beach, take the fast path back out. Amuro, again, just not able to deal with the washing machine that we're seeing right now.
Those lefts right there on the corner, I mean, there's no real opportunity. We saw Macy go left, but it's pretty much closeout. So I think she's got to click back into the rights unless she wants to follow Erin Brooks's trail up towards the alley, like you said, Kaipo, and just find those outside sections. Here's the replay of last of Erin. Just a frothy, another whitewash roll in, a carve down, and just so much lump and bump and downtime in between. I mean, she's going to collect some more points. It's a 2.93. But hopefully before the end of these 19 minutes, that's not going to factor in. Look at the support crew too.
Yeah, I think that's Dad Jeff giving her a rundown and giving her some advice. As Erin's paddling back out, let's go to Luke for some information on what's going on this afternoon. Luke?
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. I'm here with Will from WSL. Will, a great day of surfing so far, exceeded expectations. What's on for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, it's been incredible. We've seen some incredible rides and some the performances I think we're going to be watching in highlights throughout the rest of the season, which is really exciting. We've made the decision to run heats 1 and 2 of the men's round of 32. The conditions are just so good. It's the best we've had so far. We've got sun, we've got time. That's why we started early today, just in case we could, and we're going to do 2 heats of the men's. And then the Heritage Heat, which is going to be so exciting and fun to watch as well.
Any idea who we can see coming up in the Heritage Heat?
Yeah, we've got Damien Hardman, who's been helping with some advice on forecast because he knows this area better than anyone. Nathan Hedge, Laura Enever, Pauline Mensah, Tommy Carroll, Robbie Bain. Yeah, Northern Beaches icons. It's great.
Well, looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. Thanks, Will.
Well, there you go. So the show continues after we secure up our round of 16 for the women. We're going to see Mikey McDonough, Dylan Moffat, Federico Moraes, and Reith Hazelwood as we get into that first heat of the round of 32 for the men after this.
My Lord, that first heat, I mean, of course, local guy, Dylan Moffat. It's already pretty busy down here. It's a beautiful day for the Northern Beaches, so there is a big crowd, but having Dylan coming up this afternoon for competition is huge.
And then the Legends heat. It's going to be an entertaining one to watch. Who are you picking in the Legends, Jess?
Well,
just you can give me 2 picks.
No,
I don't
I
want to
can
put you on the spot.
I'll give you one. I mean, I'd love to back Laura, but I did run into Pauline just quickly through one of the areas I was running through in between heats, and she was talking about the feeling that she gets every time she pulls on the jersey. And there's something dangerous about that confidence and that calmness going into competition, especially when it's like this.
Here we go, India Robinson. Oh, strong turn there for India. Back up for the float and the finish, and probably the highest wave score so far in this heat once that checks in. What do you think, Jess?
Oh, yeah, it has to be. Like, look at the scoreline at the moment. It's surprising. They have to adjust to the conditions. That's exactly what India's done halfway through. This replay shows. Makes some money pretty much out of nothing. There was only really change on offer here, but she does enough. 2 turns. She's going to be properly on the board now, and I think Erin's plan hasn't played out for her yet. I think there's the potential, like Nikki's, to find those 6s plus on that left, but it just hasn't played out in the first 15 minutes of this heat, so it's hard. I mean, they're championship tour surfers. They're the world's best women in the water, and they're struggling to find themselves something over a 2 or a 1 at the moment. It shows. This is surfing, and this is why it's so exciting to watch, because it's versus Mother Nature at the moment.
Yeah, flying high up above, you can see on the north bank, Erin Brooks the deepest. Well, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion, final heat of the round of 32 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia.
Heat 8 of the round, the 32 in the water. Ratings leader India Robinson out in front of the pack, 4.33 on her last ride. We had a couple of rides during our commercial break, and we'll be getting to those to shore up the situation here. We're at the 13-minute mark.
The importance of 3s and 4s come back into the conversation. Here's Pauline's replay whilst we were on break. And you can see she's taken a leaf out of India's book as well. They know this is such a low-scoring affair that they're not going to look back at the end of the season and think, geez, if I had just gotten a 3 or a 4, that could make the difference in transitioning to the championship tour. So I can see the change in pace for both those probably more experienced competitors. But I do still think Erin's move could be dangerous for the rest of the field, because if she is clicking into something over there, she's going to get a way bigger number.
She clicked into this.
Yeah, look at this. Another roll in for her. She's identified them well, and nice, ooh, snap right under the lip. Oh, that's a tricky one to call. It's borderline. I mean, it could go either way.
Judges aren't going to give it to her. Nope. It comes in at a 1.33 for Erin Brooks, so she wasn't able to sell the finish on that one. She'll remain in second place, however, but it is very tight when we look at the numbers, Jess.
Yeah, it's just wide open. Someone gets something like an actual proper open wave out there, they're going to go straight to the lead.
Yeah, you can see the two-wave total, a tie between India Robinson and Erin Brooks. How we break that tie is the single highest wave score, so that 4.33 for India Robinson. That's what puts her in first place right now in that situation.
Yeah, and you can see just that water ripping through there too. Here's the top scores, though, from the women's round of 32. That's Sally Fitzgibbons, 9.7 on the board, Kaipo. Sophie McCulloch backed it up with a 9.43 in her heat. And Kobe, 7.7. That was a little later on in the competition for the day, but very early on this morning for the women was Zali Kelly, 7.4. So an all-Australian affair there for the top scores of the day so far in this round of 32. 11 minutes, though.
Yeah, 11 minutes on the clock ticking down. Amuro Suzuki finds a right, but just goes down again on a tricky wave that just bottomed out underneath her as soon as she took off.
Wow, that was an explosion. I don't know if that was a show of emotion in body language just for the frustration that Suzuki's feeling at the moment with these consistent blast aparts on the sandbank, or if she just needed a moment to catch her breath, or maybe a little bit of both. It's rough. I mean, 10 minutes though. 10 minutes, quick turnaround. One good set for India and for Erin. It's going to be a lot easier because they've already kind of got their backup score, even though Erin's is 2.93.
Here's India, identifies this right. Drops in, nice clean face, snaps it there. That's a great beginning. Back up in the lip, solid surfing by India Robinson, and she will extend her lead over the pack. Well done for the surfer from Janjak.
Yeah, now she's found herself a point of difference in the lineup. She found the space. As you said, she identified that wave, and it just really worked out well for her, really clean. And she wasn't desperate, even though she probably feels pretty desperate for an opportunity to perform out here, especially, you know, just to prove to herself, being in that #1 position, she can back up that performance. But that was a nice time two-turn combo for India.
Yeah, really solid surfing. We got eyes on Erin Brooks right now, currently in second place. As we go back to this, which is feeling like it's going to be a good number.
Yeah, look how clean the face is too, Kaipo, and that second turn is so well timed. Oh, nice big slash.
It's a flat 7 for this effort right here for India Robinson.
Yeah, well controlled. Here's a replay of Pauline. Similar looking rolling wave, but the actual face is so much foamier. She doesn't quite get the open opportunity that India had on her 7.
This is going to be served India very, very well if she makes it through this heat. Next round, you know, round of 16, still in the women's category, equal 9th is not quite a keeper, but India will be pulling away from the pack because of Sawyer Lindblad being eliminated in that last heat. Erin Brooks fighting for a finish here. She needs to convince the judges. This time I feel that they're going to have to give it to her. We'll see what they say. Big dump floater there on the left.
Yeah, she kind of went real elastic too on the landing and almost horizontally re-pulled herself into position. Have a look at the replay too. She projects out so flat, bends right over, and she's still traveling so quickly sideways still. So let's wait for that score to lock in. She is in second position, but 2s and 3s at the moment. It's not going to be what they're wanting to end this round of 32 on, regardless of moving through or not.
Paulina Doe scratching for this one, decides not to go. Number comes in for Erin, a 5.83, and that will solidify her second place and advancing position at the moment.
Okay, so Amira has the priority and she has to find herself that difference. Perhaps with the experience so far in the start of this heat, she needs to readjust in positioning the lineup. Although we've heard it, I mean, from all the athletes today, the difficulty in finding that lineup spot and the vastness of the lineup and the shifting water. She can do it. 7 minutes on the clock. Same with Pauline. Both have the confidence in their surfing. It's just going to be finding that takeoff. Look, I feel like India is in a good situation hunting down that little... I mean, I know it's a bit of airdrop. It's a bit of a step out there right on the bank, Kuiper, but it's a good spot to be in.
India on the move. Pauline with priority over India Robinson. Paulina, though, looks down the throw to that one, decides not to go.
Plays perfectly into India's hands. That's exactly what she wanted to happen.
Yep.
I don't think she'd feel safe as well having Pauline, even though she's only got that tiny little 187 and the 267. There's no way she'd want to give her any space in the situation. So it plays well to India's hand. Amira now is, I guess, the one to watch in the next 6 minutes. She can get a 6.63. We've already seen high fives being thrown down for one single turn. I think back to Carolina Mendez's 7+ ride for that one big crack on her forehand. So it's on the table for Suzuki.
Now under priority, but she's going to get a chance. Here we go with Paulina Do. Just up and out, nothing happening on that wave. So we don't have eyes on Amuro Suzuki right now. And her placement with first priority, there she is.
Yeah, she's got to find herself. She's got to get back into the game. Maybe even just roll the dice a few more times. Is she going to have a look at this one? No, with priority. Yeah, I think she's just kind of looking a bit lost out there and just needs to get back into her own zone and trust her surfing. She could do this in one wave. And there's time.
Yeah, she's got just under 5 minutes because we just hit the NRMA 5-minute warning. Here we go with Suzuki. Nothing happening on that one.
Oh, frustrating for her. Using priority. It kind of looked promising at the start as well. So good position for Pauline then. Differential was similar. She could do this with one turn as well. I think we're going to see more of a approach that we've seen from her in the early rounds, that big opening carve and perhaps face snap or slash, followed by that closeout maneuver. I think she's got a lot of flow, and the judges have really rewarded her for that in previous heats. So I think we're going to see her go to that as her strength here, Kipes.
Erin Brooks finds the left. Spicy snap there. Quick on her feet for another slash. Wave tapers down, but Erin just throws a little layback there. Brooks looking to improve upon a 2.93, so anything over a 3-point ride, she's going to help her situation.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's a whole nother story now for Pauline and Amuro. Let's have a look, though, what's gone down before this Kaipo Harvey Norman recap.
India Robinson looking solid out there, Jess.
Yeah, she's just been able to shift into gear, and she's done what this heat's needed to do. This is not what she would have wanted at the get-go. She wants a blast away, standout performance, but this particular wave, highest wave of the heat so far, 7-point ride, and there's the money turn right at the end. Crisp timing for India, and that's why she's in the lead. And that's a good reason to have her atop of the leaderboard as well after that win at Snapper.
Still waiting for last score for Erin Brooks, and to see if she is able to distance herself from Paulina Do, who's holding first priority, and Amuro Suzuki with second priority. You can see the needs column right now, but those needs column could change when another score drops for Erin Brooks. Let's take a look here. This is last of India Robinson. We're waiting for this number as well.
Oh, big amount of spray, a lot of volume being thrown above the lip, and she likes the feel of it. Here's the replay also. Erin Brooks, she's gone to the lead after this wave. It's a 6.5.
6.5,
yeah. 6.5. Kind of drops the wallet at the end, but she's put herself into the lead, and now we're on in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, India Robinson, we're waiting for that score. India, I feel, is going to retake the lead, but most importantly, what it's going to do is put Pauline as well as Amaro just out of play, because they're going to need excellent numbers.
Absolute detonation through the inside section at the 2-minute mark for Amuro. You could see what she was thinking there, and it's hard.
So we got the score for India Robinson. It's a 7.33. Aaron Brooks here. Throwing it to the air. Aaron Brooks is safe as well. Paulina Doe, she needs a 9.66, and Amaro Suzuki needs a combination with 90 seconds. So this heat is almost wrapped up for India Robinson and Aaron Brooks at the moment.
Yeah, and we haven't seen those waves come through that we've seen the excellent scores on today. But, I mean, if they do, I don't doubt that Pauline could just kind of slide on in on that inside rail and almost stand tall in a barrel. I mean, they were out there in previous heats. If she gets the chance in a minute, I'm sure she could surf to it, but will she get the chance? I mean, that's the question. And beautiful surfing from India. That's a better heat score. I mean, 14.33. 7. I felt like she really kind of relaxed on her rail in that last 7 as well. You can see Pauline just pushing way deeper. I think she realises it's going to take a pretty much a Hail Mary. She's going to have to surf to a 10. Nice big air drop and spit out.
I mean, there's not a 9 out there right now. I'm going to say it.
It's
25 seconds remaining, and that is going to be the run. 20 seconds, just maybe one more chance. Aaron Brooks, 15-year-old sensation. She's going to move into the round of 16.
Stuck to her plan as well. It didn't work out in the first 15 minutes, but it has now. 6.5 and a 5.83, where some of the other women haven't even been able to find anything over a 3.
Well, with the horn, our women's round of 16 is all set. There's the numbers, 14.33, a solid 2-wave heat total for India Robinson. She moves on along with Aaron Brooks. We're going to move on to the men's Heat 1, round of 32, when we return.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We saw some great vision of the Northern Beaches there, and we're seeing more great vision of the Northern Beaches right now. Incredible drone shot coming over North Narrabeen. Stace Galbraith joined in the booth by Richard P. Lovett. Rich, how are you, mate?
Oh, good, Stace. I'm stoked. This is this is new.
This is new.
This is new
territory.
Yeah.
This could go anywhere.
I know. Strap in, because this could go anywhere. But no, really looking forward to getting back into the men's now. What an amazing round of women. Geez, it started with an absolute bang, and yeah, we're back into it with the men's. This heat's lining up beautifully.
We got to strap in. This is going to be a crazy heat. But before we get into that, I think we have to give a special shout out to all the women there. Some incredible efforts.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of incomplete rides, but we saw some amazingly technical drops and then some awesome completed rides. Sally Fitzgibbons, Sophie McCulloch, to name a few. So well done to all of them for giving it a red hot crack now. And then as we see into the men's here, this is local boy Dylan Moffat, Rich.
Well, local boy would have been watching the conditions for the last couple of hours, and finds a beautiful left where he's just tagged it a couple of times. This is Mikey Madonna, Lennox Head surfer. He's been finding some forms in these last few events, and just finds a little right runner.
Kikash now, Rich.
And then Frederico, just, you know, this is that textbook Freddie style surfing. Big turns, very calculated, very precise, and no different on this ride. It's a little tail waft on that final turn as well.
He's done well to fit two in there.
Yeah, tricky conditions, Stace, huh? That round for the women, but I just loved how they all stepped up, had a good crack, and you know, there was some really standout stellar performances.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've been blessed with light winds throughout the whole afternoon, and that's why we've made the call to go into these two heats now and then the Heritage Heat this afternoon. But we'll see some early scores trick in there. Dylan Moffat, a 5.67. And we're waiting for Frederico's ride, which we imagine we might be around that similar number, perhaps a little more. We'll see which way the judges go with that one. There it is, just under a 5.33. And pretty textbook there from Freddie, off to a good start. This is a wave from Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, Reef screaming down the line, almost looking for a little cover-up, but hits the eject button. So interesting that we're seeing, looks like Reef and Dylan. This is live.
Dill, nice second turn there, just comes unglued. A lot of water moving in the bottom third of that wave. He just sort of lost his footing there coming off the bottom. But yeah, you're right. But it looks like there's two of the gents, Freddie and Mikey, down on the right, which is no real surprise. And then Reef and Dylan up here on the left. And here we see Frederico up and riding. A couple of nice turns there. Unfortunately, it's never a nice feeling, Rich, is it, when you sort of don't hit the end of the wave? You always leave the judges with a little question mark over their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a sour taste, really, when you don't get that final click for yourself and for the judges. But you can see big playing field right now. So two of our competitors down here on the true North Narrabeen peak. And looks like Freddie, here we go, just belts that first turn. Here's that second one. Projects down the line. It just doesn't get the opportunity to throw it up there for a third. He's looking good. Form's looking fine.
Yeah, I was going to say that. In between his turns, he's looking like that board's carrying plenty of speed. It's going wherever he wants it to go. He'll be deadly if he can find himself a wave that allows him sort of two turns back-to-back without any downtime. But Reef Hazelwood's the one for me to watch in this heat, Rich.
Yeah.
I think yesterday he had a heat that... you know, you could see his intention was to go to the air, and he did well to kind of reel it in at one point and just put himself back in the heat with a couple of classic turns. I don't think that'll be enough today, the way that he surfed yesterday to get him through today. It's just too stacked. We're into the round of 32 now. It's going to have to be, you know, a bit better of a performance from Reef. We know he's got the firepower, and what I wanted to know from your perspective, Rich, is when these young fellas that have all this variety of repertoire, how do they pick which lane to stay in?
Yeah, it's you know, you've got to be down here. You've got to be studying the conditions. You've got to be analysing what's getting through heats, and it's pretty clear. You know, those big turns are doing it. If you throw a crazy air and land it, you're going to get rewarded. But you can't unsurf a wave. You've got to surf the wave for what it allows you to do. And when you try and force stuff, that's when things start to look a bit untidy, and the judges will pick up on it, and they'll see that you're leaving points on the wave. Live action of Dill.
setting up here through the inside. It's getting a bit steeper. We know he knows this spot just about as good as anyone in the draw. And a couple of turns in the lip. He didn't really get the vertical face he was chasing. While we wait for the next waves in this set to get ridden, we're going to throw down to Luke. Luke with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. I'm with India Robinson. India, it feels like you're in the form of your life right now.
I think so, yeah. I'm starting to find that flow state in a competition jersey, and it feels really nice to take a lot of the mental aspect out of it and just do my surfing.
And a great win on the Gold Coast. What would it mean to get a good backup result here in terms of your quest for requalification?
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate goal, is to back it up and then, stay consistent throughout the year and then be back on tour. So, yeah, I think the first heat in the first round is always the hardest for me. So I'm glad I've got that out of the way, and now I can start building rhythm again.
Thanks very much, India.
Thank you.
Yeah, great point that India makes there, Rich, particularly with the women that are seeded into that round number 2. The one heat and then it's woman on woman. It's a lot of pressure, I think, on them to just make one heat and their event's underway.
Yeah, it's a different sort of competition as well. Those 4 surfer heats versus the 2 surfer heats, different strategy. Becomes a little bit more of a you versus your opponent rather than just sort of you versus the ocean and your opponents. And well, this one's pretty interesting at the 21-minute mark. Federico Moraes, he's got a couple of pocket 5s here. No one's really dropped that big number yet. And I guess the positive sign is that the tide is still on the way in. The left-handers come back into play. And Narrabeen has just been delivering all day long. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's been an absolute treat. And I believe we're due for even more waves over the weekend and even better weather. So, well, I don't know if you get much better than today, but very similar weather. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon and a fantastic weekend coming up. But this heat is, it's Freddie. He's got the vice out at the moment. He's just twisting it on some of these younger competitors. He's off to a really good start here. We're going to catch up on a ride in a little bit from Mikey Madonna, the surfer in red. He looked sparky on his 3.5, but it was just the size of the wave that let him down. This is a better wave, Richie.
Much better wave on this one. Jeez, he hammers that first turn. Big layback hack. And then gets the little projection drift. But watch his first turn. Nice and low. Now he gets that back arm, extends. All the pressure on the tail of the board. And he's on that backup board that he jumped on yesterday after his favourite little Ferrari snapped clean into. Looks like this one's looking pretty spicy under his feet as well, the DHDs.
It's credit to the modern day shapers, isn't it? How consistent they can be across the whole quiver. Reef Hazelwood now up and riding. Nice opening first slash there, looking for something massive on the inside. He gets there early.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Reef, I hope his board and body are okay.
Oh, that looks so gnarly.
He's pretty flexy, Reef. That was the worst wipe of the today.
Oh,
that was hectic.
We felt that up here in the booth. We both just almost fell off our chairs here.
Especially your hips.
Oh, mate, I'd be back on the operating table after that one. Just gets a little caught up on the first one, and that thing just bottomed out so fast. So look at this thing, just goes completely square, and Reef just down the elevator shaft, and it just drove him into his board.
The worst thing about that is that he didn't fall off. He fully landed on his board.
Gosh, man.
Wow.
Well,
like
goodness.
That's where you can get super hurt, just getting connected and unable to get away from your board like that. I mean, in his mind, he was riding out of that every day, but that was an incredibly hard drop. Federico now opening up the shoulders with one of his best turns of the heat so far, combos it up through the inside, and unfortunately falls on the finish. I kind of think he needed that finish there just with the bobble coming out of the carve if he wanted to really improve his scoreline, but it's good to see him trying to push a bit harder now that he's got those 2 5s on the board, Rich.
Yeah, there was a little extra effort on that first turn, wasn't it? A bit more spice. In that last quarter of the turn, he just put on the accelerator even more. So you watch the replay here, digs right in, watch this, hacks it right around. Just a little emphasis on, gets caught for a second there, tidies it up, and then what looked like just a textbook little foam hit.
He
Comes
sort
up
of didn't get
stuck.
caught, did he? I'm being a bit critical. There's
Yeah,
always
no,
the
that was
backwash
beautiful.
that just threw him off a little bit behind the section, but a beautiful carve.
And then nice clean snap here. Bang. Keeps the board moving down the line. And just gets that front edge in and went over the handlebars, unfortunately. But yeah, there's going to be some points in that first turn and that combo.
I think that it's going to be interesting to see how much the judges appreciate that first turn. Certainly committing to it the most out of any turn that he's had so far in this heat. Early indications look like he will improve the situation. A 6.2 for Federico. That's exactly how you want to do it, isn't it, Rich? We see a lot of the surfers, unfortunately, repeating the scoreline as we see Mikey Madonna up and riding in the tube. Thanks for coming. Wave spitting behind him. Gets to the section nice and early and a big floating finish. He likes it, and rightly so. Beautiful way to finish off that tube ride there, Rich.
It's funny watching the claims, isn't it? Because you kind of see an elative claim where it's just stoked, and then you see the one where it's like there's a whole lot of attitude behind it. And this was the latter. But have a look at this. He just gets piped off the takeoff, and a really difficult little lip liner to finish off there. He would have had some great vision. It spits behind him. Really uneven, this lip line. That had a few ridges through it. Nails that landing, and then check the attitude. Yep, just staring the judges down, daring them not to give him an excellent score here.
Sort of like he just created 5 enemies with that stare. That was aggressive. Mikey Madonna, eagerly awaiting this score to come in. If you want to see more of Mikey's prowess in the barrel, go check his Instagram. I think he got the best wave that ever broke in Byron Bay. One of those last swells. But anyway, back to this heat. Federico, a nice turn out of the lip there. He's working his way down the line. And a series of nice manoeuvres, but I know that Freddie at this point now, he's got the foundations of this heat together, and he would know. He doesn't need, and this I was alluding to it earlier, he doesn't need another 5.
No.
Yesterday in his heat, the judges have absolutely eaten this up.
They got scared.
They got scared. I think they got scared. This is going to be a massive number for Mikey Madonna. Waiting for one more score to come in so we can average it out. An 8.67. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a big spread.
That's a huge spread.
At this level of scoring excellent rides, for 2 judges to say it's an 8 and 3 to say it's a 9, would have been a bit of deliberation up there in the tower, Rich.
Yeah, maybe some of those judges just not. It was an amazing barrel, no doubt about it, but you can't help but go, could he have been deeper? Could he have slotted in a little earlier? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what they were seeing.
On this series, across the world tour, everything within our sport, sometimes you just need the rub of the green, and sometimes you need a bit of wave theatrics to help you out.
Yeah.
And that was an excellently surfed wave, no doubt, but for sure, the deepness of the tube's up for debate.
Yeah.
And I thank the wave for those 3 judges to give it the 9th, because the wave was dramatic. The wave had
amazing.
the spit, it had the crumble. He come in late behind it, it was great. Disappeared momentarily, and it had the big finish. It was a great ride. But rarely do you see judges have that big of an opinion on the spread this early in a round.
Yeah, and that at that top end of the scale too. It's normally pretty unanimous up that higher end.
Yeah.
You can sort of you can be forgiven down at those 4 and 5 marks to see a bit more of a spread, but for them to go high, they need to all be impressed. He's on again.
Nice drop. Unfortunately, can't get under the hood on that one. But he'd be feeling really, really positive about his situation there. He's already amassed a 15-point total as we see Dill Moffat now out on the left.
Yeah, this is interesting. The rights have started to light up again down at car parks, and Dylan is just sort of setting his ways. He's committing to his decision.
So if Reef Hazelwood moves down to the left now, what do you do if you're Dylan Moffat? Have the left to yourself, or do you pull the ripcord as well?
Well, at 13-minute mark, if you haven't really got something significant on the board, you maybe give it one more crack and then you come down. But certainly he's not going to. I don't feel like his decision would be to paddle from the top of the peak all the way back down to the right. You ride another wave.
Well, we take a quick lull in this heat. No, I've jinxed it again. Federico up and riding. His lowest score is a 5.87, and he's certainly on his way to putting one of his best numbers in. A lovely finish there for Freddie. He likes it. We talk a lot about being able to self-adjudicate, and if there's one man that knows that, he's ridden enough waves in his career to know when he's improving on his situation, and we'll wait on the scores there. Rich, here's the replay.
Yeah, Freddie tags his first one, comes around, a nice clean snap. Again, keeping the board moving down the line because he wanted to get to that third turn. Great rhythm on that wave.
Right, we'll try and get a break in here, Rich, and catch our breath. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. It is firing.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Stace in the booth with Richie Lovett, and we've had an absolute ripper time so far. Rich, this heat's 20 minutes old, and I wish it was going for another 20, not 10.
I know, mate. It's coming down to the wire. We're 2/3 done, and we've seen some amazing surfing. And here goes Reef. He's repositioned himself down on those rides, gets that first back hand hit, rips it around again. You'll need more down the line here. Some good surfing, but there's some good numbers on the board. Takes to the air.
Cool.
Nice little straight. Air here, gets the grab.
That would have felt fun. He knows he's got a big smile on his face. That's the kind of air that just makes you feel good inside. I don't know how much the judges will dine out on it, but nevertheless, great visuals.
Yeah, he sort of mixed it up. There was good variety on that wave. They'll keep relatively conservative on where they're going to go with it, though. And I mean, in Reef's mind, you know, that is. I mean, he does those without even thinking about it.
Freddie now, that's a better turn from Freddie, looking fired up, and again, 1-2 punch. Will he get the third? I'm not too fussed about that. I think the damage was done, Rich.
Hey, that was some beautiful surfing. Geez, that board looks really nice under his feet. Freddie looks like he's just turned the volume up a little bit now. Wanting to add a little bit more, and we both said it, Stace, we wanted more. A bigger wave from Federico here. Watch this. Bang! Slices the first one. And the second just jams it super tight. And, well, if he could get an end section and make it, he's going to put a little bit of icing on the cake.
For sure. Always nice to finish your rides, but this combination of turns here, Rich.
I loved how smooth that transition was. From that first turn, he just jumped on that toe side, that inner rail, and just sat on it until the perfect moment. Got him in the ideal spot for the second turn. And that's how you do it. Take notes, kids, when you're looking at, you know, a good power surfing, drawing clean lines. Federico Moraes knows what he's doing.
And this is where it comes into the strategy of the other surfers in the heat, particularly Reef, sort of somewhat abandoning his post on the left. You're going into a peak where guys like Freddie and particularly Mikey, they've already got their rhythm and their eye in. With Reef's talent, I just wonder if he's better off, just like you mentioned it earlier, throwing some mud at the wall. Some will stick for Reef.
Yeah, persevere on the left maybe and start taking to the air, start putting those strengths that he has, which is, that high-flying repertoire. Put it on show.
We brought it up at the start of the heat. When you've got all the bag of tricks, where do you start and where do you end? And to me, Reef still doesn't look like he's super settled in constructing a heat from start to finish, where you can see Freddie super professional. Yep. He's built every time. And Reef, he's got a bit of work to do here now, as we see Mikey Madonna up and riding. As he gets an opening face carved on there. He wants more tube time. That was sick.
That was mental. Little stall.
And he makes it out the front, but not able to get a finish there at the end. That little kick stall had me sort of a similar smile to the air of Reef. It's an awesome turn to do on your free surfs. Not too sure how much the judges all have.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. There was a little bit of drama there. Just chucked on the brakes. It was more of a handbrakey, wasn't it? But he's building a scoreline here, man. Let's see the takeoff. Nice big swoop to start off, and then he was like, what's going on down the line? Okay, break. Gets a little cover up, finds the doggy door, and another complete ride here. Did well, actually.
Oh, that was so cool.
Yeah, nice vision there. Look at Madonna. He's found a flow in these last couple of events. And he doesn't ever look panicked. He looks like he's just really in control. Pretty similar, actually, to Freddie, actually. The way they're composing the heat.
They don't look rushed when they're on the wave, and that was the case with Freddie's last ride there, Rich. That was his best wave of the heat, as we expected. A 6.83 and probably a point or so left on it with the finish. So Freddie looking fired up. And it's Dylan Moffat and Reef Hazelwood that... Look, they had their moments at the start, but they haven't really been able to then just keep building with their rides. And so, as this clock counts down now, it's those boys with their backs against the wall, a 7.43 and a 7.3 needed respectively, which super attainable scores. I just think in conditions like this, though, as we see Dylan Moffat up and riding down a good-looking set wave, massive turn under the lip, and he stays under the lip and gets absolutely detonated. Those ones hurt, Rich.
Well, he threw the kitchen sink at it and went down the drain. That was a gnarly section to tackle, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
He's retreating to the right as well, which I just don't understand. Why do you paddle down there with fourth priority?
Yeah, late start. He's going to 5 minutes to go. Let's have a look what happened here. This monster section just came at him, ran him down.
It's a, Freddie Marias is just sitting down there with his arms open going, come here, boys.
Welcome
to the right. And I will be taking the very next best wave that comes through.
Yeah, well, Dill's going to get down there. Unfortunately for the local lad, it didn't pay off. Heading down to the left, there's definitely been a ton of good waves down there over the last hour or so. But maybe, this tide just affecting it a little bit. It looks like he's just parked it again. Maybe he's picking up a little
one off the end.
A wide one.
Needs a little bit of luck here, Dill, to help his heat get back on track. He's got into this one nice and early as the wave steepens up. You know he's got a lethal backhand, but unfortunately just unable to really look solid on his feet there, even from the beginning of that ride. That was a little gift on his way down to the right, which he wasn't able to capitalise on. Again, still scores well within the range that Reef and Dill need at this point. So it's still anyone's game. It's just... I'm worried, like I said, about how Freddie and Mikey, they've got their eye in on this ride. They know what the good waves look like. And Mikey's appealing there for a paddle from the peak, which, if we have an angle of that front on, we might try and get a look at it so we can make a comment. But certainly from the drone angle, there looked like some intention to go the ride. But, you're allowed to look. You're allowed to look. And you just probably two paddles or one paddle's probably enough to get the priority judges to change their mind on you. But if you just poke the nose over the wave, they're not going to take priority on you. You're now to have a little look.
No, well, they've deemed it a non-look. So Freddie's still holding down second priority. Reef Hazelwood, he's in the box seat, and he needs to be. We know what this guy's capable of in the air. And there might be a little left-hander. Oh, okay. Well, there was definitely cause for an argument there.
50-50 for sure. He needs to do that stare again. One thing with the priority is, and the surfers know this, they're all pretty tuned up to it, the judges will look at a replay.
Yep.
And that's what you do as a competitor. You have to keep your eye on the priority board. We're going to take a look at a Harvey Norman heat recap here, and what some action it's been, Rich.
Oh, look, Mikey Madonna just getting in the slot, finishes this one, and nails a huge score. 8.67. Freddie Marias, he's put together a great heat. He's just built. Started with pocket fives, and now he's worked his way up to have a couple of healthy sixes in the scoreline. And it's with good, solid surfing. But Mikey Madonna on top at the moment. Big swooping turn here. Watch him slam on the brakes. Bang, finds another little pit. Gets that exit. So, you know, he has got a healthy heat total right now. And 2 minutes on the clock. Dylan Moffat and Reef Hazelwood, they need something.
Apologies on the call on that last wave. A 6.9 there for Mikey Madonna. It did improve his situation. A fantastic turn out of lip there from Dylan Moffat. And if there was anything before it, it's going to be a good number.
That's going to be huge.
I don't know.
It was just a one turn, maybe?
I don't know. Yeah, it looked like it. So we'll have a look here. Gets a little chip in wide on the peak. It's a beautiful turn all the same. Oh, if there was any more in that wave, he's on his way to a good number, but from what we've seen in this heat ridge, going to need to have a couple of them on one wave.
Yeah, he still might squeak a 6 out of it, maybe, if they get really excited about it, and it'll lessen the requirement just ever so slightly.
I think if the judges are going to get excited today, it will need to be inside the curve of the wave.
Yeah.
We've seen Mikey McDonald there get a 6.9 on that last ride. I've got to be honest, a little surprising.
Thought it was a bit high?
In my opinion.
Yeah, the first turn was a bit more of a kind of carb setup turn, and then the barrel, they're obviously, you know, they're paying off tubes. It's blaringly obvious.
They are loving the tube. Dylan Moffat will need to find the tube, I believe. He needs a 6.84. You're spot on with that last call there, Rich. They did love that turn, a 6.27.
Well, the problem is there's 30 seconds on the clock. So unless Dylan can find some local mojo, well, he's got to find his way out the back first.
He's got the explosive one manoeuvres. We did see him in an absolute aerial shootout here with Jack Freestone and Leonardo Fioravanti when the tour came to town in 2021. So we know he's got it in him. Reef Hazelwood here, important ride, 7.3 the requirement. Beautiful first turn. He's going to combo it up here with another one. I believe he'll need more on the end of this ride if he wants to turn the heat. He's pieced the wave together nicely. It's Federico behind now. He'll be surfing this wave like he needs a score. He comes unglued. We will wait eagerly for that score there of Reef Hazelwood.
Reef needing a 7.3, and my initial gut feeling is that it's not quite there. He surfed the wave really well, no question about that, but there was just not that big moment, that big special intense turn that the judges could really get excited about.
Yeah, they've got some good scores to compare around in that range, so they will be doing that right now as we take a look at this ride again. I love that turn out of the top of the lip there for Reef. Sets him up for this one nicely. Just a bit of foam on the wave that he had to work through, Rich.
He did surf it well, and it probably will come in as his best scoring ride.
Yeah, if I don't make it,
He's a good lad, Reef. He's always got plenty of time for the kids. Win or lose, as you hear there, he's waiting for his fate to be delivered. And we will look to get you the updated results there as they come through with a wave from Reef that we suspect will go close, but probably not over the number. As we see the final heat results there, a great performance from the young lad from Lennox Head, Mikey Madonna. Moving through to the next round. We're going to take a break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Don't go anywhere. Another fantastic heat coming up. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Another cracker heat in the water. Jackson Baker taking on Luke Thompson, Ketut Agus and Maxime Husseneau. We saw some great vision there of the area, and when the tour came to town here, Gabriel Medina and Caroline Marks were victorious at the World Tour level. But this week we'll have some new champions to put on the trophy by the end of this week. Stace Galbraith alongside Richie Lovett in the booth. Richie, we're off to a flying start here again, mate.
Yeah, here goes Luke Thompson, and finding this right-hander, just connecting with that final turn, just carving down, but not able to hang on to it. Beautiful looking wave here as he connects with the lip on the first one. Watch this, he sort of extends out of this, keeps that energy, wraps it all the way around, and then unfortunately just got stuck on his heels.
You know what Jake Patterson would say? Not at this level.
Not at this level.
That could have been a fantastic start for Luke there.
Yep.
Unfortunately, just a 2.83 and just not paying attention to the details there. There's quite a lot of water behind him, and you have to think it's looming behind you every time you do a turnout here on this shore break car park section here at Narrabeen. It is thumping, and the turn's not done until you're basically riding the thing up into the sand on a day like today.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's you know, he turned that 2 into a 6 into a 2, basically.
Yeah.
You know, he would have had a good score on the board to start off, and he's going to need it too, because this is a pretty stacked heat. Maxime Husseneau from France, and Jackson Baker, well, he's become a pretty familiar name around the world over the last couple of years.
MVP, right?
Yes.
People's champ.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Ketut Agus from Indonesia. One of Ronnie's favourites.
One of Ronnie's favourites, and fast becoming one of mine. An absolute cracker to interview. Plenty of character, plenty of laughs, and an absolute firecracker in the surf. He's got all the moves. We'll see how this young Indonesian fares this afternoon. No doubt Rio Wyatt is tuning in to cheer him on. Good afternoon, Rio. And Luke Thompson here looking to just add to that total. That's a nice turn. We saw Dylan Moffat get a good score for one turn at the end of that last heat. We'll see where the judges go with that one. But Rich, if you're Luke, that probably answers the question there for me. But after a fall like that, what's the remedy?
Yeah, get back on the horse, mate, and fix it up. But he just saw this end section, so obviously he was down in 4th priority. Thought, you know what, I'm just going to tidy this up and get a better feeling. So completes the ride. Goes Ketut there. Oh, just ran away from him.
Chungu Beachy on low tide.
Yeah, looks like all our competitors maybe just sticking to that car park ride section now. They would have watched what happened to Dylan Moffat there and just gone, okay, well,
if he can't figure it out, what chance do we stand?
Exactly. So let's go with the percentage play. And there was plenty of waves down there, really. Federico Moraes and Mikey Madonna, they had a smorgasbord down there.
Yep. And even a couple of falls that didn't go into their top 2. You know, that plenty of chances. It's a cracker a time of year to be on the East Coast. Snapper Rocks, we had offshores for days, and we're going to be blessed with similar conditions here for obviously today and over the weekend. It's just providing opportunities for our surfers, Rich, which is really all they want. Day one, we had some challenging conditions, but if you speak to the lads when they come out of the water on day one, although it was pretty wild, they all got their chances to stand up and have a go, which is all they're chasing. Doesn't have to look pretty like today, as long as they're getting a few chances to stand up. That's all they're after.
Yeah, they'll take onshore and messy over inconsistent any day. And well, today's been pretty special, and I feel like we're going to be in for 2 bluebird days over the weekend. You can see, you know, in contrast to the last couple of afternoons where it's just been thundering wind and coming from, you know, a pretty easterly flow, you know, we've still got really light variable winds, and it's going to be directly offshore for the next few days.
The Baker up and riding on a little chip in here. Just a casual start. He'll be looking for some more vertical face. He's got plenty of firepower under that back foot. And really just rude the amount of points that he extracted out of that wave in such a short time. That was pretty good surfing for what the wave offered. And then Luke Thompson behind on a nice taper. Cracks it out of the lip there. And again, a bit hung up on the second. He'll be looking to tidy up the finish. He gets it up there. And no, cannot ride out. crucial. Here we go, the 2010 World Junior Champion, Maxime Hussinot, knows exactly what he's doing on a sand bottom beach break and finishes that one nicely. So, well, talk about feelings, Rich. That would have been a good feeling.
That would have felt really nice. And, well, our French competitor here, no stranger, as you said, stays to nice beach break barrels. Obviously doing a lot of work at La Gravière when it's on, and he surfed that wave so well. So Luke Thompson here, he's either going to do the run around or there's a little bit of an equipment issue. Nah, it looks okay. This was an interesting ride from Jackson. Just gets a bit of a swoop to start things off, then jams it. Comes right up and almost does like a proper re-entry off a foamy section somehow. But this first turn from Luke Thompson just hacks into it. Fillets the top of that wave. And just timing. Once he'd done that second turn, his timing was off and then couldn't make that final turn. But look at this thing, Stace.
Wow. Wipes the speed off the bottom there. Hard thing to do when you're coming down on your toes, and just gets the finish there, Rich.
Well,
he wants more.
We know they've been excited about the barrel rides. So Maxime, he's probably going to drop a pretty good number here.
Is that one turn of Luke Thompson better than Jackson Baker's whole wave?
I think so.
Let's see where they go. Because Jackson's wave was so unique.
It was so unique. It started slow and built.
Yeah.
It finished strong, but typically the judges love that outside commitment, and he gave them something new to see there.
Indeed he did. While we take a little breather in the action here, it's the most barreled surfer of the day. Mikey Madonna is with Luke Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Mikey, that was a stacked heat in good waves. You knew you had to be at your best.
Yeah, watching it all day. As soon as I saw they made the call to run us, I was frothing because I love these sort of conditions, big and chunky, and I feel like it really suits my surfing. And yeah, I found it really easy to get amped up and motivated to put in good performances when the waves like that. But getting down here, it was once I got here, it was still good, and then the heats before, it seemed to really change up, and that rip started going through it a lot more, and it started up in the corner, so it was, yeah, I was a little bit in two minds there, but I think I just had to back what I've been watching, and managed to clean up a little bit as soon as I got out there, and I managed to find a few. Yeah.
Talk us through the emotion when you came out of the barrel and then stomped that big turn. You were feeling it.
Yeah, I was definitely feeling it. Probably a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, got a little bit too amped, but it was such a good feeling that wave came to me, and yeah, it's always good when you get a pit in the heat. Like, it's very unlikely for us. So yeah, it's definitely good just to put on a good showing.
And your grandfather played professional rugby league for the Roosters. Do you thrive on these competitive situations?
Yeah, definitely embrace him and pop. Yeah, do it for him for sure.
Thanks, Mikey.
Thanks, Luke.
Tough part of town to be a Rooster supporter, but all the same, some great family lineage there for the McDonoughs. And a great performance there from young Mikey. Would have done Lennox Head proud. As we see Maxime Hussinot now back for live action. And unfortunately, similar to Luke Thompson's prior ride, a beautiful first turn, but just unable to put the finishing touches on that one. Wave kind of let him down a little bit, but Rich, you might have a job up in the tower, mate. A 4.5 for Luke Thompson and a 4.17 for Jackson Baker. Probably the most excited falls that we've spoken about in the last two events, but they were just both such awesome rides for different reasons. But yeah, a cracker interview there with Mikey. And yeah, it's always good to see the young lad fired up. When you fired up, let it fly.
Well, I mean, 9 times out of 10, if you were free surfing and you got that wave, you probably just came out and you would have, you know, just been pretty stoked. You wouldn't have claimed it. But when you got a jersey on and stuff like that happens, you can't help but just, you know, get overcome with the situation. And obviously, he's had a moment to just settle down and go, okay, hang on, I've got to reflect on what I did there.
Maxime Hussinot having another roll of the dice here. Oh, nice drift on the first turn. That's going to be all she wrote there, unfortunately, and he'll look to do the runaround as well. But, Rich, I wanted to get your opinion on watching it on the TV and then coming down live. How different is it, especially on a day like today?
Yeah, there's nothing like watching this stuff live. Just first up, the wave height, as we just talked through the The replay here, Maxime kind of gets that drift over the hood of that one and then comes in, repositions. But yeah, there's a couple of things. The waves, the TV doesn't really do the waves justice in terms of just how fast and hard they're breaking on the sandbar here. And then the other thing that's really evident to me is just the speed that these surfers are travelling at. When you actually see it live, or even better yet, if you can manage to get out in the free surf and you're out there with some of the pros, you'll just be blown away by how fast they travel across the waves.
Katuta goes deep on this right. Woo. Weave that barrel to perfection. That was a very, very skillful barrel ride. He made that look incredibly easy, which it was not. Jackson Baker now out on the open face, showing his power. Huge two-turn combo and the finish. Wow. Yes, Bakery. Oh, wow, that must have felt good.
Wow, take a bow. And that's exactly what Jacko did. Great combination there.
The South African Luke Thompson now looking to join the party. He's got power, this kid, just putting that board into the lip, and there we go. That's what he wanted to do on his first wave. And he's managed to put a couple of turns there together. That'll be his best ride, and the judges have got plenty of work to do here as we come up to the halfway mark in this heat. Couple of cracking rides. I'm excited to see the ride of white. Here it is, Katut Agus Richie.
Wow, Katut just threading through this one and comes out. The wave gets a little foamy and he gets caught up a little bit, but a great barrel ride nonetheless. So you can see him pumping, weaving through it, and then right at that end section just held the line. And just got sort of caught on the cutback. But Jacko, he just lays so much power into that first turn. Backs it up again, tags it, straight up onto the third.
It's like a pendulum, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bang, bang, bang.
Nice little salute to finish off.
Luke Thompson here, Rich, this will be his best ride.
Oh, just really squirting through that first turn. Nice little layback jam to finish off. So the judges, they got a ton of work to do to figure this little riddle out.
A crazy flurry of waves there. While we wait for the judges to lock in their scores, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
You come to Sydney and loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. A cracker heat in the water as we see the young South African Luke Thompson trying to build on his heat total at the moment. I don't think he'll do it with that ride. Stace in the booth alongside Richie Lovett. And Richie, what a crazy flurry we had there just before the end of that heat, and then some scores to drop in.
Yeah, there's some good scores here. Jackson Baker dropping a 7.67, so there was a pace and a speed to that wave that was really nice. Caught the judge's eye. And, just during the commercial break there, you saw Jacko just hit the eject button. And Luke Thompson, he just grabbed it down the line, and Jacko just looking, wow, what did I miss there?
You make every pit from the couch.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen a
absolutely.
lot of airdrops today. It's like you mentioned earlier, the speed of the wave as it's coming into that sandbar is even catching some of the world's best off guard there.
Yeah, this is golden hour down here at Narrabeen this afternoon. And this is our final men's heat of the day. Then we'll be going into the Legends heat, Tribute heat, Heritage heat.
Heritage. A lot of heritage.
There's a
in
few
heat
words that
coming
we
up.
can throw at this one. And the surf. I just can't believe, like really, how consistent the car park rights bank has been today.
Yeah.
This is normally a 2 to 3 hour
You see a
little window that it comes on.
You'll see an Instagram clip of a day worth of waves, and it'll be one wave.
Yeah.
And someone will get the shot.
Yeah.
Davey Cathles or Kai Warner get a photo. We've had a full day of competition on it.
Mate, it's been unreal.
Bit wider of the peak now. Luke Thompson gets into this one as early as he can. He comes casually off the bottom, and he elects to go to the turns, which is probably the smart manoeuvre, but unfortunately he just kind of ran out of space in the wave there to get any kind of real turns done. And we've seen that happen a few times today, and again, quality tube riders, Jacob Wilcox, Eitan Osborne, just kind of finding themselves on the face of the wave rather than in behind it. And Laura had the great call this morning mentioning that it's the barrel almost becomes stationary, and if you're probably not like Katut coming from behind it at the very start, turns would have to be the way to go. But as surfers, Rich, we just want to get pitted.
Oh, we are tube pigs. We really are.
Jacko Baker here now, looking to add to the 767. A lovely opening carve, but probably thought that wave was going to offer up a bit more than that.
Well, Jacko's out in front without a barrel, so
yeah,
he's really put the hammer down in terms of the turns.
And he's just been able to, I guess, go that one notch up above what we saw of Freddie in that last heat, who just stuck to the turns. Jacko just cutting through the water a bit deeper, holding his turns well. And yeah, little unfortunate that wave didn't let him do another turn there, because man, he looks locked into his surfboard as we see one rolling through the peak there, a little deep of our competitors. They'll let that one pass by, but it looks to be a quality wave standing up behind Rich.
Wow.
As we see our surfers get in position. It's Katut Agus for first priority, but he looks like he might be just a bit too far out to get into that wave, as you need a jet ski to get down that wave.
Wow, that thing had shades of rabbits.
It did.
Didn't it?
Absolutely. Jacob Wilcox called it a poor man's rabbit earlier today. You wouldn't want to say that too loud in the car park, Jacob. But
poor man's.
That was a real man's rabbits right there.
Yeah,
that wave was
absolutely.
throating. And again, it's pretty clear contrasting styles when you see surfers like Jacob in the water, and how they're able to read the barrel, very much like Katut in this heat. Casual,
so comfortable,
calm.
Yeah,
they're not worried about being too deep. They know where to position themselves, and it is the greatest art form our sport has to offer, Richie.
It certainly is. Well, it looks like someone's going to have a crack at this one.
Maxime! Wow! Expert takeoff there, and comes out after the spit. Beautiful ride there from Maxime Husnov. Interestingly enough, Katut Agus did not want that wave. He was only a metre inside Maxime. Maxime is chasing a score to get up into second position, and he's definitely going to get the number. It's just a matter of by how much.
He's going to get a huge number for this.
Papi Jean-Luc Husnov cheering on there. And rightly so. What an incredible barrel. Maxime's got fond memories of this place, and he's got another one to add to the books here, Richie.
Yeah, so Katut leaving it, and Maxime just knocks it. Sets his rail, comes out after the spit. The judges love that. And a little sleepy cutback, but I like that he stayed with it. There was just a couple more points, maybe a point just to extract out of it at this point in the ride. Gets to the finish, and yeah, we're going to see a big number here.
Oh, love this angle, Rich.
Oh, just like he really went high at the right time.
Just had the little pressure on his inside fin coming off the bottom there, just to hang on for dear life. You got any tricks to make a drop like that, Rich?
Well, yeah, you've got to really get on that toe side rail on your forehand. You've got to make sure that's engaged. It's pressure over the front leg. If you're on your back, if you're on the tail pad, you're gone. So you really got to knife it and have that forward momentum.
the Baker up and riding. Casual floater, but unfortunately, just the one manoeuvre there as we eagerly await a score of Maxime Husseneau, which could easily see him catapulted up into the lead here, which would leave everyone in this heat with a good scoring ride in their column. Maxime has the lowest of the 4 top scores at the moment, but he's about to get one of the highest as we see a big number coming in for Maxime.
Yeah, he's about to get the highest.
We are just waiting for one judge to average this out. It's going to be around about the mid-8. We'll just wait for it to be finalised, and he will be in the lead. It'll be Jackson Baker now in second. Luke Thompson will be bumped into third. Judge number 1, you're
lagging, buddy.
Killing us. There we go. An 8.7 for Maxime Husseneau, the 2010 World Junior Champion. He won that event right here at this beach. And he's continuing his special connection with the place there with one of the better barrels we've seen of today, and he wants more action. What better time to get a barrel than when you've just got one? Maxime looks a little deep here. He'll pull through the back.
I wonder why Katut didn't go. I'm trying to figure out whether he just didn't see what Maxime saw in that wave, or he thought maybe there's a bigger one, or am I just in the wrong spot? Can I not get down this thing? I'm trying to work it out.
As you know, Rich, it's a game of inches, and I think Maxime had his nose down the wave and Katut had his wave across it.
Yeah.
And he just wasn't in a position to be able to get enough driving force to be able to, get down the wave. And I mean, it's hard to say, but maybe the correct call not to use his priority there.
Well, so if he didn't, let's switch the roles. Like if...
it's a one-point ride.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Like, he was definitely having a look at it, but you're right, Maxime was in a much better place. Like, there was nothing left on the bone there. That was the very last minute he could have taken off on that wave.
And I guess it was as much the place as it was, like we said, board positioning. It was just Maxime was ready to roll.
Yeah.
And Katut was still in 2 minds.
Yeah.
No place for 2 minds on that ride.
No, that's one of those instinctual things where Maxime was just, I'm going this.
Like, I get where you're going with it, though.
Yeah.
If Katut sees an excellent score on that wave, which he would have, is he better just to go with the falls and take a 1 for the team and take Maxime out of it? It's a hard one. You've still got to surf your own heat at some point.
Yeah, well, he's still sitting on a 7, so he doesn't need a whole lot to overtake Jacko here, so...
It's so hard, these 4-man heats. Man on man, you'd probably let that wave go.
Yeah.
With a 4-man heat, well, there's a lot going on. Better off no one having that ride than Maxime if you're in Katut's position.
Yeah, well, Maxime, he was just in the honeypot, wasn't he? He was in this perfect little slot.
We're under 5 minutes now, coming up to 4.5 minutes remaining. Again, we've had 2 cracking men's heats to round out today's action. The VIP deck is absolutely swelling up there. The Coopers are flowing. It's been a beautiful day.
They were flowing pretty early. Pre-lunchtime, I felt like the tins were cracking.
You don't get a reorder if you don't drink them. Coming down to 4 minutes here. Katut Agus still in a fantastic position. He only needs a 4.84, and it's Jackson Baker who really needs to add to his total here. Luke Thompson chasing a little bit more in 3rd position. He needs a 5.85, well within his capabilities. Luke would already have that score should he have ridden out of his first wave in this heat, Rich. Jackson here looking to build on a 4.17, a casual start, but he's looking to up the work rate here. And a snappy couple of turns to finish this one off, but he goes down, and I just don't think that's going to better his 4.17. He had 3rd priority. I won't go as far as to say no harm, no foul, because what he has done is he's taken himself out of the lineup for that wave.
Yep, and he's definitely put himself down in 4th priority in the order once he does get back into the lineup. So let's just see whether this is going to be a costly mistake here for Jacko. Look, there's nothing he could do in terms of stopping Katut from taking a wave because he's in the box seat. He does have priority, but... he could have maybe played a little bit more defensive work here, but, I mean, he surfed this wave well. Is it going to be better than a 4.17? Questionable.
I like the 4.17 personally. That wave was cool. Had a bit of a unique point to it with the carving foam climb finish, whereas that wave was just another wave that we probably see a lot of, and the judges think the same thing, a 3.9, and we're only talking about 3s and 4s, but it's a very important score in the context of this heat, so Jackson does not improve as he makes his way back at the back now, and he'll retain or regain 4th priority. It's a tricky one. I don't believe he'll be wanting to hang on to that 4.17, Rich, as we see a Harvey Norman heat recap. It's Maxime Husseneau.
Yeah, Maxime has just found some gems out here this afternoon, and he's been surfing them brilliantly. And this was Couture, this long threading needle barrel here, and just gets a little caught on the cut back with Jacko Baker. He found some magic as well, but he's been sticking to the face, bringing these power turns, big snaps, and just completing those rides there. That one felt good. That was the 7-6, and then Maxime found that nugget. Wow. And this was the turning point for him. Shot him straight to the top of this heat. Great surfing from the Frenchman, feeling right at home here.
Absolutely, a great display of tube riding from Maxime and Katut in this heat so far. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, it's a stressful time, so Katut will just be willing some sort of wave to come towards him. It looks like he's going to have a look at this one. This is it.
4.85 is a requirement. A couple of big paddles to get into it. Unfortunately, not the execution of priority that he was chasing. Jackson Baker is far too clever and experienced to let that go unnoticed, as you see him making his way over to Katut right now, and Katut has nowhere to hide. The bakehouse is coming in hot.
Yeah, he's about to put him in the oven. He's going to go and just cover him.
The young Indonesian, he'll be upset at that decision there.
Yeah, and he'll be replaying this in his mind, going, was there other waves I could have ridden? Was there something else I could have done? Because to have a 7 and then back it up with a 0.5 at this level, you just can't do that.
Especially that early in the heat. As he looks at this wave here, see Jackson's blocked him on a wave that looks to be the world's greatest ever closeout. It's one thing to use your priority, but you've also got to make sure the wave has scoring opportunity, which that wave certainly did not. It does leave Katut out the back now with 15 seconds on the clock. It does not look like, though, there will be a wave for him to ride. The two surfers chasing scores, particularly Luke Thompson, and he has priority, but he's not going to get an opportunity by the look of it, which is a real bummer. He'll be looking back on his first ride, which was I'm going to say that's up, Rich.
Yep. That's a ride.
He's racing towards his section of 5.84 is the score needed. He sends one up into the air. Great theatrics to finish. Gives himself a clap, and rightly so. That was well done under pressure. He looks like he wants to go back out and get one in the free surf, which I can't blame him. It's still firing out there. Yeah. We'll wait for the scores from the judges, although due to the high level of surfing in that heat that we saw, Rich, I'm doubtful that'll be enough to turn the heat.
Nah, I'm not even a judge, but I'm confidently going to say that is not the score. Luke just streaking down the line here, just kind of forcing the manoeuvre. He only really got the 180 rotation. Didn't get much height, so the consolation prize will be to stay out there while this Legends heat is running and get a bit of vision.
Well, as long as none of the legends go and sit down on that ride, otherwise, young Luke, you're going to have to make way, son.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of heavy hitters about to enter the lineup for this Legends heat. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll round out this one. It's Maxime Husseneau over Jackson Baker. Unfortunately, eliminated from competition, Luke Thompson and Katut Agus. We'll see them in Bolito in a few months' time. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere. We have got a massive heat coming up. We have got the Bonsoy Legends heats coming up, and to preview this, Luke Kennedy, you're on the sidelines, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much, Stace. I'm down here with 6 surfers who are collectively responsible for some of the finest moments in pro surfing history. We're going to kick off with Nathan Hedge. Hedgie, what are you feeling, mate? The car park rights or the lefts?
Oh, mate, it's just an honour to be invited to come and surf Narrabeen this summer with these guys that paved the way for us guys, you know, so it's going to be a beautiful afternoon. It's great atmosphere. Probably start on the left and head down to the right, I think. I can't not be, starting on the left, I don't think. It's just too unnatural. What do you reckon?
Tommy Carroll from Newport, but you've always loved surfing Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, Cole Smith used to shape my board since I was about 12 years old, so that's Cole Smith Narrabeen. He was like a full legend. He was my hero when I was a kid. He was like the most radical surfer in the early 70s of the world. And he used to drag me out here and put me in the lineup, and he actually taught me how to drop in. So,
What sort of dropping in are you talking about there, Tom?
well, drop into the inside section nice and late. But yeah.
Good luck out there. Laura, talk us through the option to take the twin fin out.
Well, it's been a long day, and I haven't been surfing much lately because I got an eye thing. So just wanted to have some fun and be out there with some heroes I grew up watching, Damien and Hoggy here at Narrabeen, and I've always looked up to them. And then obviously Daney, Pauline, heroes, Tommy. So it's just really cool to be out there. I just want to like take in the energy of all these absolute legends.
Yeah, good luck. Robbie Bain rocking the Simon Anderson thruster. Talk to us about it.
I thought it was only fitting that I should ride one of Simon's boards. I did ride his boards quite a bit in my younger years, and I've had a long relationship with, here Duma, obviously. We travelled a lot together, and Simon was a mentor for us. Like, he caddied for me at Sunset, he lent me a board at Waimea, he shaped me a bunch of boards. I went to his wedding, and he's just, he's an icon. So I thought it was just fitting that I break this out and at least try to do one good turn.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy to see the number 3 paddling out. Pauline Menzer, the sole representative from the south side of Sydney. Have you got some good memories of Narrabeen?
I do. I haven't been here since 1995, I think it is, so I'm really keen to get out there. I don't think I'll be going those heavy shoreys though, so I've organised a jet ski ride up the other side, so I've told him not to pick anyone else up as well, so we'll see what happens.
I think you've earned your time on the jet ski, definitely.
Thanks.
Damien Hardman, Robbie Bain got you out here in 1990 in the final. Are you looking for a little bit of revenge?
Well, we're not getting scored today, thank God. So no revenge. That was I couldn't forget that one. It was the only final I ever surfed at Narrabeen. But it was good to surf against Bainey. He got me in the end, but that's the way it goes.
Well, I think you might get a little bit of revenge. See how it goes. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks there, Luke. And what a cracking intro to what's going to be a very, very exciting heat. Don't go anywhere. We got the Bonsoy Legends heat coming right up here at North Narrabeen.
We're going to have the Bonsoy Surf Legends Heat unfolding here at North Narrabeen. And we got a chat with those participants just before they paddled out. They were all looking pretty psyched. All of them kind of just talking down the fact that, there's some competition there, but they were psyching. Rob Bain was extremely nervous before putting that jersey on, heading out into the lineup with some of his contemporaries. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch it all go down. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Jess Grimwood. Who are you looking forward to seeing out there, Rich?
I'm looking forward to seeing them more, but I don't buy it for a second.
No.
There's this whole friendly talk about not competitive and not getting score. I'm going to get my pen out and I'm actually going to score them on every single wave. So, no, but it will be fun. I know Tom's carrying a little bit of a hip injury. Bainey looked pretty psych, and I reckon Duma. Well, I saw Duma down here on Dark this morning looking at the conditions, so he's the Iceman, and he's going to want to hold this down for Narrabeen.
Bainey sounding a little bit like you when you and I go surfing. I've got this and I've got that injury, and come on, mate. There's nothing wrong with him.
Well, you talk it down and then, expectations.
Yeah, I like it. Jess,
good strategy.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We're going to have a big chat about each of these absolute legends in just a moment. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm here with Maxime Husinot. Maxime, how does it feel to just get absolutely barreled at North Narrabeen on a Friday afternoon?
Yeah, that was pretty epic. I was one of the heat yesterday. I was feeling like so bummed the whole day, watching the boys getting perfect wave and like being to seat. And I was like, hopefully that wind doesn't switch. And I got scared watching the last heat of the girls. It got really bad for a while, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be one of those grinding heats. And then just when the boys start again, it started to pump, and then Mikey got some sick one, and I was like, oh, okay, there's still some bars out there, so I just got to do what I do when I'm in France and Portugal, just get chucked.
Yeah, it looked like you were back at home.
Yeah, definitely. Like I grew up surfing in Reunion Island on the reef, so that allowed me to get the bottom turn and the line really good, and then I moved to France, and that's where I got all my bar skills, and France and Portugal are really good because you gotta adapt really quick because the banks and the waves change a lot, so you just gotta be able to adapt your takeoff all the time, and that's teach me a really good bar skill, so I'm definitely happy to get bars.
Yeah, well, it was great to watch. Go and get warm, and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, strong performance from Maxime in that last heat. Jackson Baker also progressing, and they're on their way to obviously that next round. It's going to be so fun to watch it go down. But here it is, the lineup for the Bonsoy Legends heat this afternoon. Rob Bain had some success here at Narrabeen. Tom Carroll, obviously a two-time world champion. Laura Enever, one of the best big wave surfers there is. Also a former CT competitor, two-time world junior champion. Damien Hardman with a couple of world titles. Nathan Hedge, a veteran. And anytime there's a heat, Hogg just finds a jersey. He just gets in it. He just finds a way. And then Pauline Mensah also getting herself in the mix here. And Pauline had some success in the event back in '94. And, man, she's got an incredible story. I loved the documentary, Girls Can't Surf. It was just amazing. Pauline was sort of one of the heavily featured identities in it, and yeah, I think everyone got a real appreciation for just how hard she had to battle to reach her dream.
Yeah, for sure. And I even saw her in the little prep before this heat. She had full weddy on and some redback boots on, and I said, are you wearing them? She said she's going to wear them for extra grip out there, but I don't know, they must have come off. And I like like you said, the underplayed rivalries in between them all, and the disclaimers of non-competitiveness. I think it's absolute schmooze, and it's, yeah, we'll see their real colours come out, because once a competitor, always a competitor, and you have to imagine the amount of competitive mongrel in each one of these people for winning world titles and things.
Amazing, just learning Pauline Mensah's story. Just had a real lack of sponsorship support, Rich, and was basically funding her travel with a lot of little side hustles that she figured out in her travels. She'd buy denim jeans when she was in the States and take them over to Europe and have sales out of her board bag. And yeah, it was a grind. It was tough. So, obviously it made it even more impressive when she was able to break through in '93 and get that world title. And she had a lot to overcome in her quest to get the crown that year, Jess.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm also excited to see the fact that Hogg did actually make his way into a jersey today, because I reckon he was one red light away from making it in that alternate spot, the one that Mihimana took off him, millisecond away from jersey time, and he's finally made it, end of the day.
Yeah, he just loves it. He relishes the opportunity to rub shoulders with his surfing heroes, and that's who he surrounded himself out there today. But Laura Enever, you know, she was talking to us, Rich, and said she felt unworthy about being out there in this lineup. And I was like, are you serious? There's not a single surfer in that lineup that has paddled into a wave as big as you have. You have earned your stripes. So her performances at Piahi in the big wave event there where she finished equal fourth are legendary now.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, think back to the wave last winter out at
earlier this year.
Yeah, that was just incredible. Like, she's crazy. Like, really. I wouldn't go near those waves in a fit, but
was getting judged on, wasn't it, too, for the Guinness World Record for biggest wave paddled?
Yeah, it's definitely in the running. It's a monster wave at Motor Down. She's already thinking about what line she can take next time. She leaves a big wave quiver over there, working with Dylan Longbottom, but I think she's on a 20 out here in the Bonsoy Surf Legends heat. And it's going to be Damien Hardman getting started early and just times that hit with the backwash.
Watch that hip, Doma.
Talk to me about Damien Hardman, Rich. You know, as a Grom growing up on the northern beaches, his role and just how influential he was.
Yeah, my very sort of first memories of Damien was, you know, coming down and not going to school and watching the Coke Classic unfold. And Damien was in a world title race with Barton, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, Gary Elkinen at the time. And, you know, he surfed all the way through that event and you know, got the win, got the world title. And from then on, it was, I think he was being coached by Greg Day and Terry, and trained by Terry Day at that point. And, you know, from then on, I was like, man, this guy's gnarly. And there was so much backing from the Narrabeen crew down at Queenscliff that day. You know, and then I kind of just watched his path and his dominance over professional surfing. But, mate, he's the Iceman, and that's his nickname. He was so calculated and ruthless in the way he performs. And, you know, I think back to one of the Coke Classics when it was up at Narrabeen, and there's a famous manoeuvre that Duma pulled off against Tom Carroll in a heat. Damien had priority. Tom got on this left, right on the end of it. Damien was facing the breaking wall of water. Duck dived it, turned around in the whitewash, turned around, stood up, got on the wave somehow, and then got a priority interference on Tom Carroll and won the heat. So he would use the rules any way he could to his advantage, and that just goes to show you how ruthless he is in any competition situation.
I think it was Pam Burridge that described him as the Iceman. But an amazing surfer as well. And I think just with some of those tactics and his ruthful approach to competitive surfing, it was sometimes overlooked just how sharp a surfer and how clean a surfer he was.
It was amazing, and I you know, luckily had the you know, the joy of going on tour. In the first couple of years I made the tour, Damien was still competing, and we did 2 or 3 years, I think it was, travelling around together. And I remember at Reunion Island, and this was sort of towards the back half of Damien's career, and he was still young. He was only 29 or something when he retired. And at that event, he took off on this wave and just did this beautiful carving 360. And I was just like, no way, this is amazing. But yeah, you know, obviously growing up at Manly, travelling up here, starting to surf at Narrabeen, and just being out in the water with these guys was something special. And then, you know, they go from being competitors to mentors, and they help you out in your career. So yeah, I've obviously got so much respect for all these guys in the water at the moment, and girls.
Yeah, I actually grew up on the north coast of New South Wales, and Pauline Mensah actually relocated up to that area. And you know, there was a few great surfers in our region, Jeremy Biles, Matt Smith, when we were Groms. And down at Byron, obviously, Brendan Margison was kind of coming through as a junior. But Pauline was sort of she was on the CT, winning events, multiple events, breaking through for a world title. And you'd see her down at the shop, and it would just, your eyes would fall out of your head. And I remember they had, at school, she was coached for a long time by one of the guys that worked at the school. He worked in the woodwork department. And yeah, his name was Steve, and he had a signed poster of Pauline up from her world title year at Sunset. And yeah, it was just a buzz for a Grom to just feel that presence in your local area. But then when I came back to the Northern Beaches and moved down here, you couldn't paddle into the surf without seeing some of these legends. You'd see Damien Hardman. I saw yourself down at Manly when you had 3 earrings and a lot of hair. And it was just such a buzz. And I see Rob Bain in the surf a lot up at North Avalon and surf board riders with him. And he has lost none of his competitive nature. And he was a character back then, and he's still a character now. And this guy, Tom Carroll, so fit still. I mean, we've had the opportunity to see him in some heritage heats in the past, Jess. Remember his performance at Pipe when he surfed in the heritage heat there and got himself 9-point rides?
Oh, he is just timeless. I mean, you're speaking about the times that you've spent on tour with them and stuff, Richie. As a Grom, for me, Tom Carroll was the first surf poster I ever put on my wall, and I remember getting into trouble for sticking it into the paint. Have a look, he's up and riding again too, but it's that infamous photo of him at Pipe, that big snap on that retro board with the helmet on. Oh, look at that slash too.
Beautiful turn.
And yeah, that was the very first poster I was allowed to put up. It was laminated, it was Dad's, and I stole it. And from then on, that was the surfing obsession beginning for me as like a 10-year-old. And so he's always been kind of that top kind of echelon of performance to me. Yeah, he's pretty incredible.
Yeah, multiple Pipe Masters victories. I think he just seemed indestructible. Surfing's first $1 million man. Signed the first $1 million contract, and just he kind of was bigger than the sport, Rich. At his retirement party, the Prime Minister Bob Hawke turned up. As you see Rob Bain there, the Gamote. He's been labelled since he won his Grand Masters world title.
He's still so involved, isn't he, too? Like, he's so involved with the careers of so many current Challenger Series surfers, and have a look at this, to his credit, still a ripping style to burn here on this one. Little double hand drag.
Yeah, if there's a barrel to had, Bainey's going to find it, no doubt.
Yeah, and he's just had an amazing career. He started out as a little skateboarding prodigy. Got sort of signed to the Coca-Cola surf team and flown all over the world and introduced to the Dogtown crew at different stages, and then he turned his attention to surfing and obviously made it a career. But his loving life here on the Northern Beaches still. His son Billy Bain was a great junior surfer, and then has since turned his attention to art, and he's been on fire. He's actually got some pieces in the New South Wales Art Gallery at the moment. He was a finalist in the Wind Prize. That's a competition for the best landscape painting or best example of a figure sculpture by an Australian artist, and also finaled in the Silman Prize, which is a subject painting, genre painting or mural project by an Aussie artist, and those works are, really kind of focusing on his Indigenous background. Rob's wife Kath has Indigenous heritage, and yeah, Billy's on fire, doing really well.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I remember Bainey saying to me when I was a grommet, and I'd obviously started doing some of the local comps and stuff like that, and I was watching him surf one day, and he came out of the water, he walked up to me, he goes, "It's time to get keen, grommet. Come on, get with it." And it sort of was just a subtle word of encouragement, but it was, for me, for him it was a passing comment, but for me it was like, oh my gosh, like this guy, one of the best pros in the world, has just told me to it's time to start getting serious, mate. And it was that moment then I went, oh, okay.
Light bulb.
Yeah, light bulb, and I just sort of kicked into gear, and it gave me that extra little bit of energy and commitment, I guess, to chase the dream. But, I also competed with Bainey. Here goes Laura.
Oh, styling on that
There's
bottom
some nerves. There's some nerves out there, isn't there?
Probably for all of them. No question.
The beach is packed, like the competitors area and the whole deck. It's
the
like
Friday afternoon congregation at North Narrabeen. This is institution.
That's not the sound of waves crashing. That's the sound of the Cooper's VIP bar absolutely erupting for these legends. Pauline waiting for her opportunity to tap into one here. She did surf in a heritage heat up at Surfest during those regional qualifying series events, and she was ripping. She's really getting back into her surfing. She's had a lot of health issues that she's had to overcome, but seems to be really buzzing. Got that Grom-like buzz happening as we see Tom Carroll up once again here. TC, guided meditations with Tom Carroll. The best way to start your day.
I'm doing that tomorrow morning.
That's the best.
Yeah, I'm locking into a bit of TC. He's very funny, isn't he? He exudes that wisdom of kind of like a Yoda-like character. He's still got so much energy.
He's a guru. And yeah, for sure. The funniest thing about Tom is he's so mellow, and then he'll just explode into this mad cackle, maniacal laugh if he hears something funny. Here is Paulie Mensah now, just dealing with the bump in the face, drives up into the section.
Yes!
Solid hit. Loses it on the finish. But Pauline, timing was spot on off the top.
It was almost, I don't know if she was almost throwing her hands up mid-claim or if it was off balance. Like, that was a real sick section. She was eyeing this off too the whole time up on the deck. Have a look at this bottom turn. Beautiful timing, and then,
She connected at the perfect moment, didn't she?
Yeah. You can hear the excited gasps from the peanut gallery too up there.
Yeah.
Sure, good. Yeah, Nathan Hedge out there too. Great to have him join this mix. It just feels like these last couple of years, you know, they call him the hog, but he's kind of been like a dog on a leash, and the prize that he wants is just beyond the distance of the leash, and he can't quite get there. He missed out by one spot in getting himself into the Challenger Series last year. He missed out by one spot in getting himself into an event which obviously he would love to be part of here at North Narrabeen. We couldn't deny him the opportunity to get out here in this Bonsoy Legends heat and show us what he's got. Still ripping.
No, when you think about what Hoggy's done for the North Narrabeen club and in all the championships they've won and his contribution, and, you know, I can't think of how many times I've paddled out here and surfed Northie, and Hog's out here every single time. So, you know, really encouraging that younger generation now too, and fit and healthy, man. He is a picture of health these days, and that in itself, you know, at his age is inspirational.
Had some amazing finishes in CT events on the championship tour. Got well into the top 10 a couple of times, but yeah, I'll never forget that final in Tahiti that he surfed and dislocated his shoulder sadly, and couldn't actually surf it out. Jeffreys Bay, he had a big final there too. Had a magic run actually in the CT event as a wild card just the other year, and man, went all the way to the quarters. It's amazing.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But Hoggy's not short of enthusiasm, that's for sure. And you know, I did 10 years on the tour, and Hoggy did most of them with me as well. Here we go.
Yeah, looking to set up this pit, grabs that rail. Just gets completely locked in that one. No exit at all. He'll head back out now.
That was a wobbly one.
Equally, I think, as influential as TC, especially for maybe the older generation that are still on the QS. I still remember going to events. Have a look at the replay there. He's set up well, and just was that weird?
Breathed on him.
But yeah, still, he was on the QS. This was 10, 12 years ago, and he was still so a part of the Australian camp, still had the flags there, and he even drove. I know myself and my travel partner were about to miss our heat, and he drove us back when we were in Spain, all the way back to our accommodation, grabbed our boards because they called it on, and then we came back. Oh, there goes Laura.
Oh, she's flying down the line. Board looks quick, doesn't find a section though.
Yeah, but he was there to the death. It was at dusk, and it was some random, you know, 3,000 event over in Europe, and he's still there with the whole Australian team. This is, yeah, like I said, 10, 12 years ago, and he's just there. He's like an older brother on tour, and he was equally as influential. He's the reason I started traveling with the flag, and those OG sprays that he used to put on his board, they're so incredible. It's just like the countryman and the spirit and the passion.
All right. Well, our competitors are just trying to find a corner out there at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More to come on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm up here on the VIP deck having a couple of coopers with local legend Davey Cathles. We're checking out the Bonsoy Legends heat. Tommy, Hog, who we got out there, Davey?
The Hog's out there, Tommy's out there, Laura's out there, Bainey, Naughty Pauline. And I'm missing someone, but...
I think you nailed everyone. Mate, what a day in your hometown. You must be pretty proud to show it off like this.
Yeah, it's been good. Like, the car parks has been pumping all day, which is pretty, like, unusual, but it does happen where just the car park rights just takes over all day. And, yeah, it was hard to watch Dylan's heat. He went out the lefts, like, on the dead low. The lefts were looking really good. And we were like, yes, he's going to the lefts. And then as soon as that heat started, the car park just turned back on again. And we were just like, it was a hard watch. I was whistling as hard as I could to try and get him down there, but I don't know if you could understand my whistles.
Well, as we all know, you win every heat from the bar.
Yes, exactly. It's much easier from up here.
Thanks for your time, Dave. We'll let you catch the rest of this heat. Back to you, Rondog.
Thank you, Stace. Laura Enever having a look at one here. It's going to be a late drop. She's going to get driven into the sandbar, but she's had way worse wipeouts than that and still pops up with a smile on her face.
Maybe a bit of seaweed in there as well. Oh, that was gnarly.
Oh.
As if she was ever going to pull back, though.
I thought she was on at the start. This part, I was on. Oh, no.
Love it. Great reactions there as Laura pulls the seaweed out of her ears and looks to find another ride out here. Good looking wave. Look, she's having a good old chuckle. What a legend.
Wow.
Yeah, lucky enough to, you know, call the majority of heats of Laura's career on the championship tour and be there in Maui when she actually got tapped on the shoulder and asked if she'd want to surf in the Piahi Challenge, the big wave event. She had nothing. She had no boards. She just borrowed a board, I think, off Greg Long and put on that vest. Nothing really kind of fit her. She's so tiny, and she went paddled out, went straight to the apex of the peak, sat inside and swung. As we see Pauline there just stalling for the barrel. Laura on the outside, good looking pocket here. Nice hit there from Anabar. Rich has been riding down the numbers. The competitors don't know they're being judged, but Rich can't help himself. Very judgmental. Laura Enever with a great turn there, Rick.
Yeah, she's just gone straight to the lead there. I did have Damien in front from that last backhand hook that he did, but Laura's gaff right there, and that was decent. She just rolls into this thing, squares it off the bottom, holds that line, and just remember, she's on a twin fin as well, so to hold that edge through that turn, that's some talent on your law. So she's currently leading the heat.
Laura's really competitive with the big wave surfing, but when the surf's generally kind of under the 6 foot range, her focus is fun and really trying some different boards, loving twin fins at the moment. And yeah, that was a great turn. She's still got it.
Oh, she definitely... I remember her jumping back on that QS. This is like a few years ago. And I asked her in some post-heat, it was just this really small event, but she was going really hard. And I said, hey, are you going to even qualify again? She's like, I don't know, maybe. And you could easily see that. You could see it translate straight back onto the CT. But I think, like you said, Ronnie, the passion's just not there for the small wave stuff. And I mean, after you saw that Undone movie, you can see why. She's a whole nother level of athlete and big wave surfer, and she's completely nuts. Like,
yeah, she is.
She's just, if you haven't seen it, that Undone, the opening clip is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, and it's one that you've got to stay in for the finishing ride. It's just
she's having too much fun
comes
in the
full
booth
circle.
with us. She wins every heat from here.
Yeah, like you said, this is an easy place to see all the excellent rides, Rich, and pick apart the ones that don't quite get there.
We don't pick apart them too much. Constructive criticism, let's say.
So at the moment, you are watching the Bonsoy Legends heat, and it's a great lineup. Damien Hardman, a couple of world titles for North Narrabeen, and still ripping, obviously. Big backhand blast from him. Tom Carroll's been out there. You know, Tom was just always such a gung-ho ferocious little nugget of a human, and not a whole lot has changed. He's definitely mellowed a little bit right into his meditation, but he's just settled into that classic cruisy style as well. Never really looks like he's overexerting himself until he finds that steeper section. Damien Hardman still pinpoint with his timing. Rob Bain still as competitive as ever. Rob Bain, if you need a little bit of a kind of an anecdote to sum up what kind of character Rob Bain is, when he was a rugby league player, he didn't like when his team had the ball. He liked having other players from other teams run at him so he could tackle them as hard as he could. And there's been some fantastic stories getting thrown out there recently on different podcasts. I remember, as we see, Damien Hardman up again. Nice little hook in the pocket there. He's going to stick with this one. Bit of foam on the face as he cruises through another backhand hit.
Okay.
But I was just going to say, just on podcasts, you know, you're hearing these legends' names and some great stories come out. Richard Dogmarsh talking about being a Grom on tour, competing against Rob Bain and getting an interference on Bainey, and Bainey just said, you're not going to catch another wave in this heat. And every wave that Richard Dogmarsh caught, Rob Bain dropped in on him. Even though he threw the heat away, he just did not let Dogmarsh actually perform at all in front of the crowd at all. He just drove the point home, and I'm sure frightened the hell out of Dog, and he's probably never forced an interference ever again.
Oh, gosh. We went to the Masters, actually, with Bainey, and I had a heat with him, and he was so competitive. He even apologised at the end. He goes, sorry, mate, I just really wanted to win that one, eh? And he was paddling. Yeah, he won it. He paddled circles around me, and I was under the understanding that it was all just sort of gentleman's rules, and we were going to take turns, and it was we were in Brazil, and he paddled me around the rock, totally out of the contest zone. I was like, come on, dude, let's just surf. And he was just, hadn't lost any of it. Went back to 80s, like just paddle battles, and yeah, got me though.
Love it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we had so much fun together. In a couple of years when I did venture north of the pipe, looks like we're going to see some rides.
Hedgie was sizing one up there. Yeah, well, you know, Rob Bain's got amazing stories to tell, Rich, much like yourself. Some really heavy injuries that he's had to overcome, but you guys, you went through something that you can't even imagine going through with one of your mates, and that's getting swept through the jungle at G-Land by a tsunami.
Yeah, tsunami, brother. So we were over there for a shoot for Hot Tuna. We were both riding for Hot Tuna at the time, and we'd been in Bali for a few days, and then we got to G-Land. We were going to spend a good week there, and the night we arrived, they had a massive earthquake off the bay at Grudgingen, and this tidal wave just came and wiped out the camp, and yeah, we got absolutely pummeled. But it was a really crazy and heavy experience. He's Bainey up and riding now.
Yeah, a couple of nice little hits, clean flow happening here, good little flow.
Some nice surfing, yeah, but it was a really heavy experience, and yeah, we shared that. You know, we shared a number of funny photo shoots together.
Yeah, the Hot Tuna days. I remember that.
Yeah,
seeing you guys, you, Bainey, Neil Purchase Jr., Bo Emmerdon, Shane Herring all chained together with safety pins.
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, we were both on the same surf league team. We won a couple of surf league titles for QBC. So yeah, I've been through a lot with Bainey, and consider him a really good friend.
Awesome. Must be special for you to obviously be working at these events, but to also see these individuals all get back together. They have shared, you know, magic moments travelling the world together, chasing big event wins.
Yeah, you know, when you travel, it is like a family atmosphere. Everyone looks after each other, and you know, the competition's one thing, but at the end of the day, you all get together and you have a beer and you enjoy each other's company. And for, you know, 10 to 15 years, these are the people that you're spending more time with than anyone else. More than your family back home, you're traveling them, going through all these really wild experiences. You can't help but get close to these people.
Jess, I know you can speak to that, your competitive years, just exploring the world and forging friendships that are going to last a lifetime.
Oh, how was that drop? Oh, sorry, I got a little distracted. Yeah, I mean, exactly what Rich said too. You go around the world and you do it mostly as broke surfers. Look at this thing. Oh, nice looking wave for TC there. Just smooth.
So smooth.
So smooth between those transitions. I'm really actually like super taken back by the smoothness and the flow from all of those goofy footers there. But yeah, you travel around the world and you pretty much broke surfers the whole time, you know, unless you're right at that top of echelon of a couple of world titles, and it's just fun. You're just surfing, you a lot of the time enjoying the nightlife of a different country every week, and you just meet a lot of really cool people.
So Tom Carroll here on the replay, just as smooth as, just like, well, most of these surfers all love to really now experiment with different equipment, since they're not focused on winning heats all that often, and yeah, not unusual to see Tom on a plethora of different boards.
Oh, he's got more boards than anyone. Here we see Duma up and riding.
Yeah, just driving up into this one. Look at the way he just cuts through these flatter sections. Just in cruise mode out here at the moment. And the style of all these individuals has really accentuated and become a lot more apparent since they stopped competing. They just take their time, they pick their moments. It's never forced. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, we're starting to see a bit more action here. The old bones are starting to warm up.
Yeah. Might be sore tomorrow.
Yeah, they could be.
Rob Bain there just getting closed out on.
Look at the glass off. It's really good signs for tomorrow. And predictions were right today, Ron. I'm going to tell you it's going to be just super clean tomorrow. Beautiful offshore winds in the morning and most of the day.
Magic sunrise and capping it off with a spectacular sunset. Laura Anabar just can't quite get into this one. She wants to let go of another one of those big calves. Now that wave just getting away from her. Bonsoy, great supporters of the Australian leg, and what a fantastic treat for all of us that they've been able to pull together these legends to throw out into this lineup, which has just been really providing today. We're going to have a spectacular post-show for you, revisiting some of the amazing rides that went down here on a fantastic Friday, we'll call it.
Yeah, super stuff. It's Hedgie and Tom are in a bit of a paddle battle down there. It's like Tommy got the best of it.
It's going to be the last ride of the Legends Heat, featuring a number of world champions and some of this region's best. And yeah, just always a real pleasure to see these individuals and just yeah, bathe in their glow, their soul glow. They all give off positive vibes. I'm sure the Groms in the area and even their folks just we're buzzing to see him hit this lineup here today. Here we go, Rob Bain making his way in, finds his best ride after the Hooter. But he won't mind because it's not a competition.
Yeah, right.
He'll just be glad to put on a show. I think that's where the nerves are for these individuals. You know, they're used to going out there and just putting on such a fantastic show, and when a crowd's there just watching you perform, you want to do something special, and we did see some great moments out of it. We're going to take a quick break here. You've just seen the Bonsoy Legends Heat, and we've got the WSL post show to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to the WSL Post Show. What a show it's going to be. So many highlights on day 3. It was firing today here at North Narrabeen. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set once again with Richie Lovett, Jess Grimwood. Jess, my mind's blowing. It's blowing. I mean, we just didn't expect to see it. We were thinking lefts, we got car park rights, and it was just firing.
Yeah, nerves are shot here too. It's like yesterday, I was already on the edge of my seat, and today I'm just like, the barrel riding was incredible, next level.
Barrel riding, the beat downs, Rich, and also the Bonsoy Legends heat. We just saw it go down.
Yeah, that was pretty special. Just taking a little trip down memory lane there, and paying homage to just some of the greatest of our sport to come out of Australia and the Northern Beaches area. We invited Pauline over as well, and so we should have. She's a world champ.
Yeah, and she had great success here on the Northern Beaches as well. But it just makes you think about, Jess, just how much of a breeding ground the Northern Beaches was for champion surfers.
Yeah, it's so concentrated here, and it's easy to see why with that camaraderie. You can see the whole Board Riders Club was down here, and the whole deck was just packed with all the locals, and the feeling and the vibe of community is so strong here.
Yeah, who do you think stood up out there, Rich? Who got the win? They were saying they weren't competing, but they weren't. We were over it. We thought they were.
Well, I actually judged every single ride. No, I had Laura down as the winner with that big open face hack down on the 20. I loved it. And, Duma was pretty good. He had a couple of strong rides. Tom had a really nice one as well. He was a close second.
They're all winners, though. Their legacies are intact, and Stace has caught up with them.
That's right. Thanks, Ron. No bigger legend than Tommy Carroll. Tommy, what a special afternoon.
It is. What an unreal afternoon at the beach. Just such a beautiful afternoon. Crazy power in the swell too. Like, there's a lot of power out there.
Everyone said they were going to take it easy up there on the Broadwalk, but you guys were all launching out of the lip.
It's the only way to surf that wave. And I really don't surf that particular wave at North Narrabeen very often at all. I mean, maybe that's the 4th time I've ever surfed it. So it's kind of, it's crazy knuckle of sand out there, and you just got to drop out of the sky a bit. It's kind of fun. I like that.
Great entertainment for us. Thanks for your time, Tommy. Well done. Thanks, Ron.
Unreal. Yeah, always a pleasure to chat to Tommy, and looking forward to hopefully getting him into the booth at some stage over the weekend as well. So. Love getting his insights. Just calms you down a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's got this zen-like quality about him, and if you want to tap into that, just switch onto his Instagram early morning, about 10 to 6 in the morning. I think he starts doing a little meditation. So, get into it. It's great stuff.
The complete opposite to what he was like back in the day when you were watching his surfing. It was just full bore, just attacking everything. Let's talk about what we saw in the first heat of the women's today. It was firing. And Sally Fitzgibbons tapped into what is so far the ride of the event.
Oh, it was just roaring. The whole crowd erupted too, and she just surfed that thing to perfection. I loved it.
Yeah, and this was Zali Kelly. She found a couple of beautiful waves as well. But this whole round was just so impressive. The women just took to it with, so much guts and determination, and they really were impressive.
Yeah, I had a chat to Alain Rioux, who's a hard-charging surfer from Tahiti, originally living in France and doing some coaching with the French surfers, and he was just saying to me that the women just impressed him out of sight. Big sections they had to attack, and they were so committed, and they dropped big scores.
Yeah, how many times has that not gone our way as well, where we've had those conditions, and we seem to see it's really hard to tap into that feeling and finding them, but it was just all about Sally's 9.7 for me today.
The incredible evolution of performance surfing on the women's side continues. Look at the numbers there for Sally, so impressive. An excellent heat score, and I think a pretty good indicator for where she sits in this field. Super impressive.
Yeah, she's definitely really making her presence felt on the Challenger Series. And again, she was one of the ones that I pegged, and many others too, that would just find her way back onto the championship tour. She's certainly going the right way about it.
It wasn't just the women that scored big. We had the men's round of 64 to get through the remaining heats, and we saw great barrels there too.
Yeah, it was just so many to choose from today. Look at this one.
Yeah, Kalani Ball here. He got incredibly barreled.
It was just a real tube fest there for a few hours. It did turn on and off a little bit, but have a look at this, the travel time. That was Rodriguez.
This is just one heat, mind you. And Taj Lindblad, he's been so impressive getting the call up to compete. Have a look how he finished this one off.
Oh, just hammers it down the line. Gets the barrel, gets the 2 turns to finish off. Hits the brakes there, and then just throws that's the full Taj Burrow-esque tail flare.
Yeah, and also giving the flick to Michael Rodriguez, who's been in incredible form. My favourite surfer, I think, up there at Snapper Rocks. He just looked amazing, and, you know, for Taj to come in and get the heat win there is monster.
Yeah, Taj was outstanding in that. That particular control and power in that final turn on that last replay there, that was just, it's outstanding. Crazy surfing from him.
The moment we came on camera today, you know, we had some drama. We saw the arrival of competitors, but we could see when we rocked up there was still plenty of energy in the lineup. And we had an injury, Rich, early in the morning.
Yeah, we did. You know, one of our internationals who's been doing really well just had that rib injury, and it looks like he had to pull out of the event, unfortunately, and Mickey Mana-Bray got the call up.
Yeah, Timothy Biso, you know, really was looking like one of the form goofy footers up there at Snapper Rocks. Really sad that he couldn't make this heat, and Nathan Hedge was on standby. But the Tahitian, Mana-Bray, he had no time. He went out and bought his.
It kind of went for his advantage, didn't he? This is Marco's wave. He was just on fire. He came out of that European qualifier and regional series, and he just looks like there's another level for him out here.
Yeah, well, Mickey Mana, he found some good rides too, and, you know, got the late call up, got the start, and got through the heat. Managed to find his way up into second place here. And this is Vigneault again, just really showing some good form. We saw that manoeuvre so many different times today, so many different variations of it. But on the backhand, these guys had to really attack the lip, get high up in the pocket. And the natural footers, they tended to do that big lip line floater. We saw it done so often, and, you know, we saw some people come really unstuck too.
Yeah, the big Tahitian too. You know, that was a massive result. Saw Kolohe and Dino bumped out of the second Challenger Series event in a row early, and he's now going to have no throwaways to count on. He's going to need to go big in those next 4 events.
Yeah, good day for French surfing too. Look at that. Marco and Mickey Mana. I think the no thinking about the heat and that straight call up just played so well into his strategy. He had no time. He just had to go for it.
He didn't have to overthink where he was going to sit. He just went and joined the pack, waited for his turn with priority, and just smashed the pocket of every wave that came his way. It was awesome.
Got it done. And, you know, Mickey Mana's been chipping away at this for a couple of years now, and he's had these little spikes of results, and yeah, maybe this could be an event where he goes really deep.
Any guesses where we're going to go with the Boost Mobile wave of the day?
Sally, maybe.
Let's cue it up. Sally Fitzgibbons banking the big number, 9.7, and she had a look at a wave before this one, and you thought, she should have gone, but she got the ultimate rebate.
Oh, it was so sick. It kind of reminded me of a bit of like Karamis when she was getting so tubed at that event, and I love it that the 2 girls, Zali and Sally, just dissecting all those barrels out there for this morning.
Yeah, what a highlight moment. I mean, to get pushed back to the Challenger Series, you know, a heat like that is just what Sally needs.
Yeah, things are flowing her way. You can tell she's on a bit of a roll here. There's a good energy around her. She's definitely happy. She doesn't look too serious, but she's ready to go, and the results are starting to come. She's going to be hard to beat.
And the numbers are on point. We saw a lot of big scores today, and that's going to be something we'll be looking at as we cut through the top 5. But we're going to kick things off with the Bonsoy Legends heats. Legends are out in the lineup, world champions, big wave chargers. We had them all.
Yeah, this was really special to get all the legends, some world champions, lots of event winners, and influential surfers, certainly. Through the 80s, 90s and 2000s for sure. This was Bainey just finding a little cover up here, and you can always trust Bainey to find a barrel if there's one out there.
And this was an almost there for Pauline too. We were wincing when she didn't make that, as we were for that swat.
Well, Laura brushed the seaweed out of her hair and then found this little gem, just a beautiful cut down carve on that twin fin. Looked beautiful under her feet.
Moving into number 4, it was a barrel fest in the men's round of 64. Jadson Andre finding some cover out there.
Yeah, Jaddy on the backhand, and well, he's making inroads into finding his way back onto the championship tour. Oh, just car park rights are delivered huge today.
Yeah, Kalani Ball, he enjoyed his time out there. He squeaked through a pretty close heat to earn his place in the next round. And Taj Lindblad, again, this is one of my favourite waves from the contest so far. So aggressive on the rail.
Yeah, just had so much variety, didn't he? It was a beautiful wave.
And have a look at this thing, just locked in deep and punching his way through the curtain. Morgan Sibley, big finish too. And barrels kept coming. It just rolled straight into that next round, the round of 16.
Oh, that one was just so beautiful to watch. He completely disappeared and he was just on fire too, so in flow for these conditions, saying exactly like home for him, and he looked really comfortable out there.
Well, Sophie McCulloch on the women's side earned our top 2 moment today, and you can see why.
Oh, this was such a well-ridden wave. You know, this wasn't just a straightforward barrel. She had to negotiate through that, come down before the lip exploded behind her, got the work done.
But there wasn't a better highlight than this today, and Sally Fitzgibbons has been celebrated here on the WSL Post Show for this ride, 9.7.
Yep, queen of the car park rides here today for Sally, and what more could you do? Beautiful barrel from her, and we loved absorbing that performance. No questions about where she sits in her head for Challenger Series.
Yeah, I was just trying to think too, Rich, when was the last time we saw Sal ride a wave like that in competition? Every single one of the competitors in this draw is searching for that feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while. You know, I can't think of a memory, so it's obviously been a while. Maybe back to Karamas, like you were saying, when she was getting tubed over there. But, you know, she's tapping into some good feelings here, and it's, you know, she's probably going, yeah, Challenger Series, this suits me just fine for the moment.
A magic day, Jess. Are you ready for more over the weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to decompress, debrief tonight, probably get into TC meditation in the morning, and then I'm ready. I'm ready for a massive finals weekend.
Rich, you predicted the conditions would be firing today. What do you got for us tomorrow?
I reckon the swell's going to back off just a little bit, but the wind is going to be so pristine, and it's just going to be glorious. Bluebird day for the next 2.
Still focused on car park rides, or are we going to see some more lefts tomorrow?
It depends if this swell just checks around to the east a little bit more. I think we're going to see possibly a bit of both tomorrow.
But we are going to have waves. So
there's going to be waves.
Likely we'll be back underway tomorrow. First thing here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Right now we'll leave you with highlights. Have a great night.
Fireflies glowing like tinder, lights up the northern skies in the darkest of winter. It feels like a touch from Mother Nature, a contact high. I've been taken by the spirit of mommy water and drowned. That was so sick. She can take anything that she wants. She's a goddess of a goddess of a goddess of a goddess of a goddess.
Daddy up and riding. Is he going to make this one? He does. Wow.
Cause she's a goddess of a goddess of a goddess of a goddess of a goddess. Voice from the other side calls out my name, conjures me into the night like a moth to the flame. I lay at the feet of the golden altar to summon her soul, and she led me to the top of the holy mountain where we lost control. She can take anything that she wants.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.